Gabriel do? A boss is forward. The spin again. He has the ball in hand. Gabriel.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal and you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Valorous.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash when he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to the 2025 Baltimore Regional Championships. It's a brand new season. We've got a brand new meta and a brand new look, and we are so excited to be here with you today at this regional competition. I'm Speedy's Chief 2, here with the one, the only, Amanda Lundberg.
That's right. We're here in Charm City with the most charming of co-caster here, and we are ready to kick off this new season. Not only is it a new season, it's a new meta for Pokemon Go, and we're going to see a lot of new Pokemon.
Speaking of new things, we've got a brand new roadmap for all those trainers trying to make their way to the World Championships in California later next year. We've got Baltimore here at first, right? That's where we're starting. We're turning the page to a brand new chapter, but that's followed by Louisville, Sao Paulo, Sacramento, Toronto, and beyond. Which event are you excited for, Amanda?
I'm excited for all of these events. I'm most excited, I have to admit, for the one that we're actually at right now, because so many trainers are keeping their eyes peeled to this to see what Pokemon are going to be rising to the top of the meta, and not only Pokemon, but trainers as well. So many ways to be able to qualify for the World Championships, mostly through the championship points, but as you can see, it's going to be a little bit different this season.
You mentioned trainers rising to the top. I want to point out this important distinction with the championship points. Last season, as long as you got those 500 championship points, you were qualified for Worlds. That's no longer the case. You need to rise up those leaderboards. Only the top 75 from US and Canada will be selected. So go ahead, take a look at the numbers, make note of your region, and how many championship points you can earn from these events.
Yeah, and this is this season, but of course, there was so much things that happened last season as well. We're going to take a quick look at the 2024 Championship Series in Honolulu.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers! This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Inadequance displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form.
Inadequate says no, no, no.
While Yakai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory.
Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down.
Fans cheered as Martel Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves.
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing on Championship Sunday. The Hong Kong hero Yakai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequance. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yakai Skarmory caught Inadequance's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yakai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yakai made a thrilling swap into his Charjabug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequance's Poliwrath toppled Yakai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yakai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequance his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequance would send his Skarmory to face Yakai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina origin form against Lickitung. giving Yakai his decisive victory in the grand finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Yakai became our Pokemon Go World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
Incredible competition. Hawaii was the best trainers in the world and a brand new meta at that point in time. Led so many surprises, so many upsets, so many epic moments. What an incredible tournament. And we have so much to look forward to, Amanda, because we're just starting the season and then another Worlds lies on the other end.
What I really liked about Worlds was also the diversity of the players who were there. If you look at that top 3, I mean, there was someone from the APAC region, there was someone from Europe, and then there was someone from Latin America also there as well. Looking at them, not only do we see a diversity of players, we see a diversity of the Pokemon that they were using as well.
I really appreciate the segue, Amanda. That was absolutely gorgeous. Yakai, our new Pokemon Go World Champion with the double flying strat. Meanwhile, the Do-It-All Dutchman Inadequate's coming in here with Giratina Origin Form and Clodsire. Did he have a foresight, a future sight into the meta, picking Clodsire? What a wild pick.
And there was some also wild picks. If you're going to look at Marto Galde's team, he had a Whimsicott. Whimsicott being able to take it so far into that World Championships. To look at all of these Pokemon that were used in Worlds Day 1. Take a deep look at this as well, because I don't think we're going to see very many of these Pokemon here in Baltimore, but Lickitung with 52.9% leading the charge there in Honolulu.
I just want all the trainers that are watching the stream right now to comment which Pokemon you think will be top in usage, because I think we might see 1, maybe 2 of these overall Pokemon in this top 12 going into Baltimore. I mean, it's going to be a completely different meta, completely different top bracket. New Kings of the Open Great League are here, and this meta is going to be exciting.
This meta is untested, right? Not only is the meta untested, we have this new 50-second switch timer as well. There's so many things. I think people are really going to be wondering, not only is it going to be a different play style, are there going to be different people who are rising to the top? There are no trainers who have been crowned regional champions yet this season. This is going to be the very first one for Pokemon Go.
Speaking of rising to the top and becoming a regional champion, let's take a look at our slots here. We're going to start to fill in these regional championship titles as we move through the season. First up is Baltimore. We also have some unannounced locations, so make sure to stay tuned on all of our social channels to check out where and when those events will be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one thing that a lot of people are wondering is, who are going to be the people who are competing in this tournament?
Exactly right. We have so many talented trainers here in Baltimore, but let's take a look at our overall leaderboards for North America. As a reminder, again, the top 75 from the US and Canada will qualify for the World Championships. So I think that Mango at number 1 is looking pretty good, having maxed out most of his locals already.
And I think North America isn't the only place where people are already trying to max out those locals. I think we're going to go ahead and switch over to the European leaderboard as well, seeing how they are doing over there. M.E. Weedle, our EUIC champion, leading the top of this leaderboard with 162, and you can see all the way down so many names that we're going to be seeing throughout this championship circuit.
I think Emmy Weedle had a pretty nice name change there, but lots of trainers' names that I don't quite recognize as well, and it's always exciting to see new trainers entering the fray and climbing up those leaderboards. So go ahead and make sure to attend those local challenges and cups, get those championship points, and if you feel confident, if you feel like you're ready, come out to a regional or an international competition, because it's so good to be around your fellow trainers.
Yeah, and speaking of, let's give a little bit of a weekend forecast. What do you think we're going to see here? We've already narrowed it down a little bit for you guys about which Pokemon we think might be rising to the top of this current meta.
Exactly right, but these are brand new Pokemon that we have not seen had this prominent of a role in the Open Great League. Amanda, from Sea to Shining Sea, East Sea, West Sea, we've got Gastrodon, and we think this is going to be a game changer.
We already talked a little bit. If you are familiar with Lou the Pikachu, one of our co-casters, she's been advocating for Gastrodon since the very beginning, and we've always said, hey, it's just one moveset away from being viable. Mud Slap, the buff to it, was that thing that made it super viable. We might see it here in this tournament.
And the absence absence of Quagsire and Whiscash, Gastrodon rises up, but so does the #1 potential Pokemon in the meta, Clodsire. An absolute tank, an absolute unit of a Pokemon here with a buffed Poison Sting as well as the Stone Edge and Earthquake coverage. This Pokemon is flexible, it's bulky, it can stay in matchups, and it is formidable.
It was already on the second place finalist of World's team before the update. I think we're going to see a lot of Clodsire this meta, but it is not the only Pokemon that we suspect will be on the rise. We've got one more coming up for you as well, and that is for Alligator. It's one of the hardest counters for Clodsire. We saw it last meta, and it's here to stay, I think.
Unleash the Feraligatr. You remember last season you could play Annihilate or Vigoroth, 5 counters to the Night Slash or the Body Slam respectively. Well, guess what? Feraligatr, 5 Shadow Claws to the Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon. It's an absolute tsunami of water-type pressure coming from this Pokemon, and we think it has the flexible play not only to be Clodsire meta, but also to be very, very good across the meta. Speaking of Pokemon that maybe won't be here in Baltimore, why don't we talk about the Rage Fist Pokemon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit caged here and not being able to be played as much now that counter has a little bit of a nerf. A lot of the fighting type users, such as Annihilate, such as Vigoroth as well, probably not going to see too many of those. Instead, we're going to see some other perhaps fighting type, or maybe fighting type will leave the meta for good for now.
Exactly, right? Counter's energy generation was decreased with the season update, so maybe some Karate Choppers rising up. But let's take a look at one of the top fighting counters from last season. This is Gligar. I'm really curious if this Pokemon has any play whatsoever, because personally, Amanda, I think it's grounded for good.
If you might be right, there was a debuff to multiple attacks of Gligar, and I think we might see a decrease overall in flyers, but because of that, we're going to see how this meta will shake up. We got one more. We talked about how it was the highest used Pokemon in Honolulu. We think it's completely being rolled out of the meta. Lickitung, we're going to say goodbye for now and maybe hello to its older brother, Licky Licky.
Yeah, I know a lot of our trainers at home absolutely love watching Lickitung mirror matches. Well, I'm so sorry to break this news, but I don't think we'll be seeing that many. I do think Licky Licky, with its coverage and rollout fast attack, is poised to take over that role. But if you ask our friend Eric, Nighttime Clasher, he says Dunsparce is actually the normal type to watch out for. So there's so much variety that we're just waiting to see unfold.
Yeah, but what do you think? Do you think that Dunsparce would be over Licky Licky, or do you think that we're going to see rollout users in general?
I think that Licky Licky, it suffers from having a lower attack stat, so the Shadow Ball, the Earthquake, the Solar Beam you might run on it doesn't hit quite as hard as you would like. So I do think we will see some Dunsparce. But guess what, Amanda? There's not only PvP events going on, there are also community days, and today is very special because we have Ponyta and Galarian Ponyta making their way into our special event from 2 to 5.
Yeah, not only that, look at these event bonuses as well. We have 2 times Catch Candy, 3 times Stardust, something PvP players are desperate for all the time, and also 2 times XL Candy Chance, which is big.
I've been known to actually run some Kanto Rapidash in Open Great League. It does have Drill Run and Flame Charge with Incinerate, right? So it's kind of like a Talonflame without wings, if I might. But I think Wild Charge does give it a lot more flexibility. It's going to be really exciting to see how that plays. But Amanda, flipping back over to PvP, there were so many changes in the Max Out Season update. 30 plus adjustments happen, and that shifted the meta completely. I mean, like we said, we're expecting a brand new top 12. What are some of the biggest impacts that you saw from the meta update?
That's a great question. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but I think the nerf to counter is actually going to be incredibly huge for this. Because of that, there's not going to be the Annihilates that were everywhere, and because we don't have Annihilates, we don't have the Annihilate counters in a lot of the flyers. I think a lot of people are using this tournament to kind of test out new team compositions, test out new Pokemon that have got some of these buffs. What about you, Will?
No, we actually just scrolled past it. The wing attack nerf is massive. I think the primary target was probably Gligar, but Pokemon like Charizard, Pelipper, Mantine, they all suffered from that wing attack nerf. So when you have less flying type Pokemon in the meta, it also means grass can actually make a return. If you realize last season, we only had Cresselia with Grass Knot or Lickitung with Power Whip. There were no grass types, I think, past a certain point in the season. So I'm excited to see maybe Superior, Chestnut, Venusaur perhaps make a comeback.
Yeah, and one thing that we briefly touched on earlier, but we see it at the very beginning of this as well, was the timer for Pokemon Go PvP used to be 60 seconds. It is now down to 50 seconds, engaging a lot more dynamic play, a little bit of different strategies for players as well.
The 50-second timer is a game changer. All of your charge attack mini games take roughly 10 seconds, and you're performing your fast attacks in between. So after, I guess, 3 charge attacks and the fast attacks in between those, you're probably back to your switch timer. I've been playing a lot in Go Battle League. I feel like it's a huge adjustment. It helps so much. I don't feel as trapped in bad matchups, so I expect a lot of switch timer manipulation, a lot of energy management here in Baltimore, and a lot of high skill expression.
We were talking with Home Slice Henry, and he reminded us this has only been 11 days in the making as well. So all of these trainers have only really had 11 days to practice this, to see, okay, does this even work for me? Was this my play style? Do I want to run for Alligator at all?
We talk about the 2-shield situation with the new Mud Slap buff, which is also a really big one this season. Do you have time to stay in the 2 shields when your opponent can switch out after 50 seconds instead of a minute? I don't know. That might be a game changer, and it might kind of disrupt a lot of strategies. You know, for example, if Onion Frank was here, might not be able to Razor Leaf down the way he wants to.
Well, I have news for you. I was looking through the bracket a little bit earlier. Onion Frank is here, but he's not the only trainer.
All right, let's take a look at our Worlds qualifiers and answer the question of who will join them. Of course, you get 350 championship points for winning a regional championship that really helps you to move up the rankings. But these are the top 4 that finished in Honolulu, Hawaii, and already secured their invites. Amanda, these 4 will be at Worlds. That's absolute fireworks just waiting to happen on stage in California.
Yeah, I think everyone's eyes were glued to the screen when all of these trainers were playing Yakai, Inadequance, Marta Galdia, and also Beelzebub, who is from India. And I think that these trainers already have proven they had what it takes in that previous meta. I saw Inadequance on the EU leaderboard already grinding out those locals. So I think that even though they have their spots secured, we're still going to see them playing it out.
Speaking of seeing, Amanda, why don't we take a look at some of the trainers we might see this weekend? These are players to watch. I am so excited, so thrilled, and so happy to see Wadaj coming back to the competitive scene. We've also got Bopper, who is so impressive at Worlds, and Out of Pocket was the highest finishing North American at the World Championships in Honolulu as well.
Wadaj took a small break, I think, from the game, but he was a competitor that so many people feared. He ended up getting 3rd place in the World Championships the previous year before that, so we'll have to see if he can be making waves here. These are not the only trainers, however, in Baltimore. Let's go ahead and move over to a trainer spotlight, someone who is pretty familiar to this scene, Lyall Jeffs, and look at the team that he is running. We were talking about spicy Pokemon, a potential comeback of grass. We have a Shadow Venusaur on the team and a Drapion.
Absolutely. I just want to remind everyone, this is the first team that we're getting a sneak peek at from the Baltimore Regional Championships. These are the Pokemon that Lyall has on his team here. We've known him to play lots of Vigoroth and Whiscash and Gligar in seasons past. He's got Umbreon, Diggersby, Shadow Venusaur. This is going to be a wild, wild tournament. I think Talonflame in particular has tremendous core breaking potential. I'm sure you and I, Amanda, will talk about our core breakers all weekend long because there's so many in a wide open field that is the Open Great League right now.
And Lyall Jeffs isn't the only trainer we wanted to highlight. We have someone coming across the pond here. Tomahawk UK has come in with his team, and I think that if you go ahead and look at it, there are some similarities. We're going to see that Diggersby and Talonflame on both, but look at the other picks. Pangoro on his side. He said he wants to make this Pokemon work. Tomahawk UK has had a lot of accolades to his name. He was He was 2nd place in Warsaw, 2nd place in Liverpool, 2nd place in Bologna. Will this be the one that he gets first?
There was some hesitation there, Amanda. Was it the Pangoro? Did the Pangoro trip you up? Is that why you paused?
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, he's been confident that this is going to be the thing that secures him the win. We'll have to see. It did get an update, but I'm not convinced.
Not convinced. Okay. It is a Karate Chop Pangoro. I heard it was shiny as well. But let's take a look at our caster predictions, who we think has what it takes to win in Baltimore. We think these Pokemon are going to stand out. I just want to explain myself, all right? At number 2,
explain yourself.
I've got Ariados. In my mind, Amanda, there's meta, there's anti-meta, and then there's the anti-meta. And Ariados is the anti-meta. It beats a Pokemon like Abomasnow, like Greninja, like the Chestnut, Superior. A lot of these picks here, Ariados has some flex play. Talk about your picks as well.
I won't go over all of them. I know my first one is pretty boring, the MVP for Alligator. But I do want to point out that because counter users did end up getting a bit of a debuff, Poliwrath, I think, still has a lot of play in the meta because of the lack of the other ones. It has a decent play against Feraligatr, and it can hold its own against Clodsire. So I'm trying to find, you know, the in-between Pokemon here that are maybe still going to be able to work out. I have to point out for Home Slice Henry, since he was not able to, he has been, you know, glorifying here the Shadow type Lotion.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's really hoping to see some here in Baltimore.
Yeah, Poliwrath is one of those Pokemon that might still stick around, Chargebug as well. But I'll tell you what, we want you to stick around all weekend long, and make sure to follow us on socials, X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, get engaged, post things online so that we can show them on the stream. We're here in person, but we want you to feel like you're a part of this broadcast as well. So make sure to stay engaged today, tomorrow, and beyond.
Absolutely true. You're going to want to make sure that you're following the channels as well, so you know that when we're going to go live, you want to be able to see it, the action right as it's going on. And speaking of the action, Will, I think we're ready to get into it.
I think everyone in chat can see the writing on the wall. They want the battles to come out soon. We've got Home Slice Henry
And Nighttime Clasher.
Thank you so much, Speedy and Amanda. My name is Home Slice Henry, joined here by the one and only Nighttime Clasher for the first tournament of this brand new Max Out meta.
Welcome to the Baltimore Regional Championships again, right after Amanda and Will. But of course, I'm Nighttime Clasher and joined by Home Slice Henry. We are so excited to be here, showcasing the first battles of this new season. So much to look at. Already from the team previews, we see there's a lot of interesting things that we may or may not have seen before. There's Venusaur Shadow from Lyall Jeffs. There's Pangoro from Tomahawk UK. Just so many things that haven't been good for a really long time, and I'm excited to see them back. But if you're not so familiar with how these tournaments run, we will be going to a quick format video just to kind of give you guys a rundown of what to expect from this weekend, because this meta is going to be a huge shakeup.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So the format may be familiar, but the meta is honestly brand new. Looking at that top 12 from Worlds, I was doing a little bit of mental math there, and it seems like I think at least 9 out of those top 12 received an adjustment. So we should be seeing a pretty new meta here overall.
And not only with the new meta, what we also may be familiar with is the regional championship prizes. Of course, coming to one of these tournaments has huge rewards just for placing first. You get $2,500 and 108 booster packs. That's absolutely crazy if you play Pokemon Go or even got into it because of the TCG. This is just an awesome opportunity to get into it. But now, not just prizes, let's talk back to the meta where we're talking about it's going to be a huge difference. And as we see here, oh my goodness, Clodsire #1 at 74.2%.
This is a live reaction. We are seeing this for the first time, same as the viewers at home. Clodsire, a massive lead over the rest of the competition. Dunsparce, Shadow Feraligatr, Azumarill, Mandibuzz, Serperior making a return. Serperior in and around like September, like the first battles of the previous meta. We saw Serperior quite a bit. With the rise of Skarmory, it did decline. And take a look at this, Nighttime. Malamar at #7, 20.9%. I think that honestly might catch some people by surprise.
I think it's a really crazy shift of the meta overall. Malamar, of course, being one of those top entries of Clodsire. One of the weird things is Malamar is not even able to take out Clodsire in the Zero Shield scenario. And it does super effective Psywave damage through the entire matchup. Can you believe that?
That is the difference of bulk there. That's one of the reasons why Clodsire is so far above the rest of the competition. Its typing makes it a very good core breaker in this meta, and even if you're hitting it for super effective damage, Clodsire can strike back. It wins the one shield scenario versus Shadow for Alligator. Neutral damage versus super effective, yet Clodsire can still prevail.
Clodsire with its superior bulk and actually pretty heavy hitting earthquakes, just same type attack bonus onto the Feraligatr, can make it a huge threat. Clodsire is one of those Pokemon that really likes playing out the zero shield scenarios, is able to just land earthquakes, even against a Feraligatr, I believe. If you land that first earthquake, you can just shield once and farm all the way down, so you don't really have to worry about that. Of course, that means if you're the Feraligatr, you have to be really careful. You don't want to shield a Stone Edge, but at the same time, you can't let an earthquake through. You just can't afford that.
I 100% agree. One thing that I do want to highlight as well, there's a bit of a common theme here. Clodsire at 1, Superior at 6, Jumpluff at 12. These were all Pokemon that struggled substantially against Skarmory. Skarmory was a Pokemon that featured prominently at the World Championships and in the regionals and internationals beforehand. But with a big double nerf to Skarmory, it's opening the door for a lot of these new Pokemon to finally have their moment to shine.
Yeah, Skarmory kind of being down allows Clodsire to be very strong. Of course, it would have been one of the top answers to Clodsire had it not had the Steel Wing nerf. Of course, Superior as well. Even Sandslash and Dunsparce and Mandibuzz. These are Pokemon that really don't like to see Skarmory. So kind of tuning down that Steel Wing probably pushed Skarmory completely out of the meta and is allowing these Pokemon to succeed now. And we see one of those as Galarian Moltres on Out of Pocket's team. What a crazy pick.
Galarian Moltres eligible for Pokemon Go Championship Series for the first time ever, running that updated Charge Attack, Sucker Punch, Ancient Power, Brave Bird, pairing it up with Azumarill, Clodsire running Sludge Bomb instead of Stone Edge, Shadow Typhlosion, one of my caster picks. I'm very excited to see that. Superior opting for Leaf Tornado over Aerial Ace, and rounding out the team as well with that Shadow Quagsire.
Shadow Quagsire did take a little bit of a hit from the Mudshot energy generation nerf, but its increased damage from those Mudshots actually makes it more of a rework, I would say, than a complete nerf. Of course, Aqua Tail pacing at 5-4, 5-4 is very competitive with the rest of the meta, allowing you to outpace things like the Shadow Feraligatr. For instance, obviously you don't want to throw an Aqua Tail into a Feraligatr, but maybe against Sandslash, it's allowing you to pace a little bit quicker than the Ice Punch, and overall, still a really, really good pick.
It is definitely nice to still see that Quagsire on the field of play. And let's take a look at the team for Out of Pocket's opponent. Purple Kyogre, Superior, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Mandibuzz, the Clodsire, Dunsparce, and Shadow Feraligatr. And it looks like we don't have to wait for long here, trainers. The battlers have locked in. Game 1, the first tournament of the Max Out meta, is a Shadow Feraligatr lead for Purple Kyogre into the Clodsire for Out of Pocket.
It's already a great start, but if you notice on Out of Pocket's team, he's really weak to the Shadow Feraligatr here, actually. Typhlosion usually can beat it in the even shield scenarios just because you pace to that Thunder Punch just as quickly as the Shadow Feraligatr, but you can't actually swap it in, nor can you swap that Azumarill in at this point, because it's just going to be taking so much from the Hydrocan and usual Shadow Claw. First, Sludge Bomb coming through. Purple Kyogre does expend that shield, so a successful bait from Out of Pocket is going to put him into a stronger situation. Here comes the Typhlosion, and he's going to have to shield this up. Does Purple Kyogre go for the Hydrocan? Immediately he does. No need to switch just yet. Out of Pocket, no choice but to shield this up, and he's going to need to throw this Thunder Punch down and get a shield back as quickly as possible.
Shadow Typhlosion up a shield just so deadly. We see a switch, a catch, and a sneak by Purple Kyogre. Perfectly timed, as Out of Pocket would have loved to connect with a Blast Burn onto this Dunsparce.
Okay, Rollout also sneaks through. Is he going to get to the Blast Burn? I think he just, whoa, actually lets the Rollout through, but opts to just go for that Blast Burn to not have to give up another Protect shield. Purple Kyogre needs shields up successfully against the Blast Burn call. Can he get this Rock Slide down or Rollout all the way? Oh my goodness, he's going to get the full Rollout down. This is a really tough situation for Out of Pocket.
Down goes Typhlosion. Purple Kyogre giving up both Protect shields, but he gets a tremendous amount of value. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill's job in this moment is to absorb this energy, and Out of Pocket has to hope that with shields down for his opponent, that Azumarill will be able to sweep in this endgame.
Here we go. Drill runs building up one by one. He throws the next one just before Out of Pocket gets that Ice Beam. And while this is a great matchup for Azumarill generally, Dunsparce moves all not being same type attack bonus. Drill run comes through, still puts a hefty chunk in Azumarill. Very tanky Pokemon, already going to be going into about 20 to 30% health range. What is Out of Pocket going to do? Is he going to bubble all the way down? I feel like he has to get a move at some point.
This will be difficult. There's the Alolan Sand Slash in the back, and the Sand Slash is going to be a wall to this energy from the Azumarill, going to be able to pick up the knockout with the Ice Beam, but Purple Kyogre with the catch and sneak earlier saved energy on Feraligatr, and this Feraligatr energy could be very problematic for Pocket in this endgame.
Here comes Sand Slash, here comes Clodsire, but is it going to be enough to reach out Earthquake? Ice Punch is going to be thrown by Purple Kyogre. If Out of Pocket shields this, does he just come in with the Feraligatr, forces him to throw and sweeps this game with a Sand Slash? Let's see, shield comes down. Here comes the Feraligatr. Sludge Bomb is thrown.
The prediction! He gets the prediction correct, anticipating the switch, going for this Sludge Bomb, going for an undercharge on the Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb will still knock out Feraligatr, and this is just going to set up so much farm for that Alolan Sand Slash.
Really, really well played here by Purple Kyogre. Got the really nice alignment. Sand Slash going to take down the Azumarill now with that just neutral drill run. Azumarill, I feel like it didn't do too much of that game. She kind of just sat there taking hit after hit and never was able to throw a punch back.
The pivotal moment in that game, the perfect prediction by Purple Kyogre, anticipating that Out of Pocket would go for one Incinerate and a Thunder Punch, throwing two Shadow Claws, the perfectly timed switch down to the half second to get the catch of the Thunder Punch and sneak a rollout, which can deal devastating damage to the glassy Shadow Typhlosion.
Shadow Typhlosion honestly tried its best there, was even able to get shields back from the Feraligatr. One of the best things is it's actually a fire type against a water type, but you don't take super effective fast move pressure, so you're not really too worried about getting farmed down by the Feraligatr. At the same time, Shadow Typhlosion's Incinerates actually have the same damage effectiveness as a neutral Shadow Claw. If that gives you any perspective on how much damage that move does, it's really not that bad in the Feraligatr as you would think.
Yeah, Shadow Typhlosion, I believe, actually can win the even shield scenarios versus the Shadow Feraligatr as long as the Feraligatr does not have an energy head start. But now for Out of Pocket, what adjustments do you make? This is the first tournament of a meta. You do not want to go to the loser's bracket this early. Out of Pocket, a very experienced competitor. He's been here before. He placed very well at Worlds. How will he respond in game number 2? The leads are set, and it's a bit of a tough one here. The Clodsire versus the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, but this is the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, which means as opposed to the regular, it cannot comfortably survive this Earthquake.
Yeah, here we go. Ice Punch or Drill Run. It's going to be an Ice Punch, actually. This does a little bit less damage than the Drill Run, but it's actually still going to go no-shielded by Out of Pocket, probably recognizing that he needs to play the zero shield scenario. Just needs to try to land an Earthquake or get a shield. Does Purple Kyogre call the bait? I think this would be pretty crazy to call a bait, but a Sludge Bomb at the same time would be so diabolical. Here we go. Switches right into the Quagsire. What is Purple Kyogre's answer? These Mud Shots are actually doing kind of a lot of damage.
The Mud Shot rework makes its presence felt. You trade slightly slower energy generation for an increase in damage. Ice Punch connects. Purple Kyogre staying in, and this Aqua Tail is going to do quite a lot of damage between these two Shadow Pokemon.
I like this no-shield. I think he recognizes there's a Typhlosion in the back, so he's just opting to let Sand Slash go down, and now Out of Pocket has to make a choice. Does he give up this Protect Shield and farm all the way down, or does he need to let the Quagsire go? There we have it. It's going to be Typhlosion coming in for a farm down. I love this play. He's already getting ready to bring that Feraligatr in, but the problem is...
Switch takes a turn.
Yeah.
He is going to be behind by a turn here.
Oh!
Pocket can throw instantly, and this one turn of advantage.
Oh!
We see a no-shield.
I really
this
like
will do
this.
so much damage.
But no, I like this because he puts it on Dunsparce. He still gets to him.
It KOs!
Oh!
It KOs!
No way!
Shadow Typhlosion going off in Baltimore. One-hit KO. There's still that Dunsparce in the back, but Typhlosion has shields to hide behind, and this damage is inevitable.
Okay, Rollout's doing quite a significant amount to the Typhlosion. I think maybe, is there a way you can survive a Blast Burn and then just put it on the old Sand Slash?
This will be very, very tough. We're going to see Pocket going for a Thunder
Oh.
Punch bait. Will he be able to tank 2 more rollouts to make it to a Blast Burn? Purple Kyogre calls the bait!
No!
An unbelievable prediction and a quick switch into the Clodsire.
Yeah, okay. He goes for the Drill Run. This has to be shielded, obviously. But can the Purple Kyogre go into the Sand can slash and still make a charge attack. I think you can. Oh, he's gonna need to throw a sludge bomb. No, no way, no
He
way!
gets the farm down. That is a resistant farm down there. And now we're going to see the sludge bomb force the shield. But if he shields, there's a thunder punch stored on that Shadow Typhlosion. Shadow Typhlosion is a massive, massive dealer of damage, but it's not even going to be needed. It's not going to be needed. The sludge bomb reached out of pocket, taking the equalizer. And Mr. Nighttime, we're going to a decisive game 3.
This is exactly what happened in Baltimore actually 2 years ago at this regional championship. It was Out of Pocket versus Purple Kyogre on the first round. Here, it's looking to be a repeat of that, but will Out of Pocket change history and run it back here for his win in this winner's round 2? Galarian Moltres, we haven't seen it yet, but Purple Kyogre is really liking that Feraligatr. Maybe there's some kind of an opportunity here.
We still have yet to see the Superior from Out of Pocket, which, if you take a look across his team, does look to be the strongest check into that Feraligatr. This Superior able to outpace the Feraligatr, as Feraligatr does need to land an Ice Beam to deal significant damage. We take a look at the replay. This game-changing farm down. Poison Sting may be resisted, but Clodsire does not care. Massive farm down, and being able to survive these rollouts due to resisting those Rock-type moves, making another Sludge Bomb, and honestly not even needing that charge attack on the Typhlosion.
And really good Poison Sting down. I think if he didn't do that, this was over. This was completely over. Poison Sting with a slight damage buff actually allowed him to fully Poison Sting down a double resisted Steel type. And oh my goodness, that was so close. Purple Kyogre is putting on a show here for us in Baltimore, but let's see which one of these trainers will wrap it up here. It is Dunsparce into Superior. A great lead for Out of Pocket.
Out of Pocket is running a little bit of an unusual Superior moveset, running Frenzy Plant and Leaf Tornado, so not choosing to run Aerial Ace. The question is, will we see the Leaf Tornado? No, instead, looking for the harder hitting Frenzy Plant, and it's going to connect as Purple Kyogre does not choose to use a Protect Shield in this matchup.
Yeah, and Dunsparce no shields this. We'll go for the Rock Slide. While this used to be a pretty decent move, with the recent Rock Slide nerf going from 75 damage to 65, this is just going to look like an absolute tickle to the Superior. He will outpace to another one, though, and I think there's an opportunity for Purple Kyogre. If he just lets this Dunsparce go, farms all the way down with the Feraligatr, let's see what Out of Pocket can do about that in the back.
This will be interesting because this sets up a massive farm for Out of Pocket. He's not going to risk a no shield. He's going to full send the Frenzy Plant, looking to guarantee the shield or the knockout, and down goes Dunsparce. Out of Pocket controls switch advantage in this decisive game 3.
Oh, I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance for Purple Kyogre now because this Typhlosion doesn't do that good into a Clodsire behind energy. Stone Edge is going to come through, and I think Out of Pocket needs this Thunder Punch bait into 2 shields. He needs to bait one Thunder Punch and land a Blast Burn. Can he do that?
He's going
Thunder
for it.
Punch
He's
coming
going for
through.
it.
Oh my goodness.
This could be decisive.
Oh my
Purple Kyogre contemplating his decisions. Does he click that Protect Shield? He does! He shields the double resisted Thunder Punch, and now Out of Pocket has an advantage in this pivotal mid-game matchup.
I think at this point, he should be happy to let the Clodsire go down. Is there a reason to even go into the Feraligatr and just try to do some damage? Blast Burn coming through, and is he going to let it through? I don't think he can.
Shadow Feraligatr without shields is tough to use. He is going to let it go. He's going to be trusting in the Feraligatr, but this is where the pacing on Typhlosion is incredible. Typhlosion is going to get the Thunder Punch. He saw in Game 2 how much damage this does. He's forced to shield, and guess what? I don't even think he's going to need the Quagsire in this game. He actually decides to bring it in. I stand corrected. He has energy on the Superior, but instead choosing to bring in that Quagsire.
Okay, Hydro Cannon comes down same time as Stone Edge. I think the Stone Edge it's just clean. It takes down the Feraligatr. Hydro Cannon though, will the Quagsire hang on? I think it just by a little bit. But Stone Edge just gonna take out the Feraligatr here. Out of Pocket had a really rough alignment in games 1 and 2, but was able to bring it back game 3. Really nice alignment of the Superior. I think if Purple Kyogre came in with the Feraligatr and tried to claw down the Superior, he might have had a better shot there.
It was difficult. I loved that decision by Out of Pocket, the aggressive style of gameplay as we see him celebrating on stage. He's happy to win his first streamed match in the max out meta, but the aggressive play with that Typhlosion was pivotal. If he surrenders farm to the Clodsire, things could get awkward. Even a Shadow Quagsire going to take quite a bit of damage from the Earthquake. But instead, in my view, this is less of an alignment meta and more of an energy meta, not giving your opponent that energy head start. Switch is much less punishing in this new 50-second switch timer meta, and Out of Pocket puts that to tremendous use as he's able to fight back from a game 1 loss and take this series.
That kind of showed how good Typhlosion is, not only because it doesn't seem as bad as it should be in the Cloudsire if you can get that bait, but at the same time, for Alligator, it's honestly not even bad because you just don't take that much fast attack pressure. Of course, Shadow Claws are going to add up. They are never going to be enough to knock you out. And then Thunder Punches are going to come through fast and furious at just 2 Incinerates and basically just one-hit KOs the Feraligatr.
I've got to say, Nighttime, that Thunder Punch bait onto the Cloudsire,
Crazy.
well, diabolical. Well, let's take a look at the highlights. I'm sure that'll probably be in there somewhere, but my goodness, that was beautiful.
All right, here we go. Hydro Cannon's trying to be launched out from the Typhlosion, and he has to shield this up, of course. Here's where we see the Thunder Punch are putting so much pressure on the Feraligatr. Even though you're favored in the tight matchup, you're not too much favored when you're behind energy. Here comes Thunder Punch. Oh,
this catch, beautiful. Oh my goodness, everything you could hope for there. A tremendous prediction there by Purple Kyogre as we move into game 2. And in game 2, Purple Kyogre pivoting out into Feraligatr, but even being down by 1 turn, you're in danger. He tries to survive this Thunder Punch, but Shadow Typhlosion knocking out that Water type and just putting Purple Kyogre in such a difficult position in that game number 2.
Putting on an absolute masterclass here with the Typhlosion. This is the Thunder Punch bait we've been talking about. Oh my goodness.
Diabolical.
This
Diabolical.
game would have been over if he no-shielded. Absolutely over. But he needed that bait, and he got it. Here comes that Hydro Cannon. It's just not enough. Quagsire hangs on, and Stone Edge, it's more than enough to take down the Feraligatr. And Quagsire showing it is still something to be feared in this meta, even against a team with Mandibuzz, with with a Superior, just still showing how strong it is with the quick pacing of 5-4, 5-4 Aqua Tail, and 7 to the Stone Edge.
One interesting thing that I noted about that particular match, obviously in Pokemon Go, you bring teams of 6, you get to choose 3 of those 6. He brought 5 of those 6 Pokemon, so he switched up his team quite a bit. There was one constant, the Shadow Typhlosion, and there was one Pokemon that remained as bench pressure only. That Galarian Moltres, now eligible, was never brought to a single fight there.
I think it was a difficult call for him, right? Because Purple Kyogre kept relying on the Alolan Sandslash, so it made it very difficult to kind of justify that pick. Cloudsire as well, while it's technically a neutral matchup because you're doing neutral Sucker Punch, you're doing neutral with the Brave Bird, your bait move, Ancient Power, is you cannot afford to throw an Ancient Power onto a Cloudsire. You almost have to go for the Brave Bird, and at that point, you actually go down to 1 Stone Edge, while before, you do hang on after a Stone Edge, but then you throw the Brave Bird, and you can just 1 shield farm down.
And there's also a bit of a pacing issue in that matchup as well. Sucker Punch to Brave Bird, straight 8, whereas with the Stone Edges on Cloudsire, 7 to the first, 6 to the rest. So not only are you taking super effective damage, not only do you have to debuff yourself to deal any meaningful damage, but you're just getting outsped, and that can be a little bit uncomfortable there, is not having that pacing, that speed advantage in that particular game. So he decides to keep the Moltres at the bench, trusting the Typhlosion, and honestly, I don't think we could have asked for a better game 1 to justify my caster pick of Shadow Typhlosion. A couple Pokemon being nerfed, the Bastiodon not being around, the Lantern not being around, Whiscash not being around, all helps Shadow Typhlosion even against the top water type in the meta. For Alligator, it still has a tremendous amount of play because that pacing is unreal.
What I feel like isn't as common as I would think it should be are Dragon types. Typhlosion is, of course, walled by all Dragon types. We're talking Goodra, Guzzlord, I guess not Altaria because you can land Thunder Punch. It's still a very, very bad matchup, though. But I don't think there's that many Dragon types this weekend. Maybe because of the presence of Azumarill, but honestly, I think they should be played more than they are right now.
And it sounds like we do actually have an interview coming up here with the winner of that past game, Out of Pocket. So for the first time in Baltimore, I get to kick it over to the one and only, the esteemed Mr. Speediest Chief. Take it away.
I'm here with Out of Pocket, who just won the first game, the first series of the Max Out season update. Pocket, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. For people that do not know, I actually, last time the regionals were at Baltimore, I lost versus Purple Kyogre in round 1 on stream. And I was raring to get my getting my get back against him in this tournament. So I was very delighted to be on stream to play it again.
Well, you got paired up in round 1, and after losing game 1, Henry made the comment. He said it'd be really tough to drop to the loser's bracket this early. But I don't know. A lot of people believe in you. You were the highest finishing North American at Worlds in Honolulu. How are you feeling about this new season meta and this new update?
I don't really know what's going on, but the silver lining is that no one else really knows what's going on either. I went through so many drafts of teams, and I would do a practice match. I would lose because of something I didn't know. I would build a new team that covers that. I'd play someone else, something I didn't know about. I lose again. So, and eventually that happened so many times that I just decided, all right, I'm just gonna copy someone's team that like they've been liking for a long time. So I'm actually using the exact same 6 as another really good competitor, Arrow.
Yeah, I saw the Galarian Moltres in particular. I'm going to ask you about that later, but I wanted to bring up another point that casters made. Your Thunder Punch bait on the Clodsire, I believe it was in Game 3, really tied up the series because you got the shield and then you got to the Blast Burn. Henry said it was diabolical. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, it was like a crazy bait. I actually, though, because it's so crazy, I actually knew that was going to work. Like, the bait was like really in the cut of the TTM. Like, it like completely made sense, and it gave me a fighting chance in that matchup. And it put him in a really bad spot because he, if he were to shield, I would be able to make the second Blast Burn and KO him.
Absolutely, Pocket. It's been a pleasure to talk with you. Nighttime Clasher said that we are at unprecedented levels of being back. What is the % chance that Out of Pocket is back in day 2 tomorrow?
10 billion%!
Casters, back to you.
I can't respect the confidence more from Out of Pocket. I could hear that scream all the way from the caster's booth. I am literally wearing a pair of headphones and I could hear that scream from all the way over. The energy here at Baltimore is absolutely explosive today, and we are going to see way more of that. Speaking of explosive Pokemon, coming to our next matches, we do have Valorous Ash, I believe, who is running Talonflame, his signature pick, just setting the entire game on fire here, as he has always been doing, and he's going to be doing that against Hey There Heather on the other side, which we will see in a short moment, of course. But what do you think about Talonflame in the current meta?
Talonflame, I do think after Roja Babyface at the World Championships performed incredibly well with that Fly Brave Bird moveset, I think the Talonflames that we'll see are probably going to be running that Fly Brave Bird. I saw it was one of the World Championship games. He let Talonflame into an Altaria, negative type lead, survived a Sky Attack, survived all the Dragon Breaths, built up to 100 energy, baited with a Fly, got a shield, Brave Birded, got a shield, got both shields out of a type disadvantage matchup. With a lot of the resist to flying gone from the meta, it really feels like Talonflame has a tremendous amount of play.
One of the only Pokemon that actually resists the flying typing is Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But of course, we all know how that matchup plays out, and I'm pretty sure that Talonflame doesn't even have to throw a charge attack against Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Agreed. So it's a bit of a lose-lose situation. You can wall the energy, but they're not going to throw any energy. Definitely makes it a little bit difficult, and we do have a little bit of a sneak peek at the teams here, and we do have some pretty interesting Pokemon being used across the board, as we do see that signature Talonflame, and I do also see a buffed Pokemon that we have not yet seen on stage. A definite beneficiary of that massive adjustment to Mud Slap. Looks like Valorous Ash is bringing Gastrodon on his team of 6.
I really like the Gastrodon pick into a lot of teams, but I think at the end of the day, so much superior. It's so hard to justify when that's a matchup where you just cannot do anything. Like, quite honestly, they can literally Frenzy Plant, knock you out probably 3 times, but good players will go for a very huge undercharge and then kind of just Vine Whip you all the way down. Of course, you don't have to worry about Mud Slap. Body Slam is just a tickle now, and then Earth Power is, of course, resisted as well. Or Water Pulse. I've seen a little bit of Water Pulse from some trainers. Maybe that helps with the Talonflame matchup, because going from you're basically walled to you can actually one-hit KO the Talonflame, it's a game changer.
That makes sense, and especially with the short amount of time these battles have had to prepare. This move update went live on September the 3rd. we are 11 days later. So there is still a lot to explore throughout this meta and many more tournaments ahead of us. We have, on the North American side of things, Louisville coming up in early October, Sao Paulo in November, a week after in Sacramento. We have a Toronto one in December, and what honestly excites me the most looking at this list is there's still a couple locations that we have not been made aware of. So the Pokemon Go competitive series could be coming soon to a city near you.
So yeah, stay tuned on all the official channels, of course, at Play Pokemon on X, for example, if you want to keep up with all the Play Pokemon circuit information. And hopefully, if you're not here at Baltimore today, we're going to see you at one of these coming up.
I agree. And one question I have for you, Mr. Nighttime Clasher, is from, I believe it was January onwards last year, they have these nice little graphics that show all of the winners, and then they'll have like a shadow of a Sableye or something because no one's won it yet. You were on there. Do you plan on getting back on that graphic in the 2025 competitive season?
I think we're going to have unprecedented levels of back if I do make
unprecedented.
it on. Unprecedented
okay.
levels of back if I can make it on that graphic. It has been quite a long time since January, but that would be super cool. Imagine casting and I can see myself on there. I kind of want to run that back.
I like the confidence. I like the confidence. And I do want to take a look at the other team here, because we talked a bit about Valorous Ash's team, but the other team here from Valorous Ash's opponent, oh, I already see something that I'm going to enjoy watching getting played here, and that is, it looks like we do have the Shadow Typhlosion making its second streamed appearance, and I could not be happier. This is a Pokemon that House Stark was able to pilot at Worlds to, I believe it was 1 win away from day number 2. He was able to pilot that Pokemon brilliantly, and now this metagame, it didn't receive an update, but in a way it almost feels like it did, because so many of the troublesome Pokemon for Shadow Typhlosion are no longer in this meta.
One of the weird things is, while Typhlosion does pace the same as like 5 2-turn fast attacks like Shadow Claw to the Hydro Cannon, you can't really ever throw just after throwing 2 of the Incinerates, because that would be on improper move timing, giving them a free 2-turn fast attack. So it always feels a little bit weird that technically in those matchups, you do outpace. It's very difficult to actually throw your move before theirs, allowing them to kind of always get the first shield and dictate how that matchup goes. I think to me that's one of the main like annoying things about playing the Incinerate of Shadow Typhlosion. But we'll have to see how our trainers here both manage their Incinerate users into a potential win here in Winners 2 Group C.
Valorous Ash, now we get to take a look at his full team and movesets. Azumarill, Ice Beam, and a player of Gastrodon, opting for Earth Power instead of Water Pulse. Superior, this time on Aerial Ace, not choosing to run Leaf Tornado. Shadow for Alligator on the standard moveset. Talonflame with that Fly Brave Bird moveset that Rocha Babyface piloted so well at the World Championships. And Dunsparce with a standard rollout, Rock Slide, and Drill Run. Dunsparce feels like such an incredible generalist in this meta.
It's probably one of the best safe swaps against any team, especially if they don't have a fighting type Pokemon, because it's really hard to answer. One of the better answers to it, I would say, is Superior, but Superior is still taking neutral damage. It's not a completely clear-cut matchup, where if they can use Shield, generate an advantage, it can still be a flipped matchup.
As we take a look at this second team, things do get a little bit interesting. We have a Malamar, an Arctibax, a Clodsire, a Shadow Typhlosion, a Azumarill, and Superior. And one thing that I noticed, Valorous Ash with the Mud-slapping Gastrodon, and Valorous Ash's opponent with only 1 Mud-slap resist. It looks like the battlers are locked in. Game number 1, Dunsparce on the lead for Valorous Ash into Arctibax.
Arctibax is such a nice Pokemon. We can apply Icy Wind debuffs, but it looks like an immediate swap into Clodsire. How is Valorous going to answer this? I think you maybe go for a Drill Run. Okay, go straight to this Gastrodon. The weird thing here is now, with such a huge energy advantage from Heather, I think you can actually win the Zero Shield scenario and force the first shield from Valorous Ash.
Earthquake connects, and it makes its presence felt. Gastrodon looking to make it to the Earth Power, will outpace here. Could have thrown, but choosing not to, instead going for a bit of an overfarm. And now Heather with a difficult shielding decision.
Ooh, I think you might be able to survive this. Oh, I think I overestimated the bulk of Gastrodon, but it looks like Heather is going to need to bring in maybe the Arctibax, farm this all the way down maybe? And then you just have Icy Winds to throw at the Dunsparce before the Dunsparce has the opportunity to use Rock Slide.
But Unfortunately, Heather does have one potential Mudslap resist, chose not to bring it in game number 1, and now with 3 Pokemon that do not have a Mudslap resistance, look at how much work this Gastrodon is doing.
Throwing the Dragon Claw there, a little bit interesting. I think Heather could have opted to farm all the way down, but maybe thinks that this HP is a little bit more important in this matchup, and is going to be now forced to go against this Dunsparce. Rock Slide is coming through and is going to be caught on the Azumarill.
Nice catch there, Heather, trying to fight back. This Dunsparce's energy lead is going to be a problem. The Talonflame doesn't really want to get brought in here, so it's going to have to be the Dunsparce show for Valor Ash, spamming out Drill Run after Drill Run, just trying to get as much damage as possible onto the Azumarill to clear the stage for Talonflame to close in this endgame.
Talonflame looks so good with these 2 shields. I think if Valor Ash kind of just opts to no-shield this Dunsparce, even put on the Talonflame to clean up the Azumarill, that might just be the right play here. If he can get shields down, the Arctibax probably has not a lot of play into that Talonflame. It's probably one of the only Dragon types that takes neutral damage from the Fire type Incinerate of Talonflame. Actually going to put up a Protect Shield here with Dunsparce. Maybe this gives Heather a little bit of room to play. Maybe could try to catch a drone after shielding this on the Arctibax. That could work.
This will still be difficult, as unfortunately, HP is a resource, and Heather is running out of it, being able to make it to another play rough, and Valor Ash double committing to the Dunsparce, trusting in Dunsparce to try and sweep. And I think Valor Ash can actually just Rock Slide here, so even if there's a catch, the catch should be fine. I'm actually going to see a switch out into the Talonflame. Arctibax trying to make it to the Avalanche, getting to the Avalanche. This will do significant damage onto the Talonflame, but Talonflame can hang on.
If it hangs on, I think Valor Ash is good to go. He has that Rock Slide banked in the bag for that Azumarill. Can he... Oh, cannot get the complete Incinerate down. This is going to give Heather a bubble down, but I think this game has already been wrapped up. Dunsparce will win Charge Attack priority against the Azumarill and will thus be able to take it out with this Rock Slide or Drill Run. It doesn't really matter here. Valor Ash goes straight for the move, and actually quite a close game despite a little bit of a negative start for Hey There Heather. Of course, not getting the right alignment that she may have wanted. Azumarill at the end was still so strong. They're just strong through the whole line, actually.
One thing I do want to talk about this particular matchup, as you take a look across these 2 teams of 6, Superior for Heather does look very strong into Valor Ash's team, but considering Valor Ash has run Talonflame tournament after tournament after tournament and brings it almost every game as well, it almost feels like you have a little bit of this mental pressure of saying, I know that Talonflame's being brought every game. Where is it going to be brought? Choosing to bench the Superior in game number 1, and unfortunately that just made Dunsparce incredibly safe.
Superior is also probably one of the best answers in the whole game to Gastrodon. I feel like you almost need it to answer the Gastrodon in this matchup. All your other Pokemon don't feel very clear-cut against the Gastrodon. I think Arctibax feels weird because you probably have to give a shield before you can debuff once. Malamar just gets outbulked, and even Azumarill, which should theoretically be better into Gastrodon since it's a Mud Boy, and we've always known Azumarill to take down the Mud Boys. The Mudslap is just so oppressive, is so consistent, and is able to add up with the Earth Power onto the Azumarill.
Earth Power plus Mudslap, a deadly combination. And only having that one Mudslap resist means that 5 out of these 6 Pokemon are not going to have a fun day going up against Gastrodon. So for Valor Ash, it's all about trying to avoid that Superior at all costs, because if you can avoid that Superior, Gastrodon is incredibly good at forcing alignment. And in alignment, Superior, if it ends on that Talonflame, could be catastrophic.
Of course, you can land the Aerial Aces that are non-stab. Aerial Ace, not one of the strongest moves, and I think it'll just look like a tickle on the Talonflame. Vine Whips being double resisted just gives Superior so little play, but I think Heather, if she brings this Superior in this next game, it could be an absolute monster into Valor Ash. Valor Ash, I think he may not opt for the Talonflame here, is what we're kind of picking up on.
That would be a bit of a surprise. Talonflame, a Pokemon he has brought again and again every tourney, frequently having very good runs at these tournaments as well. And he doesn't just bring it on his team. He brings it almost every single game. And we have lock-ins, and we have a bit of a surprise. Valor Ash, known for that Talonflame. And the Talonflame, it's nowhere to be seen. He left it on the bench, and it's Gastrodon into Arctibax.
I think Valor Ash should be happy, first of all, that the Gastrodon is not against the Superior. But at the same time, how are you going to deal with the Superior in the back? I genuinely do not know how he's going to deal with this in the back.
Body slam bait,
Ooh.
and the bait is successful, grabbing an early protect shield. Body slam did get nerfed, so shielding that is a bit unfortunate. Going to fire off this Dragon Claw right before the next body slam is reached. Very well timed by Heather.
Oh, and the no shield actually anticipating an avalanche not being thrown. Heather's going to go for another Dragon Claw. He's going to let a Mud Slap through, but of course, if Valorous Ash doesn't opt to shield this up, it won't be very effective anyway. Okay, he does, and that Mud Slap goes through. He's going to go for the Body Slam. Oh, Earth Power. I think Earth Power is more than enough to knock out this Arctibax here. Arctibax puts up the shield. He's going to farm all the way down, and now here's the thing. If Heather has this alignment here, she's going to be able to align that Superior with the Azumarill, and her own Azumarill with the Dunsparce, and I think that's a great position to be in. Oh! Oh, I love this!
Superior.
I love this!
Ice Beam will be reached. This will deal super effective damage, but this is why a lot of competitors are bringing Superior. Superior can survive this Ice Beam. Ice Beam connects. Superior still at half HP. Aggressive switch into the Dunsparce, but Dunsparce is not in a range where it can knock out with a Rock Slide just yet. This is where the Rock Slide nerf is a negative for this buffed Pokemon.
I think Heather, maybe a little bit unfamiliar with rollout, shook her head after it looked like a rollout went through, but actually, don't worry, Heather, you threw on perfect timing there and are able to actually hang on to this Rock Slide, make another Frenzy Plant, put the pressure here on Valorous Ash. Does he want to commit the Protect Shield, or maybe let's go and Bubble Down? I think that's the move.
Bubble Down could get interesting. Valor Ash will use the Protect Shield.
Okay.
Trying
maybe
to get
Arctibax.
value out of the
with the
Dunsparce.
Arctibax.
Arctibax, I believe, has some energy here.
You just avalanche. You just avalanche.
If Arctibax has a move loaded, it would win charge stack priority. Bringing in the Azumarill instead. Azumarill will be able to absorb energy, but this does make the eventual Azumarill mirror in the endgame a bit easier for Valor Ash, as landing these drill runs is very, very valuable.
Oh, she needs to come in and use the avalanche or the Dragon Claw. I believe there was a move saved on that Arctibax, and if she was able to use it in charge attack priority there, this Dunsparce would be history, and then the Azumarill will be able to finish this game off. How is she going to deal with this? I think it has to go for a move. I like this play, but it might be too little too late. The Azumarill of Valor Ash is too healthy.
Valor Ash's Azumarill with a pretty significant energy advantage in this endgame, and that could prove to be very difficult. But
there's an avalanche.
The good news for Heather is Play Rough will not KO the Azumarill here. This shiny Azumarill, one of the best shinies in the game, will be able to hang on, and that may provide an opening, because we see the Play Rough damage that will not knock out. We're going to see Valor Ash try and farm up as much as possible, going for the Play Rough, but this will not KO. So can Play Rough into an Avalanche potentially secure this game for Heather? This will be a very close end game.
Okay, so you throw the Play Rough here, and then you go to... Oh, I think there's a chance.
This will be close.
This is not as clear-cut as we thought it was. Arctibax is going to come in here. Does Heather remember that she has energy? Oh, I think so. I think so. It's enough. Oh!
Goes for the Dragon Claw. This is double resisted. I don't think the Dragon Claw will be enough to knock out. The Fairy typing double resisting here. Dragon Claw will not KO. Azumarill makes the Ice Beam, and now I think Valor Ash still has that health advantage that he needs in this matchup. Going for an undercharge. Ice Beam still KOs, and now it's going to be a race. Bubble versus Bubble. It looks like Valor Ash has the slight edge and will get the Bubble down by the narrowest of margins. Valor Ash able to survive and secure the 2-0 victory.
I think Heather put on a great showing there, though. Just with the Avalanche instead of the Dragon Claw there and the Azumarill would allow her to win that game. I think her maybe not recognizing how much energy she had on the Arctibax, had she known, would just be able to throw the Avalanche there before the Ice Beam of the Azumarill, or even on charge attack priority, and just take it out. And I think that would be a good game.
That was a bit of a tricky end game to manage there. A lot of moving parts, energy on the Arctibax, the desync in the switch timers, and again, the switch timers being shorter this time around means that trainers have more flexibility as to when they can switch in and out. They're stuck in matchups for a shorter amount of time, and that second game got extremely, extremely close and was able to make it very close despite being, as we discussed, 5 times weak to that Gastrodon.
And Superior there, I really thought it would be so strong in that game, but we actually kind of saw Azumarill with the Ice Beam. Dunsparce kind of trying to play cleanup there on the Superior. Actually allowed Valor Ash to manage it as a team. As long as it wasn't on the Gastrodon, I feel like Valor Ash knew he probably had played in the back even against the Superior, managed the shield advantage well, and was able to take his winners round 2 in Group C.
And Valorous Ash, in a surprising turn of events, choosing to not bring the Talonflame Game 2, running a line that a little bit said, you know what, bring the Superior. The Superior was brought, but Valorous Ash able to fight back in that matchup. And when things, honestly, from Team Lock-In, seeing those 3 Pokemon and seeing a Superior, it looked very difficult. But Valorous Ash with very careful gameplay, that body slam bait in that initial matchup, setting up that Gastrodon to put in a tremendous amount of work.
Yeah, Heather, I feel like not showing the body slam there could be a play, but it's just so risky. How do you make that call?
Earth power, it's so hard.
It would be done. It would be a done game at that point. Even the Superior could come in. I think, actually, maybe you come in, yeah, if you let that go, the Earth power, you come in with a Superior. Where does Valorous Ash go? You have to stay in to an extent.
It is very tricky,
right?
Because considering Valorous Ash is so well known for Talonflame, it's a pretty safe assumption that there's a Talonflame in the back. And that's why we did see Heather committing to switch advantage in the lead, because Superior is so strong. But if it's on the Talonflame, that would be a nightmare. So unfortunately, that's where the blind 3 element of not knowing your opponent's team of 3 can a little bit like alter your strategy, because you have to think about this trainer, Valorous Ash. What do you think of? The first thing you think of, Talonflame. Again and again being brought. It was brought game 1. It did well in game 1. Having to try and make that read of, is that Talonflame back there? It seemed a pretty safe bet that it was, but Valorous Ash switching up the strategy, and it pays off in a massive, massive way.
Super surprising stuff not to see Talonflame game 3, but if you're Heather, I can totally see the perspective. Just, you can't bring the Superior, and even if you farm down, where's the energy going? He probably has a Talonflame.
If it's a Talonflame, yeah.
But I think we can only know from Valorous Ash himself, why did he not bring the Talonflame? We'll see from Amanda as she cuts to the interview with him right now.
Thank you. I'm here with Valorous Ash, who just won his first round here, and you know the question is coming, right? Talonflame this meta. I think it might actually be meta now. What are your thoughts?
I think absolutely Talonflame is meta. Always has been and always will be. But I think especially this season, Incinerate users between Talonflame and Shadow-type Lotion have a lot of play this season. I think we're going to be seeing them consistently placing in the top ends of the tournaments.
Now, I got to ask you about the movesets as well, because normally, or I should say previously, a lot of people were using Flame Charge in either Brave Bird or Fly. There's been an uptick in people using only flying type charge attacks, and I see that you're using both. Walk me through your reasoning for it this season.
So last season, ZZ's Wireless published something about the double flying moveset, and that's actually what turned me onto that. And I've been using the double flying moveset since about the middle of last season. There's just not a lot of steel types that Talonflame needs to run through, so you really don't need the Flame Charge. I think that double flying really is the way to go for this cup. There's not a lot of flying resistance out there.
You have been pretty much a household name of PvP since almost the beginning, the creation of it. What do you think of this new meta that we have, the 50-second timer? Any sort of moveset updates really jumping out at you here?
I'm really loving this new meta. I think Niantic's done a really good job balancing this new meta and showing that they can keep things fresh by buffing and nerfing certain Pokemon. I love the 50-second play timer. It feels like there's a lot more play to the games, a little bit more maneuverability, a little bit more dynamic. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing this new season with the new meta.
I mean, you're off to a great start here. Last question for you. Yeah, you're doing well so far in this tournament. How confident are you feeling, not only in this meta, but in this season? Are we going to see you at Worlds again in 2025?
I'm feeling very confident. I would love to return to Worlds next year, or this year, rather. So, yeah.
All right, he's coming for you guys. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Amanda. And it's very good to see consistency from these gamers, especially someone who has been around in the PvP scene as long as Valorous Ash does. Valorous Ash goes to quite a few of these tournaments and very consistently being able to progress very far through day 1 and having quite a few day 2s as well.
I think he made day 2 probably like 6 or 7 times last season, I want to say, throughout all the regionals. Even at Worlds made day 2. Really, really strong battler. Has basically one of the most consistent tournament records of like anyone in the entire world. I think making day 2 that many times in a row, just in one season, is crazy to me. And always with the Talonflame, so a little bit of consistency on both ends, with not only the team building, but the results.
Consistency is something to be admired, and Valorous Ash definitely brings that consistency. When he's at these tournaments, we see him on stream quite a bit, and that's because he keeps winning nighttime. And if you keep winning the later in the tournament, then most of those games end up being shown. So Valorous Ash, consistency, and again, something that I'm a very big fan of, winning with a Pokemon that's one of his favorites, that Talonflame. Like, there's a very good quote, like, it's something to do with, like, the best battlers win with the Pokemon that are their favorites. And that's what Valorous Ash is consistently able to do, bringing his favorite Pokemon and winning a lot with it as well.
Yeah, a bad trainer complains about their Pokemon not being strong enough. A good trainer wins with their favorites. That's the difference here inside of the Baltimore Regional Championships. And another battler who I think we're going to be seeing a little bit soon, Evan 77713, is also really keen to using his favorites and not really worrying too much about what the meta is.
Evan has brought some very unique picks in the past. Shadow Beedrill making a deep run in a previous international, and at Worlds, I don't think most people know this, he brought an XL level 50 Lileep. That thing is deceptively tanky. It can take hits, and he managed to go 2-2 with it. So he put in a very good showing against some of the best trainers in the world with an XL Lileep. I cannot wait to see what he has brought to this tournament because he frequently thinks outside the box and has great success doing so.
Shadow Lileep is pretty spicy. I think here today he's brought a low kicks, which I don't know if that's Shadow Lileep level spice. I don't think that's even possible these days, but low kicks is definitely a bit unique on its own. Has access to Sucker Punch, Trailblaze, and you can opt for X-Scissor or Dark Pulse, I believe, but Sucker Punch, it is basically the previous counter, but it is now same type attack bonus for the low kicks, a Dark and Bug type Pokemon if you're not familiar with it, which I wouldn't blame you at home if you weren't too familiar with the low kicks moveset, but definitely really strong. It's a Dark type that has a lot of play into Pokemon like even Azumarill.
And it sounds like the players are already on the stage, and I cannot wait to see what Evan has cooked up for us today. We have Evan versus Sword/8. And taking a look through Evan's team, we do see that low kicks not only with that Sucker Punch buff, but Trailblaze, a move that can boost up that damage. Getting cheaper this season means that if low kicks has shields to hide behind, because it is a fairly frail Pokemon, it can run away with some games just purely off that incredible fast move pressure.
Low kicks is just so strong up shields, but down shields, it is quite a struggle. It basically goes down to one Stone Edge from the Clodsire. Probably doesn't like to take a Rock Slide from a Dunsparce, and even a Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr. Despite you resisting the Shadow Claws, I don't think you have enough HP to survive that Hydro Cannon alongside that. But of course, yeah, actually low kicks, it might really struggle into this team. I'm going to be completely honest. Probably not the best thing to play here.
You know what? I don't think anyone told low kicks that, so we'll have to see how it goes. But now the opponent's team here, Sword Slash, running Arctobax with Avalanche, no Icy Wind, Mandibuzz with Snarl, Dark Pulse and Aerial Ace, a standard moveset, standard Shadow Feraligatr, Hydro Cannon, Ice Beam, Abomasnow on Icy Wind, so opting for slightly more expensive pacing, but a guaranteed debuff. And then the bulk of the team, Dunsparce and Clodsire, again with Sludge Bomb. People have the choice, Sludge Bomb or Stone Edge. No Stone Edge means that low kicks can actually survive one charge move from that Clodsire. So things might be looking a little bit up for that signature low kicks.
Not only that, but I mean, low kicks, if you can survive a Sludge Bomb pretty comfortably, I'm not, again, not that familiar with low kicks, you might be able to just shield the second one and Trailblaze through the entire Clodsire. That's definitely an interesting play that could be made, but I think the Feraligatr as well here looks so strong from actually both trainers. Abomasnow, of course, it is a grass type, but it's not that good against Feraligatr, as we're going to see in these first games. If any of these trainers do opt to bring it, Evan's best answer, probably that Toxapex into the Feraligatr. As we said, low kicks kind of just gets outpaced. Oh, actually, no, it has the same pacing. Yeah, no, it's a little bit behind, but we'll see.
Battlers are locked in for game number one. Dugong for Evan, Abomasnow for Sword Slash. This is a very tricky matchup. We will see Dugong have a slight pacing advantage to begin this matchup and be able to apply consistent neutral pressure. I stand corrected. It's the Abomasnow. I stand corrected there. Clearly, I need to have a little bit more coffee nighttime. It's Abomasnow outpacing by a turn, connecting with an Energy Ball, and that is massive damage onto Dugong.
Yeah, Energy Ball reached in 7 Powder Snows, and now this Icy Wind being thrown out by Evan. actually doesn't need to go shielded by Sword Slash. Happy to let this through and just pace to this next energy ball at the same time as this Icy Wind. I think it'll be a charge attack priority. Can he get to it? Oh, actually, we both need to go back to counting school. It appears that Dugong makes it a second Icy Wind just a little bit faster. Sword Slash is going to have to give up a shield here. And this is awkward because he's got to be thinking, my Dunsparce are not that good in the back because, oh, I like what Evan's doing. I like what he's doing. Oh.
Staying in, getting this Icy Wind, debuffing this Dunsparce, and then he has the Diggersby. He has the Diggersby. Does this debuff let him survive the rollout? It barely does not, but in comes Diggersby. Diggersby is one of these Pokemon that can effectively shut down Dunsparce. Dunsparce so strong neutrally, but these rollouts do nothing. The drill run, they're debuffed. It does nothing.
Hurts to watch.
It does nothing. The good news is 50-second switch timer. Sword Slash is not stuck in this matchup forever, but if you're Evan, this is terrific. These drill runs, Diggersby, it can live 5 of them. Oh my goodness. Diggersby in command in this matchup, and Evan is very content to get as much energy as possible while not taking a lot of damage.
I like not throwing a charge attack here because otherwise you throw your energy while he might get to swap out and save those drill runs for later in the game, which your Toxapex doesn't like to see. Here comes the Scorching Sands. It's not, it's going to be way too much for this Dunsparce to hang on to. And, oh, wow, actually that, I stand corrected. That does not do that much damage. Oh, I love it. The prediction by Evan. He predicts it perfectly. The switch into the Abomasnow trying to snipe. Evan forces it with this move. He switches and he gets the Toxapex. Evan with the perfect prediction after prediction in this game number 1. He is not missing a beat here inside of game number 1. Toxapex will...
he gets the fart
that's
down.
Disgusting.
Oh my goodness, Evan playing out of his mind. He said, who needs low kicks in game number 1? I have the perfect predictions in store. And now if you're Sword Slash, in comes the Arctibax. No Protect Shields to hide behind. Sludge Wave is debuffed, but this Arctibax will still take significant damage.
Dragon Claw comes through. I think he has to put up a Protect Shield here, or you just hang on very comfortably.
That's a Toxapex. Toxapex taking that.
Evan trying to play this out with no shields used. Sludge Wave coming through. This is going to do a massive amount of damage onto the Arctibax. Actually, Arctibax, pretty bulky Pokemon. Scorching Sands being thrown out here is going to take it out. And Dunsparce, I just don't think there's enough in the tank.
Dunsparce, I believe it has a drill run, but I don't think it's KOing here. He doesn't even get to throw it. Evan takes game 1. Perfect prediction after perfect prediction, and he wins with both shields remaining. Unbelievable plays there by Evan, as he honestly has a dominant performance in that game number 1.
Extremely clean gameplay, honestly, throughout that entire game by Evan. From the catches to no shielding the energy ball, which I really liked, because it actually allowed him to win the zero shield scenario, force that first Protect Shield out of Sword Slash, and basically set him up for success that rest of the game. Didn't even need his shields, basically, towards that end game there. Scorching Sands, such a strong attack. Is a former Dig clone, but also has a chance to debuff your opponent's attack by 1 stage. It's about a 30% chance, and no attack debuffs really needed there for Evan. It was quite comfortable from start to finish.
I think part of this goes to show the power of prediction in Pokemon Go competitively. He was able to anticipate these banking of the charge move, the switch into the Abomasnow to try and snipe, and then predicting Abomasnow after it's shielded would Icy Wind, catching there, just prediction after prediction, split-second decision-making, and Evan just keeps getting those calls correct. And that game 1, it could have gone either way. After those predictions, Evan's lead was just insurmountable.
This next game, though, I feel like we've got to be seeing Feraligatr. It just seems like such a strong neutral pick into either one of these teams. For both players, believe it or not, it's just so strong against Dugong because you resist the Ice Shard. You comfortably hang on to a Drill Run. And the Hydro Cannons and Shadow Claw is so much pressure onto the Dugong. Kind of plays the same way as a Azumarill, where the fast attack of the Dugong or Azumarill is resisted. You do neutral damage, but it just feels so bad, even though it should be more neutral.
Looks like we do have a lock-in for game number 2. Evan trusting with a Pokemon that did very well for him in game 1, leading Diggersby into Feraligatr. This is a very interesting matchup. Feraligatr can apply massive pressure with Hydro Cannon, but due to the normal subtyping on Diggersby, these Shadow Claws are doing less than nothing, and Evan back with the perfect predictions, catching a Hydro Cannon onto Dugong.
What I might like here is banking another Hydro Cannon and going into the Dunsparce. Can he? Yeah, I think he just goes for this 5 Shadow Claw combo and into the Dunsparce. You're going to have to take the first Icy Wind, but at the end of the day, this is still very, very favored. You're going to need 2 Rock Slides to take out the Dugong from this range, regardless of if you're debuffed or not. Icy Wind comes through, and Rock Slide number 1 is going to be probably landing onto this Dugong. I'd be very surprised to see. Oh, interesting.
Opting to farm up as much as possible. This now means that this next Rock Slide will be double debuffed. Evan has a pretty decent chance to survive it. Switch timers are a bit misaligned. Going to accidentally farm up past 100 energy there. We see the slight shake of the head by Sword Slash. And
this
he's
is dangerous.
Going for an undercharge on this Rock Slide.
Oh,
it's very heavily debuffed.
Oh,
Dugong's
no.
going to hang on. Dugong can make another move.
He's going to have to go for another Rock Slide. And what could have been a potential situation to come out of that matchup with 100 energy is now going to turn into a situation where Dugong actually puts up a shield and it's going to be able to get one back from Sword Slash. Does Sword Slash offer a shield? I think maybe you just put this on the back of Feraligatr. Oh, does opt for the Protect Shield. Can you roll? Oh, I love this.
Switch.
I love this.
In comes Toxapex. Toxapex, a bulky wall to the energy from this Feraligatr, but this honestly sets up Sword Slash's Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz into the Diggersby. This is not a Hyper Beam Diggersby. It's on Fire Punch, and that unfortunately means that Mandibuzz does very, very well there. So honestly, despite Evan getting the alignment he wants, this may actually not work in his favor.
Yeah, and I don't think you can go for a Brine here. It just isn't enough. I think a really good Toxapex can survive 3 Hydro Cannons from a Feraligatr. We're going to see here, it's going to be in Shadow Claw down range, but of course, Sludge Wave is at the ready, or just a Brine will be enough from here.
Does he get the farm down?
Oh!
He does! That is a bulky Toxapex, barely able to hang on. In comes the Mandibuzz. Does the Snarl KO? If the Snarl KOs, Evan will lose this second Brine.
I think it does.
It'll be very close. It does. It does knock out. And now this Mandibuzz will be difficult. The Dugong on 1 HP. And this Diggersby forced to go for non-same type attack bonus Fire Punches. I would not hold your breath for the amount of damage you're about to see here, because it will not be a lot. The Fire Punch connects as Mandibuzz. We see an attempted catch, but great patience by Sword Slash, holding on to that energy.
I don't think anyone at home was too shocked by that Fire Punch damage there, but of course, this Dark Pulse isn't going to do much either. A 50 energy charge attack, and it just seems like Diggersby takes like a champ. Is there any reason to go maybe for a Scorching Sands here? Is there an argument for that?
There is a 30% chance at an attack drop. However, throwing a double resisted move will be difficult. Both trainers still with a shield in play, but I think Mandibuzz can probably tank at least 2 Fire Punches, maybe even a 3rd Fire Punch, and there is still the Dunsparce available. Oh, it's tanking 3. This is going to be tough. Evan shaking his head. He knows this is a very difficult endgame to play out of. He has gotten a couple free quick attacks, which help the Diggersby slightly, but this still, this is a war of attrition, and it's a very difficult one to play out of for Evan.
Sword Slash been throwing on good timing throughout this match so far, but it looks like here, just happy to throw it as soon as he gets it. Pretty comfortable with this situation. I think, okay. I think he would have hung on to that Fire Punch there, but probably just playing this the safe way. Just goes for an airless here. I think, yeah, this should taste the exact same charge attack priority. And I think you just get rolled out down.
This will be close. Diggersby so bulky, resisting rollout, not getting same type attack bonus. Evan has to hang on here. Can he survive? These rollouts are adding up, and the Dunsparce barely hangs on. And Sword Slash, a sigh of relief as he gets the equalizer, and we get another game number 3.
I think that was supposed to be not that close, but it ended up coming down to a roll out down. I thought when Evan wasn't able to get the catch from the Mandibuzz onto the Dugong, I thought that was a wrap. But surprisingly, Diggersby quick attacks are just really adding up. Quick attack, obviously a strong same type attack bonus attack from the Diggersby. Fire Punch, obviously, we saw how little that did. Pretty close game there from Evan, but of course, if he uses Feraligatr here, I think it'll give him the opportunities he needs. Feraligatr is so strong. into Sword Slash's team. Dunsparce, one of the best answers, still goes down in the zero shield scenario. So there's a huge argument for it. Dunsparce, as we see here, just roll out down on that Diggersby, and Evan is like, oh my goodness, I just played a 4-minute game and I barely lost. We're going to be going to a game 3 soon, but it's not been too long into today, and we've already seen a game go to timer almost. How much of that do you think we're going to see today?
We could see a few. I do think with a lot of teams relying on some dynamic options like Typhlosion, I don't think we're going to see many Shadow Typhlosion games go to timer. So it's a little bit dependent on the team composition, and I think this game 3 might come down to who brings the Feraligatr. Feraligatr, so strong up energy, and in that instance there, Sword Slash gave up switch advantage, but in doing so, got the alignment that he actually preferred. The alignment was better, and then that Diggersby's energy did not go very far into the Mandibuzz. Diggersby can also learn Hyper Beam. It is expensive to get to. It's 10 quick attacks to the Hyper Beam, but landing a Hyper Beam inflicts some very significant damage onto any flying type that it lands on. It looks like one battler has locked in for game number 3, the other making last-second adjustments. We now have a double lock-in, decisive game 3. Evan 7-7-7-7-1-3 versus Sword Slash, and it's Toxapex into Abomasnow, a devastating lead for Sword Slash.
Yeah, no matter what. Oh, it's going to stay in here. I think, I'm not sure about this because you go for the Icy Wind, right? You're going to have to swap after. And once you swap, I think Evan's just going to swap as well and just counter that pick. If you bring in the Dunsparce, here comes the Diggersby. If you bring the Mandibuzz, here comes the Dugong. Where is the play here for Sword Slash?
Alignment so pivotal, and Evan has the ability to dictate alignment as this matchup is a dominating one. Abomasnow calls the bait, Sludge Wave connects, and that's good night, Abomasnow. In comes Dunsparce. Evan, I think we'll see him choose to stay in here. In the back, he is Dugong, which takes super effective damage from these rock moves from the Dunsparce, and Diggersby, which is a wall to that rock damage. So I think Evan will just stay in here, happily take alignment, and looking at the backlines here, alignment matters quite significantly.
Yeah, I think Droron's going to come through here, but Evan is content to let this Toxapex go down. It's already done its job and protected the backline from a potential Abomasnow. Droron comes through, actually does quite a good chunk of damage. I think if you're Sword Slash here, you just farm up. Maybe you can go for a Rock Slide in case there's some kind of a catch, and you just go for the Droron. I think Evan's still content to let this one through and just put it on the back of Diggersby to finish off this Dunsparce, have the Dugong ready for whatever in the back. I think if you're Evan, though, you might think there's a Feraligatr. Maybe you have to be a little worried, but yeah, that's...
And we do see the nods of acknowledgement from both competitors as this alignment is so favorable for Evan. Mandibuzz not only taking super effective damage, but also consistently getting debuffed by Icy Winds. And the switch timers are very much in alignment. So Sword Slash, the nice thing about the 50-second switch timer is he will be able to escape this matchup sooner than he could in previous seasons. However, Evan did a great job of switching right when Sword Slash switched, which means that, unfortunately, when he switches, Evan can just bring in the Diggersby instantly, and that Dunsparce is back where it started in a very, very tricky matchup.
Mandibuzz already doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but this Icy Wind is going to make it do even less. I think if he shields this, there's just no way the Mandibuzz can get through this Dugong. Lets it go. Actually, wow. Oh, nah, I thought you were so close to hanging on there, but this Dunsparce that just has not enough play against this Diggersby. Such a bulky Pokemon. We've seen how little damage Droron does, and this is no exception. Diggersby, so bulky, so tanky, and it's probably going to be a big reason why some games go to the timer today.
I really like the decision to bring Diggersby on this team of 6. Since Lickitung got nerfed, there's now an increasing variety of bulky normal types that you can choose to bring. A lot of competitors opting for the Dunsparce, some people opting for Licky, some people may opt for Miltank, but specifically choosing Diggersby. Diggersby has an ability to be an incredibly unique core breaker, as by resisting the rollout, it's dominant into Dunsparce. So you can rely on having a bulky normal type, but your bulky normal type is beating the other bulky normal types, and that can really put you at an advantage. And we saw, with the exception of the game where it got stuck on the Mandibuzz, Diggersby putting in an incredible amount of work for Evan.
Diggersby as well, taking down the Dunsparce here, and it's going to just allow Evan to push through winners round 2. Even when things were looking a little bit close after game number 2, he actually had a lot of success with Diggersby, I believe, in Charlotte, where he got top 4 with the Diggersby and Zapdos core. Here, it looks like Toxapex Diggersby is the new meta for Evan, at least, and we'll see if any other trainers are running something similar.
One thing I noted, in his 2 wins, you know how many total shields he used during nighttime? 0. 0 shields used across both those wins. So it's a pretty dominating performance there in those wins by Evan. Did not opt to bring the low kicks. Instead, he supported the low kicks with some incredibly bulky Pokemon that are able to absorb hits, trying to play strong into that Feraligatr, and it ends up playing out quite well. The one match that went to timer did not go his way, but Diggersby, absolute field day in that series.
Its worst matchup is probably the Mandibuzz, but we've seen, even though those Fire Punches don't do a lot, the quick attacks add up more than the Mandibuzz would like them to. Of course, if players do offer Hyper Beam, it makes that not just a okay matchup, but a really good matchup against Mandibuzz, because 2 Hyper Beams is comfortably enough to take down the Mandibuzz. Of course, those Dark Pulses, on the other hand, just do nowhere near comparable levels of damage that the Diggersby would do with a Hyper Beam. But of course, Diggersby looks so good right now, especially with Clodsire, with Dunsparce, all the rollouters actually. It seems like such a bulky, hard wall to them. Even Gastrodon, which is a neutral matchup, it's really, really dominating.
And being a ground type that still has a tremendous amount of play into Feraligatr as well, because Feraligatr, the Hydro Cannons do a lot, but the Shadow Claws are not going to be doing anything. There's that double resistance. So Diggersby, honestly, so far, I mean, based on that dominant performance, it feels like a Pokemon that from day 1 to day 2, I wouldn't be surprised if it had a higher usage day 2 than on day 1, because this is still very early in this new meta, only 11 days since the changes went live. Battlers are still figuring out what works, what are going to be the top strategies that can rise, and it seems like Diggersby, definitely a performer that's doing quite well.
It might be one of those Pokemon, it's like, do you know? Does he know? And he does. This Diggersby taking down the Mandibuzz, but of course, we're going to see the rollout down afterwards. Sword Slash, I think, his most powerful Pokemon in these games was that Dunsparce. It just felt so neutral, so strong when Evan doesn't have access to a fighting type Pokemon. Of course, low kicks used to opt for the move counter, which is non-stab, but of course with the nerfs to counter, it's just not as viable anymore. We see here Dunsparce against the Diggersby again, just not where you want to see it. Out of this whole team, I think Dunsparce looks pretty reasonable to everything except for the Diggersby, but unfortunately Sword Slash got that alignment. Abomasnow into the Toxapex lead. I think from then it was already, the writing was already on the walls, you would say. But of course, Evan taking down this game with no shields used, absolute character.
And Toxapex, an interesting choice, opting to double up on the poison types. There had the Clodsire, but also bringing the Toxapex. Toxapex shares that bulk, but what is different from the Clodsire is it's going to be a complete wall to energy from that Feraligatr. And that can prove to be very valuable, because if this does end up being more of an energy-focused meta, where switch advantage might be less important, and there's certain Pokemon like the Typhlosion, like the Feraligatr, that have this incredible sweeping potential, if they can get a shield advantage or an energy lead, having a Pokemon that you can just say, oh, you have 2 Hydro Cannons? Here, have a Toxapex. No more Hydro Cannons. They're gone now. Is very, very valuable. And Evan was able to put that to very good use. And then catching that Abomasnow in the lead was just devastating, because once he saw that Dunsparce and knew he had the Diggersby in the back, he could comfortably stay in, force that alignment, and from there, that game ended up being a lot more alignment-based, with Toxapex commanding that initial matchup.
Toxapex is one of the most bulky Pokemon, and we also saw Evan use this Pokemon before in San Antonio to get top 4 there, use the Diggersby to get top 4 in Charlotte. He's very familiar with these Pokemon, but now they're better than ever, and Evan is better than ever as well. He is moving on inside of the Baltimore Regional Championships, and let's hear a little bit from him and Will on how his run's going to continue today.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Evan, 77777. There's a lot of sevens, but Evan, you did have a big win there up on stage. Tell us how it feels to get that first win or second win of the tournament under your belt.
Yeah, it's been like 3 or 4 regionals since I've been on stream, so it was nice to be back on stream. I always say that I would much rather lose on stream and have everybody see a spectacle than lose off on the tables. So yeah, it feels good to win, but I'm just glad to be back on stage.
Also, speaking of spectacles, I think a lot of trainers were introduced to you playing some spicier picks last season. Zapdos, if not mistaken. You played Beedrill a couple times, maybe some Toxapex action. Talk to us about your team and low kicks in particular. What's going on with low kicks? Come on.
Yeah. So, yeah, after Worlds, which I brought Lilip to, didn't make it on stage, really wanted to with that. took a little break, did some GBL, and I've just been like working a lot, so I haven't had a ton of time to look at the meta. But I'd never seen low kicks. I saw that Sucker Punch got better. Said it looked like fun. I mean, bug typing is usually not the best, but sometimes in these play metas, especially with a lot of ground fast pressure, it can be okay. So I went for it. Maybe Ariados would have been a teensy bit better, but low kicks look like fun, and yeah, I'd rather have some fun than win, I guess.
I actually had Ariados on my caster picks. It's like an anti-meta pick, which I think low kicks can also be considered as well. But Evan, best of luck in your future matches. Always a pleasure to talk with you. Is there anyone you want to shout out or say thanks to?
Yeah, a lot of people. I have a lot of friends that I scrim with, so I don't want to say anything because I'll forget people. But yeah, I scrim with a lot of people, and so I guess everybody who's ever scrimmed with me knows that I'm very appreciative of all of their help, because otherwise I would be not playing at any of the caliber that I sometimes rarely play at. So.
Absolutely. I think the scrims definitely help you to cook up some of these spicier teams and spicier picks. But speaking of spicy, we're going to take a look back at our highlights from the first few rounds of the tournament. Look at these Pokemon. This is insane. We'll be right back after this.
Help than that.
Damn, GG. Damn, GG.
I was hoping you would CMP there because I don't know who wins CMP. Hoping you would CMP there because I don't know who wins CMP. I was trying to find out. trying to learn mid-match. Yeah, I was like, I have no idea.
I knew you were gonna bring those same 3 every single time. I just had to get the alignment right, but I didn't.
I had Diggersby in the lead until the very last second, and I was like, maybe it'll be a bomb.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped, late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyall, Jeffson, Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
We came from far away to share welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequates, but it's not enough.
It's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion! Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. It's stunned in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. This is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Red Deed Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're gonna see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's gonna take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel. And there is the handle! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper. And as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Turnavelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
世界チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and to see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo.
se siente increíble.
Things are heating up here at the first Pokemon Go Regional Championship of the 2025 season here in Baltimore, the Monument City. Looking forward to some monumental battles going on. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here beside Speediest Chief 2, Speedburger, ready to give you rapid fire games.
Absolutely. We're going to try our best to cook here in the booth for all of you watching at home. And it's not going to be hard because the spicy picks that we see on stage are so much fun. And seeing those Pokemon in action is just such a reward. It feels like everything is on the table and nothing's off the board.
Yeah, there's so many Pokemon that have been used that we're like, okay, never seen it before in action. We saw Gastrodon on the stage. We've seen Talonflames galore, and you guys are in for a treat because our next battlers are very well known in the community, bringing in some very interesting picks. We saw Lyall Jeff's picks in the pre-show. We saw a Drapion. When were you ever think you'd see one of these in play Pokemon?
Exactly. I mean, I'm just going to call it. I think Crimson's came early because we're going to have some Crimson K19 action on stage. Famously, the first ever 4th place finisher at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Nobody else can ever take that away from him, but he's up against a very formidable opponent. This is Lyall Jeffs III, one of the scariest trainers you can sit across when you're at the table here.
Yeah, Lyall Jeffs, as we all know, he had a really, really incredible run in the 2024 season, looking to prove it here once again, bringing a team that we saw early. Talonflames again, galore. A Drapion, Umbreon, Diggersby, Shadow Venusaur, and an Azumarill.
Shadow Venusaur definitely gives me some flashbacks to Barcelona last season where Z Zweilous was able to win the title there. But I mean, can it be as effective here? We don't see the Glygars, we don't see the traditional counters, but there are so many Talonflames, so many Sandslash, still lots of obstacles for that Pokemon to succeed.
I'm really interested in that team because if you think about it, Clodsire and Feraligatr are everywhere. We're seeing them, in fact, on Crimson's team, but none of those are in Lyall Jeff's team. Meanwhile, we're also talk about Spice. We're seeing a Chestnut, we're seeing Gudras, and Shadow-type Lotion. Here to stay, it looks like.
I'm looking at the plushie there on the table with Crimson. He's definitely staying on theme. Shadow-type Lotion, which we saw was so strong for out-of-pocket in his first round win of the tournament and of the max-out season. Incinerate, Blast Burn, and Thunder Punch hit so many Pokemon across the board.
I think Crimson wearing that 4th place medal would intimidate a lot of trainers that he's up against. I think Lyall Jeff saying, meanwhile, I left my 2 first place medals at home, nowhere to be seen around his neck, but I think he's still carrying the weight on his shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, 2 regional championships in one season is nothing to snuff at, but Crimson K19 has been so impressive against top competition. Definitely can hold his own in any environment, so I'm really excited to see what he decides to bring. Looking across the board, you've got that Shadow Venusaur for Lyall Jeffs, opposite of the Chestnut for Crimson K19. Those are the 2 grass types. Venusaur obviously gets the edge there. I expect Crimson to bring at least 1, maybe even 2 checks to Shadow Venusaur in game 1.
Yeah, Shadow Venusaur is something that we haven't seen, like you said, in past Barcelona of last season. We're seeing it maybe in this game. We're going to see the very beginning here, coming in with the Umbreon versus Clodsire, 2 very, very bulky Pokemon getting ready to start out this battle.
Saw a little head shake there from Lyall Jeffs. I think he realizes this is a very neutral matchup, but he doesn't have the potential to kind of switch in. He doesn't want to send in the Drapion and take a super effective Earthquake. He doesn't want to send in the Azumarill and take a ton of Poison Sting damage either. So he's kind of forced to stay here. Umbreon versus Clodsire.
Throwing off an attack, I think Umbreon can be used a little little bit like a sponge at this point, though, right, Will? Because Earthquake, as you can see, will be able to connect, but the Umbreon is still going to remain in the green. That is the heaviest hitting attack from the Clodsire, and Umbreon just shakes it off.
Like we said in the intro, Clodsire, an absolute unit, can probably absorb 4 of these foul plays before it gets down into the red. Here comes number 2 from Lyall Jeffs, though, trying to chip down the ground and poison-type Pokemon. Meanwhile, Crimson closes in on a second Earthquake here.
I like this play a lot by Lyall Jeffs, actually putting the Umbreon in the lead. It's one of those Pokemon where it's like, it can absorb all of this energy, and I think he was looking at whatever there was in the back. He's saying, okay, I think my goal is to outbulk here, maybe save shields for that Drapion that would be coming in later. Another foul play coming off. Clodsire only in the yellow now, but I think this will be almost enough to knock it down to the red.
Yeah, very, very close. Going to go for the Stone Edge here to close out this matchup. Great awareness by Crimson K to not allow another foul play to come through. As you look at the HP here on the Clodsire for Crimson K19, probably going to come in with the Zoom Roll, look for a bubble down, but no shields have been used yet, and this also gives Crimson K alignment. He's so happy that his Typhlosion is not lined up against his Zoom Roll right now.
Not only that, he wasn't able to completely bubble down. Still too much health left on that Clodsire. Clodsire gives out a parting Earthquake, which doesn't seem like much. Again, still in the green, but this is a lot of chip damage. Clodsire has put in so much work.
Absolutely, Clodsire clocking some overtime hours. He's got a Dugong and a Typhlosion in the back, and this Azumarill has got a boatload of energy. At this point, Crimson K is going to come in here with the Typhlosion. I'm actually really surprised he's doing this, but he does know this Azumarill does not have Hydro Pump, so he lets the Ice Beam through, Amanda.
He knows that this is not going to be enough to be able to knock him out. Wants to get a little bit of energy, as you can see, not very effective, but still, these bubbles are adding up. This Thunder Punch will be able to release. It is a Shadow Typhlosion, meaning it's going to do 20% more. Lyall Jeffs properly using that shield up. He still has a ton of energy on that Azumarill.
Shadow Typhlosion needs 10 more turns to get to the second Thunder Punch. Meanwhile, Lyall Jeffs has the Ice Beam ready. Gonna throw 2 bubbles and then the Ice Beam here. A rare kind of miscalculation by a former regional champion. Ice Beam does pull that Protect Shield from Crimson K. Goes for the Thunder Punch to steal away that final shield from Lyall Jeffs.
I think even though it wasn't optimal timing by Lyall Jeffs, he knew that he would lose that charge attack priority, and he had to throw it first to be able to get off that energy, because otherwise the Thunder Punch would have just come through. Then we have an immediate swap by both now. Going into that Drapion versus the Dugong, Drapion will be able to reach its moveset first and getting that last shield from Crimson.
Man, I've seen a lot of Pokemon. I think this is an XXL Shadow Drapion here from Lyall Jeffs. It looks bigger than real life here. We're going to see the Icy Wind get fired off. Could be a drill run, could be devastating. Lyall Jeffs needs to make a call. Lyall Jeffs doesn't make the call, uses his final protection.
Not only does he make the call, he is now debuffed, and even though he has a head-on energy, this crunch coming through will not be doing as much. Really great timing by Lyall Jeffs, recognizing that he will be able to hit this on charge attack priority. Wants to try to get off as much energy as possible, but that drill run is already stored on Crimson K's time.
Drapion takes a bite out of Dugong. Defense drop occurs as well, but a super effective drill run is definitely going to punish the Drapion and its poison typing. Ground type damage, that's a knockout. Crimson K takes game 1 from Lyall Jeffs.
Taking game number 1 with a very interesting team composition, something like we said, haven't seen much before. Had a Drapion in that matchup. We had Dugong coming back full force. I think Dugong was one of the Pokemon last season that really started to gain momentum near the end. However, with this completely new meta, this completely new Pokemon shift, it's really great to see some of these Pokemon still making a staple claim.
I feel like the Dugong Annihilate core was definitely strong. If I recall correctly, Nighttime Clasher did win Liverpool with that duo, but then you kind of look at this new meta and you say, well, what can I build around the Dugong if I still want to play that Pokemon? And I do think that Crimson K bringing Pokemon like Chestnut, like Typhlosion, really kind of fill that fighter type role that Annihilate left in its absence.
Yeah, and I really like this play by Crimson that he did first, because it is such a call, right? When there's only one shield left in the game, if Lyall Jeffs didn't shield that first one up, the Drapion would have already been gone.
True.
Unfortunately for him, he made the wrong call there, which made Crimson K be able to get to the second one as well, sealing the deal for him in game number 1.
Drapion's a very powerful safe switch Pokemon. We see that very often in Go Battle League. Trainers will switch in the Drapion, get off a couple crunches, catch a defense drop, spam off some charge attacks, get back to their switch timer, and just really manipulate the board. But I think in this situation with Drapion as your closer, there just wasn't the Pokemon that Crimson wanted to see, or excuse me, that Lyall Jeffs wanted to see. Crimson's Chestnut wasn't on the board. Even, I guess, the Typhlosion had already been been on the field and off, so there weren't really a lot of targets for it in the end.
Speaking of targets, I want to bring something to your attention. Just get your opinion on this, Speedy. Look at this Gudra on Crimson's side. Is there really a hard counter to it? Because even a Zoomerl doesn't want to take the Thunder Punches that will be available to this Pokemon, should be able to get a little bit of an energy advantage.
Exactly.
Speaking of, we got it on the field.
Amanda using Future Sight. Here comes Gudra in the lead from Crimson K19 versus Umbreon. Going with the, I think, a very similar team to game number 1. Lyall Jeffs with his Drapion and Umbreon Core. This time subbing in the Diggersby. Like you pointed out, Amanda, this Gudra can hold its own against the bulkiest Pokemon on Lyall Jeffs' team.
As we know, Dragon Breath is just one of the most oppressive, fast attacks in the game, already chunking down one of the bulkiest Pokemon to almost half health here. It will have to take a foul play, but Gudra is able to do this, and I think Crimson has both times put kind of very bulky but solidly safe Pokemon in the lead here for him.
I'm looking here at the back line for Crimson. I think he definitely has a team composition advantage. Chestnut with presumably Frenzy Plant and Superpower. I don't think he has triple Thunder Punches, but we'll find out. And the Dugong as well with its Ice typing and ground coverage of Drill Run. I think that if Crimson K can maintain switch advantage and win this lead, he's going to set himself up really well in the end game.
Last Resort coming in, an immediate swap up by Lyall, going for a very aggressive farm down here, but Drapion with energy is one of the most dangerous things in the game. Already at a crunch, hoping for a debuff here. Crimson's going to let that first one go through just in case that defense drop does happen.
I'm telling you, at least on my account, it happens all the time. And here comes another defense drop from the second crunch of the Drapion in this series. Meanwhile, Dugong trying to close in on the charge attack. Does get to the charge attack. This is Icy Wind. Lyall just forced the Protect Shield anyway, even though it's not the Drill Run because this Drapion is getting low.
Low to go here, and now it looks like he is going to farm up just a little bit of extra energy, going for another crunch. This is the more effective attack to be throwing at the Dugong. The defenses are down, even though the attack has been lowered. Will it be enough? Not quite to knock it out. And meanwhile, looks like he's going to have to swap out here, going into the Chestnut. But look at this Drapion, still in it.
I think the benefit here is that Chestnut is a fighting and grass type. We know this is not a sludge bomb Drapion, so he's able to absorb the crunch no problem. But the real issue here are the poison stings. Recently buffed with the max out update, they are doing much more damage than they ever had. And now it's going to force Crimson K to use his first Protect Shield of the game.
Yeah, he basically has this Chestnut against the world here. Maybe he's thinking that Dugong later for a potential sacrificial swap. This will go through. Does Lyall just want to connect? Yes, he's going to let that Drapion go down, but hey, that Drapion did so much work. We still have a full health Pokemon in the back and a little bit on that Umbreon.
Yeah, I like the Clodsire we saw from Crimson Game 1. Drapion putting in overtime here for Lyall Jeffs, but now he's got the Diggersby with Fire Punch. Gonna throw a Frenzy Plant here. I think, Amanda, the Diggersby can tank this. Lyall Jeffs agrees.
Lyall Jeffs says, okay, I know what's coming through, but it doesn't even matter at this point. You're gonna need to throw 2 regardless. Just getting up a ton of energy here. Crimson trying to get a catch, but Lyall Jeffs patient as always, going for one more quick attack before throwing this Fire Punch. Even though there's a shield, I think Crimson's gonna, look, he's gonna protect it up.
Yeah, I think Lyall Jeffs built to the double Fire Punches. He knows he can throw the first one here. Will lose the charge attack priority, but Crimson K doesn't even go for it. He recognizes he still has to get past that Umbreon in the back, and Chestnut is just too weak, too worn down. It gets KO'd by the Fire Punch from Diggersby.
Lyall Jeffs cool as a cucumber there. When we were looking at the team compositions, we even said at the beginning, it looks like Crimson might have had a team comp advantage, but Lyall just knew exactly how he wanted to play out that matchup. Getting very aggressive, swapping in that Drapion for that farm down was incredible wherewithal by Lyall Jeffs, being able to then throw the crunch.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. I think that the team composition was good for Crimson, but the farm downs are really where Crimson got hurt. The first was the Drapion farm down of the Gudra. The second was the Drapion just pressuring the Dugong so much that Crimson had to go to the Chestnut. At that point, there was really very few options because the Drapion was so far ahead in terms of energy.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when players are making their decisions around their team compositions, these are things that they have to take into consideration. How much bulk is on my Pokemon? How quickly am I able to get to one of these charge attacks? As you can see, there's so many attacks loaded here. Crimson trying his hardest to be able to find a win condition, but Lyall just playing right through it there. Double Fire Punches being able to throw.
I just want to give some insight into the call. So at that point, you could try to send in the Dugong when you feel your opponent might throw, but a lot of experienced trainers would throw the Dugong onto the field when they know their opponent is at the double up. because a lot of trainers like Lyall Jeffs will try to secure the energy he needs to win the game and then start to throw his charge attacks. He doesn't go by feel as much as he is calculated, and Crimson chose the former. He felt it out and said, okay, 3 more quick attacks, now I'll send in the Dugong. Turned out to be the wrong timing. He could have had a chance to catch if he would have thrown the Dugong onto the field when the double fire punches are ready, in my opinion.
I agree with you. The one thing that I think Crimson maybe had going for him in that moment as well, though, is everyone knows this about Lyall Jeffs, right? We've seen Lyall play so many times. We've seen how consistent he is. He's very methodical in his plays. So because of that, Crimson was thinking, okay, maybe he's trying to surprise me and he's going to throw at a different time, doing something a little bit different to try to throw off his opponent. Fortunately for him, it didn't work out, but fortunately for all of us viewing, that means we get a decisive game 3.
Yeah, I'm so excited to go into game number 3. Crimson has definitely been a surprise. Game 1, sending in Typhlosion versus Azumarill and still winning that battle. And then in game number 2, the Drapion from Lyall Jeffs was just too much. A lot of trainers probably looking at this team and wondering, really? Are you going to go with Shadow Drapion in Baltimore? Is that really the pick? Well, Lyall Jeffs is proving why.
I mean, there are 2 Pokemon on the Lyall Jeffs team that are Shadow, so they're not going to be able to tank energy as well, but they really hit harder. But meanwhile, he's supplemented that with very bulky Pokemon. We got an Azumarill on his team, we have an Umbreon, we have a Diggersby. These are 3 Pokemon known for their HP and defense, known to be able to take attacks better than most.
Speaking of Shadow Pokemon, we have not seen the Shadow Venusaur from Lyall Jeffs. Has Crimson shown him enough with Dugong, with Chestnut, with even the Clodsire, I might argue? Has he shown him enough to warrant the grass and poison type coming onto the field?
This is one of the best things I think about best of 3s, right? It's like you're playing a little bit of a game with your opponent, not only on the field, but also in the mind. Like, okay, if I did this game number 1, I think I scared this off game number 2. Okay, they're never going to bring this. And of course, it's always interesting to see what's going to go on the field game number 3.
I think a lot of competitive Pokemon Go comes down to knowing when to take a risk, knowing when to kind of gamble and use a Pokemon that might not have the best matchups. For example, in the last matchup, we just saw Crimson K with Chestnut in the back. There's a Talonflame and a Venusaur on Lyall Jeffs' team, but he thought that there were enough positive to neutral targets that he could actually bring the Pokemon, and that bet almost paid off. Going into this game at number 3, I know Lyall really wants to keep his winning ways kind of alive. He wants to continue to plow his way through tournaments. Meanwhile, Crimson K definitely wants to aim for fourth place or higher, right?
Yeah, I think last time when he was doing an interview, he said, I don't even want to win. I just want another medal. So his expectations are maybe not as high, but we'll have to see if he will be able to do this. Going through one of what I call almost a final boss of Lyall Jeffs so early in the tournament could be a way to be able to do that. Lyall Jeffs led Umbreon both game number 1 and number 2. I think he did this because it has a lot of bulk and a lot of neutral play against all of the Pokemon on Crimson's team. Do you think we'll see that again for game number 3?
You make a great point, because look at the team from Crimson here. He's got Superpower on Chestnut, and he's got no fairy type attacks. So when you think about dark type Pokemon, you think about the worst matchups. You know, Azumarill, Clefable, a Wigglytuff, or even a fighting type Pokemon like Annihilate or like Vigoroth. Those are tough matchups, but none of those threats are on the board. So I think that realistically, Lyall Jeffs can put that Umbreon anywhere on his team, and as long as it's not in a shields down scenario against Chestnut, it has play.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when players are looking at their teams, they're thinking, what could be a good, what we call safe swap Pokemon? So if you end up losing that lead portion of the game, then you are able to swap into a Pokemon that is sort of comfortable. Now that we have the 50-second timer as well, I think things get a little more flexible in general, but I think this is the thing that a lot of trainers, especially more high-level ones, are going through when they're making their team decisions. If I lead a specific Pokemon, what am I going to do if I face its hardest counter in the lead?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're going through those mental gymnastics right as they're locking in the teams. I think also you need to recognize the win conditions as they appear in real time. Do I have a shield advantage? Okay, I do, then I can play this way. Do I have a shield deficit? Well, now I need to shift my strategy and play a different way. I think a lot of players that really succeed consistently at a high level are able to pivot like that real time, in game, during the match, even though they probably had a completely different plan going in.
Yeah, I think that is one of the things that helps separate a very good player from a great player. And both of these trainers have a lot of accolades to their names. I think that both of them are very anxious to stay in the winner's side of the bracket, right? In a double elimination tournament, a round 3 loss isn't the end of the world, but it does end up kind of hurting that momentum, hurting that streak that you had going into the day.
No, it absolutely does. I think a lot of trainers would much prefer to stay on the winning side of a double elimination bracket, but at the same time, we have seen trainers defy the odds and push their way through. Thank you so much, everybody, for bearing with us while we get our technical situation sorted here up on the stage. Again, we want the best environment for our players, and you can tell based on the environment, Crimson K is having a good time. Definitely some friends in the crowd. I'm sure for Lyall as well. A lot of people here supporting both of them.
Yeah, but a lot of people in the chat, I'm sure, are supporting these trainers. Let us know, who are you cheering for? Are you going for Lyall Jip, someone from Canada coming down to try to take a spot here in Baltimore at the first regional championship of the year? Or are you going for Crimson K19 with that spicy Typhlosion on his team?
Exactly right. Two trainers very well known in the community, content creators as well. So if you're looking to see some high-level battles, make sure to tune in to their broadcast. But that being said, we're going to take a few more minutes to sort out the situation on the stage as we take a look at that beautiful Typhlosion from Crimson K. So I think we've kind of gone through the mental gymnastics of what these trainers are going to lead, what they're going to swap into. We're going to take a breather on that for a moment. I wanted to ask you, Amanda, your caster picks. What went into your thought process, and which Pokemon do you think will succeed the most out of the ones that you selected?
So I picked Shadow Typhlosion as well as Henry, but I think since he's really been going off on it, he's been popping off about it so much, I'm going to go ahead. I'll leave that for him.
Oh, how nice of you.
Oh, I'm nice
You're
like
very
that.
generous.
Well, you know, spread the word. I am really liking Dunsparce. We've been seeing it so much already.
Spicy pick.
It is. It's an interesting pick. I mean, it was something that really got the benefit of the rollout buff earlier on. Yeah. Now there's so many attacks that can be attacking for the flying type Pokemon, and it can also be for the Clodsires that are going on. And okay, overall, I think my picks are pretty generic. You're gonna laugh. Will's already laughing at me about my picks. But this is the very first event of the season, right? So anything could go at this point, and
that's true.
We're seeing a lot of everything except for that Poliwrath.
I will give you a lot of credit, Amanda. You typically nail the picks. I think that you did a great job at NAIC last season, great job at Worlds. The Shadow Typhlosion, as we saw from Out of Pocket, was absolutely devastating, diabolical, as Henry referred to it. I think that's definitely going to be a player. A Pokemon on my side that I would really love to see succeed is actually Greninja. And when you look at this meta, right, you've got Clodsire, you've got Feraligatr, and you've got Mandibuzz. It's kind of like the big three in Open Great League, in Go Battle League. I feel like Greninja having good matchups, like neutral to good matchups against all three of those, definitely needs to be respected. I think Greninja with a shield advantage can sweep through entire teams, especially with the absence of fighters and the absence of fairies.
That was actually the point that I was going to bring up. Now that we know that there's a downward trend of the Annihilate, of Vigoroth, most of the Pokemon using counter, and we're not seeing so many Karate Chop users, at least as of yet. Greninja definitely has a lot of play within the meta, especially since we can see this. This is a show 6 pick 3 format, meaning you can look at the whole team, you can also see what attacks these Pokemon are running. I mean, if Greninja doesn't have a fighter against on the other team, I think that maybe that could be a potential safe swap if we're already talking about those type of Pokemon.
I mean, I don't know how spicy it is because we've seen a Galarian Moltres and a Low-Kicks already. So, I mean, I don't know how far in the barrel is the Greninja. How far down do we have to reach to get that Pokemon? But I guess only time will tell as we move through this tournament because like Pocket said in our interview, right? I don't know what's going on. Nobody knows what's going on. We're kind of figuring it out as we go. I think that's one of the most exciting things about this Baltimore Regional Championship and really kicking off the 2025 season.
Yeah, and Eric, our Nighttime Clasher, he picked a Shadow Golurk. And I think he picked it for the same reason that we see a lot of the Gastrodons, right? Because there has been this Mud Slap buff. A Golurk is a Pokemon that's very squishy in the Great League, and maybe it doesn't have as much diversity, but it would be really cool to see. One that I was thinking that we might see more of, but we haven't seen yet in the tournament. Yet. All
right, spill the beans. I gotta know.
Shadow Marowak.
Oh, Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Ooh.
The regular, the very first one that we saw in the game. Sure. It hasn't been in the Rocket Stops for a very long time, but I have a good one. And I'm just missing a couple candies to be able to power it up all the way, give it its second moveset. But I heard, rumor has it, it's spawning at regional events.
Oh, interesting. So maybe some Cubones if you come out to an upcoming regional championship event. Well, guess what, Amanda? There are also so many other events going on in game. In just a few hours, we're going to have our September Community Day. We've got a beautiful Ponyta and Galarian Ponyta, both of which can be shiny, and both of which will gain access to Wild Charge, which definitely gives them a lot of flexibility. I don't think we'll see these in the championship series, but I think Wild Charge could surprise some people in Go Battle League.
I mean, this is the best thing about Pokemon Go, right? Is that there's There's so many different ways to play this game. PvP is a huge component of it, especially for people like us. But there's a bit of a collector in me as well. You were giving me a hard time about how many best buddies I have, how many shinies I have, how many pavilions I have that are 100%. Oh, okay.
I have full respect. I want everyone in chat to guess how many best buddies Amanda Lundberg has. You're not going to get it right. I'm telling you, the number is astronomical. But that being said, Amanda, I think our players are ready on stage. So we are ready for game number 3. We talked about the teams. Let's give a quick refresher for just a second because we're jumping right in.
Yeah, the teams going into these matches with Talonflame, Drapion, Umbreon, Diggersby, Shadow Venusaur, and Azumarill on Lyall Jeff's side.
Crimson K with the Clodsire, Shadow Typhlosion, Chestnut, Goodra, as well as Dugong and Shadow for Alligator. We have not seen Shadow for Alligator for Crimson K. We have not seen Shadow Venusaur for Lyall Jeffs. Going to game number 3, it's anyone's matchup. I wonder who's going to take it.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier on. These two are 1-1 in this. The loser of this will drop down to the loser's bracket. They'll still be able to play out, see if they'll be able to make day 2. It's not impossible. In fact, last season, we had a trainer end up dropping in round 1 and sweeping the tournament, flipping the bracket, becoming the grand champion. Anything is possible here in Baltimore as well.
Absolutely. Well, we are jumping right here into game number 3. We've got Lyall Jeffs at third on the left, and we've got Crimson K19 on the right. Dugong lead into Azumarill.
And this is a pretty neutral matchup overall. Both of these water-type Pokemon, the Play Roughs will be able to do a little bit to the Dugong, but if it ends up getting debuffed, we're in for a longer first-round matchup here. Both of them, again, going for bulky Pokemon, and it looks like Azumarill not throwing right away, letting an extra bubble go through.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these two Pokemon have the same pacing with their fast attacks, right? Both 3-turn fast attacks in Bubble and Ice Shard. But at the same time, I'm noticing the on-field matchup, but I'm also looking at the back lines. I think Crimson K has another team composition advantage. He's got a Goodra and a Clodsire in the back to deal with the eventual Shadow Drapion and Talonflame.
Yeah, this now is going to be able to go through. Still no shields on Lyall Jeff's side. He knows that this Azumarill can take these drill runs quite comfortably, barely knocked down to the yellow at this point, and the Play Roughs will start to add up, especially because it's going for the not going for the icy winds, going for the drill runs instead, throwing right before the next one is loaded. Great timing by Lyall Jeff's here. Play Rough looks like it will connect. Crimson not using a shield.
Yeah, Crimson could have chosen early on in this matchup to throw an Icy Wind to try to slow down the Azumarill, but even if you slow it down, I do think it will take the same number of Play Roughs to KO the Dugong, so he's going the safe route. He's just dishing damage, weakening this Azumarill. We see the swap out into the Drapion. This decision is so important. Crimson K stays in. He gets farmed down. Poison Sting got buffed, and he's unable to get to the Icy Wind there.
Lyall Jeffs did the same thing game number 2. Came out with a ton of energy here, though, and even though those Goodra's Shadow Breaths are just whittling away here at the Drapion, Drapion says, I already have a crunch loaded for you. Here's the first one. Will we see a defense drop? It doesn't even matter. This Goodra is in the yellow. The defense is dropped, and the next attack is going before he's even charged up for his first.
This is so insulting for a Dragon-type Pokemon to have to shield an Aqua Tail of all things. All the types you resist as a Dragon still need to respect that charge attack from the Drapion. Gonna go ahead and fire off his own Aqua Tail and will pick up the KO. This actually might be a spark here for Crimson K because now there's a weak Azumarill in the back and there's a Talonflame on the field, but it's got a shield advantage and the defense drop means the Incinerates are chipping down. Here comes Crimson K with the Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail coming through, getting that first shield off here, and Crimson ended up staying in with that Dugong, going down, giving that Drapion a ton of energy. Looks like he's ended up doing the exact same thing with the Goodra, and now it is just Clodsire against the world, going for an attack here. But if you look at the movesets of this Talonflame, of Lyall Jeffs, he's going straight for that Brave Bird because he knows he's going to have to shield regardless of what's coming in.
We were just having this conversation at breakfast, right? In the Talonflame Clodsire matchup, you know you have to shield. You cannot absorb a double super effective Stone Edge from a Clodsire, so you have to shield. Just throw Brave Bird every single time.
Yep, going up, just getting a little more energy. This has already gone through. Crimson forcing to shield here because he knows it will be able enough to knock him out. Even the Fly at this range might be enough. He will be able to reach the other one. It looks like Fly is reached beforehand. Fly is connecting with the unshielded Clodsire.
Such a tough position for Crimson K to be in. He was one Poison Sting short. Fly does pick up the knockout. Lyall Jeffs picks up a 2-1 victory against Crimson K19 in round 3 in Baltimore.
Round 3 has gone over. Lyall Jeffs has become the winner of this matchup. Crimson K will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, so he is not out of this tournament. Incredible plays by both opponents there. Let's just really get into it, though. That Brave Bird sealing the deal for Game 3 for Lyall Jeffs.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many moments in that series. Crimson K taking game 1 was definitely a wake-up call for Lyall. I think he saw that game 1 victory after, again, sending in a Shadow Typhlosion versus an Azumarill and still finding the win condition was wild. But in game 2, game 3, Lyall Jeff showed us why he is a 2-time regional champion last season and also the Pittsburgh runner-up. A lot of people forget about that. But he was up against Wadaj to start off the season last season. He's looking to open 2025 with a bang as well.
And with a Dropion as well, I think not only was there a Shadow bonus, the Poison Sting bonus as well, being able to farm down 2 games in a row, a low-health Pokemon, just to come out with energy was one of the most dangerous things that I think opponents of Lyall Jeffs is really going to have to watch out for.
I mean, you could make so many arguments, right? We saw the Drapion safe switch. You know, Lyall Jeffs came out of Azumarill, went to the Drapion early on in that matchup. We're going to take a look back at the whole series, right? Let's kind of zoom out here a little bit. This was game number 2, Chestnut versus the Diggersby. Chestnut unable to get to the superpower here in time. Still a protection for Lyall Jeffs with the double fire punches. Going to game number 3, though, this was definitely impactful. The Poison Sting down of the Dugong. At this point, Crimson could have swapped into his Clodsire because he knew that the Drapion was switch locked, and he's already seen the Azumarill, so maybe he just goes to Clodsire and saves that Goodra for whatever's in the back, but that's not how it went down. Instead, Lyall Jeffs.
Yeah, I think it's a big wake-up call, like you said. At the same point, we didn't see the Talonflame before, right? It was hard to predict what was going to be in the back for either one of these trainers. I think for Crimson, the hardest part was realizing that he wasn't going to be able to hit that drill run or icy wind from the Dugong, because that was the reason he was staying in this matchup. He's saying, okay, I'm going to be able to give a little bit of a parting gift, maybe even get a shield. Was unable to do so and just ended up giving way too much energy to that Drapion, which in return got fired back onto him.
And we just see how powerful Drapion can be when it is ahead on energy. When it farms down a Pokemon, it can definitely be devastating. I think that Poison Sting buff is going to sneak up on a lot of people this weekend. The Fairy Wind buff is also going to sneak up and surprise a lot of trainers, so we'll just have to see how it turns out. But Amanda, we have an exclusive interview. This is Home Slice Henry with the Lyall Jeffs on the floor. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Speedy. And I'm joined here with the one and only, the 2-time regional champion, Lyall Jeffs. Actually, my caster prediction for the battler most likely to succeed. And it seems like success is in the air for him today, as he was able to win his on-stream match and advance the tournament. I know we haven't had this meta for a lot of time, Lyall, but how are you liking the changes in the max out season?
Yeah, it's a very interesting update that just happened. I wasn't exactly sure what to run. Like, everyone seems to be gravitating towards for Alligator and Clodsire, but I felt like it limited the other picks from my team. So I wanted to go with something that was still strong meta, but a little bit off meta to try to see if I could, get some advantages for myself.
And it seems like some of those more anti-meta Pokemon were able to put in some terrific work in this series. The one I do want to highlight is that Shadow Dropion being able to farm down the aggressive switch out there. It seems like the Shadow Dropion with the extra poison damage combined with that 50-second switch timer served you quite well in that series.
Yeah, like the ability to farm things down like you saw in game 2 and 3 is very key for Dropion. And the ability to get up energy and be so spammy and also have the potential for the crunch debuff, it's been like my MVP so far this tournament. And it's one of those things where opponent knows what you're trying to do, but it's really hard to stop it because, they have to, that means they have to give up switch if they want to try to stop you, or they have to try to RPS you with like a mud slapper, let's say, which I haven't seen yet. So we'll see how the tournament continues moving forward.
And so far, it has been going pretty well for you. Final question for you here, Lyall. That game 3, it came down to a Talonflame versus a Stone Edge user, and that unique moveset, that Fly Brave Bird, we've seen it a couple times, put in a tremendous amount of work for you there. Did you end up considering Flame Charge at all, or from the start, was it Talonflame with the double flying?
I actually strongly considered it after scrimming me Weedle, and I lost to his Alolan Sand Slash without Flame Charge. So, but after going back and forth, I just feel like Brave Bird gives you the ability to flip those matchups, or at least turn things that are not in your favor, whereas Flame Charge is sort of just like an RPS moveset. So, like, as you saw in that final game, the Brave Bird does so much to Clodsire. It puts it in Ice Beam range. So I just had to land one Brave Bird, and I was fine in that game.
And it seems like So far, I mean, the common thing between these Shadow Drapion and the Talonflame is their energy just goes everywhere. You were able to get the energy lead on the Talonflame. It KO'd the Clodsire, farming things down with Poison Sting, and even Chestnut ended up shielding a couple crutches there. So far, an energy-favored playstyle working out for Lyall. So big congratulations on winning. You are my caster pick, so I hope I get to interview you here again, and I will send it back to the casters.
Thanks, John. You know, I think maybe we should get Lyall Jeff some cowboy boots and a plow because he did go to Farmtown with that Drapion, and yeah, he wasn't happy with that one.
No.
Repeat, do I need to roll it back?
It's good, but I'm just picturing it, right? I'm picturing Lyall with the hat on. I could see it. I could see it.
Hey, you know what? If anyone at home is able to, do some photo manipulation, you liked his farming with that Drapion, feel free to make us something, #PlayPokemon. Maybe we'll feature it in a post coming up. We would love to see some interaction with the chat, some interaction with the people at home.
Overalls and a plaid shirt.
I like it. I like it a lot.
We might see Farmer Jeff taking the stage tomorrow on Top Cut, but we'll find out how he progresses through the rest of the bracket. We have really exciting trainers still yet to come, and I think we're going to see more farm downs, more exciting plays, because again, some of these charge attack and fast attack changes have really shifted the meta, and they've really made previously impossible plays suddenly possible.
You know, Lyall Jeff has 2 regional champions under his belt. He's a player that is super well known within not only the North America region, but also all over the globe. We have a trainer coming up who he hasn't gotten first yet, but he has a lot of second place finishes to his name. Coming over from across the pond. Oh, yeah, no. I think it's a similar version of him, but maybe overseas. We got Tomahawk UK coming in, invading here in this region. Will he be able to sneak a title here in North America?
That'll be a surprise, right? I don't think a lot of trainers knew that Tomahawk was coming, but he's going to be a formidable trainer, taking Shadow Gastrodon into the top 16 at Worlds, which is absolutely bonkers. I don't know if he brought Gastrodon this weekend, but we're going to find out here shortly.
And he's playing up against Cheese Curl, running a team, something that I just want to point out, Will, on your caster predictions of Pokemon that are going to be interesting. We're going to come up with that next, because first we're going to look at Tomahawk's team. It's a team that we've seen some similar things throughout this show so far, but look at that bottom corner Pokemon. We have a Pangoro on the team.
Karate Chop Pangoro is going to get to those Night Slashes way faster than you expect, and it does have the close combat asset as well. Due to that, I typically see Pangoros in Go Battle League either in the lead or as the closing Pokemon once a Protect Shield advantage has been achieved. So whenever you see these Pokemon, their movesets, their identity kind of tip the hat towards what playstyle they are going to incur. So that does appear on Tomahawk's team. I expect it in the lead or as the closer.
And on the other side there, we see an Ariados, one of your picks. Very interesting pick overall with the charged attacks of Lunge, which will end up debuffing your opponent's attack, and also Trailblaze, which buffs your own attack. So Ariados has a lot of very interesting play in this meta, but will it be able to find its spot against so many Talonflames that we've seen? There are the Ariados and both Abomasnow as well. Just hard lose to this Pokemon, but Azumarill, Dunsparce, Shadow Alligator, they all do pretty good against it.
They do, and I really like the Abomasnow pick here from Cheese Curl as well. I think that Abomasnow is a very powerful Pokemon, but as you look at the matchup, right, we looked at the teams individually, but as you compare the two, Tomahawk has so many checks to some of the best core-breaking potential picks here from Cheese Curl. I mean, the Toxapex will shut down Azumarill and Abomasnow. If you look at the Ariados from Cheese Curl, yeah, it's got play, but what about into Clodsire Talonflame? And there are so many checks to these Pokemon, it's going to be really tough for Cheese Curl. I think Tomahawk has a early team composition advantage.
I think Tomahawk is very, ready to be able to prove himself. I've talked to him a little bit before this tournament. He said, I just really want a tournament win. He's come so close so many times. A little fun fact about him is one of the tournaments that he got second place in, our co-caster, Nighttime Clasher, ended up being that champion in Liverpool. So I think maybe Tomahawk is taking a page out of his book, coming over here and also saying, oh, what? Nighttime Clasher isn't playing? What? He's casting?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
You're telling me there's a chance.
It's like when you dip your toe into the pool before you dive in. You got to make sure the water is warm. We're going to jump right into game number 1. We've got the ground-type Diggersby versus the normal-type Dunsparce. This is going to be a long matchup, but we see the instant swap into Ariados met by the Clodsire. This is devastating for Cheese Curl.
Yeah, going ahead, but if you go ahead and look at Tomahawk's movesets here, it's running Sludge Bomb and not Stone Edge, so it will be a little bit of a closer matchup here, and meanwhile, Cheese Curl wants to make it even closer, debuffing this Clodsire's attack so they won't be doing as much damage, recognizing that even though this is a Sludge Bomb, it's not going to be doing so much damage, especially now that the lunge has gone through, still getting that first Protect Shield from Cheese Curl.
I'm saying, Amanda, if you would have told me that the 2025 season would have started off with 2 Poison Sting Pokemon, a Clodsire versus Ariados, in round 3 of the first tournament of the season, I would have said, no way. But this is what we've got.
This is what we've got. Ariados is buffed. Clodsire is not at this point, but there is a shield deficit here. Doesn't want to use both of the shields in this middle matchup, and this Earthquake will connect with the Ariados, but not enough to take it out. Meanwhile, just add a ton of energy here, buffing its attack one more time with the second Trailblaze coming through.
Trailblaze can be tricky, can definitely ramp up the damage, but when you have a poison type fast attack that is double resisted, actually triple resisted by Clodsire, that's a really tough position to be in. Trailblaze going off here again. Ariados might actually get the better unless Tomahawk shields, and he does.
Tomahawk forced to use a shield here, has a lot of energy on his side, didn't want to go down with all of that there. Meanwhile, just charging up a little bit more, getting in yet another attack buff, going for that heavier hitting Earthquake. Does Cheese Curl want to be able to use this? Because if you're looking at the back Pokemon, yes, he wants to be able to keep some sort of alignment, getting that next shield. So much energy on the Ariados' side, going for yet another Trailblaze.
This is bizarre. I mean, we saw an Ariados met by a Clodsire safe swap, and it's coming right down to the wire. Another Trailblaze getting fired off here. Cheese Curl is ramped up and ready to go, but it looks like Tomahawk is closing in on his energy. He's going to throw an Earthquake here to take down the Ariados, and at this point, Cheese Curl needs to start thinking, which Pokemon is he going to send in to farm this down?
You know, we're talking about Lyall Jeffs being a farmer here. I think Cheese Curl will have a similar advantage. The Azumarill will do more damage with those bubbles, but maybe he wants to go for very aggressive attacks with the Dunsparce being able to farm down here. No, coming in, knows that the Clodsire is debuffed, and going down before that Sludge Bomb can even connect. Great timing with Cheese Curl here, but now met with the Toxapex.
Yeah, I'm telling you, once you topple the Clodsire, I think Cheese Curl was happy to not take a Sludge Bomb there, but then when you see the Toxapex, it's even worse. So he instantly switches out into the Dunsparce here, and then he's met by the Diggersby. I mean, Cheese Curl has tried to move around, wasn't able to win lead, wasn't able to win switch, and now he's stuck against Diggersby here.
Yeah, and I think this was the big play by Tomahawk, recognizing that middle game potential. Sometimes you want to have a shield advantage, sometimes you want to have switch advantage, and Tomahawk recognized how his team sort of plays out. He needed that switch advantage. He wanted that Toxapex lined up with whatever was going to be in the back there because he had such a good matchup here with the Diggersby versus the Dunsparce. Just, again, maintaining a ton of energy before throwing. He wants to be able to, in case there is a swap out, to have some energy to throw at whatever is in the back. It's already been revealed. I think if you're a Tomahawk, you're sitting in a pretty position.
You see the Azumarill switch in here, but it's met by the Toxapex. Again, when these trainers switch around the same time, the same few seconds, they're able to answer each other really quickly as well. And Toxapex is one of the worst. I think this might actually be the worst matchup for Azumarill in the entire Open Great League meta. I don't think it even needs to throw a charge attack. I think it can poison it out all the way down if it wants.
I think if it wanted to, but Tomahawk looking to maybe put this Azumarill out of its misery here. Gonna go ahead and let this Sludge Wave connect. We're gonna see how much damage this does. Not quite enough to take it out. And I think Cheese Curl, I mean, I admire this, right? You want to be able to get as much energy off on your opponent as possible. There's still some left on the Dunsparce. Azumarill putting in as much work as possible, but about to be poison jab completely down. In comes the Dunsparce, and will he throw right away?
That's a good question. Dunsparce comes in, but Toxapex has a lot of stored energy. Going to go for the brine here against the Dunsparce. Doesn't even need to get all the bubbles. He knows this is a knockout and a Game 1 victory. Great team composition by Tomahawk and great awareness to seize control, switch advantage in that middle matchup.
It looks like these two trainers, they've made it to round 3 in the winner's side of the bracket. So both of these trainers are doing rather well in this tournament with some pretty interesting team compositions. But when we're here at the very first regional of the season, I think we're just going to continue to see so many different interesting picks. I feel like not only was the Ariados on your pick, the Abomasnow was, and the Azumarill.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say, right? But At the same time, my honest opinion is that I think Cheese Curl maybe took too big of a risk bringing the Ariados in game number 1. It's such an anti-meta pick that if you're not really sure about what your opponent's going to bring, it's very tough to get it into the right position. So maybe Ariados in game 2 or even game 3 would have made a lot of sense, but it's just such a risky play early on when you don't really know what Tomahawk's going to bring to game 1.
That's absolutely true. And if you think about the Pokemon that was in the lead, the Dunsparce, though it is decent against the Talonflame, it's not so overpowering, right? So I think Tomahawk recognized when that came in, okay, I know that there's no Abomasnow in the back. I know that because you couldn't have both Ariados and an Abomasnow and a Dunsparce in the lead because the Talonflame could just completely run through the team. So he gave away a lot of information with that immediate swap as well.
That's true, right? And if you look at the 3 Pokemon that Tomahawk picked, he did go with the Diggersby as well as the Toxapex. 2 Pokemon that are just so bulky and can really manage their way through matchups. So as long as the Toxapex doesn't see the Clodsire, I mean, honestly, it has decent matchups across the board. I mean, decent to favorable because it's one of the only Pokemon that can absorb Hydro Cannons from Feraligatr as well.
I think in the past, we've seen a lot of Bastiodon, right? And the Bastiodon is one of those Pokemon that a lot of people call divisive because you either win hard or you lose hard with this Pokemon. Toxapex is sort of similar in a lot of those ways where I think the matchups, we just saw it on screen, the Azumarill versus Toxapex is just so devastating for the Azumarill player because there's no wiggle room within that. There's no way that you can like try to even catch on something with it. It's not like you can end up knocking it out later with a Play Rough or an Ice Beam, both of those not doing much damage at all to this bulky poison type Pokemon.
Yeah, you can't go in mid-battle and TM your Azumarill to Solar Beam or anything like that, right? There's no way you can really hit back against it. Resisted Bubble, resisted Ice Beam, resisted Play Rough, resisted Hydro Pump, even if you have that. Really tough. But going to game number 2, I think that Cheese Curl is going to look to avoid the Toxapex Azumarill matchup. Let's see what our trainers decide to lead. This actually looks a little bit better for Cheese Curl.
I know that you say a little bit better, and I think that the Tomahawk has a plan for how to get out of this, immediately swapping, using that Diggersby as its safe swap, and now being met with the Ariados once again coming into play. This one is still not super favorable because with this a little bit of a quick attack advantage, already at an ice or a fire punch, which is going to be effective against this Ariados.
Yeah, Bug is not a type that we typically see in the Championship Series. We might see more of it in the 2025 season, but Fire can hit hard against any Bug type opponents. Trailblaze does connect into the Diggersby, going to take a big chunk of health, but I mean, Poison Sting is not adding up. This Ariados has put in so much work to take down Diggersby if it's going to achieve that.
Yeah, another fire punch now coming through, making Cheese Curl decide, do I need to use a Protect Shield? Yes, correctly shielding this up because he is at a lot of energy here and wants to make Tomahawk do something similar, right? You at least need to get a Protect Shield here, but Tomahawk, once again, if you're looking at this team composition, this middle matchup is so important.
Switch timers are up. These trainers could decide to swap out. Tomahawk UK is aware of that, so he throws the fire punch here in the midst of a potential switch out, KOing the Ariados and locking down that matchup.
Yeah, but what will he come in with at this point? That first game, he recognized, okay, these are Toxapex in the back. My Azumarill has no play. The Feraligatr comes back in, but the fast attacks of it are not going to be doing that much damage. Forced to throw this charge attack here, and it looks like Tomahawk is deciding if he wants to use that shield. He is! He's going to use that last shield on his side there because he wants to maintain some energy, and this is going to be very interesting. Already at a Scorching Sand, coming in with the Toxapex, but now it seems like an interesting swap. I think it was a very, very quick one on Cheese Curl's side, but unfortunately for him, not the swap that he was looking for.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because you know the Feraligatr is going to be the key to KOing the Diggersby, and you know there's a Talonflame in the back, so you kind of reach for that third Pokemon, and you send out the Azumarill, and as you can see from his physical reaction to it, he says, oh no, this is not what I wanted at all. Now we see a Brine Bait. This is maniacal gameplay by Tomahawk UK. Does not get the shield. Cheese Curl doesn't fall for it.
I think at this point, Cheese Curl is just using the Azumarill as like a big like sponge here, maybe a little bit of a timer whittled down, but he wants to get this Toxapex low, and he's slowly starting to be able to do this.
I don't know, man. I mean, is there a way here? Because you can see the Toxapex getting lower and lower. It's going to try to bank some additional energy as it moves through this matchup, but Feraligatr still has a lot of health. It can KO the Diggersby and the Talonflame in a single Hydro Cannon, and I think it has some stored energy as well. I mean, I don't want to call too soon, but I think Cheese Curl might still have some play. Don't forget, though, there is still a Scorching Sands loaded on Diggersby.
There's Scorching Sands and great play here by Cheese Curl, knowing that it wins charge attack priority, trying to save a little bit of the Azumarill. We'll have to see if that will come come in handy for him a little bit later. Not even enough to knock out the Toxapex. Toxapex too bulky, too good against a Feraligatr team.
You have to shield. Great call by Cheese Girl to stay in this game, but as we pointed out, Diggersby still has a ton of energy. Goes for the Scorching Sands. Good thing Tomahawk pressed the charge attack on the right, because if he chose the Fire Punch, this would not have turned out well. Scorching Sands connects. Feraligatr barely hangs on.
Hanging on, but only by a thread, going down there to the 2 quick attacks, and in comes the Azumarill. And even though this Fire Punch is not going to be that effective against this Water-type Pokemon, it will be enough to seal the deal, getting Tomahawk a 2-0 victory in Winners Round 3.
The bulk on Toxapex is absolutely brain-breaking. I don't know how it took that Hydro Cannon and still got to the Sludge Wave, forcing away that final Protect Shield from Cheese Curl. What a tough position, because if you were able to KO the Toxapex right there, then you have Feraligatr with the Protect Shield. You can shield up the Scorching Sands from the Diggersby and continue to fight your way through that matchup. There was still a chance, but that Toxapex hanging on was just the thorn in his side that he could not get over.
Yeah, I think this game in particular is a good indication of just because you lose the lead does not mean that you lose the game. I think a lot of times, especially in the Go Battle League, trainers, you lock in and you see that lead and you're saying, oh, well, I can't win against this Pokemon. I think Tomahawk showed, okay, Talonflame versus Feraligatr, not the lead I was looking for, but still managed to win that set.
We call those top left situations, right? When you have a tough lead and a tough swap, it's easy to just kind of back out of that matchup. But you'll see trainers here in the Championship Series will fight it out until the very end and can definitely find some wild win conditions. But it's tough when you are trapped against a Toxapex and it's got you in its grasp.
And this was another thing too. I think that, I don't know if you were Cheese Curl, if you're saying, if he knew that he needed to swap in the Azumarill, right? Or if he was like, okay, maybe I just save the Azumarill later, try to get this Feraligatr to do as much damage as possible, because maybe the bulk of Azumarill in the back could be a lot. But me especially, as a trainer, I have this habit of you switch, I switch, right? Because this game, it's just like half-second turns. So if you don't react quick enough, sometimes you give your opponent too much energy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, it was just the worst case scenario, swapping in an Azumarill to the Toxapex. And you can see on both of the trainers' faces, they kind of knew the writing was on the wall.
Exactly. I think, like you said, sometimes it's just your instincts kicking in. You don't want to get behind and then get outpaced in a matchup that you should win. But Azumarill was definitely not the answer there. In hindsight, I'm looking at the team here from Cheese Curl. I would have loved to see some more Clodsire gameplay, because you have Pangoro, you had Clodsire, Talonflame, even the Toxapex does not want to absorb 2 Earthquakes. There was a lot of play for that Pokemon, but I do have to tip my hat and give so much respect to Cheese Curl for bringing the Ariados in both games and trying to make that Pokemon work.
Yeah, we get to see it in the very first regional of the season. We get to see all these new Pokemon that have some new updates in action. What more could you ask for?
Exactly right. It's like a buffet here, just all the options in the world, and it's just getting them all in is going to be the challenge here. But we're going to try to show you as many battles as we possibly can on stream this weekend. I'm so excited to see them turn out, because the next 2 trainers we have, we're familiar with at least one of them, right? We've worked with them in the past, but also Septile Ice has won some pretty notable grassroots tournaments against some pretty tough competition as well. So it could be anybody's series.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to watch. And you know what else is very exciting, Will?
What's that?
We've got some posts, some tweets. Let's get into them. This is one of my favorite things, seeing and connecting with the community members here. We're going to go with that first one. Mama Dul and I are ready for the first regional of the 2025 season. Hey, we are too. She's very nervous, but she's here to win and have fun. Good luck to everyone. Love that.
I think that's the most important thing. Even if you've been to, 100 regional championships, you probably still get just a little bit nervous when you walk in the door and just see how exciting it's going to be. We have one from Team Fishma. This just in, breaking news. Santa Claus has been spotted at the 2024 Pokémon Baltimore Regional Championships. #play Pokemon. That is some swagger right there.
I heard he's going to be awarding gifts of a regional champion to a couple trainers across all games this season.
Gotta go find them.
Yeah, next one we got Ryan BC84 saying the Paldea gang is ready for the Baltimore Pokemon Regionals, and Harry is resting up.
I want everyone in chat to pick your favorite of those 3 Pokemon. Is it the Quaxley, Fuecoco, or the Sprigatito? Let us know in the chat if you're watching at home. And also, go on social, make some posts, and use that #play Pokemon. We'd love to show your tweets. Oh, we've got to talk about Lou. Go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, this is one of our co-casters in the European region, doing both Go and I believe VG as well. And she has been just preaching about Gastrodon forever, saying, oh, come on, why aren't people using it? Could people use it from the very beginning? And now, finally having its time to shine. Can't believe it, Gastrodon is actually on the top 12 graphic.
Wow. Actually,
And look at this gang of Gastrodons just kind of admiring the other one on the screen.
I mean, the whole family's there watching, right? And we do have the East Sea Gastrodon on our graphic as well. So maybe that was a little inside nod to Lou and her love for the water and ground type Pokemon. Right from Sea to Shining Sea, Gastrodon, definitely a powerful, powerful Pokemon. We've seen it once already in the tournament.
That's right.
I definitely think we'll be seeing it again.
I mean, because of the Mudslap buff and how many Clodsires we're seeing absolutely everywhere here in Baltimore, I think Gastrodon has definitely a lot of play in this meta. We're going to go ahead and just show it one more time for people recognizing this. Yeah, we're giving a little nod to Gastrodon. What you're going to be running as a fast attack is Mud Slap, and as the charge attacks, we're looking at Body Slam and Earth Power are the suggested charge attack movesets.
I was giving a nod to our incredible production team for throwing up this feature card while we are spotlighting this Pokemon. Let's absolutely go. Earth Power can be so powerful. Mud Slap is one of the only fast attacks that can absolutely corner a Clodsire, make its life really difficult, and also Mudslap is strong against steel types too, so the occasional Alolan Sandslash or Registeel does not want to see a Clodsire either.
So we will maybe see a little bit more of them as they go through the meta. Valorous Ash was the person we did see using it earlier on in the tournament. He did win his round, so there's potential to see even more Gastrodon play coming in. Fortunately for Lou, but maybe fortunate for other people who want to see some different Pokemon in this meta. No one to be seen, but I'm just going to let you guys know. You can't see it yet. Little sneak preview. Septile Ice is running a Shadow Celio. What?
Is that a typo?
I don't think it's a typo.
No, I think it's real. I actually, production confirmed. It is, in fact. Yeah, the Morse code, it takes some time for the Morse code beeps to come through, but we get it eventually. That is an actual Shadow Celio. My goodness. If everyone is not familiar, Shadow Celio does have access to Powder Snow, as well as Body Slam, Water Pulse, and Aurora Beam. We don't typically see the Aurora Beam. If you have a purified one, you might even have Return on your Shadow Celio. But I think Body Slam and Water Pulse is typically the moveset we see the most.
Well, I'm very excited to see. I heard the players are ready. Let's go ahead and take a look at the arena here as these two are getting lined up against each other. Like we said before, Alpha Phoebe on the left-hand side versus Septile Ice 25 on the right.
Absolutely. We've got an Umbreon plushie on the left and AC Waddle on the right. Alpha Phoebe, aka Big Phoebe, is on stage with his Shadow Typhlosion, as well as Venusaur, Wigglytuff, Guzzlord for Alligator, and Clodsire. This team looks phenomenal. These are units right here.
Well, you know, we are in Baltimore, also known as Charm City, and it looks like Phoebe is taking note of that, using a Wigglytuff on his team with that fast attack of Charm. And I want to make note of the movesets here on the charge attacks, which is running Swift over the other attack, which is most commonly used as Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah. I mean, the Wigglytuff does have a lot of flexibility. Yeah, Disarming Voice, exactly. We're going to take a look here at Septile Ice's team. No Septiles on the squad, but he does have Superior as well as Mandibuzz. Clodsire with Sludge Bomb tech, as well as Dunsparce. Shadow Celio with Water Pulse, Body Slam, and Shadow for Alligator with Ice Beam as well. Typically, when you see two Water-type Pokemon, you might expect a little bit of moveset variety. I was almost looking for Crunch on Shadow for Alligator here, but we do have an Ice Beam there and Powder Snow, Water Pulse on the Celio.
It seems like, just like we've noticed on a different Pokemon before, like the Talonflames are all using Fly and Brave Bird. Most of the Feraligators that we've seen are running both Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam over Crunch. Crunch doesn't have as many targets in this meta, although as we see it shake out in different Pokemon on the rise, I could potentially see a use for that, especially like you said, if there's going to be ended up two Pokemon with the same typings.
Speaking of typings, I think that the top core breaking type in the current meta is Ice. Ice is so strong versus flying types and ground types, and I think it doesn't have very many obstacles in its way outside of the occasional Shadow Typhlosion. But as we look at this team for Alpha Phoebe, I actually really like the Guzzlord choice as well, because Dragon is also completely unresisted on this team. And I mean, outside of the Powder Snows or the Ice Beam from Feraligatr, you can't hit it for super effective.
Yeah, that's true. And with what we talked about before, a lack of fighting type Pokemon, Guzzlord really has a lot of play in this meta. It's one of the bulkier Pokemon, able to go with that Dragon Claw or Dragon Tail over Dragon Breath. So it does a little bit more damage with each of them. We're going to hop right into that first matchup here. We got a Wigglytuff versus a Celio on the screen.
Alpha Phoebe charming in the Charm City against Shadow Celio in the lead. Shadow Celio is known for its fast pacing. Wigglytuff quite the opposite. Shadow Celio going for the Water Pulse right off the bat.
They're going ahead. It looks like it will connect to Phoebe, probably knowing that no matter what is thrown, nothing is going to be able to knock him out at this point, but this is going to do a hefty amount of damage to that Wigglytuff, and now it is out of Swift and Septile Ice's turn. Do you want to shield this up or let it go through? Looks like he's going to let it go.
I think Septile Ice is calculated. He can absorb the Swift, another Charm, and still get to a Body Slam here, which is absolutely such a bother, but he doesn't quite get there. Alpha Phoebe nods in agreement. He says, yeah, Charm's still good.
Charm's still good, but he's not going to be able to get to another attack, and maybe this was exactly what Septile Ice was looking for. Poison jabbing down there, coming out with a lot of energy on one of the bulkiest Pokemon here, Clodsire, putting in some work, putting on its tie, getting ready to go.
We need a Poison Jab farm down counter going in the chat, because I think that's at least the 4th farm down we've seen from a fast attack that previous to the max out season was very underwhelming. Now the Sludge Bomb will come through. Regular for Alligator absorbs that, no problem. It's going to look to gear up for a Hydro Cannon.
Yep, Phoebe throwing right before the next attack is even available here. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage to that Clodsire should it go unprotected. Looks like Septile Ice going to let that go through. Not enough to knock out the Clodsire here, and now going for a Sludge Bomb. Does Phoebe want to use his shield, or is he going to go ahead and let this go down? I think he absolutely needs to if he wants to maintain that for Alligator.
So here's the thing, right? Alpha Phoebe has the Guzzlord in the back. He just got rid of the Shadow Celio, so he knows that the Dragon-type coverage is going to be so powerful for him because there are no other obstacles in his way. Now that he sees the Dunsparce, it only reinforces that. Fires a Hydro Cannon, takes away the Protect Shield. Actually going to stay in this matchup a little while longer before going to Guzz.
Yeah, Guzzlord coming into it, going ahead eating up this drill run. Not going to be doing that much damage to overall, but he wants to be able to start getting some fast attack damage in. Those Dragon Tails just continuing now to chunk down the Dunsparce here. Already at the first one, going to go up for a little bit more. It looks like both of them just going ahead on energy.
Yeah, way up on energy. I think that Alpha Phoebe wanted the extra Dragon Tail to go through, so he was not liable to throw first. We're going to see the Drill Run get fired off here. Now Alpha Phoebe can go for his charge attack. He does have Dragon Claw and Crunch, which is an important distinction. Brutal Swing got a buff in the Max Out Season update, but Crunch still has a chance to drop the opponent's defense.
First Dragon Claw going through here. Second one being caught on the Clodsire, but the switch timers are very misaligned at this point. It will not be enough to knock out, but Clodsire doesn't have a lot of energy left on him either. You're going to have to be able to just try to do as much damage as possible with those poison jabs before going down.
As our friend Martine likes to say, Big Chompers coming in here with the Dragon Tails, goes for another Dragon Claw charge attack here to take that final shield, and Alpha Phoebe is feeling it.
Alpha Phoebe going ahead, letting that Dragon Claw down, getting the last shield, and now there is no shields left. No, there is a shield left on Alpha Phoebe's side. Going ahead, protecting this up here because he knows how vital this is going to be.
I think that this Dunsparce has the double. It has the back-to-back drill runs. Alpha Phoebe was lined up for success. He was vibing, he was feeling it, but the Dunsparce comes out of nowhere with the back-to-back drill run to pick up the KO and foil his plans.
It was all in the hands of Dunsparce, which if you look, don't even think he has any.
Yeah, they're like little wings almost, right?
It's all in the wings of Dunsparce.
Septile Ice was patient there, had a really difficult matchup. Didn't have a lot of easy solutions, right? Not a lot of easy answers. We talk about being able to hit Pokemon like Guzzlord for super effective damage. He didn't have that option. He didn't even have the Celio lined up against it, but he still found a way to power through with neutral charge and fast attack pressure.
I think one big thing for Septile Ice was being able to catch that, was really put him in a nice position overall. We thought we weren't really sure what would be able to happen at that point, but as you can see, having two drill runs stored here proved just mighty for Septile Ice here, saying, okay, first one shielded up, here you go. Here's the second one, Phoebe, taking game number one.
And as you saw there, Alpha Phoebe was just one Shadow Claw away from the Hydro Cannon, so if Septile Ice even messes up, overtaps, throws one more rollout, he absolutely gets washed off the field though, so definitely a very close game number one. Alpha Phoebe very much in that game until the very final moments. But looking at game number two though, Amanda, what do you expect? Because we saw a Wigglytuff lead from Alpha Phoebe, we saw the Celio from Septile Ice. Are we going to see the same?
I mean, I think Wigglytuff is actually a pretty good Pokemon. The problem for him there, and I think it's probably Septile knew it, like from scrims, right? If I throw the Water Pulse first, even if I go down to a Pokemon, I'm going to be able to come in, get some farm on it, and that was the thing that really proved advantageous for him. Clodsire, with a little bit of extra energy, forcing that shield off of Phoebe from the Feraligatr, really ended up being very nice for Septile Ice.
You nailed it. I think that farm down with the Clodsire was definitely a step in the right direction for Septile Ice. Put him just a little bit ahead and gave him a slight edge there. But I think that Alpha Phoebe had a really good formula as well. We saw that he was trying to align his Feraligatr against his opponents. I believe it was there was a Dunsparce in the end, and the Celio in the lead. I feel like he was trying to keep it away from Dunsparce is what I'm trying to get to, because those Shadow Claws from Feraligatr are double resisted by the Dunsparce. Meanwhile, Septile Ice said, please give me that alignment. I don't have to fear your fast attack pressure at all. I can just worry about the charge attacks.
Yeah, and something that you pointed out in the middle of it that I find interesting is Phoebe is running a regular Feraligatr, not a Shadow one, which a lot of people are opting for. So it is going to be able to more comfortably tank some of this damage. And we'll have to see these two players play it out here. Game number 2, Guzzlord into a Clodsire.
Looks like Septile Ice shuffled the order a little bit. He's got his Shadow Celio in the back. Meanwhile, Alpha Phoebe bringing the heat. He's got a Shadow Typhlosion in reserve. Gonna go for the crunch here in the Guzzlord versus Clodsire matchup.
I like this because if this is such a bulky Pokemon like Clodsire is, want to try to get a little bit less bulk on it. Crunch is going to do more damage, and I think we've seen so many defense debuffs here in Baltimore here. Even though the Sludge Bomb is going to be doing a nice chunk back, I think Guzzlord has really put himself into a good position.
Yeah, so many defense falls. Crunch can be such a devastating setup charge attack, but at this point, I think Guzzlord might be willing. Oh, actually, excuse me, he's not going to shield. I thought Alpha Phoebe was going to shield, but I think that if you look into his thought process, oh, he actually gets KO'd there. I thought he was going to be able to survive. In his thought process, he's probably trying to get a shield advantage for the Typhlosion in the end, and he doesn't want to give up a shield this early in the game. Coming in with Typhlosion right away.
This is what I was thinking. He wanted to get a little bit of farm because, as we've seen, Typhlosion with a little bit of energy advantage is so big, but unfortunately for him, not able to quite get to it before the Sludge Bomb goes off. Has to use that first Protect Shield, but there is a lot of energy on the Typhlosion. Incinerate 1 going through before that first attack's going through here. Will Septile Ice shield this up because this is going to do a lot of damage.
You're going to see a lot more of those kind of mistakes early on in the season, those damage calculation mistakes. I think Alpha Phoebe was convinced he could get 2 of those Incinerates to get the KO against Clodsire, but it barely hung on. Those kind of like nuanced calculations are definitely going to be impactful as we move through the tournament here in Baltimore. Dunsparce versus Feraligatr. This was a really bad matchup for Alpha Phoebe last game, but now the Celio comes out.
Yeah, well, going from bad to worse here, because if you're looking for something to stop both Feraligatr and the Clodsire, I think Celio is a pretty good choice here. Hydro Cannon's not very effective. Celio tanking it like a champion here. Already at that first attack, and this Body Slam is going to be able to connect. It's going to do a lot of damage to this Feraligatr.
Doesn't quite pick up the knockout. I think Feraligatr will get the second Hydro Cannon here, which does apply a lot more pressure to Septile Ice, but that sub-water typing on Shadow Celio means that it will resist this Hydro Cannon and hang in this matchup. Can he get the Powder Snow down? It's going to be really close. Alpha Phoebe doesn't want to find out. He throws in the Typhlosion, gets an Incinerate through Amanda.
Incinerate goes through, has to use his last shield, but he's still, once again, has a ton of energy now on this Typhlosion, and he will be able to win charge attack priority over this Dunsparce, throwing right away here as the rollout goes through. Will Septile Ice choose to fall for this bait? He does, but he's still so close to another attack.
Yeah, he's so far ahead, right? We saw Dunsparce be so powerful for him in game number 1. It does the same type of action here in game number 2, getting to the drill run. This will absolutely pick up the knockout on the Shadow Typhlosion.
Dunsparce's got wings, but he's on the ground as well, throwing that ground type attack. 1 rollout through, cinching this game from 2 games for Septile Ice, moving on in the winners semifinals to the winners finals of day 1.
I know our friend Nighttime Clasher is a Dunsparce believer. He definitely thinks it's going to be the most powerful and prominent normal type Pokemon in the meta here in Baltimore. I think it has eclipsed Licky Licky. I think it might be a slightly different role than a Diggersby, for example.
Slightly different rollout than a...
That as well, that too. In addition to the fact that I do think it did show why it can be so powerful. Closing out matchups against Feraligatr, not once, but twice in that series. Double resisting Shadow Claw is a nice benefit to have as a normal type.
Yeah, I think a lot of times Dunsparce had made some previous runs a couple of metas
Roles?
ago, right? A couple of different roles when rollout was first given to it, right? I think it was 2 seasons ago. Statistan, a trainer in EU, really used it well. He qualified for Worlds with the team that he used basically that whole season. Dunsparce being a part of that. I think now that rollout has a buff, the potential of Dunsparce is no longer wasted, and it's going to be going sky high.
I think I remember 2023 Orlando Finals. Bosox guy was one of the only players to bring Dunsparce across the Atlantic over to the U.S. and find a lot of success with it, making it all the way to the Grand Finals. So I definitely think Dunsparce is a Pokemon to look out for. It's kind of a mixed bag when you look at the season updates because rollout was buffed, and that's great. But Rock Slide was nerfed. So it's kind of like, where does Dunsparce find its footing here? I guess you would say it's winging, I guess. But I think where it really shines is in Drill Run because Dig was nerfed, but Drill Run is still a powerful charge attack. Ground type coverage is very valuable, especially in the meta right now. So Dunsparce was able to land in kind of a sweet position.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I am loving all of the different Pokemon picks that we've seen throughout this tournament so far. This new meta has been refreshing, right? There's so many different Pokemon. Like you said, who would have thought we would see an Ariados against a Clotsar?
And it almost won the twos.
And it almost won the twos.
Like, what?
Whoa!
Insane, right? But I think we're going to get a lot more exciting action as well. Shadow Typhlosion has definitely been a game stopper, a show stopper, but I think we will see so many more unique picks. So if you're enjoying this coverage, like Amanda pointed out earlier, make sure to follow the channels. That's so important. You can watch, you can be casual, but follow the channels, turn on those notifications, and stay engaged.
Yeah, and we're going to show you some highlights of some previous matches, some of these Pokemon that we talked about, and we're going to catch you guys very soon.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed me we're awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we passed the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally showed the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh,
to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Valorous.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to tell me if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Baltimore Regional Championships. My name is Henry, joined by the one and only Nighttime Clasher, back in the booth, and the games today have been unbelievable.
So much spice and so much Clodsire, but who doesn't want more Clodsire? It is his time to stay in business. I think it's going to be complete Clodsire business for the next season.
Clodsire being a very popular pick, it dominated the day one usage. But the thing that I've noted, which is quite interesting, is we're seeing almost among the other picks a really increased diversity in terms of the teams. a lot of these teams of 6 that we've seen in these matchups have had a lot of unique Pokemon to them. A lot of Clodsire, of course. I believe it's almost 75% usage, but across the other picks, people are coming up with unique ways to attack and help almost conquer this meta, and it's working out for them as we've seen a lot of different strategies have success.
If there's any testament to how strong Clodsire is, Dunsparce, the number 2 most used Pokemon, around 48% usage today, does not beat Clodsire. It does super effective Draw Run damage. Keep in mind, Draw Run is an amazing charged attack, and it can't even allow the bulky Dunsparce to get through Clodsire. Honestly, if it can beat things that are doing super effective damage to it, what can Clodsire not do? It even wins the 1-shield scenario versus Shadow for Alligator.
Clodsire, that's what people are going to have to try and solve in this meta. A lot of people bringing it, so you're going to have some pretty solid checks across the board. And it looks like we do have some battlers starting to get ready on stage here. Looks to be another winners semi-final matchup between 2 competitors who we have seen at quite a few regionals before.
Yeah, Andrew Manjarres and Just Durk, of course, with his trusty dog, Pepsi, who hopefully you guys will get to see a little bit of on the screen. But going into this match, I believe Just Durk at his first tournament was knocked out by Andrew Manjarres. Oh, there we go.
Oh, the Pepsi cam. Oh, that's terrific.
There we go.
Shout out the cameraman right there. Oh, that is great. Everything I could have hoped for. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, hopefully see you out there. Pokemon in the real world here in the Baltimore Regional Championships. But not just Pokemon on the stage here. There's Pokemon in their teams, as we see. We're going to see in a second. I believe Andrew Manjarres is running something very similar to Tomahawk UK, which we saw earlier. It has the Toxapex Diggersby core, as you're going to see here, and it has Pangoro as well. I believe the 4, Azumarill, Pangoro, Toxapex, and Diggersby are consistent with what Tomahawk was using. But of course, Cresselia, I like that coverage. Helps to kind of neutralize a Clodsire. It's a actually very neutral matchup. And non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You were telling me a little bit about that. How come?
The non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash, it's on Powder Snow, so it has super effective damage into both the Mandibuzz and the Clodsire, but the non-Shadow survives an Earthquake from the Clodsire. Clodsire on Poison Sting this season. Poison moves, not going to do a whole lot of damage to a Pokemon with a Steel subtyping. So by running the non-Shadow, you allow yourself to win the 0 Protect Shield scenario by being able to survive an Earthquake that a Shadow Alolan Sandslash would get knocked out by.
While it's nice to be able to no-shield an Earthquake, obviously you're not going to be wanting to do that because then your opponent will be able to either Sludge Bomb you or Stone Edge you, and if they get your shields that way, it becomes a little bit more awkward, but you can definitely go into it with a peace of mind that you do win the 0 shield scenario. Often, something that's difficult is if you have a good matchup but you lose the zeros, you always have to come in and commit a shield no matter what. Your opponent can always come away from that matchup with an advantage, and we're going to see, can Durk come away from this match with an advantage? Non-Shadow Venusaur kind of making its debut here this weekend. Really, really strong Pokemon in the last year Pittsburgh and Peoria metas, but this year, seems like the non-Shadow has been a little bit more favored.
One Pokemon that I did want to highlight as well, the Venusaur, I think its energy is terrific into just about every single team. Basically, the only thing that can take a Friend Splint comfortably is the Sandslash, but I also want to highlight that Malamar with the updated Charge Attack Psywave. But it looks like the battlers are locked in for this game number 1 winners semifinals of Group E, leading Azumarill from Andrew Manjarres into the Malamar from Just Durk.
At first glance, this might look like a great matchup for the Azumarill, but I would say that Malamar... Oh, here we go. Here's the matchup we were talking about. Earthquake is going to be paced a little bit slower than the Ice Punch here. Actually does not go for the extra turn there because Andrew Manjarres got the switch in. He could have taken an extra turn from Just Durk by throwing first. Let's it go, but as we see, it actually hangs on, and now he is just happy to let it go through, play out the zeros, and Poison Sting down is going to be pretty impossible.
That is the difference with the non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. It can survive that Earthquake, and Andrew Manjarres now has an ability to farm up, but he lets the Sludge Bomb get reached. The Sludge Bomb, slightly faster pacing than a Stone Edge, and Andrew forced to go down a shield in a matchup that he may not have wanted to do so.
I would have liked to see him throw a Drill Run there because, of course, Ice Punch, not enough. Drill Run would have been just the perfect amount to take that Clodsire down. And now, Durk, happy to let this one go, already has come away from this matchup with the advantage he was looking for. Malamar, can it actually farm down here? I love this play because you're going to need to shield up the Azumarill no matter what. So you're okay with taking this damage from the Drill Run. It's like nothing even happened. Now, as we Psy-Wave this down, Malamar, with 2 shields, can foul play through the entire Azumarill, which is absolutely disgusting. Goes into Venusaur, and now, this is really awkward, actually. Where do you go into a Venusaur with 2 shields and an energy advantage?
And Andrew throws the Ice Beam to grab that Protect Shield, but this is something to keep in mind. The desync in the switch timers by throwing a charge attack that burns through a quarter of the switch clock already, which means that Durk, with the energy that he saved on the Malamar, can potentially do a combo play later in the match. Frenzy is going to be no-shielded, and that Frenzy does big damage to that Toxapex.
Does it pace the same? It does. So Frenzy Plant reach at the same time as a Sludge Wave. I think Andrew has to shield this attack. He does. Frenzy Plant going to be coming close to knocking out there, but now this Sludge Wave will definitely be threatening to knock out the Venusaur. Does he go for a Brine Bait? He goes for a Brine Bait. I think if you're Durk, you let this go. You just put it on the Malamar with the shield and the foul play already banked. You should be able to get the
He calls the bait!
Oh
he
my
calls
gosh!
the bait! What a play! Switch timer is available if he wants it. He switches into the Malamar. Malamar going to get hit with a Brine.
I love this.
Won't KO
I love
either.
this.
He's going to let it go. He is saving that Protect Shield, saying you cannot farm me down. Switch timer up for Andrew. In comes Azumarill. The question will be, can Malamar put this into potential farm down range for the Venusaur? Venusaur would love to leave with a Frenzy loaded to knock out that Toxapex.
Here, do you even want to go for a superpower because you're going to reduce his farm and it does more damage, but I think foul play is still going to be okay. Azumarill has a lot of energy here, so Venusaur is going to have to be very careful about how it manages its energy here.
This will be a very interesting end game. There is a big difference in the amount of health between these two Pokemon. We will see the shield on the Ice Beam. Venusaur has to manage energy very carefully. Can Venusaur get the double up here? If he does get the double up, he throws. Can he survive these poison jabs from the Toxapex? This will be very, very close. This game will come down to the wire. Down goes Azumarill. In comes Toxapex. Venusaur cannot get there. And that's a Game 1 win for Andrew Manjarrez.
Maybe there was a way to take the bubbles instead of the poison jab, right? You know you need to get the 2 moves no matter what. But would you rather take bubbles from Azumarill or poison jab from a Toxapex? I think making that decision could have allowed him to even get to the double Frenzy plans. What do you think?
It's a very tricky end game. You have such little health points remaining on that Venusaur, and you have to figure out the perfect combination of how much you farm while not taking an Ice Beam. That Venusaur calling the Brine Bait set him up for success, as the Brine, not a very strong charge attack and resisted, easily survivable. The switch into the Malamar. Malamar, no shielding as well, but the Venusaur did so much work for Durk, but just ran out of health right at the end.
Running out of steam towards the end there, but maybe a superpower could have even put the Azumarill into a more comparable farm down range for the Venusaur. Of course, though, those trainers are going to bring that knowledge to our next game here. Maybe they're locking in Malamar again. I think Malamar just looks so good into Andrew Manjarrez's team. Of course, the Cresselia matchup is not very optimal because the Moonblast does so much and your Psywave is resisted, but foul plays kind of do add up in the Chris whenever you have more shields. Probably Malamar's the safest lead with 2 shields.
Malamar, especially if it has the best possible stat product, I believe can actually win the 2 shield versus Azumarill straight foul play. So this could come down to the particular IVs that these, or the particular stats that these Pokemon have been able to be caught with. And it looks like we do have lock-ins here for game number 2. It's Azumarill versus Azumarill, and this matchup will be decided by who can win charge attack priority on future playoffs.
Now, if you're in a crowd, I don't want you guys to get too excited that we're having this mirror matchup in the winners semis of Group E. But as this matchup plays out, let's kind of think about the backline. If you're Andrew Manjarrez, you're like, okay, this is not good. I have the Toxapex in the back, and that means his Azumarill will not be on the Toxapex, and it could potentially be very difficult to get good alignment with the Toxapex in the back, right? As we see, Dunsparce and Malamar, very favorable on the Toxapex. And now, where does the A-Slash go? What can it do in the back?
It is looking a little uncomfortable. Malamar able to get 2 superpowers at a dizzying pace, and there is still the Dunsparce, which can hit for super effective damage as well. And oh my goodness, we just noticed something very interesting.
Okay.
Play rough here. These Azumarill have identical attack stats. Durk won the first charge attack priority tie. Andrew won the second.
I saw undercharge. Do you think he's trying to set up his Malamar for success? I think he sees the vision if Malamar farms down.
We're going to see a simultaneous switch out, both saving the play roughs. It's going to be the Alolan Sandslash versus that Dunsparce, and charge attack priority tie with a Alolan Sandslash going first.
I think that's super interesting, right? Because Andrew is taking such a huge risk by doing that, right? If just Durk sneaks a roll out there instead of throwing on charge attack priority, I think this turns bad into horrible. But here comes the drill run. It's going to be shielded. Can Andrew Manharz actually fight for the swap here? He's going to need to land.
He's getting outpaced. Oh, he's getting outpaced, and that's where that charge attack priority tie there actually ended up working a little bit against Andrew because he gets outpaced by this pacing. The double shield on the Alolan Sandslash. He is trusting in this Alolan Sandslash to try and deliver victory. A massive overfarm, going for an Ice Punch, hoping it's going to knock out. But Dunsparce is very bulky. It may be able to hang on. We do see the shield from Durk. He's going to be shielding up. We're going to see a switch out into the drill and goes for a combo play against the Dunsparce.
Did you notice he tried to swap out there? I guess was a little bit slow in the reaction. That may cost him here. This Malamar in the back is such a menace, though, because it has just the ability to one-shot the Alolan Sandslash, put so much charge attack pressure onto the Toxapex and charge move pressure. He's going to get this down, but the Toxapex farming down. This could make things very uncomfortable for Durk.
Toxapex farm will go far. Malamar Psywave will hit for super effective damage, and I believe there's energy stored on the Dunsparce as well. In comes the Toxapex. Toxapex going to be hit with a play rough here. Toxapex should leave with just about a brine's worth of energy, but against Malamar, landing the Sludge Wave is going to be key.
I think you may even want to go for double brine because you're going to need 2 charge attacks anyway for the Malamar. That might be the energy efficient path here. He needs to come in with that Malamar, get the energy head start so that Andrew Manharz can't come in with that Alolan Sandslash. Does he offer? No. Going to throw on alignment here as well. This is not good, as this farm for the Toxapex may set up the Malamar for potential disaster in the back.
This will be interesting. Dunsparce, we're going to see a switch out into the Alolan Sandslash.
He's trying.
Sandslash gets the snipe, and now it's all up to the Malamar. Malamar going to need a very precise overfarm in this matchup if it wants to emerge victorious.
You can't, you have to throw it immediately.
Malamar can survive a move here. The Ice Punch is reached. This is survivable, but Malamar going to have to be so careful with this energy, and I think the Ice Punch will put it into Sludge Wave range for this Toxapex. Oh my goodness, this is definitely foul play range. Going for the foul play. Foul play will be able to pick up a knockout, but how much energy does that Toxapex have stored? Going for the foul play here into the Alolan Sandslash. Sandslash does get KO'd. Back in comes the Toxapex. Toxapex gets the Sludge Wave, barely able to outpace. Sludge Wave should be able to knock out the Malamar. Can Malamar hang on? No, it cannot. And Andrew Manharz is able to advance to winners finals with a 2-0 victory.
Fighting back against insurmountable odds. The Malamar just seems so strong throughout the entire backline. Just Durk, though, struggled to kind of set it up for success, get an energy advantage, and even though it's good against the Toxapex, we never saw the Malamar actually do any Psywave damage to that Toxapex, which is the main reason why that matchup is so dominant.
And it sounds like we may have a review here on stage. Battlers wanting to double check with the judges just to make sure that everything happened in that game as it should. And that game, as you had mentioned, that Malamar looked to be really well positioned, but the energy management there, storing that energy on the Toxapex, not throwing it when there was an opportunity to do so, that energy came in clutch in that endgame, being able to knock out that Malamar. As Malamar, superpower into the Sandslash and Psywave into the Toxapex. On paper, looks incredibly threatening.
Psywave is just such a strong, fast attack. Basically, if you're unfamiliar, it is a clone of Shadow Claw in terms of energy and damage per turn. But it's a one-turn fast attack, which is so strong. It allows you to kind of control your pacing, control when you swap, and like make catches very dynamically as opposed to Shadow Claw where your opponent can simply wait a turn and then throw their charge attack. There's no such thing with Psywave. If I want to switch, I'm going to switch.
Exactly. The precision offered by having a one-turn move that has the same stats as Shadow Claw cannot be stated enough. It allows Malamar an extremely dynamic playstyle where you can switch out whenever you'd want to, down to a half second of precision. And that's the kind of time frame that we're looking at here, the decision making that can make the difference between a win or a loss in a game. It can sometimes come down to a half of one singular second.
Yeah, just a few seconds can change. Honestly, most of the games today are probably influenced by less than 3 turns of difference, which is just crazy to think about. That's literally 1.5 seconds. That kind of puts into perspective, Pokemon Go is just such a dynamic game. And with the real-time like turns, as opposed to others, it becomes a lot more difficult to learn and play. But of course, the best way to start is learning from this regional stream.
I absolutely agree. Watching players who are experienced with the game is a tremendous way to learn the game, learn some of the strategies, and being able to emulate their play can honestly cause you to up your game as well, which is terrific. One thing I did want to note about that game too was taking advantage of the switch clocks. The switch clock, of course, 10 seconds faster in this season. Instead of being a switch clock for 60 seconds, it is now 50 seconds. And Andrew was able to take advantage of that, switching out, trying to go for combo plays, taking advantage of the fact that he has a lot of Pokemon that have a lot of bulk. The Toxapex, the Azumarill, and honestly, Sandslash, it's okay, but it is okay bulk-wise, but it's not on the level of
nothing
the
special
or the Toxapex, exactly. But being able to rely on those bulky Pokemon to absorb some of these hits, be able to be flexible and kind of dance in and out of these matchups, storing a move, being able, and we actually saw in that initial Azumarill mirror, both players try for the catch, so we saw this simultaneous switch out, and Andrew's preservation of that Alolan Sandslash, double shielding, when we were honestly a little bit surprised at the start, giving up 2 shields so early, the Alolan Sandslash delivering crucial damage in that final matchup, as that Ice Punch onto the Malamar put it into perfect Sludge Wave range in the endgame.
I think if he didn't shield the Dunsparce at all and just put it on the Malamar, that would have been a pretty clean win from there. But obviously, it's hard to anticipate what's in the back, how to anticipate going forward in the match, of course. At the end of the day, these switch clocks are so fun to play with. Like, you see Malamar, very spammy Pokemon, switch quickly, throw a superpower debuff, clear it, and repeat. Same for Andrew Manharas. He's got the Pangoro. Just 5 Karate Chops to a close combat. You can swap, go to something bulky to eat the damage, and come back with a Pangoro and do it again. It's just so much fun to see those Pokemon. Hopefully, we see some Pangoro on the screen. Saw it on a couple of teams today, but it looks like no one's brave enough just yet.
It is making for some terrific bench pressure so far, but considering there is the Azumarill and the Mandibuzz and the Clodsire, I think there's a lot of reasons for it to unfortunately stay on the bench, as it's a very difficult bring. Like, Dark Fighting is very good coverage, but against the Fairy type, your energy is not really going much of anywhere, unfortunately.
It's the best answer for Andrew Manharas into the Dunsparce, but because Durk knows it's so improbable to bring that Pangoro, he feels very comfortable with just swapping the Dunsparce as he did there. Looks like the match is on the review. What were they looking at here? Draw Run coming on to the Toxapex. Looks like this works as intended. He goes for 1, 2, 3.
We do see the switch out there.
Okay.
So I believe that you had identified an earlier moment in the match where a switch out may have been attempted and was not successful.
I think that's what it was, yeah, when he tried to come back and catch the Azumarill move, the snipe onto the Dunsparce. I think
Interesting here. Alolan Sandslash, it should have paced identically, but the Sandslash got outpaced here. Like the Malamar got outpaced. It's 10 turns to an Ice Punch, and 10 turns to a superpower.
That's what I was thinking.
And as we see, the Malamar is not at a superpower after this. Like, it received the energy afterwards, but it actually missed a Psy Wave.
Yeah, that's very crucial here, because then you wouldn't take the Ice Punch. Something I was thinking actually when this was, I just said, like, yeah, he's dry on energy, superpower pace at the same time, and when I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, I just said something wrong. Obviously, that does not pace the same way, so I just stopped talking about it, but it looks like I may be redeemed here if they do overturn this match.
And let's take a look once again. The switch out, we do see...
It's dry.
Yep. Fully dry, Sandslash throwing right when it gets there. And
there's no interaction, right?
Yeah, and Sandslash does have the 5 pacing, whereas the Malamar, so it's 10 turns and it's 10 turns. So now we can take a look and count with Sandslash. So. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And it should be now that you
And this Ice Punch should be reached simultaneously with the superpower, but the superpower's energy wasn't ready yet. So that's
very impactful.
Yeah, that looks like what they're going to be reviewing here is even just missing a half second of a turn can make a potential difference that they want to take a look at. Yeah, I wasn't aware that that's what was being reviewed when I mentioned the half second, but that is the difference there is the pacing should be the same. Malamar, I believe, would win charge attack priority there and potentially be able to knock out, but instead unable to do so. And then having to take the Ice Punch puts it into Sludge Wave range. So we do have a wonderful team of judges here on site who are going to be looking through that footage and doing their best to determine if that was something that was game impacting. And it looks like we do have a couple on stage going through there, so they will be able to take a look at that and be able to get a decision. And in the meantime, it looks like we do have the Pepsi cam back, which is always a welcome sight.
Yeah, maybe we can shift the camera a little bit more to the right. But yeah, shout out to the judges, of course, King IV and Ali T on the screen here. They don't get much name shout outs, but shout out to them. They're doing a great job with the tournament so far today, and all the other judges who are not just on screen. And yeah, that's something that people can just apply for. Go into the Professor program and be a part of this. If that's something you're interested in, of course, you can probably check that on the Play Pokemon Twitter, as this match is still under review. Looks like they're still discussing some last things. I'm a little curious if it would have made a difference, because if you're debuffed, I'm pretty sure the Sludge Wave just takes you out. But obviously, that's not a determination we or the judges can just make from not knowing it.
And that's some of the things that they're going to be looking through there. Is it is not just did something happen, it's could it have potentially impacted the results of the match. And that's why we do have, as you had discussed, these wonderful people who go through the Pokemon Professor program to get trained up to make these tough calls in moments like these. And that's something that we are very grateful for, because it is...
Where would we be without them, right?
Exactly. Having to analyze stuff like this is going to be a difficult task throughout, and trying to identify, does it end up making a difference in the end? It looks like they are discussing with the competitors here, so hopefully we will be able to get an answer one way or another soon enough.
Yeah, it's very hard to make determinations like this, and it looks like that they have decided that there will be no rematch given here. Good game to both these trainers. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. And as we are coming up here, we will have more matches coming your way pretty soon. I believe in either the next or the next game, it will be Elite versus Out of Pocket, which is such a fun match. Two really good friends, I believe. They're both staying at Out of Pocket's house. We're driven here by his mom this morning, so that'll be a fun drive back, depending on how this match goes.
And both are regional champions as well. So not only friends, not only people who drove to the tournament together, but both former regional champions, and that's the caliber of gameplay that we have here at Baltimore. We have some of the top trainers from, honestly, I can say all over the world, because Tomahawk, who we saw on stream earlier, came here from the United Kingdom.
And he's coming here from Mexico. So just trainers coming into US from other countries, it's just so much fun to see. But yeah, as we see here, a lot of great plays from the Malamar. I think this was kind of like the first real highlight of Malamar, because it's been on a lot of teams today, but I honestly haven't seen much of it actually being used.
Yeah, and Malamar, these side waves do add up substantially, but just at that significant energy disadvantage, and the Sludge Wave being able to KO there does ensure the 2-0 victory for Andrew. Andrew, a player who we have seen at quite a few of these tournaments, and now has been producing some very, very consistent results. We see him on stage quite a bit. We see him winning on stage quite a bit as well. So again, we are seeing some of these trainers who are very, very consistent, and that consistency shows that throughout meta changes, Pokemon rising and falling, Pokemon like Lickitung completely falling out of the meta, and they're still able to deliver these consistent results with very clean gameplay.
Yeah, Andrew Manharis is the NAIC finalist of 2022. Started off last season strong Pittsburgh, knocked me out in the loser semis of the day 2. That was one of my most brutal 0-2 losses ever. But then looks like he's starting off this season strong again. He will be advancing to the winners finals. Speaking of winners finals, it's going to be Septile Ice up against Hedonist Action. We're going to see Celio back in action after that great showing earlier against Alpha Phoebe, our co-caster Nick. Yeah, very exciting match, of course. Hedonist Action flew in here this morning.
Oh, wow. My goodness. So probably on not the greatest night's sleep ever if he flew in this morning here from the West Coast, but he's here, he's competing, and clearly he's winning a lot nighttime, because he is in winners finals. And we do get a little bit of a sneak peek at the teams here. And I am seeing a Pokemon nighttime that I have not seen on stream so far this tournament. It's a Pokemon that actually had a really good run in a previous tournament. I believe it was Mish, a competitor in a previous tournament, who had a very good run, I believe, into day 2 with this Pokemon. And now it makes its return in the Group B winners final.
Yeah. Ariados is a pretty strong Pokemon. I believe we actually saw earlier Cheese Curl use it against Tomahawk. It was actually extremely strong against Clodstar, I thought. Well, not strong, but it seemed to tank an Earthquake very well. Very comfortably. It only did about 50%-ish, which is surprising. I thought the Spider would be a little bit more squishy, but it's definitely got a lot of play. Great into the water types, but one awkward thing is you cannot swap it into a Feraligatr. Even with that Trailblaze damage, you just can't. If you do, you need to play the 2 shields, lunge bait twice, and then you live the 3rd Hydro Cannon. But that is a very specific set of instructions to follow.
Now, one thing that I do want to cover before we hop into the match, battlers are still getting ready on stage, is I believe we do have some exciting stuff going on. Obviously, we get to see the regional championships throughout the course of many weekends, but there's some terrific content as well during the week. On Tuesday, looks like we have some fun stuff there, and I'll let you explain that, Mr. Nighttime.
Yeah, Pokemon DP Battle Dimension. This is a super exciting, it's another way to look at Pokemon. And you're going to be able to tune into that on Tuesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific time. But more relevant to Pokemon Go, the 2022 Pokemon North American International Championships, where Andrew Manhara actually was in the finals up against its AXN, the former world champion. And if you do see that, it's going to be pretty nice to see how the meta back then was. There used to be this Pokemon called Metachamp.
I remember.
Crazy time. Metachamp used to be pretty good. If newer players may have never heard of it, but there was a time.
There was. Then Psychic was nerfed once, Psychic was nerfed twice, and now Counter was nerfed as well. So Metacham was so strong. One nerf couldn't get rid of it. People switched to Dynamic Punch. A second nerf couldn't get rid of it either, and the counter nerf as well. So Metacham, if you're wanting to relive the glory days of Metacham, then tuning in to watch the recap of the 2022 North American International Championships for Pokemon Go and for Tekken, I believe, as well, will be right up your alley.
Right. In the past years, I feel like a fighter has always been mandatory on your team, whether that was Obstagoon, Metacham, Annihilate in the past year, and now, as we're going to see these trainers' teams pretty soon, neither of them have a fighting-type Pokemon.
It does seem like fighters are a lot more optional in this meta. I was expecting to see a little bit more Shadow Machamp. I don't think we've seen one yet, but it looks like the players are already down on the stage. Septile, we did get to see him a few matches ago with that Shadow Celio, putting in a tremendous amount of damage onto an opponent's team. And let's take a look at this team once again. Superior, Aerial Ace, No Leaf Tornado, Mandibuzz, pretty standard moveset. The Sludge Bomb Clodsire. We've seen a lot of competitors opting for Sludge Bomb over Stone Edge. Dunsparce, Shadow Feraligatr, and that second water type, the Ice Water, Shadow Celio.
Shadow Celio was actually nerfed in the previous set of balance changes, not because Shadow Celio was too overpowered. I want to make that clear. Body Slam was nerfed for many other reasons, non-Shadow Celio related. It has Water Pulse as well, which actually received a bit of a tune-up in the March balance changes. It does a little bit more damage and is a little bit cheaper to use. It will be, honestly, I think it looks good into this team. In a weird way, it's pretty good in the Diggersby. It's good in the Goodra, and I think you're neutral into Azu.
I believe you are correct, yes. And let's take a look at Hedonus' team. Azumarill, Ice Beam, Play Rough. We've not seen the Hydro Pump being used yet. Goodra with its legacy Community Day move, Thunder Punch. Ariados with Trailblaze and Lunge both have identical pacing. One debuffing your opponent's attack, Lunge, and one boosting your attack in Trailblaze.
Goodra's super interesting right now because it's a Dragon type and kind of breaks up Superior, Talonflame, and Feraligatr. So it breaks up the Water, Fire, Grass trio. But the weird thing is, it's not that good into any of those Pokemon. It's Superior, very difficult. Their Frenzy Plant is so much more effective than your Aqua Tail or your Thunder Punch, which are both resistant against Grass. And against Feraligatr, of course, you have to worry about the Ice Beam. So you're never just like free flying. You probably have to shield a lot of things up. But Goodra, very consistent Dragon Breath damage nonetheless.
And Goodra, honestly, as you had mentioned, even into that Feraligatr, it's not the most comfortable. Ice Beam inflicts massive, massive damage. If you try and farm down, Feraligatr can make multiple moves. So Goodra has the ability to be a pretty decent core breaker. There's Thunder Punch, which is able to hit against the Feraligatr and the Mandibuzz. There's Aqua Tail, that's able to hit against... Oh, and also the Celio, 3 Pokemon. Look at me for getting Celio's a water type. And the Aqua Tail to hit against the Clodsire, and you're resisting the main grass damage from the Superior as well. So even though it may not dominate any of those matchups, it has a lot of coverage, so it almost feels like a very flexible option that Hedonis can run basically in any spot on his team of 3 and still have some pretty consistent results.
It's really good as a generalist, but really it doesn't win anything, which sounds bad, but a lot of times top players just like picks that are safe and allow them to play neutrally, swap a lot, and have a little bit of bulk, which Guja honestly does all of the above. I think it's going to be difficult, though, to play into the Mandibuzz, honestly, for his team. If he doesn't have the Azumarill on his side, just Diggers, we've seen how rough that is to play in the Mandibuzz, even though it's technically neutral. He throws up the prayer emoji on Hydonis' side, and they're going to be going into game number 1, Ariados in the Mandibuzz.
Oh, that is a tough lead for Hedonis. You can outpace and debuff, but if you do, you're going to have to switch out eventually because Mandibuzz can enforce super effective damage with the Aerial Ace.
I like this.
Hedonis is going to go for a debuff and a potential switch out if he wants to preserve health on this Ariados to try and do well later in the match.
I think it's okay to take a move here, kind of like you're kind of baiting your opponent into throwing energy that is less effective. If he swapped there, then Septile has to just swap and keep the energy, but instead, I think you actually hang on to 2. Can he make a catch here? Oh, actually goes through and lets him have a free Poison Sting. This might not be too bad if he goes into the Gudra now.
I don't mind that play as Septile. He's wanting to guarantee damage before a second lunge debuff gets applied. These lunges plus Poison Stings are genuinely adding up. This matchup surprising me with how fine it is for the Ariados. We saw Bug into Flying type, and we were all ready to switch out, but Hedonis may be teaching us a little something. We're going to see the switch out. There is the Gudra. This is a double debuff Mandibuzz, preserving the energy, and in comes Dunsparce.
I see a problem here because now that Mandibuzz is going to use that energy for the Ariados later. Gudra into Dunsparce, it's a pretty neutral matchup, but I think you get out bulk. 2 drill runs is going to knock you out with the buff to roll out and in the back line. How do you deal with that Superior now? Your Ariados is too low.
This will be a very interesting endgame because Mandibuzz is very close to lunge range. If you can knock that out with the Ariados' energy, then suddenly things get uncomfortable for the Superior. Another drill run is reached. Hedonis putting up a Protect Shield as he looks to get maximum value out of this Gudra.
The Dragon Breaths are really adding up, though. Can he farm all the way down to 3 rollouts, and then he's going to have to go for the move right here. I like throwing not on the charge attack priority, because otherwise Septile can shield and kind of force a shield back because you don't want to lose all that energy. Here we go. Does he come in with the Mandibuzz? I think you come in with Superior because you...
But loses charge attack priority.
Oh, this is not good. He could have come in with the Superior. And
you can't really Vine Whip down. You're forced to shield, and Ariados has a lot of energy stored. So if we see the Dunsparce brought in here, this is actually a very playable game for Hedonis. He brings in the Dunsparce after Gudra gets KO'd. Septile brings in the Superior, and then Ariados' energy. Ariados double resists the Vine Whip, and it has a lot of energy stored, so Septile will have to be very careful to watch out for the Ariados. Can he Vine Whip it down? It's very low, but Vine Whip will do very little damage to Ariados. There's the switch in and the lunge.
He can.
This is super effective damage. This is going to be very tricky for Septile. He's now going to be debuffed and double resisted. Can the Vine Whip down occur? This will be very close. He does get the farm down. He's debuffed, but he exits with energy. In comes the Dunsparce. Dunsparce has a shield, not going to use it here, preserving it, understanding that this is a debuffed Frenzy Plant.
Is there a way to go into the Mandibuzz, preserve this energy, and then kind of throw it later because... Oh, I think he can throw it here. Actually, this should be enough to put into Vine Whip down range. Superior, I'm not sure if it wins Charge Attack priority against Dunsparce. It may be Ivy dependent, so he goes for this. Needs to swap, maybe? Okay.
Rock Slide won't knock out here. Superior, like, this is one of the reasons why people love bringing it. It's so dominant into Dunsparce. Even debuff this Rock Slide, not going to even put it into roll out down range. It tanks that like it's nothing. It makes the Frenzy, banks the Frenzy, gets the Dark Pulse, and this will come down to Charge Attack priority, which is honestly, I'm right there with you. It could depend on the specific stats of the Pokemon. I'm not 100% sure. Can Mandibuzz make a move here?
Oh my goodness.
Doubled up. Hedonis shaking his head.
Knows.
I think he is realizing that he would lose Charge Attack priority here, as he did shake the head. In comes the Superior here. Superior is going to take this game. Debuffed, but not denied. Superior, so powerful for Septile, even farming down an Ariados. to take the Game 1 win, and that means Septile Ice is 1 win away from day 2 on the winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, so for reference, actually, I believe Superior is a little bit more attack-weighted than Dunsparce. About has the same stats as Quagsire, if that's a good comparison.
Okay.
Quagsire and close to Whiscash as well, but Dunsparce is quite bulky. It's more like Dugong or Lantern. To put into perspective for everyone at home, Superior does win Charge Attack priority there pretty comfortably.
That's good to know for the future games. This farm down was everything in this match. Committing to the win con, farming down, and the immediate nod. Getting that farm down was so impactful. The Dark Ball dealing big damage. Dunsparce getting the double up, but your charge attack is only worthwhile if you can throw it. And Septile winning charge attack priorities, denying that potential game-winning energy from Hedonis. And that was a deliberate decision to bank that energy, to switch out, understanding we didn't know, but he knew that he won charge attack priority, and that secures him a Game 1 victory.
I think based on the way these competitors were acting, it seemed like they knew the charge attack priority a little bit better than us. But I will say, if you have a maximum attack Dunsparce, you do win charge attack priority against Superior pretty comfortably.
Good to know, good to know. So it can depend a little bit on the specific stats that you end up choosing to build for your Dunsparce. So that is very good to know, but at least in this particular matchup, Septile does have the charge attack priority advantage in that matchup. Now it shifts to Game 2. Goodra honestly felt very good for Hedonis. Hedonis got a lot of value out of that Goodra. I'm expecting to see it again. And for Septile, did you beat the Goodra? Yes. But was it comfortable? No. So do you make adjustments to try and be a little stronger into that Goodra? Because Goodra was a little bit uncomfortable. Losing charge attack priority with the Mandibuzz, forcing that energy. The Vine Whip down by Superior was incredibly impactful.
Yeah, and I think going into this next game, we're going to see... Oh, Dunsparce in the Clodsire. This is very interesting. He's running Clodsire in the front with Dunsparce in the back. This is so weak to Diggersby. This is ABA weak, but looks like he's going to get away with it for now.
The complete Diggersby disrespect. And here's one thing that we mentioned a bit earlier on. Drill Run, a great charge attack. Super effective damage. Watch this damage. It doesn't even do half. It can take another Drill Run. It's perfectly fine. So even though on paper Dunsparce should do quite well here, we do see that the Clodsire can put up a really good fight. Shielding an Earthquake does help Dunsparce quite a bit in this matchup, as once an Earthquake lands, then potentially a Sludge Bomb can threaten.
The problem is the rollouts do nothing. Otherwise, a Drill Run plus any other fast attack should be enough to put into 2 Drill Run range. But unfortunately, Dunsparce loses the Zero Shield scenario against Clodsire. Here comes another, comes a Sludge Bomb into no shield. This is really good for Hedonis because Septile Ice still has to go for another charge attack. He goes for the Drill Run here, and now Earthquake is ready for Septile Ice. Oh my goodness, I think he's gonna have to give another shield, and he's not even taking out the Clodsire yet. He has to go down 2 shield just for a switch advantage here. This is crazy.
Not going to rely on a Sludge Bomb KO and guaranteeing the knockout with an Earthquake here, or at least hoping to.
Oh.
Hedonis calls it. Earthquake connects. Down goes Dunsparce, and that switch advantage.
Oh, no.
In comes Azumarill looking for a farm down. Is the Sludge Bomb reach? No, it is not. The bubble damage KOs, but this means Superior enters the field of play. In comes Goodra, and a quick switch into that Dunsparce.
Right here, if you're Septile Ice, you have nothing to worry about. You simply get this Goodra low. It doesn't matter if it takes out your Dunsparce, comes out of this matchup with a lot of energy, because it doesn't go anywhere. It simply does not go anywhere. But if there's a win condition for Hedonis, it would be to get the Superior into a range where Ice Beam takes it out. So you definitely need to force this matchup through. He might need to shield a Drill Run, though, to keep this Goodra healthy. Otherwise, it's going to have to shield Frenzy Plant later in the game.
And Frenzy does do quite a bit. One thing I want to note, the quick switch by Septile allowed him to outpace the Goodra. If he switched, allowing a 1.5 second head start, then he couldn't have forced the shield there because the Aqua Tail would have been reached. I think he just lets this go and tries to win with the Superior. Because Superior, the Dragon Breath will add up, but you're not threatened by Aqua Tail or Thunder Punch. So he is saying, I trust Superior can get me this day 2.
Oh. Aerial Ace being thrown there, that's quite risky from Septile, honestly. Imagine if Hedonis had caught that Aerial Ace. Could have given him a lot of play. It's not going to take out the Goodra exactly. He's going to go for the swap, but why is there play here? I don't
This
think so.
will be very interesting.
Oh.
An Ice Beam will not knock out, but it does a lot of damage. And you'd rather shield an Ice Beam compared to having to shield a potential Aqua Tail later in the match. Can Azumarill outpace? This will be close. Frenzy
Oh,
does not KO.
I don't think so.
But it does a lot.
Aerial Ace and Frenzy Plant.
Yes. Will this potentially put it into Aerial Ace range, and can Septile get there? This will be a race.
Yeah.
The moment charge attacks are reached, they will be clicked.
Oh!
Gets outpaced, and this could come down to charge attack priority here. Ice Beam is going to do a lot to Superior. Superior should barely be able to tank this, not by much.
Oh, wow.
Superior looking for the, throws the Aerial Ace.
What did he farm down?
Oh, he thought the switch timer was up, but Haydonis is going to be able to take this game.
It's close. It's close.
The move's there.
Oh!
Wait.
He threw a Dragon Breath. He threw a Dragon Breath.
Oh, did he click Dragon Breath instead of the move? Oh no!
He knows.
He had the move banked. Oh my goodness. What an unbelievable endgame. The Aqua Tail does so little damage to Superior, but Superior was so low that Azumarill outpacing by one singular turn.
He had the game locked. He literally had the game on lock.
Oh, if a Dragon Breath was thrown instead, that is very unfortunate. And oh my goodness.
I think based on his reaction, he knows. He knows what he's done here. But dang, that is so close. Just, again, another game decided by half a second. A literal fraction of a second.
And it looks like we will have a match under review. Going to double check with our terrific judging team to see, was that charge attack available upon switch in? And if it was that charge attack pressed as opposed to a Dragon Breath being pressed? Because in that situation there, if the Aqua Tail is available, which it is, you should be able to click that, because the using of a charge move takes one turn. The Vine Whip is a 2-turn move, so you should be able to get that charge attack off.
Even if there was lag, I believe he should still get it off, right? Even 1-turn lag, he could still get it off. So I think most,
All right, and it sounds like we do have words from our judges that we are getting a rematch. So a quick resolution there saying that charge attack was available. He was pressing on it. So we will get a redo here of game number 2. That game was about as close as it can get. So I'm very excited to get to watch more battles between these two incredibly talented trainers.
Oh, it looks like Haydonis is giving Septile Ice a thank you. I think there's a little bit of recognition here. Like, Septile Ice may have just been like, okay, I'm happy to do a rematch. That sounds completely reasonable if you had the charge attack. And that's just great sportsmanship. Haydonis throwing up the prayer emoji and a thumbs up for Septile Ice. So, of course, a lot of love to both these trainers for just being so cool about it.
The competitive spirit is burning bright here in Baltimore. Terrific display of sportsmanship and a terrific understanding of the game, understanding that that move was loaded. And
oh, wow. Gave him the win. He conceded.
Oh,
wow.
That is unbelievable
Unprecedented
sportsmanship.
almost.
Septile understanding that if the game worked as intended, Haydonis would have got the win. And for all of you watching at home and in the audience here today, I do want to hear a big round of applause. That's unbelievable sportsmanship from our competitor, Septile Ice, saying that game was lost to me. I am going to give you this win, and now the stage is set. Both battlers, one win apiece. Winner of this next match gets a trip to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
That says so much about this community, right? Because if you're a little bit intimidated by these tournaments, this just shows this is a great community. People love the game, and most importantly, they love each other. And show up to a regional. Maybe Louisville is next, and hope this excites people at home about this game, of course. But in this final match, what I would really like to see is Ariados.
Ariados was able to honestly make the Mandibuzz matchup quite scary. So Ariados in good alignment could be very interesting. We are seeing a lot of Dunsparce from Septile, maybe trying to take advantage of the fact that it is very neutral play into both the Goodra and that Ariados, as well as being fine into that Azumarill. We have yet to see the Diggersby from Haydonis, and Septile did run very soft to that Diggersby, and Haydonis was not able to punish it, left the Diggersby on the bench. So do we see a potential adjustment in team comp in this game number 3? There's so much on the line here. If you win, your day should be done. You're on to day 2. You have the rest of the day to sit back in the crowd, cheer along with everyone else, and see who gets to join you. Whereas if you don't emerge successful from this game 3, there's still more to play.
Yeah, exactly. And if you win this match, you're only one match away tomorrow from cashing in to that top 8. That's honestly probably one of the most exciting things for players. This year, the championship points for top 8 are so much more than just top 12 or 12, 16. So maybe tomorrow there'll be a breakdown of that. But for now, we are about to go into game number 3. Trainers still deciding their lines. Maybe a little shook up from that previous game, but no worries. They're here to bring us a show in Baltimore Winners Finals.
I cannot wait. They're making last-second adjustments, trying to devise the perfect line of 3. We have a simultaneous double lock-in. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. A spot to day 2 on the line. Superior on the lead for Septile. Into Gudra for Hedonis.
I think this is, goes right into Dunsparce. And if you're, this is interesting, he doesn't really have a response for Dunsparce. If you come in with the Malamar, you're still going to need to take some draw runs. I believe that Dunsparce wins a zero shield scenario if it swaps first, because it's going to make it 2 charge attacks before the Malamar. Based on that timing there, you would have been ahead 3 times.
Agreed. Aquatail not going to be worried about whatsoever.
Yeah.
Dunsparce. Dunsparce unfazed by the Aquatail damage. Septile will have a small chance to outpace here and takes advantage of that fact, firing off the drill run. Hedonis with a difficult choice ahead. Do you invest in the Gudra? The answer is yes. Committing the shield on the Gudra.
This is so great, because if you get this Dunsparce down, guess what? The Ariados is going to be up against the Superior in the back. One of the most dominant matchups in this metagame right now. Shield from Septile Ice. Does he try to get off a draw run here? I think he does. He does. Wow.
Does Hedonis double shield for switch? Ariados is great into Superior, but down a shield, the Aerial Ace will add up. He is full committing to switch advantage. Double shielding, farming down. This does put Clodsire in a situation which we identified at the start of this broadcast. It really likes to be in when all shields are down. Clodsire with these hard-hitting charge attacks. Earthquake will do a lot to Malamar and a lot to Ariados.
Yeah, and not only that, Superior with this energy from this, the hard swap goes for the arrow. I love this play because it's super effective. It puts it into Earthquake range, and this Clodsire is going to be a beast here in the back. It wins the zeros against Malamar. It's going to be able to wall the Poison Stings here from the Ariados and also land a huge Earthquake here.
Debuff.
What?
Interesting. Going for a heavily resisted move, just trying to slow down the damage from this Clodsire. That lunge not going to do a whole lot of damage. And will that lunge allow an Earthquake to be
it
survived?
does. Yes, you 100% hang on here. It already did around 45% damage before, but 100% Hedonis can hang on.
Oh, it barely KOs! It barely KOs! In comes the Malamar, and look at these Psy Waves go!
Now, this is good with how Sludge Bomb, because just 2, I believe, should knock out this Malamar.
It is debuffed, though.
It is debuffed.
This Sludge Bomb does get same type attack bonus. It is a pretty decent charge attack. The Sludge Bomb, Malamar hangs on, and this will get interesting. There's a ton of energy available.
I like
switch
that.
out into the Gudra, going for the Aquatail. This will not KO, and this is going to be a very complicated endgame with Malamar having so much stored energy. Aquatail doesn't KO. In comes Superior. Superior, can it commit to a farm down here? This will be very close.
I think this is so weird.
Aquatail doesn't knock out, but we will see the shield.
Play. I don't think he can. I don't think he can do this, because you take out the Gudra here. He comes in here.
Charge attack priority
charge
time.
priority.
Oh, he doesn't throw.
What? He threw a Psy Wave.
He threw a Psy Wave. He didn't click on the move. Frenzy's going to do a lot of damage here.
I think
Frenzy Plant into the Malamar.
Oh.
It KOs! It KOs! He maybe thought that he only had the Aerial Ace, but he had the Frenzy Plant, and Septile Ice makes his first day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
This player, no stranger to the big stage, played at the World Championships as we see from his hat, and now he's going to be playing in Baltimore day 2 winner's side. It's got to feel so good. Maybe we'll have an interview with him. I'm not 100% sure, but we would love to know more about this trainer who is kind of on the come up. Hedonis, such an established trainer, really has made top 8 many times, and Septile Ice is now looking to do that for himself.
The good news is Hedonis' day is not done.
Yep.
You will move to the losers finals, where it's another win and into day 2. And we have seen some pretty incredible losers bracket runs to claim regional championships before. So if you're a fan of Hedonis watching, his day definitely not done, as he will still have more chances to qualify for day 2.
Yeah, many more familiar names to come. People like Tomahawk UK and Valorous Ash are actually coming up next. both players kind of have a signature Pokemon today. Valorous Ash, obviously.
Talonflame,
It goes
always.
without saying. And then Tomahawk UK with Pangoro, which I don't want to say anything, but I think he's been a little bit scared to bring it so far today. Maybe he should have opted for Machamp.
Machamp does have that very quick pacing to Stone Edge, and Stone Edge into a Talonflame. That is lights out. And I believe it was actually over breakfast. We were taking a look at the Shadow Machamp versus Talonflame matchup.
It's not that bad.
And if you successfully bait with a cross chop, it gets uncomfortable. I think if Talonflame throws a move, then Machamp can win the twos. So people not really running Machamp so far. It is an extremely frail Pokemon. The damage output is real, but my goodness, it's very frail. Back to this game and this farm down. Without this farm down, all was lost.
Wow.
But Septile getting that farm down, debuffed and double resisted. Superior does not care. Dark Pulse into that Dunsparce. Dunsparce getting back-to-back charge attacks, but Superior having the last laugh as it would deny that energy with a game-winning charge attack priority tie and secure the Game 1 win for Septile.
I think this is one of the most complex games that we've had, in matches that we've had in the entire day. So much swapping, so many times where, let's say, we saw players just hard swapping Pokemon even when they were ready for good alignment. And honestly, that says everything about this game. So nuanced in these kinds of situations. And moving into our next matches, I wouldn't be surprised if we only see more and more of that, as Valorous Ash and Tomahawk are very... Actually, I think Tomahawk UK is probably one of the most consistent people in EU. Valorous Ash, one of the most consistent people in NA. These two players almost always make it to day 2. So it's going to be really exciting because only one of them out of these two can make it to day 2 through the winners finals.
And I'm incredibly excited to see that matchup. One thing I do want to highlight again one more time, in that matchup, there will be times throughout the course of competitive gaming where sometimes the game has errors. It does happen. We have an amazing judging team, but I want to highlight the incredible sportsmanship there by Septile. The game was ruled a rematch. That's typically what happens when there's an error with the game that impacted the outcome. But Septile went above and beyond, saying if the game worked as intended, you would have won. I don't feel right with you not having that win. I'm going to concede game 2 and give you the win that you should have had. That is, in my view, the gold standard of sportsmanship, and it's honestly what these tournaments are all about. It's coming together as a community, getting to play the game that we love, and as well, just honestly, an incredible display of character there by that battler.
Yeah, Septile Ice had no obligation to give that rematch or even the win, but what we do have an obligation to do is take a look at day 1 usage. What is up with the Clodsire business? 74.2% at the top of our charts. And shout out for Alligator. I think he's trying to run away from them because he's looking the other way. All the Pokemon looking to the left, and he's like, I don't want anything to do with this Clodsire business. I don't even win the ones.
Shadow for Alligator staring down that Azumarill. Azumarill resisting the moves from Feraligatr, but typically not emerging victorious. Mandibuzz, we've seen Superior put in a tremendous amount of work for trainers because as we take a look across these first 4 Pokemon, it does great into all of them, but people have adapted with that Sludge Bomb Clodsire saying, if you run Stone Edge, Superior can win that matchup.
Here we go, fighting for the #1 spot. I don't know if it's much of a fight in this usage, but tomorrow, I think there's an argument that maybe Pokemon like Dunsparce are going to be shooting a little bit closer to that 70% check mark. Poison Sting, Earthquake, and Stone Edge are the recommended moves. Honestly, I think we've seen more Sludge Bomb than Stone Edge today. I think a lot of players are anticipating the Azumarill meta, anticipating the Superior meta, but at the same time, Mandibuzz becomes a lot happier when Stone Edge isn't in that Clodsire's moveset.
It does. It absolutely does. But that's one thing that's very exciting in this new meta is we're going to see people experimenting with different movesets, different Pokemon, and we've seen, honestly, I feel pretty consistent results from Sludge Bomb Clodsire. Sludge Bomb makes it a lot less comfortable. I know we've seen a couple Chestnuts, because Chestnut normally, if you're going up with rock and ground coverage, going up against a grass fighter, you're not going to have a terrific day. The moveset's completely walled, but with Sludge Bomb as well, you have that slightly faster pacing. You get same type attack bonus, and it is the 6-6-5 pacing, so 12 turns, then 10, instead of 14 to the first for Stone Edge, and then 12 there on after. So slightly faster pacing, being able to get to this damage a bit faster, and battlers have really been enjoying that.
Yeah, honestly, we didn't even get to see the Mega Horn from the previous Clodsire. I don't remember who it was, but we're probably not going to see that again. Let's be completely honest. Clodsire, of course, does prefer, Sludge Bomb and Earthquake, as we were talking about. And this is going to be paired with Pangoro as kind of a really solid core. Clodsire deals with all the fighters like Machamp or Chestnut, for example, that are very difficult for Pangoro to overcome, of course. Pangoro against Chestnut, I guess it's an okay matchup, but Night Slash obviously being resisted, it's not a great situation. Superpower is going to knock you out threefold, and on the other hand, triple water types from Valorous Ash, and then the grass and fire. He told me that Guzzlord will not be very fun to play against because you only got that Azumarill. So far, so good, though. The only dark type that he's going to be going up against is that Pangoro from Tomahawk UK.
One thing I do want to highlight about this matchup is that Gastrodon. Gastrodon has not been a particularly common pick among the streamed matches, but looking across these teams, Tomahawk only has one Mud Slap resistance. If it can dodge that Talonflame, Gastrodon is scary into every other single Pokemon that it may encounter.
Pangoro for the first time.
Oh my
picking
goodness.
up a good lead for Alligator on the other side.
It's shiny too. Oh my goodness.
Amazing show here, and it's gonna pace these close combats so quickly. Can just go straight for it, no remorse. If this gets shielded, it's going to be just consistent pacing every single 5. Oh my goodness.
No shield. Look
Whoa,
at that
wow.
damage.
Wow.
Rocking for Alligator. Barely able to hang on. And it looks like Tomahawk is looking to shield and karate chop down Valorous Ash. ABA weak. Both the Feraligatr and the Dunsparce do not want to see this Pokemon.
Oh, man. Oh, and the switch here. What do? I feel like he's trapped in this matchup, essentially. If you go to the Dunsparce, it's not a great matchup, but you need to save the energy on the Gastrodon somehow to deal with this backline. I think there's definitely play here with the shield advantage, but the Gastrodon is going to have to put in a shift here. I hope Lose a Pikachu is watching, because this is his time to shine. Even has the blue one on there, although he's using the pink one.
I like the banking of the energy on the Gastrodon with no, at least on the team of 3, no Mud Slap resist. This energy is very valuable on that Gastrodon, and Dunsparce can just take hit after hit, similarly to what something like a Lickitung did in a previous meta. Absorb hits, allow the battler to reposition and try and sweep with that Gastrodon, because that final Pokemon, Toxapex, would not appreciate going up against it.
I really like what Valorous Ash is doing here. The switch clocks are going to be up. He can come in here and snipe with that Gastrodon if he does choose to do so. Pangoro comes back in, trying to get this down. Oh, this is so good for the Pangoro. That energy advantage is going to allow him to throw 2 moves against... Oh, does he no shield?
Calls the bait!
No way!
Calls the body slam, and now 2 Night Slashes are reached, and I think it might barely survive this next Mud Slap. This is going to be very close. It will be a margin of literally 1 hit point here. He's not going to risk it. Just going for the Night Slash.
No shield.
Night Slash. Has Valorous Ash been counting? He double shields, but Brine will not knock out. However, with bubble damage, maybe there's a chance. In comes Toxapex. It hits the field of play, but this Gastrodon energy is about to go everywhere.
Giving him a free poison jab there, this might make it a little bit more uncomfortable. Great shield from Tomahawk UK, but maybe if there's a debuff, this next one will completely knock it out. There needs to be a catch. There needs to be a catch from the Azumarill here to soak this Earth Power. Otherwise, I think this may knock out the Toxapex with the Mud Slap damage.
This will come down to a prediction. Can Tomahawk predict correctly the switch out?
What?
Anticipating a switch out from Tomahawk. Doesn't get it right. And now, can this actually KO? Earth Power is super effective. Toxapex is very bulky. And where is the energy on that Azumarill?
Oh, 1 Mud Slap. 1 Mud Slap. Oh!
It doesn't KO! And the prediction by Valorous Ash goes awry. The Toxapex, I can't even see its health bar, barely hanging on, knocking out the Gastrodon, and that's a Game 1 win for Tomahawk.
In a weird way, is it even necessary to try to catch that? Or like try to predict the swap? Was it necessary to go to the Dunsparce at all? Maybe not.
It's very, very tricky. You're playing these mind games with the opponent. When are they going to switch? Getting that call correct is game winning, but getting the call incorrect means that there's slightly more energy for the Gastrodon, slightly more energy for the Toxapex to knock out the Gastrodon, and Tomahawk is able to emerge the Game 1 winner.
Now this becomes really weird, right? Because you have Gastrodon, which is so strong, but you've kind of begged Tomahawk here to play Talonflame. Talonflame, obviously, a super strong Pokemon. Oh, it looks like both players have already locked in. They're confident, they're ready, and we're going into game number 2. It's Gastrodon into Azumarill.
And this is a pretty solid matchup for that Gastrodon. Gastrodon, Mud Slap, such an incredible fast move, able to have a terrific combination of energy generation and massive fast move damage.
Yeah, Earth Power, not going to be thrown just yet. Maybe just need to be wary of a potential catch on a Talonflame. Going to let this play rough go through. I believe that Valorous Ash is going to need to start deploying these charge attacks. He's getting a little bit closer to 100 energy than he maybe wants to be. Earth Power, if he gets a debuff, it could potentially put this into Mud Slap and Body Slam range, allowing it to win more shields and Nards. Shield comes up from Tomahawk UK. No debuff is going to be applied, and actually pacing to this Earth Power, a great time.
This will not pick up the knockout, but it does significant damage to Azumarill. Azumarill able to survive that into the red health, farming up as much as possible and firing the Ice Beam right before reaching that 100 energy cap.
Oh, this is rough, because now you have the Dunsparce aligned. Yeah, you're going to have Dunsparce aligned to the Pangoro, and you're going to have your Feraligatr aligned to the Toxapex. Rollout comes through, but is it possible that Dunsparce kind of puts up a fight against Pangoro up energy?
It'll depend. Does double drill run KO? Oh,
wow!
Switch out here, saving that Azumarill.
Wait.
And now, does double drill run KO here? Because the rollouts will do very little damage. Is this able to knock out? It looks like it'll be very, very close. With the rollouts, it might. Aggressive switch into Feraligatr. Feraligatr goes for the Hydro Cannon. Tomahawk not playing to charge tech priority. He has to give up the final shield to get these shields back and set the stage for Toxapex as the sweeper.
I think this looks really good for Tomahawk. If you're Ash here, you have to...
Shielding the Night Slash bait, and the moment you shield the Night Slash bait, you know there's a close combat on its way. He's gonna look to overfarm, baiting again. Baiting again. Does
like
this
at some
grab
point
the shield?
You have to not shield. You just have...
The double shield!
And you have to throw now.
The baits.
He's gonna catch!
Oh! The catch out of the Toxapex. That 50-second switch timer coming in clutch, saving the Pangoro. The Hydro Cannon is going to connect. That's not doing a whole lot of damage, and things get very difficult now for Valorous Ash.
Oh, I like this.
Banking the Hydro, switching into the Dunsparce, but one drill run does not KO. This is survivable for the Toxapex.
Wait.
As the Dunsparce gets even closer to Sludge Wave range.
Pangoro is not at a move. It's one Karate Chop away. If you, yeah, he throws here, right? I think you just throw a Hydro into this after you build up 5. You build up 5, you bank the Hydro, you throw in at the Pangoro, you throw in at the Azumarill, you clean up the game.
Energy advantage for Alligator can go very
3,
far.
4, 5.
Gets it.
Perfect.
This could come down to a peak of
catch. A catch.
So this next prediction will decide the game. Tomahawk is likely to bring in Pangoro. Does he switch, or does he try and go for the fast move? This next moment will decide this game 2. He's thinking about it. He brings it in. He gets the catch. He gets the catch. The perfect prediction there. Getting the catch. And now this should be his game to win. The undercharge. Can he get enough farm? He cannot. And Pangoro should make the Night Slash.
Calm and collected is Tomahawk UK as he takes down Valorous Ash and advances to day number 2. I think what I would have liked to see from Valorous Ash is maybe waiting a turn, make sure that Karate Chop comes through, and then you throw that charge attack. I feel like it was a little bit almost avoidable.
It's so
hard though.
Those mind games. Will my opponent switch? Will they throw the fast move? You have mere seconds to decide, and it decides the entire game there. What an unbelievable series. And a spicier pick there from Tomahawk. Tomahawk ran a lot of Shadow Bastiodon. Smackdown got nerfed. Bastiodon, no more. Tomahawk says not today, but still great consistency as he makes day 2 after flying over from Europe, makes day 2 here in Baltimore.
Absolutely crazy run so far. Pangoro is just, it was a beast those games. Like, I made fun of him a little bit for the pick, but you know what? You cooked. You cooked here with this Pangoro against the Feraligatr. Just looks so good. And even I feel like a lot of times the baits weren't even necessary, but it was just funny to see the baits being shielded anyway.
It's almost
I
psychological
think
warfare
4 times.
at that point, yeah.
I think he literally, I think Valorous Ash genuinely shielded 4 Night Slashes.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. And the one he didn't shield in game 1 was the close combat that almost one-shot the front alligator. It's tough. And I guess we see why some trainers are opting for it instead of that Shadow Machamp. What I'm liking to see out of the trainers who have made day 2 so far, we're seeing these unusual picks. Taking a look at the meta from the top down, it's looking like Clodsire, Feraligatr, Mandibuzz, but we're seeing these picks like Shadow Celia from Septile and now the Pangoro from Tomahawk.
All these games were basically decided by a hair.
Yes.
Even though it looked like Tomahawk got a 2-0, right here, if he doesn't come into the Dunsparce, I think he wins this game, by the way, because he never gets this energy. He never gets to the Brine, and you just take out the Azumarill because you outpace, you don't go down to the bubbles. And then on the other game, I would say, yeah, the other game you just need to predict.
And that's the power of prediction. Unfortunately, making an incorrect prediction in game 1 is Valorous Ash, but in game 2, Tomahawk with the perfect prediction, being able to get that catch when failing a catch would have meant game over and going to a game 3.
Wait, what's interesting to me is if you saw in that replay, he actually threw a Shadow Claw. That's just a lose con, right? You lose the game no matter what.
I guess he predicted the switch out there.
Because why would you ever throw a Shadow Claw, right?
But unfortunately, yeah, it's so tough. It's so tough to get those end games right because even just one small misstep after an entire game of correct reads at this level, the competition level is so high, that can be the margin for error. And it decided both games, an incorrect prediction in game 1 and a correct prediction from Tomahawk in game 2.
Yeah, I think he just needed to sit there for a second. The bubble from the Azumarill wouldn't go through, by the way, so he wouldn't need to worry about that damage. Then he just Shadow Claws down. Oh yeah, no, that doesn't matter. He Shadow Claws down and throws a Hydro Cannon. I think that's clean.
Yeah, it's very, like, watching it.
It seems obvious.
It
watching
does,
it.
yes.
It's very
but
easy for us to
playing
say,
it
yes.
in the moment, on the big lights, on the stage there, so many factors to consider that even though it was 2-0, that series was a nail-biter both games.
Yeah, and speaking of that series being a nail-biter, we're going to see what Tomahawk was thinking throughout that entire thing, what went through his head when he made that peekaboo play, and Amanda, take it away with Fareed.
Thanks, Eric. I'm biting my nails as well. Very anxious to talk to Tomahawk UK. Going on to day number 2, I mean, they're just talking in the caster booth saying even though this was a 2-0 victory, they were extremely close battles. What can you say about your matches against Valorous Ash?
I think Valorous Ash was definitely the hardest opponent I faced today. I played him in practice not too long ago, and he wiped the floor with me. And I was really worried. I was going into this, I was like, he knows how to use Talonflame really well, and I was worried if I didn't get alignment, maybe I'd be in trouble. But honestly, Pangoro was so good. And people kind of lose track of its energy. People don't really realize how much damage it does, and it showed just how good it is, I think.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about Pangoro because you have been, basically saying this is the pick, everyone, it's gonna win Baltimore. But you were also kind of keeping a little bit of secret because we didn't know that you were going to be here until very late. So Pangoro and your presence here in the USA.
Yeah, it was a last-minute decision for me. I just realized actually there was a pretty easy flight I could get after work on Friday, straight from London to Baltimore. I haven't had much sleep. I've on like 2 hours sleep, so I was like, I don't want to play as many games as I can on day 1. So if I can just keep winning, finish my day 1, then I can go and crash out later. But Pangoro, I think just because people don't know its matchups quite as well because it's not as popular, then it just makes it a little bit more fun for me, and it's shiny, so.
Yeah, that is true. It is shiny. Now, I have to give you a little bit of grief because you're here. It looks like you're doing well. Day 2. As most of us know, you were a finalist in Liverpool, getting 2nd place to another trainer. I can't remember his name. Do you remember who you lost to in the final?
No, I can't remember that.
I think it was like Daytime Sleeper or something. Nighttime Clasher, that was his name, Nighttime Clasher. He's casting. Is that the main reason you decided to come over to play this one? You were a little bit too scared for the rematch?
I think there are a couple of reasons. Firstly, I really wanted to play in the new meta. I wanted to mostly come out on a recruitment drive to get viewers for the EU stream. So if you enjoyed those matches, make sure to tune into Dortmund. But no, I also just wanted to meet a lot of the people that I met in Hawaii. Like I made so many friends, NA-based friends and things, and getting to see them here as well has been really nice. So it has been good.
Well, we're very happy to have you over here doing so well. Congratulations on making day 2. Hope to see more of you on your plays tomorrow. We're going to kick it over to a short break, but we're going to give you some highlights of what has been going on today, the first day of this new meta in Baltimore.
Staring off into the distance. Good luck. Have fun. Well played, well played, well played. Dude, I had the move.
You did?
Yes. GG's.
GG's, man.
Well played, well played. Jeez. Nice catch. Nice catch. Well played.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to look at the meta, see what decks is performing well. You never want to play something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck, and you want to play something that can beat Charizard. So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing, you're comfortable with it, know your matchups, and don't last-minute switch decks.
Between tournaments, I like to hit up friends to scrim, making sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve for the next tournament.
I continue to practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea of team composition, what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, whatever you can see between other opponents. I think that that's one of the best ways in order to improve, between tournament and tournament. Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition, picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
That is a 3-0 sweep in the Knoxville Grand Finals, and Doombug becomes your back-to-back champion here in North America.
To win 2 regionals, I am absolutely blown away. After last season, I did not feel very confident about my abilities, and I've been way more consistent this season, and I feel like it's just been a much better road for me.
And Doombug proving yet again why he's one of the best, not only in North America, but the entire world, undefeated going to day number 2.
I think my toughest matchup of day 2 was Onion Frank. He had such a crazy team with that Superior with Leaf Tornado, because anytime that debuff goes off, it can cause a lot of problems, but I feel like I was just able to play around it perfectly.
This is the thing, right? It's good if you get the debuff, it's going to be huge. It finally gets the debuff, right? He needed that.
I feel like the strategy I came in with for this tournament really worked out well. Whiscash and Gligar cover each other perfectly in this meta. The harder hitting Scald was very beneficial against the more neutral matchups, like against Lickitung, Skarmory. It was very useful in those matchups.
You're gonna force energy out of the Skarmory eventually because it can't fast attack you down.
I was super confident going into the Grand Finals because I felt like my team was very neutral against him, and I feel like that plays very much into my advantage.
Not only is he playing at an incredibly high level, but somehow he's also getting these very small percentage chances to go even further.
I'd say the deciding moment where I was gonna win was when I got that final Night Slash boost with Annihilate. The Night Slash boost just does so much, and then subsequent Night Slashes put so much pressure on my opponent, and it's just so fun when that happens.
Doombug rolling in Knoxville.
This win means a lot, for validating my own confidence and determination. Every tournament, I try to go in with the utmost confidence, and it's just paying off now, like in a big way.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Competitive Pokemon Go I got into back in 2021. Yes, that's when a lot of grassroots tournaments were happening, and I got invited by some local Discords to join. The biggest memory that sticks out to me since I started competing in competitive Pokemon Go would actually probably be in the San Antonio regional that happened back in December of last year. I made top 16 for the first time, and that was a huge milestone because I've been really trying to improve my game, and that was like a nice little milestone for me to really feel like it paid off. My favorite Pokemon, that's easy, that is Mawile, the Steel Fairy type. I think it's a really, really cool design, and it's just an awesome typing. I think one that just comes to mind immediately is Defy, one of the casters in Pokemon Go PvP. I think she's an incredible battler herself. She has incredible insight into the game, as well as just a good attitude, and she's an awesome person to be around, so that's someone I look up to. I would love to battle Lyall Jeffs, because he beats me every time, and I would love to finally beat him. I think my favorite evolution is Sylveon, just because I am very partial to fairy types, and obviously that is the fairy type evolution, and it's just really cute. There are many amazing Pokemon regions. I think Kalos is one that I really like, just because that's when the fairy type was introduced to the game, and there's just a lot of really cute Pokemon, like the Dene from Kalos, the Pikachu clone from that generation. Absolutely not. Illegal. No. Pineapple is not supposed to be hot and mushy. It's supposed to be like crisp and cold. It would have to be my sister or my brother, who are both in Sweden. So yes, I would call my siblings.
We are back in Baltimore, continuing our live coverage of the first regional championship of the 2025 season. I know there's so many eyes on this broadcast right now because everybody's wondering just what the meta is going to look like and how things will shake out. I'm Speediest Chief 2 with Amanda Lundberger.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting ready to crown some winners, at least of day number 1. A lot of these trainers have been really going through the gauntlet today. We just saw Tomahawk UK saying, you know, he only had a couple hours of sleep, so he decided to just take the easy route and just win all the matches so he could finish up the day a little bit earlier. These two trainers are coming up. Also on the winner's side, we've seen one of them already this morning.
It's true, right? Sometimes a little lack of sleep can keep you on edge, but let's take a look at the stage because our trainers are getting set up and ready to go. We've got Out of Pocket versus Elite, 2 trainers that have really made names for themselves, not only in Go Battle League, but also in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. So I'm excited to see how this is going to go down.
Yeah, they are regional champions. They are friends. They are teammates, in fact, as well. So I think they're probably deciding how they want to play out these matches. Perhaps they have scrimmed together already. Let's take another look at Out of Pocket's spicy team here with that Galarian Moltres. And though we have not seen him yet on screen, this team was directly copied and borrowed from Arrow with permission.
It was so spicy. It was so spicy you had to add another syllable. So spicy team. Galarian Moltres has been on our radar here coming into the weekend, but I never thought we would see it on one of the best players in the world's teams. Out of Pocket might actually bring that Pokemon to bear here against his opponent, Elite, but he's already done some impressive work on stage. His opponent is no slouch. Historically speaking, Elite is 9-0 in the grand finals of the 2 tournaments he's competed in. Once he gets to that level, he just rolls through the competition, but he's got to get through Out of Pocket first. He's got Shadow Machamp, which I think is the most divisive pick on this team. Do you agree, Amanda?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier on, wondering if fighting-type Pokemon actually still had a place in this new meta. We did just see Pangoro do a lot of work, and Shadow Machamp is the other Pokemon that I think really benefited from the Karate Chop update, and also having Stone Edge, a new attack for Shadow Machamp.
Yeah, absolutely. Stone Edge hits harder than Rock Slide. Remember, Rock Slide did receive a nerf in the Max Out Season update, so having that Rock-type coverage can be valuable, and Karate Chop gets you there that much faster. But speaking about getting there, we have our trainers locked in. I thought we were ready to go, but we might have a little bit of a hiccup here before we get into the game. But either way, it's coming soon.
I think the team, they at least know what Pokemon they want to be using. Looks like they are locking in. They're getting ready to go into this winners finals of day number 1 here. And we got that Shadow Drapion on field. But hello, let's meet Galarian Moltres.
Now, this Pokemon does have access to Sucker Punch, a Dark-type fast tag that got boosted big time in the Max Out Season update. And that Dark damage is piling on. Look at this. Drapion's supposed to resist Dark-type attacks, right?
It would seem so. Going for that attack right as the Drapion is able to get to attack as well. Elite shielding up this first one here. Ancient Power does have a potential to boost, but I don't think he's going to get it. Meanwhile, going ahead, releasing that first charge attack. No shield from Out of Pocket.
Wow, so we do have the courtesy of the open team sheets. We know this is not a Sludge Bomb. Aquatail does, I guess, significant damage, but look at the bulk here on the Galarian Moltres. A little bit stronger than I thought. Switching into Azumarill, counter swap into Cresselia. What a throwback Pokemon here.
Yeah, Cresselia with Grass Knot is going to be doing nice amount of damage to this Azumarill here. Throwing, looks like they wanted to both get a little bit of extra, not throwing right on alignment, but this Grass Knot will be doing more to the Azumarill than any of the attacks Azumarill is going to be hitting back with Cresselia. These are 2 bulky Pokemon, but I think that Cresselia's got the upper hand.
I would say Out of Pocket also has the upper hand here because he's got the protection advantage. He's going to land the play rough here. And like you said, Amanda, this Grass Knot's going to hit really hard against Azumarill, but I still think it'll be able to get to another play rough. And when I see these Pokemon get weak and I look at that fast attack pressure from Galarian Moltres, I think farm down opportunity.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out here as that Grass Knot connects, not enough to knock out the Azumarill, just like you predicted. Going for 1 extra bubble before now throwing another play rough. Both of these Pokemon are getting very low, and what we've seen so much in this tournament so far is leaving a little bit of HP on any Pokemon is a great farm down opportunity. Look at this, Dancing coming back in here with the Drapion, now to be met with the Clodsire, but there's so much energy, and with this Shadow damage, 20% more of these Aquatails are gonna hurt.
I just need to zoom in on this play. Out of Pocket sends in the Clodsire into a loaded Drapion. Of course, the Aquatails are going to sting, but Out of Pocket's making a prediction. He thinks that his Galarian Moltres with the shield advantage can sweep whatever's in the back, so he wants to send his Clodsire here. Maybe Out of Pocket even called for Alligator as Elite's 3rd Pokemon. We're going to find out.
I like this play by Out of Pocket too, recognizing that he is not going to win that charge attack priority. There's so much energy already on the Drapion, going for another extra attack before throwing his own charge attack here. The switch timers are not up, but there is a back-to-back from Elite here saying, here's another Aquatail. Out of Pocket, out of shields.
Out of shields, and that strategy I just outlined might not work here because now he's at a shield deficit all of a sudden. Goes ahead and throws the Sludge Bomb here, resist it or not. This is probably going to be enough to KO the Shadow Drapion.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of an undercharge there as well, and maybe the perfect amount, but a quick swap out from Elite. Now going for that heavier hitting Earthquake. It will do more damage, but it's not going to do very much at all because this Protect Shield is going up. Elite wants to keep this Feraligatr nice and healthy.
Only 3 Shadow Claws away from the Hydro Cannon. In comes the Galarian Moltres trying to get the Ancient Power. Actually doesn't throw. Out of Pocket loses count, and the Hydro Cannon will come through.
Hydro Cannon about to connect, about to knock out this Galarian bird from the skies here, coming back in with that Clodsire, but it is just a little bit too little, a little bit too late. This Feraligatr has charged up so much energy, and now the Clodsire is about to go down to another Hydro Cannon.
Shadow Feraligatr says, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. It's closing down these matchups against the Galarian Moltres, against the Clodsire, and the Azumarill. That's a Shadow Feraligatr sweep.
That's right, knocking out the first one, knocking out the second, and just knocking out the Azumarill for good measure as well. Elite taking game number 1 with some elite plays against Out of Pocket. who, as a reminder, was the North American who went farthest in the Honolulu at the 2024 Pokemon Go World Championships.
And our North America International Champion last season. Meanwhile, Elite, I think a lot of trainers have dubbed him the California King, having won tournaments in California consecutive seasons, but he hasn't had the measure of success that Out of Pocket has. So I think the pressure is really on Pocket here to adjust and to figure out how to get back in this series. But we've seen him lose game 1 before and come back, so it's nothing new to him.
Yeah, a lot of times the trainers like to say, oh, you know, game number 1 was just an information gathering round, right? So it's like, it doesn't really matter if you win or lose. You want to see how your opponent plays things out. Out of Pocket, you know, as you can see, very calm and collected, recognizing that he's been in this position once or twice before. He knows how to fight his way out of it. He knows Elite's play styles already, so we'll have to see how they want to adapt for game number 2. Looking at the teams, is there anything that's really standing out to you?
The Shadow for Alligator from Elite. I think the Pocket needs to find a way to shut it down, and this is not a good start. Clodsire lead into the Shadow for Alligator. He's got Typhlosion in the back, ABA weak to for Alligator.
Yeah, it's a dangerous position to put yourself in when you have a Pokemon in the lead that is also weak to a certain Pokemon in the back. If you see that in the lead, you do not know what to do. This is not going to be very good. As you can see, that Hydro Cannon did so much damage to Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket going 1 over here before throwing his charge attack. Will he get the shield? Will he get this for Alligator off of the field? No, Elite says, I'm going to keep it again, nice and healthy.
And he saw just how impactful it was last game, so he wants to keep it around for sure. Coming in Typhlosion with a Protect Shield advantage, Hot Pocket knows he needs to shield up this first Hydro Cannon because Typhlosion cannot take that damage. He's going to reach for the Thunder Punch, but Elite is probably going to see it coming.
Yeah, here's the thing. Not often do you see someone going ahead and swapping in a fire-type Pokemon to a water-type one, also the one that has an energy advantage over all. You could see that Out of Pocket wasn't sure if he was going to try to swap out there, waiting a full Incinerate before throwing off that Thunder Punch.
Feraligatr has the Hydro Cannon. I don't think Out of Pocket can outpace this Feraligatr at this point, but he believes he can. He's going to go ahead and use his final protection of the game, throw another Incinerate, try to get to the Thunder Punch. He's got it. He waits. He lands it.
He's going to be able to land. There's no Protect Shields left on that Feraligatr, though Feraligatr was able to knock out all 3 Pokemon game number 1. Looks like its turn to be knocked out. We'll see what else is coming in now. That Dropion is not going to be able to farm it down, but it will be able to quickly reach an Aqua Tail to refresh this Typhlosion and put it back in its ball.
Yeah, only 4 Poison Stings to the Aqua Tail. 8 turns is quite fast in the current meta. Typhlosion cannot hang, but now Galarian Moltres is squared up here against the Dark-type Pokemon like we saw in game number 1. Out of Pocket tapping really close to the Clodsire. Might try to make the catch. Shadow Drapion gathering energy, doesn't throw or doesn't try to catch. Here comes Aqua Tail for Shadow Drapion.
And we saw the very first game, Galarian Moltres is not the bulkiest of Pokemon. It is able to take it, but it's now down into the yellow. It does have a lot of energy here. There is a Brave Bird already stored, and if he knows his counts like we know Out of Pocket does, he's going to throw right before an attack is being able to be reached. No Protect Shields remaining.
Actually throwing it at the same time as the Grass Knot. Ancient Power coming through here. I'm kind of surprised to not see the Brave Bird and then swap. Ancient Power does get the boost. Let's see if that makes a difference here because Out of Pocket is going to take a super effective Moonblast.
It might be still too much for this bird to be able to overcome. Yes, super effective damage knocks it once again out of the sky. Clodsire now has a long uphill battle against the Cresselia and a fully middle health Dropion in the back here, throwing the Earthquake. Will this be enough to knock out the Cresselia? Will he be able to outpace the Dropion in the end?
Out of Pocket shaking his head. He doesn't think it's enough, and it's not. Cresselia wobbles but hangs on here to get to the Grass Knot, and it looks like Elite is going to take a 2-0 over the North America International Champion from 2024.
The Clodsire looks happy about it, but it does go back into its ball. 2-0 victory. Moving on to day number 2, the California King looking like to kind of expand his territory out into the east.
Yeah, maybe the Baron of Baltimore. Who knows? Elite was really impressive in that series. Out of Pocket's a high quality opponent. Has been competing in grassroots and in the play Pokemon since the very inception. So he's definitely got a ton of experience under his belt. I'm a little confused about some of the plays. I feel like, I don't know, maybe my thought process is different, but I thought throw the Brave Bird into the Cresselia, try to catch on Clodsire and maintain some health for Galarian Moltres. You could argue back and forth if that would have worked, but it would have kept the game on going a little bit longer.
I do agree, and that was actually something that I was expecting as well. But again, players at this caliber, I think a lot of times they want to do what is not expected of them, right? So it's like, okay, if I do this, he's going to predict it, so maybe he's going to throw the Grass Knot right away. But unfortunately for Out of Pocket, he just was out of solutions at this point. Elite really quickly and cleverly maneuvering around, able to use some Pokemon that have been almost staples now here in Baltimore, but using them to perfection.
Exactly. I think execution is really where Elite has excelled in his play Pokemon career. Like I said, once he gets to the grand finals, he does not drop a single game as he has done across 2 tournaments. And even though the Ancient Power boost came through, Out of Pocket could not come through with a Game 2 victory to keep himself in this series. Moonblast, too strong. Cresselia might actually be good still.
Yeah, Cresselia has a lot of play. I think people are always expecting it because it had a lot of bulk and just a lot of neutral matchups, especially against like a Feraligatr, right? I mean, even though the Feraligatr does have that Shadow Claw and able to hit with those Hydro Cannons, it doesn't want to take a Grass Knot. Azumarill doesn't want to take a Grass Knot, as we saw in game number 1 with Out of Pocket versus Elite. So Cresselia still has a lot of targets that are in this current meta.
No, it absolutely does. I think that as the new meta gets rolled out and people become more comfortable, more familiar with it, I think that a lot of trainers will maybe reach back for some of those comfort picks. I mean, Cresselia, its only, I guess, nerf you would call it, is to Future Sight. Future Sight did receive a damage reduction, so Moonblast is still very, very strong. It's still a great charge attack and has a chance to drop the opponent's own attack stat. Plus, Grass Knot's great coverage. So maybe if the traditional grasses continue to fall out of the meta, Cresselia could rise back up.
You know, we can go ahead and speculate it as much as we want, but we got Nighttime Clasher there with Elite. Maybe he can figure out why Cresselia is still good in this current meta.
This will be good.
Thanks so much, Amanda. We are here with the Zero Elite Zero. And how are you feeling after that game?
I'd say I'm feeling in the cut, kind of like flexing.
Seems pretty good. You were flexing your skills here on Out of Pocket. Your team, though, I noticed it's a little bit soft to Clodsire. How have you been navigating that today, since it's the #1 used Pokemon in this tournament?
So I've done a ton of scrims, and I've learned how to play around Clodsire, and it's not really predictable, but just the experience that I've had from the practice that I've done helps me to deal with it. So,
how do you feel about Galarian Moltres? Do you think it's legit, or are they crazy?
I think it's legit. It's good. I guess I beat it, but yeah, it has like good potential. It has a good moveset.
Well, I have to thank you for beating the Galarian Moltres today, because I earlier said it was not good, and Arrow's going to hold that on me forever if it does win this tournament. And do you have anything else to say? Shout-outs for anyone who helped your team?
There's obviously a lot of shout-outs that I want to give, and so many people that I want to thank, but I really only need one person, and that's my mom. I'm really grateful for her.
That's really sweet to say. And congratulations to you, and hope you move forward in this tournament with this very interesting team that's not too good against Clodsire. Back to you guys.
All right, Amanda, I'm going to start a petition right now. I think all the casters have to sign it. Can we just get Nighttime Clasher to do every interview? Because it's so funny whenever he talks to these players.
It's true. I'm really enjoying it. And a kind of a joking thing as well is Nighttime Clasher calls me mom, because I also feel so responsible for him a lot of the times. And then when Elite said that he thanked his mom, I was kind of expecting that Nighttime Clasher would turn around and thank me as well, but
you know,
he's grounded.
That would be the nice thing
He's
to
grounded.
do. But I guess not as nice as we hoped. Right?
Not a nice time clasher.
Ooh, yeah. Are you gonna keep doing that all weekend?
Yeah, you guys
Okay.
are stuck with this all
right, fine.
weekend.
We'll deal with it. I'm really excited to take a look at our next pair as they get set up on stage. You can see back behind him when Elite mentioned Arrow's name, Arrow turned. He looked at him. Are you talking about me?
Speaking of Arrow was on my predictions. So let's go ahead and look at this, because we saw the team that Out of Pocket ran. We see that Arrow is up next. They're running the exact same team, so we might be able to see, even though Out of Pocket wasn't able to win in the winners finals, 2 of this exact team is in the winners finals. Arrow is just known for running a lot of spicy Pokemon, and also getting so close to winning a tournament, but hasn't been able to make it over that hump yet. I think this one could be it for here in Baltimore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he definitely faced a lot of heartbreak in San Antonio last season against Dunebug, all the way in Game 5 of the Grand Finals, unable to pull out that series after the bracket reset. I actually got a chance to talk with Arrow just briefly out in the audience. He said, I haven't felt this good about a meta or a tournament in a long time. I definitely think it's showing in his gameplay all the way in the Winners Finals already today. I asked him, who are you playing next? He says, I'm in the Winners Finals against Firestar. And I said, what? Already?
And let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the other ones as well. How Stark, he was our Baltimore Regional Champion the previous year, and Tomahawk UK, Nighttime Clasher's pick, already in day number 2. And Lyall Jeffs, we saw him a little bit earlier on screen, winning 2 regional champions last season. if anyone's to do it, I think a lot of bets are on him as well.
Yeah, we saw Lyall Jeffs take that Game 1 loss to Crimson K19, but bounce back with a 2-0 sweep to take the series. And I think House Stark, right? He's our one and only Baltimore Regional Champion. I think there might be some magic there. Maybe he can repeat that title here in 2025, but only time will tell. So definitely follow along with the bracket and the stream, of course, because we're going to show you just as many battles as we possibly can. And speaking of battles, our new set of trainers are ready to go.
Yeah, just a reminder for everyone, we are in the winner's side of the bracket. Winners finals for Group D this will be. We have Arrow on the left-hand side running a team that, yeah, I mean, you don't... it's not that the production really forgot to update. It's the exact same team that we just saw from the trainer on the left before, making it a little bit easy on them, keeping it on the same side.
I was going to say, Baltimore is known for some famous authors, and I think that Arrow plagiarized a little bit here. He's got a carbon copy of Galarian Moltres, Shadow Typhlosion, and Shadow Quagsire that we just saw out of pocket running against Elite. So the question is, can he use it a bit better than his colleague, than his friend? Is it driver or is it car?
That is a really good question. I also want to point out, Leaf Tornado Superior. Gastrodon won in Lyall, France with this exact Pokemon, but we don't see it very much in the championship series. Looks like it is back in action here. We have Firestar 73's team on the other side. 2 Pangoros as well in the winner's side of the finals.
Wow.
So I'm anxious to see how he will be able to play with this Pokemon. Another Cresselia and a Shadow Jumpluff. Something that I don't think that we could, if you guys are doing a bingo card, I mean, start checking off different Pokemon that we have been seeing in this Baltimore Regional.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the Pangoro and the Shadow Jumpluff, I said, Firestar, you have my interest. Then I saw Diggersby Dunsparce, Firestar, you have my respect. I think this team is going to be really tough for Arrow to deal with, in particular the Shadow Jumpluff, a really impressive hybrid coverage of flying and grass, can definitely hit hard against a variety of Pokemon, but only time will tell. Our trainers are getting their teams locked in, and again, Cresselia making a comeback on stage here.
Yeah, Cresselia is in 2 of this. It's so interesting to see the just wide array of Pokemon that are going to be played, but these trainers are jumping right into the battles here. Gonna see who is going to be the winner's finals winner here, Pangoro against the Typhlosion.
Wow, opening the battle with Pangoro Typhlosion is crazy work, but here we see a Azumarill safe switch met by Cresselia. This is exactly what we saw in the previous series with Out of Pocket and Elite.
Exactly, the switch was a little bit quicker on Firestar's side as well, being able to reach his grass knot even before the Azumarill has gotten up any energy. But if you're Arrow, I think you're kind of expecting this, right? I mean, are you playing into Arrow's hands here, saying, I'm luring out the Cresselia with this because I do have another answer in the back. We'll have to see how they want to play this out. We saw before the grass knot will not be enough to knock out, and I think a lot of them are just waiting to be able to get a good amount of farm on whatever comes in.
Arrow is definitely an interesting strategist, right? Because typically you would say, okay, lure out the Cresselia because I've got Quagsire in the back, or because I have Galarian Moltres and I don't want to take a Moonblast. But at this juncture, I don't feel like Arrow is weak to Cresselia anywhere on his team, but maybe he just identified it as a Pokemon that's really bulky. He cannot really hit it for super effective damage unless he brings a Galarian Moltres. So he's trying to pull it out early and deal with the most problematic Pokemon first.
I think what, oh my goodness, a catch on the Typhlosion. Not only that, the Incinerate going through as well. This grass damage doing absolutely nothing to this fire-type Pokemon. Meanwhile, being ready to collect a little bit of energy, but a quick swap by Firestar. He still has another grass knot loaded. That Cresselia is still in the game. Let's remember it. Pangoro coming back into play.
I'm telling you, Arrow swapped in, got a full 5-turn Incinerate, but Firestar is keeping pace with him. He sends in the Pangoro, immediately does use the protection on the Thunder Punch, throws the Night Slash here, forcing Arrow to shield in kind. At this point, I mean, Firestar is keeping step for step with Arrow.
Yeah, he is a shining star as well, being able to take this fire damage. The Thunder Punch is readily available before that Karate Chop is able to generate enough energy. It looks like Firestar is going to go ahead, let that go down, and we'll have to see how he wants to respond to the rest of this here. We have the Dugong and the very low health Cresselia. Cresselia, I think, could be used later, either for a sacrificial swap or to be able to get that grass knot off. In the meantime, having to use a shield at this point because this is going to do a lot of damage to that Dugong.
Yeah, I appreciate Arrow's patience there as well to knock over to the third Incinerate and try to get to the Blast Burn. He's got a protection advantage. He's got a Dugong on the other side. We know that the Icy Wind is ready to go, but we know that the Dugong needs an additional 4 Ice Shards to get to the second one. That's 12 turns, 6 Vine Whips. That's a Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, Frenzy Plant will be already loaded. Leaf Tornado is there, trying to go for a catch, going for that combination play. This is just a grass knot, but you can see that Arrow recognizes this, but he knows that it still is going to have to do a little bit more damage here. He's got some more energy going for that harder hitting attack. There's no Protect Shields left remaining on the Dugong. This will connect.
Yeah, Firestar said, please make a mistake. Please think this is Moonblast and use a Protect Shield just so I can unleash the Icy Wind. But at this point, Superior looks like this is all but finished. Arrow with the fist pump here. He's pretty confident he's got this game number 1.
This is double debuff now, still shielding it up, but he wants to be able to just get as much damage as possible. Still able with the attack debuff to knock that Dugong out, getting game number 1 for Arrow.
Question for you, Amanda. What's the bigger flex? The 3-ball flex or the 2-shield flex?
Ooh, I think that let's go for the 2-shield flex.
2-shield flex?
I
What?
think a 2-shield.
Arrow just had a 3-ball flex. All 3 of his Pokemon were still active in the ending of that game.
Maybe he wants to be impressive and we'll go for the 2-shield flex next. We'll have to see. But I really want to bring up the point that you mentioned mid-game there. Firestar was really keeping pace with Arrow. I think a lot of times when you play against trainers who already have some big accolades to their name, it's easy to get swept up in playing against a certain player rather than actually the Pokemon or what's on the field. But Firestar has kept his composure. He played extremely well through that whole game, just didn't quite have enough in the tank to be able to secure it against the Superior in the back.
I know exactly what you mean, Amanda. I mean, you are Miss International, casting in EU, NA, ICs all over the world. When I cast with you, I always get a little nervous, but I try to keep up, so I'm doing my best here.
Well, yeah, the keyword is try.
Try, right? All we can do is try. Maybe I'll make progress eventually. But anyways, going into game number 2, we did see some Pangoro action. We did not see the Shadow Jump Bluff, but we did see Dugong. What do you anticipate here from Firestar as he looks to bounce back?
I mean, we talked about this earlier. Ice has a very high place in the meta that I don't think a lot of people were necessarily anticipating. I wouldn't doubt seeing that Dugong again. Not only does it have a lot of nice pressure against everything, it can also debuff the opponent. But enough about what I think is going to happen. Let's go ahead, take to the fielder. Superior against the Pangoro, once again in the lead. And we'll have to see how he wants to play it because neither one of these attacks are going to be doing very much. But the Leaf Tornado is an interesting attack here. Arrow going straight for it.
It's a little cheesy, man. I'm not going to lie. And it doesn't get the shield. What a call by Firestar here. But it does drop the attack of the Pangoro. I'm also a huge fan of Pangoro's animation. Its fast attack is called Karate Chop, but that Panda Bear is throwing haymakers at this Superior.
This Night Slash, because it was debuffed, is not doing as much. Going for that heavier hitting close combat against the grass, it's not going to be so effective. But we've seen this already happen earlier on in the close combat. Just does so much damage from this fighting type Pokemon, both of them swapping out at the same time. Arrow is not happy about this one, as you can see. Head in the hands. Typhlosion against the Dunsparce is highly favorable for that Dunsparce. Still no shield on Firestar's side.
Like we pointed out in game 1, we talked about keeping pace. Arrow wanted to sneak and incinerate, get the farm down. He wanted to get ahead, and guess what? He actually gets met by a Dunsparce in the middle of the road, and the rock slides and rollouts are not going to be kind to this Typhlosion.
I just want to already point out too, Firestar's timing was impeccable there. Being able to throw, he didn't want an extra incinerate to go through because giving extra energy to a Typhlosion is so dangerous. Meanwhile, able to get one more rollout through himself here, shielding this up, and there's already another rock slide and drill run stored. Going up for one more here and then throwing.
It's so beautiful to watch, right? Because it does take one turn to switch as well. So typically you'd expect Typhlosion to be on the 5-turn cycle, but now it's 6 to start off with, so it's definitely hard to keep track. Incinerate damage does apply. Arrow gets the KO there, but now he's got a new problem. Pangoro's back on the field.
And Pangoro, I don't think this can take it, and this is the problem with what's coming in the back. The Jumpluff is a grass-type Pokemon and has Fairy Wind as its attack here. Oh, Arrow going for a very dirty play here. This is a Leaf Tornado. If he's able to completely get the attack lower the whole game for the Jumpluff, it's in a great position here and he might be able to get to another one before. It looks like he will be able to do this.
Second chance, right? Second opportunity, throwing the second Leaf Tornado into the Jumpluff. First one did not trigger the attack fall. Leaf Tornado gonna try to come through for Arrow here, and it does not. No debuff.
No debuff, no shields left on Arrow's side, and now a Clodsire coming in. Check out this movesets of this Jumpluff here. We got double flying Talonflames, we got double flying Shadow Jumpluff Jumpluffs here. We're about to see how much acrobatics does. Answer, a lot.
Hey, answer is more than I thought, right? But as you see that switch timer tick down, Arrow throws the sludge bomb here. He knows the switch timer will be available as soon as his charge attack animation finishes. He has a chance to make a catch here. He needs another sludge bomb to win this game, but he's got to be very careful.
It looks like, trying to go for that catch here, but this is a very precarious position to be in.
Oh my
Trying
goodness.
to go for a fairy wind down, has to throw an attack here, but this Jumpluff, it took a lot of damage from those incinerates, but still has a nice amount of energy left. The real question is, will this acrobatics be enough? Will he be able to outpace this Clodsire?
That was absolutely uncomfortable to watch. Jumpluff almost able to pull it off. It throws the charge attack. Acrobatics takes Clodsire into the red, but it's got so far to go. I think Jumpluff outpaces here.
Jumpluff one fairy wind away at the aerial ace is not going to be that effective, but I think it just might be enough to knock this Clodsire out and secure game number 2 for Firestar.
Absolutely. Aerial Ace double flying type attacks are able to pick up the knockout there. I think these trainers are also very familiar with which Pokemon would have won charge attack priority. If you notice, Arrow wanted the Poison Sting when his Clodsire came back out. Didn't quite get it. If he gets that extra Poison Sting, might be able to force a charge attack priority tie. But then at that point, it's a question of which Pokemon would win that exchange.
Man, these two trainers' reflexes are just so fast. Pretty much on fire there for Firestar. Swapping out that Dunsparce at the exact same time the Typhlosion went in. And I think that Arrow played fantastically. He tried to maneuver as well as possible that he could around that, but unfortunately for him, when it's such a dominating matchup and they swap at the exact same amount of energy, he was really playing on the back foot.
It's really the secondary matchup, right? This is the final matchup we saw. Clodsire comes back into the Jumpluff matchup, but I think it was really the middle matchup when we saw both trainers pivot, Arrow going to Typhlosion, Firestar going to Dunsparce. I think if Arrow just lets things play out a little bit more, he could have had his Typhlosion against the Jumpluff and his Clodsire versus the Dunsparce.
I also want to point out, I really liked Arrow's play. It was super risky and it didn't pay off for him, but if that Leaf Tornado, potentially 2, were able to double debuff those attacks, that Jumpluff would have been absolutely in no condition to be able to win that matchup. However, we're seeing a very similar ending of the last matchup, a continuation story, if you will, into game number 3 here of the winners finals of Group T. We got that Jumpluff versus that Clodsire.
I can't get over the double fly charge attacks here by the Jumpluff, but we do see the Diggersby hard swap met by Superior. This might be the window that Arrow needed because this Diggersby would have been such a problem for his Typhlosion in the back, but now it's on the field in front of the Superior.
Even though these Fire Punches will be doing a lot too, the Grass-type Pokemon Superior has a lot of bulk to its name, and it could go for a lot of different things here. Do you go for the heavier hitting Frenzy Plant? Do you go for the potential Leaf Tornado bait? Looks like he's going for that heavier hitting attack. Will Firestar believe that this is going to be it? Will we use a shield? A last-second shield correctly called by Firestar.
This is interesting. I think Arrow wants first to win this matchup, but second for his Superior to be a bit low in HP because he knows it will get farmed down by the Jumpluff if he gives it too much health to exit this matchup. However, he's got to start shielding Fire Punches. We see the first potential from Arrow. It looks like Firestar already has another one. Charge Attack priority tie. Arrow finds it.
It looks like double shielding here for Firestar, recognizing, okay, if he's bringing this into it, that means at least Diggersby has so much play in the back. This second one coming through, no shield from Arrow. Will this be enough to knock out? We saw how bulky the Superior is, able to hang on, able to get up to yet another Frenzy Plant, catching on the jump up. Fantastic play by Firestar.
Look at Firestar. These plays, these catches, these are so fast, and he's bamboozling one of the best players in the world in Arrow, but Arrow responds. He sends in his Clodsire into the Jumpluff matchup. We're going to find out how much a Sludge Bomb does, Amanda.
You were asking, well, you are about to receive here, as you can see, taking a very, very low. Jumpluff has a ton of energy. We saw this before, but at this range, I think Arrow can comfortably farm down. 2 acrobatics is not quite enough to take it out.
Exactly. Jumpluff is taking a ton of damage from the Poison Stings, but it can't quite get to the acrobatics. Oh, yes, it can. Gets to the second one. I think Clodsire might just barely hang on. But look at Jumpluff's HP. I can't even see the bar.
Yeah, Jumpluff with this little angry face doing so much work in this, going for that heavier hitting Earthquake. Now, this is the correct attack. Arrow, recognizing what's coming back in, wants to get this to be as low as possible. How low can you go? Just to the mid-range.
50-second switch timer kicking in here. Arrow is able to swap, but he does get KO'd. Now he's got a decision to make. He's got a Typhlosion. He knows the Diggersby has energy. He waits, turns, tries to make the catch. Firestar doesn't fall for it.
Well, Firestar on fire here, continuing to go. Scorching Sands coming through, getting that last Protect Shield off of Arrow. Will he be able to get to another attack? And will Pangoro be able to hold on is the real question, because one Incinerate has gone through. The next one is coming in. Will he be able to reach it in time? Will this Blast Burn connect?
Wow, it's a charge attack priority tie. Here comes Typhlosion. Blast Burn into Pangoro. This is definitely going to be a knockout. Pangoro is tough, but it's not that tough.
Firestar is a Firestar indeed, but not able to take that Blast Burn. Arrow taking this game in narrowest of margins, coming down to a charge attack priority tie.
Actually wild too, because you saw Firestar crossing his fingers. He was hoping that Diggersby could survive one Incinerate, get to its second Scorching Sands, and flip that matchup, but it was unable to do it. Our player's going to talk with the judges for just a moment here, but what a finish. I mean, if you were prepping for Baltimore, I didn't expect on your to-do list should be learning the charge type priority ties between Typhlosion and Pangoro.
I mean,
what?
Exactly. And for trainers who are wondering why which trainer was able to throw their charge attack first, the Pokemon with the higher attack overall will be the one that gets to throw its attack. You can see both of those trainers were unsure who were going to be able to get that, because both of those have such high attacks.
Exactly, right? It's really, really hard to measure, and getting down into the gritty aspects of analyzing your Pokemon stats and figuring out what you need to bring to win a tournament can make a huge difference in I guess your entire tournament run. And a matter of fact, we're actually reviewing that charge attack priority right now. The judge is going to take a look here at those two Pokemon in that matchup. But one thing I want to point out, Arrow is a very innovative in how he strategizes, how he builds his teams. He's always very creative, but he also can tend to telegraph his plays a little bit. I thought it was very telling that he kept on reserving shields, trying to get that Shadow Typhlosion to shield advantage.
Yeah, you can see on the replay right here that this is what is under review. Both of them were able to get to that Blast Burn and the close combat at the same time. Both of these attacks would be able to knock out the other Pokemon. So it really came down to the absolute wire. Even though you see so much health left on the Typhlosion, it could have easily swung the other way. And when matches become this close, and as a player, if you're not sure, then I think this is fully in Firestar's right to be like, okay, we can at least check, because I have to see if I should have one charge attack priority.
I just want to give a shout out here to our judging team, right? You saw Arrow stand up and celebrate. Our judges took a look at the Pokemon and their stats and determined that Arrow correctly won the charge attack priority with his Typhlosion versus Pangoro. Sometimes, Amanda, a little bit of attack can go a long, long way.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the big things, because, I mean, would you have known? I was completely unsure who would have won that charge attack priority. Okay, well, Will knew, because he is a genius, boy genius, man genius, bearded genius, all types of geniuses was Will. I was on the side of like, I'm not sure. I think Pangoro is one of the highest attacks, but I know
it's super high, man. Don't get me wrong. That feels like
don't get me wrong. I'm just a genius.
That feels like a position where you need to catch the proper Pokemon that you want to bring to tournament play. A lot of trainers really dig in deep to the stats. They do lots of scrims and they say, oh, well, show me your stats. Show me why I would have won the priority there, or why I would have lost it, and how can I improve, or maybe catch new Pokemon that I think could be even more useful in this format, because a lot of those charge attack priority exchanges can be very close. Frostlass Venusaur is a good example. Sableye is also right in that realm. So knowing these is critical.
Yeah, I think even back to one of the first Pokemon tournaments that I ever casted over, back in the Metachamp Knocked Owl meta, so very, very retro here, M.E. Weedle had really, trained his Metachamp to be able to win that charge attack priority over Noctowl, got to an Ice Punch to be able to, and that was one of the first times that I really thought, oh, it's not always best to maybe have the most bulky Pokemon. Maybe sometimes you really do, specifically for the team composition or knowing what you want to play against, want to have a little bit more of that attack to be able to secure being able to throw your charge attack first.
I feel like those trainers that really know themselves, know their play style, know their approach, definitely have to adopt certain styles, because if you give that particular Metachamp to anyone else besides that trainer, he probably doesn't have the same success. It really depends on how you formulate your teams and what your play style is. And you only uncover that from going to your local cups and challenges, from battling in Go Battle League and experimenting, trying new things out, and finding what you feel comfortable doing.
Absolutely true. again, those matches were so incredibly close. We saw the replays. We saw how Firestar played absolutely fantastic. He's not out of the tournament. He's knocked down to the losers bracket. We may still even see him in day number 2. And with fantastic plays like that, I wouldn't even put it past him. In the meantime, though, Arrow ended up winning that fantastic matches. We have an interview with him on the floor.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm standing here with the one and only Arrow, fresh off, guaranteeing his spot in day number 2. And considering it was one of my caster picks, I have to know what went through your thought process there with putting Shadow Typhlosion on the team, a Pokemon that I believe has just got its first ever day 2 at a Pokemon Go Regional.
So looking at the meta, a lot of the Pokemon that are really good into fire types actually are very slow pacing. So I saw something that I could manipulate in the 2 shield and 1 shield scenarios with the ability to get to Blast Burn a lot quickly, and Shadow Blast Burn hits everything hard. The only things I was really worried about was Mud Slappers and like Mud Boys. Even Azu I was okay against, but having a fire type that reliably can beat for Alligator while also just doing so much damage, it was really a no-brainer.
That makes sense. And it seems like a Glacier Pokemon like Typhlosion tends to enjoy this update to the switch timer, where 50 seconds instead of 60 seconds. So how have you been liking that adjustment? Because obviously you've competed a lot before, very decorated competitor, you've made a lot of day 2s, but talk me through the difference in competing this season now that the switch timer is 10 seconds shorter.
So I was actually one of the people on Twitter that would go on and be like, can we get a 45-second Twitch timer? Because I remember that one GBL season where we had 30, and it was the most fun I think I'd had playing the game of all time. I think the 50-second Switch for a lot more flexibility, and people are making a lot quicker decisions. You're adding more skill to the game by adding less time to think.
That honestly sounds great. And then, so Shadow Typhlosion then. So you've made day 2. Today's difficult part is done. Are you going to be taking Shadow Typhlosion all the way?
That's the goal. I feel really good about this weekend. I came in, I feel like, ahead of the curve, and we're going to see how that turns out tomorrow.
Well, fantastic job, man. Seriously, congratulations. Made it to day 2, making me look a little bit smart with the caster predictions, so thank you. I appreciate that. We did a couple scrims beforehand. It understandably did not go well for me, but he's at day 2. So big congratulations to you, Arrow, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you, Henry.
Absolutely, and I'll kick it back to the casters.
We absolutely adore Arrow, appreciate him a lot, longtime friends with him personally. But I will say, Arrow, he also made a post asking for Surf Lantern, and that Pokemon was very powerful for a very long time. So maybe things are balancing out here. Shorter switch timer, Surf Lantern.
Maybe don't take all of his suggestions too seriously.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest point, right? Don't take every single suggestion. But I will say, very impressive so far this weekend, locking in his spot in day number 2 and in really stunning fashion. I mean, just reflect back. Tomahawk with the Peekaboo play versus Valorous Ash, which just shook the entire venue here.
Absolutely.
And then we had this with the Charge Type Party tie with Typhlosion and Pangoro. This is just a highlight reel of a tournament.
Yeah, I think, the winners finals are really heating up. I also want to say that I was having a little conversation with Arrow ahead of time because he is someone who really enjoys scrimming against a wide plethora of people. He wants to get in as many games as possible, and I asked him, are you one of those trainers who kind of like to hide your team and hide your strategies and not play against people who you think you're going to play against in the regional? Or are you someone who, he said, he just cut me up. He's like, absolutely not. He's like, I want to play against absolutely everyone and I want them to try because I want to know that I can beat someone on any given day with my skills and my abilities. And it looks like he's really done that day 1 here in Baltimore to secure day number 2.
Arrow and a lot of trainers live by the phrase, if you can't beat that particular opponent at a regional, at a local, at an IC, you will not beat them at World. So Arrow is constantly measuring himself against competition. But we have 2 brand new trainers taking the stage here. On the right side is Andrew Minyares, and on the left is Kelsey K.
Kelsey K, more of a newcomer, it looks like, to the scene in the winners final. So already, congratulations. You absolutely love to see that, right? You love to see some new faces getting into Pokemon Go. And this team is starting to get more and more familiar. I'm seeing a lot of the shadow dropping on this. And I have to tell you, Will, I like it a lot.
Yeah, this honestly, this kind of reminds me of Lyall Jeff's team. I don't want to double check my notes right now, but I'm pretty sure they're very similar. Also, Dugong making a definite resurgence here. We were unsure which water-type Pokemon would rise to the top of the meta, but Dugong seems to have a great kind of niche of coverage, debuffing charge attacks, and bulk, where it can hang out in matchups and also deliver some damage in the meantime. But we're going to see how this team works out for her.
And also, we got double flying attacks on the Talonflame, and we have double grass attacks on the Superior as well. It seems like Aerialist has gone just completely from the meta. Leaf Tornado is coming in if you're bringing Superior. Meanwhile, Andrew Manhara's side, we saw him play a little bit earlier on stream as well against just Durk. That Toxapex had a lot of play for him, and I think that we're going to see that maybe even against the other team as well. If there's an Azumarill on the other team, you can pretty much expect that there might be a Toxapex in action.
I really like this team from Andrew as well. He's got the Alolan Sandslash and the Toxapex to protect his Pangoro from the Fairy-type Pokemon and from Fairy-type charge attacks as well. I think that is a great buddy system for a Pokemon that does need certain conditions to succeed. But we're going to lock in our teams here and get our matchup underway. This is the winners finals of Group E. Andrew Mignara is a trainer we are very familiar with. Kelsey, if I'm not mistaken, this might be her first top cut if she wins this series.
Yeah, and that's like I said, it's so exciting to see newer trainers being able to get into this, have some success, and I think this is one of the best things about this actual competition. There's been such a shakeup in the meta, in the timers. It's allowing players who maybe had a big advantage before to be on a level playing field with everyone else. Like Out of Pocket said, I don't know what I'm doing, but the great thing is no one else does either.
Yeah, exactly. Some trainers succeed when the meta is established and they can game plan, and others like to throw it off the cuff. We're going to see our trainers throw out their first Pokemon of the game. We got Cresselia from Andrew Mignara and Dugong from Kelsey.
Dugong will be able to debuff, but it wants to swap out here because Drop-In has a much better matchup, and Drop-In is usually used in that safe swap position. Andrew Manhara is swapping in the Azumarill to this, and I like this play a lot because recognizing that the charge attacks from the Drop-In aren't going to be doing that much. Neither the Aqua Tails nor the Crunches are very effective.
Well, you saw Andrew looking over to his left. He was looking at the team sheet to make sure to triple check that this was not a Sludge Bomb Drop-In, because you definitely do not want to take that super effective poison damage, but his prediction was correct. No debuff after 2 crunches. Very unusual for a player like myself.
Going for the heavier hitting player up here. No shield from Kelsey's side. No will be able to get to another attack despite whatever is thrown here. And let me tell you what, this buff to the poison jabs is doing quite a bit here overall, being able to pace very quickly, and look how low this Drop-In has gotten Azumarill, down to the heavy red.
Wow, actually 3 crunches come through, no debuffs. We're looking at the Azumarill's HP. If one of those debuffs would have triggered, this Azumarill would have been KO, but that's not how this story is being written. We see the Azumarill get to the play rough against the Dugong. This is the last gasp from Azumarill before it gets knocked out, but that is a huge impact.
Yeah, I always like to say chip damage is chip damage, and this really could come into play later on. Dugong still nice and healthy here. But coming in now, the Clodsire against the Cresselia. A quick swap out here. Andrew Manhara is now throwing that Grass Knot, the more effective attack, because Future Sight is not on this Cresselia.
I was almost wondering if this was a mistake, right? Sending Cresselia into Dugong makes sense in the short term, but if you recognize that there's a Clodsire in the back, then you need Cresselia's Grass Knot pressure. I don't think Toxapex has the best matchup, so Andrew Mignara still has a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, a lot of work. Another Grass Knot coming through. Clodsire just barely into the yellow now, and now the Earthquakes shall be unleashed. First one coming through, getting the shield from Andrew Manhara's.
Wanting to maintain some HP on the Cresselia here. Earthquake, Protect shielded up by Andrew. That's his first shield of the game. Kelsey still has both of hers in reserve. She might decide to use one here because the Clodsire is getting really weak. She doesn't want to get Psycho Cut down. I mean, that would be the worst case.
I think the big indication that Chelsea, that's like, okay, well, the Cresselia stayed in. We still haven't seen what's in the back. Okay, I'm going to have to do some quick maneuvering here. Going for this Icy Wind, which will now debuff, and we'll have to see how Andrew wants to play this out. Will he just continue to gather energy here against the Dugong? Yes, gathering as much as possible, now going into the Toxapex, but there's a Drill Run already loaded on Kelsey's side.
Amanda, you nailed it. I think Kelsey was thinking about the team composition. She didn't see Andrew switch into Diggersby or Sandslash, so she knew that something back there was going to be tough for the Clodsire to deal with, and it's definitely on the field now. This Toxapex has been so impressive this weekend in Baltimore so far, and I think we'll see a lot more of it as the day progresses. But Sludge Wave coming through, I think this will knock out.
This is going to be the heavy-hitting attack from Toxapex, enough to knock the Dugong out, and out in comes the Clodsire. Clodsire already has so much energy, but there's still a shield left on Andrew Minhar's side and a barely healthy Cresselia. He's going to go ahead, let this Toxapex go. This is going to be enough to knock out. It's so bulky.
It's insanely bulky, and I think the win condition here for Kelsey is to poison Sting down somehow. I think she needs to shield this Brine. It's the same type of attack bonus, water type damage, super effective damage. Meanwhile, the Grass Knot is only neutral, but this game is going to come right down to the wire because Cresselia is back on the field.
Yeah, combination placing. One Brine is going to get that shield. Grass Knot is going to get you low. Psycho Cut down afterwards. If this Grass Knot is not quite enough, there is still so much energy on Kelsey's side, but just not enough health for the Clodsire to hang on. Andrew Minhar is taking game number 1.
I think Kelsey just recognized there that she couldn't get to the Stone Edge bait and the Earthquake, and even if she connected the Earthquake, it might not have KO'd the Cresselia. So instead, willing to kind of let that game play out and punt to game number 2 and try to formulate a comeback.
Yeah, and comeback, I mean, is one of those things, if you're at the winner side of the bracket, is it really a comeback at this side? You're sitting comfortably. Both of these trainers have not lost a round yet. So I think if you're Kelsey at this point, you're saying, okay, I lost game number 1. That doesn't mean I'm going to lose the series here. I am confident in my abilities. And you could see she had really good team reads, recognizing, okay, that Cresselia is still in. I need to swap out. And she did a lot of good maneuvering. Just unfortunately for her, not quite enough to outlast the bulk of the Cresselia and the Toxapex combined.
A lot of trainers do their team reading on the front end, right? They'll look at the opposing team and they'll pick their 3 Pokemon. But I think the best trainers are reading up until they see the last Pokemon that their opponent has. And I think, like you pointed out, Kelsey did a great job of trying to create a window to actually put her Pokemon in a position to succeed, but just wasn't able to do it in the end. Meanwhile, Andrew, kind of coasting through that game number 1, was able to maintain his advantage and keep Kelsey at arm's length. So going into game number 2, what do you expect Kelsey to do to bounce back?
I mean, I don't think that she played it bad by any means. It's so hard to predict a trainer when you haven't seen their team before. I think that the Drapion did a lot of work. We saw how low that it got the Azumarill, and I think that if there was crunch debuffs going on, it would have changed a lot of things. We don't have a very good lead for Kelsey here there with that Clodsire versus the Lowland Sandslash coming in with the Dugong safe swap. I like this play. It's pretty predictable as well, however. If you're Andrew Minhar, we're most likely expecting to see a Dugong at some point, probably in that safe swap position.
And speaking of expecting to see things, I'm sure the chat has been screaming, the Alolan Sandslash looks really good in Kelsey's team. It just needs to avoid that Talonflame, and Andrew putting it in the lead gave him the chance, if he saw a Talonflame, to switch out, maneuver around. But now the pressure is on Kelsey. She's got to find a way to realign her Pokemon and find a favorable matchup.
Going for that charge attack priority and going for the heavier hitting drill run here. It looks like the play rough will be able to connect right after this as well, should Kelsey not want to use a shield. But this is where it gets a little bit dangerous, right? If she wants to be able to maintain that advantage, wants to be able to not have that Clodsire up against the Alolan Sandslash, she's got to win this middle matchup.
Exactly right, but the Dugong is struggling already. These bubbles are resisted, but it needs at least 2 more drill runs in order to damage this Azumarill enough to get the knockout. And meanwhile, Azumarill continues to gather energy. I think it'd be too painful, though, for Andrew to try to farm down the Dugong, so I do expect him to throw at some point.
Yeah, I like this play by him as well, though, recognizing, okay, they're at the attack. I'm going to go for 1 more bubble beforehand, at least to get a little bit more energy on the Azumarill. Azumarill is one of those Pokemon that paces quite slowly, with Bubble being a 3-turn fast attack, but now he still has that alignment that he's looking for. But you're talking about farm downs here. I think we're going to see it on Kelsey's side. Still going to have to beat an Ice Beam. It's going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Clodsire, but Clodsire is going to come out with a ton of energy, and that can threaten the Lowland Sandslash.
This play by Kelsey is so clever, because if she can get the Poison Sting down, she can equalize the Sandslash matchup a little bit more. Energy advantage on Clodsire is huge. In comes a Sandslash. Great call there by Andrew to send this Pokemon back in as well and keep his Toxapex in the back.
The main thing about the Alolan Sandslash you see this season is that it's not a shadow version, right? So quick swap by Andrew, not even taking 1 Incinerate damage onto this, and this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Toxapex just so bulky here. Gonna have to go for the flies over the Brave Birds at this point because it's just too bulky. Doesn't want to be able to have those poison jabs, too much damage to the Talonflame.
Yeah, here's the problem, right? If you throw the Brave Bird too early, then you just get poison jab down. So Andrew making a very safe read there, not using the Protect Shield, but In the meanwhile, since we've been talking, Amanda, this Toxapex is at double brines, and I think that it can throw one and probably get a knockout onto Talonflame if it chooses to do so.
Yeah, going for one more Incinerate here, but go for correct timing, but Andrew also recognizes as well, going for another attack before throwing the brine, getting that last shield from Kelsey. But Kelsey has so much energy on the Talonflame, now throwing that fly. How does Andrew want to respond? Doesn't want to use a shield here, even though the switch timers are up.
This is actually something our trainers talked about in their interview. They weren't sure if they needed Flame Charge. I don't know if Talonflame can power its way through this Toxapex and the Sand Slash, but in the switch, he actually takes an additional Incinerate. Andrew sends in the Sand Slash to try to put out the flames, and he just gets burned.
Yeah, getting burned here, having to use a shield as well, even though neither one of these are fire-type attacks. He doesn't want that Sand Slash out, and Talonflame wins charge attack priority over this as well. It might not be enough to knock out.
Exactly, Fly coming through here. It's resistant, it's not quite enough, but it's a charge attack priority, so all this energy from the Sand Slash is gonna go down the drain. I think Clodsire might get its revenge here.
Clodsire coming back into the fray here, being able to knock it out in 1, 2, 3, 4. Took so long, but so much energy is left as well. Just one away from the Stone Edge, and it is enough.
Wow, Stone Edge from the Clodsire. Toxapex is bulky, it's a tank, but it can't take this. Stone Edge connects, Toxapex goes down, and Kelsey bounces back in game 2.
Wow, keeping her head cool, even though with that fire hot bird in the sky, and being able to clinch that from Andrew Minhara's, one of the very well-known and well-established good trainers in this circuit.
Exactly right. Andrew was very impressive in game number 1, but game 2, Kelsey did not have great alignment, right? Leading Clodsire into the Sand Slash, had to make something out of nothing, it felt like. And look at this. That 4 poison stings to get that much HP away from a Sand Slash was absolutely grit your teeth, ugly to watch, but Kelsey got it done, and she's able to farm it down, fire the Stone Edge.
Not only that, if she would have had one less of knocking out the lone Sand Slash, Andrew Minharas would have been able to hit that brine on the Toxapex, and though brine is not that effective an attack, it is a water type attack onto the Clodsire, and it might have been enough. So that was even though it wasn't calculated, I'm going to call that calculated.
And think about the Sand Slash too, it only takes 5 Powder Snows for an Ice Punch, and it would have won the charge tech priority. It got 4 before it got KO'd. Kelsey just barely was able to do that by a whisker.
We call that grit, hanging on by just a completely little bit, making this championship series so exciting, going into a decisive Game 3 in the winners finals.
I'm telling you, a big factor again was Andrew switching in the Sand Slash. Damage applying to the Sand Slash. It took an additional Incinerate. If Sand Slash doesn't take that Incinerate, I think it definitely hangs on, but what a tough position to be in. We're jumping right into game number 3. Let's see what these trainers have in store.
We have the Dugong against the Azumarill. We've seen it plenty of times before. It's a long, drawn-out matchup. It's not as bad as the Licky Tongue Mirrors that we've seen in past seasons, but because both of this is a water and ice, and we have a water and fairy type Pokemon, it's just it takes a little bit of time.
Because we're going to take a few minutes to work through our opening matchup, I want to take a glance at the back lines here. Toxapex again on the team here for Andrew. Such a powerful Pokemon. And if you look at the team here from Kelsey, Talonflame, Superior, Azumarill, all these Pokemon do not want to face against Toxapex, so it definitely makes a lot of sense that he's brought it. I think Kelsey needs to fight hard here for switch advantage because she's got to anticipate Toxapex in the back. She's got to.
Yeah, I really am interested of this play by Andrew Minharas because he's ABA water-ish technically, right, with the Toxapex and Azumarill, and usually if you do that strategy, you want the Pokemon that can fare better against everything in the front. In my opinion, against Kelsey's team, that's Toxapex, because say it's a Superior in the lead. What are you going to do then? I mean, you're going to swap in the Toxapex?
Exactly.
But Andrew is being able to just play out this matchup with the Azumarill. He will come out ahead overall, but is that just giving farm to whatever is going to be in the back?
It's a good question, right? Drill Run will connect into the Azumarill. Meanwhile, those Ice Shards and Bubbles on both sides are resisted, so it's going to be really tough to farm down. Here comes another charge attack from the Azumarill. If this KOs, oh my goodness, Kelsey deciding to shield.
Shielding this up, recognizing that she could perhaps win that alignment that she's looking for at the beginning, going ahead and completely Ice Shard down to be able to throw at whatever comes in. And I mean, at this point, it's a great call, I suppose. We'll have to see how Andrew wants to respond, because whatever he's going to take is going to get an Icy Wind or a Drill Run.
Oh my goodness, throws the Drill Run, a little eyebrow raise. She says, oh, this actually turned out pretty well. This is going to be super effective.
Prediction, recognizing that it's probably going to be that Toxapex, throwing the super effective damage, it still doesn't look it does much to the Toxapex, but as you can see, Toxapex doesn't have a good matchup against Clodsire either, and Cresselia against the Talonflame is not in a good spot.
And look at this, Moonblast and Grass Knot. You are throwing resisted charge attacks across the board, and Psycho Cut barely does any damage. Kelsey, although at a shield disadvantage, has put herself in a phenomenal position against Andrew Minares.
I mean, the main thing, and it looks like he ended up getting it, the Moonblast has potential for an attack fall, and that is exactly what happened. So this fly will not be doing as much damage, but I don't know if it's a little bit too little here. Another Moonblast might still not be enough to knock out the Talonflame, and another fly is already loaded.
Yeah, Talonflame is going to drop another fly on Cresselia's head here, trying to chip it down. Like you said, it might not be enough to KO, but Talonflame is also adding on tons of damage with the Incinerates. Meanwhile, Andrew, great timing and discipline as expected, throws 2 Psycho Cuts into the Moonblast.
Moonblast now coming through. No Protect Shield used by Kelsey's side, recognizing that Talonflame does have such a dominating matchup here, and so dominated that Andrew Minares wants out of it here, but now back out of the frying pan into the fire pretty much with the Toxapex against the Clodsire. Still no shield left or used on Kelsey's side, saying Clodsire can take at least a couple brines.
I really appreciate Kelsey's, I guess, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Confidence, her assuredness, and in just gathering one more Incinerate and then switching into Clodsire, because you don't want to get greedy in the Toxapex matchup and lose your Talonflame. You still need it to deal with that Cresselia in the back. Meanwhile, like you said, Amanda, these brines don't do too much, but they're adding up, and this Toxapex will pace a little bit faster to them as well.
I tell you what, this is a bold call by Kelsey, and it paid off here. You talk about confidence. She knew that the Andrew Minares had to shield this up, shielding up a Stone Edge, which is not going to be doing as much damage. Andrew Minares is out of shields here, but he has so much energy on the Toxapex, and these brines are adding up. This will knock down to the yellow. He's still calm and collected. He knows that he's coming back into the Cresselia.
Wow.
That Grass Knot here.
Going for the Grass Knot, trying to catch that Clodsire out of position, but meanwhile, Kelsey sends in the Talonflame, uses the Protect Shield. She's going to go for the Incinerate down. I think she wants to Brave Bird this Toxapex.
Gonna Brave Bird the Toxapex, is gonna do a nice amount of damage. Oh, he's going, look at this. This is an interesting play as well. She has double fly loaded. The Poison Jab will not be able to knock out the Talonflame at this point, so maybe just going for that double attack. Kelsey, one fly down. Kelsey's at a second fly here. No Protect Shields remaining.
Clever, poised, position. I mean, Kelsey just blowing my mind here. Double flies does even more damage than the Brave Bird, and that's what she needed to win this game and take down Andrew Minares and make her top cut here in Baltimore.
Going on to day number 2, Kelsey K coming in with an interesting team composition. We got a double grass with a Leaf Tornado Superior. We got a double flying Talonflame taking out water type Pokemon. I mean, you love to see it here at the first one in Baltimore.
I mean, we've seen Toxapex so far this weekend as kind of like an immovable object. You see it on the field. It's so hard to get rid of. It stays in so many matchups. It's so oppressive. But Kelsey just found a creative way around that wall. Double fly Talonflame into a Toxapex is not how I thought that game would end.
Yeah, I mean, again, we were saying Brave Bird is an easy choice. The switch timer is almost up. Even if it's not, the Talonflame is going to go down. Kelsey's like, no, hold on, casters.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for that double fly.
She says, let me show you while you're in the booth, and I'm here beating Andrew Minares and making top cut, right? I think she definitely demonstrated that. Such discipline, such poise, and I think a lot of trainers find themselves maybe they don't feel as big as the moment. Maybe the moment it feels bigger than they are, but Kelsey did not feel that way at all. She was in full control, surgical precision, the farm downs, the execution. She was not rattled at all by that game 1 loss to Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely loving these matchups. The winners finals side, they're always going to be exciting, but these matches, all of them that we've been able to cast so far, have been so close and down to the wire every single time. These trainers are doing absolutely incredible plays. As you see, game number 1, 2, 3, 4, just enough Poison Stings to be able to secure the win. Game number 2 against this Toxapex. Kelsey K, really impressive plays.
I just can't emphasize how close that game was. Andrew switching in the Sand Slash, taking the Incinerate. If he doesn't do that, it doesn't matter. If he gets to the Ice Punch, he wins. If he gets to the Brine, he has a chance to win. But none of those things happened. Kelsey found the win conditions, double flies. She said, Clodsire, stay on the bench. Talonflame's got this.
Yeah, Kelsey, super fly here, coming in 2 of them in a row. And at Worlds, Arceus Aurelius made this claim that he's the best Talonflame player in the world. I think Valorous Ash said, wait a minute, I went on this Roach Babyface. I was like, hold up, I made it the farthest. I think we can maybe add Kelsey K to this as well.
I don't know. Talonflame is definitely reaching new heights in the meta with the resurgence of ground type Pokemon, with Mud Slappers being so common, with a lot of these Pokemon really struggling against fire, the question is, how can you kind of fill that coverage gap? Do you need a Typhlosion? Do you need Shadow Kanto Ninetales? Do you need a Talonflame? It seems like the answer has been the latter.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Henry will argue with you that it is going to be Shadow Typhlosion. But
True.
we've seen a lot of these Pokemon, 5 turns, Incinerates. They take a long time to pace to. What's even like more tricky about it a lot of times is really high-level players like to wait a turn, as we call it, so they don't tap their screen, they don't let a fast attack to go through to make sure that another trainer is throwing their attack so they don't get caught. Can you imagine like how difficult it is, how long of pacing it is to wait a turn on a 5-turn attack? That takes some confidence.
Yeah, I mean, Pokemon Go players are known for tapping our phones because we want to get every single turn we can. Waiting 2.5 seconds is like a foreign concept. We are not usually comfortable with doing that, but Incinerate is the only 5-turn fast attack in the game because it's just so powerful. And we've seen Talonflame really deploy that across the board, not only in super effective matchups, but also neutral ones as well.
I mean, Talonflame was not on my prediction to be as high of usage as it is, especially with the attacks it has, but it's been making absolute sense. And if you talk to any of the trainers, they've been saying the same thing. Yeah. I mean, like, a Talonflame is a pretty great Pokemon. I am kind of interested to hear Lyall Jeff's opinion because when he was talking about his Talonflame, he said, I almost kept it on Flame Charge for the Alolan Sand Sashes that we were able to see. Meanwhile, Kelsey says, nah, fam. You don't need that. I still got it.
Sorry, I mean, are you hearing that? I think we're going to have a nighttime Clasher takeover. He's on the floor with Kelsey right now. Take it away, NTC.
Thanks so much, Will. I'm here with Kelsey, who just advanced to day number 2 using a Talonflame that looked super, super strong. Tell us a little bit about that pick and why did you choose that moveset?
So Talonflame was pretty good into Andrew's team. I noticed he has a lot of weaknesses. And the moveset, there's not much in the meta that's weak to flying, so it just seemed like a really smart choice. And being able to Brave Bird, nuke things, I like that option.
Against Pokemon like Toxapex, do you think that matchup's even somewhat okay because you can always throw Brave Bird and leave?
Yeah, Toxapex is kind of scary, but it doesn't resist the flying, so it's not terrible against.
Yeah, and really, really well played on that match, of course. And do you have anyone to shout out? Anyone who helped you prepare the team or prepare for this tournament?
Yeah, I'll shout out my Battle Frontier team, Sharks and Wreck, and then also our friends, Delibird is the word. So they had, they were really good at supporting me and providing feedback.
That's super awesome to hear. Congratulations again, and I'm so excited to cast more of your games tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Good games, man. GG. Drapion is like so sus for me.
Perfect. All right, good luck, man.
Good luck. I'm locked in.
Come on, do it one time.
It's called risking 2 50-50s, baby.
Come on, let's do it.
It's called risking 2.
Come on.
I don't get debuffed. I don't get debuffed.
You're fine. You're fine.
Yes! Yes!
Nope.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024! so excited to come together and celebrate Pokemon. Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worse in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
It's Altaria. There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy
And
recycle
that's
we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid that,
KOs.
Gastrodon survives.
That
It's
means
just a sliver of HP.
It's little Arcanine sled. That means Gastrodon gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Italy Amogus, that's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2025 competitive season. We are at the first regional of the season here in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm Homesize Henry, joined by the one and only Mr. Nighttime Clasher.
We've seen so much Clodsire today, so much for Alligator, and honestly, Superior's been on the rise here at Baltimore. Almost feels reminiscent of last year. Pittsburgh went out of pocket first, actually brought Superior and Diggersby to the meta. Looks like it's coming full circle here, but one of his friends actually, Wadaj, is going to be playing off against Magic Mason in a couple of moments here on stream.
That is an unbelievable matchup. Two trainers who have both previously managed to achieve the title of regional champion, but only one will be the winner of this best of 3 and make it to day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket.
And only one of these trainers has played tournaments in the last 8 months. Speaking of Wadaj, it's been kind of a while since he was a part of the scene, but it looks like he's looking to make a quick run, qualify for Worlds, and that'll be it for the season, I guess.
It's honestly impressive. He did take a break from competing. He's back, and it's like he never left. He's in winners finals. He's previously won regionals. He's won an international. So Wadaj looks like he is back to try and reclaim the throne here in Baltimore.
Similar to It's Axon, they had an international win, a regional win. The only thing left for Wadaj is that Worlds title, and it's going to start right here in Baltimore as he tries to qualify his spot in Anaheim, California. First matchup, his winner's final matchup, though, is not going to be easy. Magic Mason, very skilled trainer, is bringing the Shadow Machamp. Finally, we're seeing this thing.
We get to see Machamp. Oh, this is a great day. Karate Chop, the legacy move, and Stone Edge, also a legacy move. Karate Chop with lightning fast pacing, pairing it up with an Azumarill, Ice Beam Play Rough, an Aerial Ace Superior, No Leaf Tornado, a Shadow Drapion, a normal non-Shadow for Alligator, and a Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Shadow Alolan Sandslash being run with Powder Snow mostly now, which is going to make opposing teams really strong that have Azumarill. Azumarill against Shadow Alolan Sandslash, honestly, not a bad matchup by any means. Those bubbles really go on a chunk. We're going to see Wadaj's team, he does have that Azumarill and a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, similar to Mason, so we're going to see this go both ways.
And a Chestnut. A Chestnut. We've seen quite a few different grass types. We've seen the, I believe it was the Venusaur from Lyall. We've seen a lot of Superiors, and now a Chestnut entering the field of play. Vine Whip, Legacy Frenzy Plant, and Superpower, and pairing it up with some very good Pokemon and knocking flyers out of the sky. The Alolan Sandslash, the Dunsparce, and that Azumarill.
The really awkward thing about Chestnut is the main grass type Superior is so strong into it with Aerial Ace. Double super effective. I think if it's Leaf Tornado Superior though, Chestnut becomes a monster. We're going to see if that is the case in our first game, Magic Mason versus Wadaj, leading a Superior into a Azumarill.
That is a very tough lead here for Wadaj. Wadaj does have two better responses in the back. We're going to see a switch out into the Clodsire. Clodsire answered with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but since it is the Shadow, Earthquake can actually threaten a farm down after this knockout.
Ice Punch being thrown out here by Magic Mason. No need to go for the Drill Run. You're going to need 2 charge attacks regardless of the situation. Ice Punch lands, but it's not in Powder Snow down range. Here's the critical part, though. Sludge Bomb.
Gets the shield. Oh my goodness. A risky bait, but it pays off in a massive way. Sludge Bomb into a Steel type. That is the type of move that Marto would maybe throw at the end of a game here, but it gets the shield, and now Wadaj looking to force the final shield with an Earthquake.
Pretty criminal stuff here. Earthquake, is it going to land, though? I think Magic Mason has to shield this up. You're basically trading a shield for an entire Alolan Sandslash. On the opposing team, this looks really good now, because what are you worried about in the back? Even like a Chestnut is going to have to take an Ice Punch at some point. So much energy being built up. What do you bring in here if you're Wadaj?
Azumarill, but the pivot out. I love this play. He realizes what's in the back. He's pivoting out, and this Frenzy Plant, it's resisted, but it inflicts massive damage onto this Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
This is an interesting play, but wow, that does honestly more damage than I was bargaining for. Ice Punch gonna come through now, and just before the Frenzy Plant, I think this is not enough to knock out, so maybe there's a chance for Magic Mason to reach that Frenzy Plant.
It'll be close. It just does. Wadaj still has a shield to protect this Sandslash. Very close to a Drill Run, but not there. Magic Mason, so much energy, choosing to bring in the Drapion, and it's going to take massive damage from this Drill. This honestly might one-shot. This will be close.
Drill Run coming through. Oh my.
It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Aqua Tail, it's not going to get caught. Wadaj maybe has to shield this up, but opts to not. Last matchup, A-Slash against the Azumarill. not even, yeah, maybe down a shield is a little bit tricky, but he already has energy. This is going to be close. There's no Hydro Pump available for the Azumarill, but after the shield goes through, the Azumarill just needs to throw Play Rough after Play Rough. Magic Mason needs to burn this clock and make a catch at some point.
The biggest issue for Magic Mason is the bubble damage. Look at each bubble land. Play Rough is resisted, but as each fast move goes through, this Sand Slash gets closer and closer to Play Rough range. Drill Run is going to connect. Even another Drill Run would not be enough, and this is looking like Wadage's game to win here as this Sand Slash just continues to run out of HP.
It's so interesting to see this because Azumarill looks like to be putting in a shift here, but on Magic Mason's team, he had Drapion, he had Alolan Sandslash, he had Superior, seemingly a lot of ways to answer the Azumarill, but Wadage finds play, finds the connection with the bubble, and is going to be taking game number 1 here in the Winners Finals.
Wadage back right where he left off. Absolute clinic in game number 1. Magic Mason had all that energy on the Sand Slash sent in Superior, potentially reading that it was the Sand Slash in the back. Sand Slash up a shield in the back looked so deadly into that Superior plus the Drapion combination there. He pivots out, and Wadage able to perfectly position that Alolan Sand Slash. The Drapion surviving was unfortunate, but Azumarill, you can shield charge attacks, but you cannot shield bubbles.
Magic Mason honestly kind of popularized Shadow Drapion in previous metas. I think it was like Fort Wayne where he was running it to counter things like Trevenant and Lickitung. Here though, it seems that Drapion has shifted into one of the top meta Pokemon, and now it's going to be really, really hard for him to use this honestly into this team. I feel like it's a little struggling into the team because Azumarill resists all his charge attacks, right? You have Aqua Tail and Crunch, so what should theoretically be a really good matchup becomes a little bit tricky because of that. Same thing for Chestnut. You're a poison type, but everything's resisted. You can't hit with a Crunch, you can't hit with Aqua Tail, so it feels like it's good, but at the same time, on paper, it's not as good as you think it is.
Agreed. Chestnut is an interesting pick. It's very good into the waters. Mason does have a couple, and if shields are down, Superpower can absolutely neutralize an Alolan Sand Slash. So we'll have to see if it does get brought here from Wadage. One battler has locked in, the second making last-minute adjustments as we await Game 2.
Are we going to see the Shadow Machamp, though, from Magic Mason? There's so much room to play against the A-Slash, against the Dunsparce. Does he lock it in?
We have lock-in.
He did. Chestnut leading up into the Sand Slash. It's a great lead for the Chestnut because, well, a Superpower is a clean one-hit KO, and you do win charge attack priority.
Chestnut is going to switch out into the Azumarill. No clear response from Mason. Mason stays in with a Sand Slash. Will get some nice damage with this Shadow Drill Run. But Wadage correctly identifying that there would not be a Superior brought, as this line is basically triple weak to Superior.
Yeah, that is crazy work here from Wadage. Play Rough coming through. Mason knows this is not a Hydro Pump, doesn't need to recheck the list. I see players sometimes pulling up the paper, but here we go. Play Rough actually doing a pretty competitive amount of damage here. The Drill Run lands, and now you have to think about the backline, right? Because you need alignment as a Wadage. You cannot allow the Dunsparce to go against the Machamp, and you absolutely, but then the Chestnut is so awkwardly placed. You need it for the Machamp, but you also need it for the Feraligatr.
Now we see the switch out into that Feraligatr. Feraligatr looking to get up energy. Up energy, it can threaten this Chestnut. Play Rough, no shielded by the Feraligatr. This would do less than a Frenzy Plant. Clock should be up here for Wadage. Wadage switches out into the Chestnut, and Chestnut can potentially look for a one-shield farm down, and this energy will be so threatening to that Alolan Sand Slash.
Instantly shielded from Wadage. He is confident that this is an Ice Beam. He nods at Mason. Mason doesn't look up. He's tapping away. And here we go. Huge farm down.
That's so much energy.
This is so awkward.
This energy goes everywhere. Sand Slash or Machamp, neither one wants to take a Superpower. Chestnut looking so deadly. Superpower, no shielding.
Boom!
Saving every shield for this Shadow Machamp.
Here we go. Can Machamp flip this? It's got cross chops at 4 karate chops each, but Wadage is going to be spamming out these superpowers. A small energy advantage is going to go a long way here. Can these lineups get it into a rollout in Drill Run range, though?
This will be close.
What?
Another Superpower is reached. But when does Wadage switch out? He is double debuffed here. We are going to see the shield. We're going to see the switch out into the Dunsparce. Dunsparce needs to try and make a Drill Run. There's so much energy on this Machamp. Machamp should be one off 2 more cross chops. So I don't think Dunsparce actually gets a move here.
Oh
that
my
does
goodness.
so much damage. He can throw right here. And if Wadaj shields, Wadaj loses charge attack priority. This will force all of the energy from this Machamp, but this Machamp pacing is incredible. He's gonna click it, deny the move, and that is the Shadow Machamp difference with Karate Chop. This pacing is unbelievable, and Dunsparce does not even get a single charge attack.
Wait, he can catch onto the Azumarill. He just needs to do 4 Vine Whips and catch. And wait a turn. Maybe wait a turn. I think there's play. Oh, he didn't wait the clock.
Switch clock not available. Cross Chop is going to pick up the knockout, and 2-shield Shadow Machamp. Mason putting it all on the Shadow Machamp, and Shadow Machamp delivers. In comes the Azumarill. There's no energy to speak of. This is a full 1v3 Shadow Machamp going absolute beast mode there, and 1v3 reverse sweeping an entire team.
Wow, that was like the first time we saw Machamp really being played today at all, and this is a testament.
And it popped
how
off.
Strong it is.
Oh my goodness, unbelievable stuff. Just giving up on the Sand Slash, saying Machamp wins or loses me the game, and Machamp wins it. That Karate Chop to Cross Chop pacing, straight 4, unbelievably fast. Dunsparce was full health and had a shield, and it never got a charge attack. That pacing is unbelievable.
If you weren't convinced by Shadow Machamp before, I hope you are now. To me, it still looks like better than Pangoro, but we'll just have to see how these trainers adapt in the next game. Honestly, I think Wadaj will play stronger to Machamp because it just kind of ran him through there. If you're Magic Mason, you're like, well, I can't really play the Machamp again because that would be too obvious, right? It was so good that it can't be good again.
And these are the mind games that these battlers have to go through. Is, will my opponent make the adjustment? Will they expect me to adjust? And what can I run that provides me the best opportunity to win the match? One battler has locked in. Wadaj has locked in quite early in these games. Mason locks in as well. Decisive game number 3. Shadow Alolan Sanchez versus the regular Feraligatr. A good lead for Mason.
Yeah, but as this Azumarill gets swapped, this is going to be the same problem. Mason can't get the alignment here, I don't think, because Wadaj can always force it if he wants. Otherwise, he forces the first shield with a play rough, and Mason can just throw these drill runs, but none of them are really pressuring shields.
Wadaj would love to make a play for switch advantage, and that is actually doable for this Azumarill because the Sand Slashes this season are more commonly on Powder Snow. Powder Snow, great against Mandibuzz, great against Clodsire, but against the Azumarill, it does mean that you have almost no ability to farm things down.
Yeah, I was about to say he's going to throw an Ice Punch, but then I had to stop myself. Here's a drill run coming through. He's going to get bubbled down if Wadaj even chooses to use one shield. I think Wadaj even makes this move here. An Ice Beam is interesting, but I think this might give him one bubble of farm. I really like this play.
It'll be close. Ice Beam does not KO. We're going to see an aggressive switch out into the Drapion.
It's too late.
And switched in the Sand Slash, but he stayed in with that Azumarill, and Drapion up this much energy is quite scary to deal with. Crunch is no shielded, but look at the damage.
Wow.
Crunch connects. Do we see a debuff? No, we do not.
Now he's going to start throwing Aqua Tails. This bait is huge. He doesn't try to call it. A little bit too risky for Mason's style, and he's going to be shielding this one up, building to another Aqua Tail, and just throwing it off on the Sand Slash. I think Drapion wins the charge attack priority. I'm not 100% sure.
It should.
It should. It might be like statistically dependent on how much attack they've given to their Pokemon, but of course, we're just going to have to find out ourselves. Ice Punch coming through. I think Mason lives this.
Mason is going to double shield, committing to that Drapion, hoping that it is going to deliver this decisive Game 3 as a victory. Switch out to the Feraligatr.
I love this play.
And this will be very interesting. Making the drill run. This drill run will put it into Grass Knot range, as a regular Feraligatr can survive a Grass Knot from Cresselia. So this is Wadaj trying to put it into a potential Grass Knot range. In comes Cresselia. Cresselia down quite a bit of energy, but it will be able to survive these Hydro Cannons.
Has to no shield 2 Hydro Cannons, I believe. Needs to spend the shield on the Crunch from the Drapion. Here we go. Hydro Cannon comes down. It's not 50% health yet, as it's not in the yellow range. Throws the second Hydro Cannon, and can Mason shield this move up, throw another Hydro, and then combo with the Drapion? I think it's possible.
The switch timers are misaligned. Over farming could have potentially done one more, but playing it safe, wanting to ensure this move lands. The switch timers have been misaligned. Mason's done a great job of that so far, taking advantage of this new switch timer. In comes that Drapion. Drapion going for an Aqua Tail.
Has to catch.
With dodge, will commit the shield.
He needs his catch so badly here. Can he make it happen? One. Oh, he waits a turn, gets the poison thing through, and that is... Oh, this is...
Grass Knot, it is resisted.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll quite knock out here. The Grass Knot does get the Drapion low. Drapion farming up a ton of energy, choosing not to swap. Instead, forcing the energy. The bubble from that Azumarill could be the difference maker in this game if it can knock out that Drapion.
Is it enough?
It'll be very close. The bubble KOs!
Oh!
It KOs! Down goes Drapion, and Wadaj back and better than ever. 2-1 victory over Magic Mason, and he's in familiar territory on the winner's side of day number 2.
Absolute masterclass here from Wadaj. The Azumarill put on a show from start to finish, overcoming any matchup it was faced up against. There we saw it against Feraligatr, against Drapion, against Sandslash. These aren't things you typically want to see your Azumarill against, but I think Wadaj realized that the bad matchups were just neutral enough, where he could either set his Pokemon up in the back for a farm down or a shield advantage, which is exactly what he did. Very smart and calculated plays from Wadaj, and I'm so excited to see more of that tomorrow.
That Drapion, even though it's so threatening with the Poison Sting, it's playable for the Azumarill because the charge attacks are going to be resisted there. The Crunch, not going to do a lot, and relying on that Azumarill especially due to the meta trend of these Alolan Sandslash is going to Powder Snow, understanding that's not a terrific matchup. So being able to utilize that Azumarill to incredible effect, the Grass Knot landing, choosing to stay in and just Psycho Cut it into bubble down range there. Calculated plays. Mason trying to get as much farm as possible, but unfortunately, Drapion carried him so far, but it just could not survive that bubble.
So close there, and as we see, Sandslash, I think Sandslash wasn't very useful there because it couldn't make a charge attack anyway. I wonder, even if you were able to throw the Aqua Tail against the Azumarill, you don't even win that game because the Sandslash is just going to Powder Snow everything down.
Sandslash was also very, very strong. And that series definitely felt the audience got their money's worth there with game 1, the aggressive switch to the Superior, and then Wadaj still finding a way to win in game 2, Shadow Machamp. The absolute showcase there, the 1v3, but in game 3, Azumarill so strong, able to deliver Wadaj to day number 2.
I think the biggest thing here is Superior didn't come in those back 2 games. Maybe Magic Mason thinks maybe should have brought that Superior. It seems so strong against the Azumarill, but at the same time, it is so bad against things like the A-Slash.
Yeah, Alolan Sandslash is pretty good at dissuading use of those grass types. One thing I do want to highlight, a Pokemon that we have seen on stream a couple times today is Malamar. There's actually an in-game event for Pokemon Go coming up here shortly called the Psychic Spectacular, where, if we look, what's over here at the bottom right, Inkay is going to be spawning. So for those who may have seen Malamar and want to build one and may not have saved one, you're going to have that opportunity. This event is going to run... Oh, there we go. September 18th through September 22nd, 10 a.m. local time to 8 p.m. local time. And looks like there's a new couple Pokemon releasing as well.
Yeah, I think this is from Tuesday to Friday this week, and the new Pokemon, Hatenna, Hattrem, and Hatterene, are going to be very interesting to look at. I'm not sure what typing they are, but they look super cool, and there's a Dynamax debut as well. Of course, Beldum, very cool as the Metagross Dynamax Pokemon in this max out season, and also you have a shiny chance of getting that. I would also say that Morlul, if you're trying to build stuff for PvP, gives you 750 Stardust per catch, so that might be interesting. And of course, speaking of Stardust, Legendary Heroes will allow you to have 50% special trade Stardust costs for...
That's quite nice.
That is really nice. For 4 or 5 days, you can try to get a Registeel, try to get a Cresselia, or something that may be good for PvP, but of course, most importantly for the Master League, Zacian is back in raids and is a shiny availability. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about Galarian Weezing?
Galarian Weezing during this event, and this event only, September 26th at 10 a.m. to October 1st at 8 p.m., you can evolve a regular Coughing into a Galarian Weezing. This means if you have a Shadow Coughing stored, you can now, for the first time in Pokemon Go, get access to Shadow Galarian Weezing. And anytime a new Shadow Pokemon is released, that is quite exciting. So I am definitely a big fan of an event that has a meta-relevant Mon with the Inkay evolving to Malamar, Morlul, and Double Dust, immediately followed by an event where if you go for trades, they're actually 50% cheaper than normal.
Galarian Weezing just having the overheat with the Shadow bonus could be so devastating for a lot of teams right now. Speaking of Superior, I'm sure Overheat likes to see that, although I'm pretty sure a regular Overheat takes it out as well. Galarian Weezing, really, really cool moveset, and I totally recommend getting one. It's super fun in the Ultra League.
Absolutely. When it comes to the Ultra League, building Shadows can be a bit expensive in terms of Stardust. However, that's where catching those Morluls during that double Stardust event will pay massive dividends. So even if you're like, you know what, I already have a great Malamar, it's my favorite, it's best buddy, I don't need a Malamar, playing just to have a start piece up, double Stardust, and I think you mentioned it's 750 dust per Morlul. Double dust, that's 1,500. And then adding a star piece, that might be over 2,000 Stardust per Pokemon caught. That's
hefty.
Yeah, that is. You are getting a lot of value out of each catch during that event.
Yeah, as our players are ready here in the Baltimore Regional Championship, also like to remind you that there is double Stardust, I believe, for just catching Pokemon at the venues of the tournament. So if that's something you're interested in, spectating, just coming, catching some cool Pokemon spawns, I totally recommend it.
Meta-relevant spawns too.
Very true. We have Inkay here as well as like Gastrodon. There is Machop and Clefairy, for example. But as we see here, there's the Gastrodon. There's the Azumarill as well. Those are both things you can actually catch here at the venue on Battle Bill's team. Looks like this is a pretty standard meta Pokemon line. But I do see no fighter again, as a lot of teams today, and I think Shadow Machamp would really like to see this.
Potentially. One thing of note, you know what we didn't see a lot of in the Day 1 usage, but we're seeing again and again in these winners finals, Shadow Drapion. It is tremendously outperforming its usage. And we see if we can get another one in Day 2, if Battle Bill is able to claim victory. But there is not an easy opponent on the other side of that field, as this is 6-1-0 Hero. 6-10 Hero. 6-10 Hero.
6'10" Hero coming all the way from Canada. Really, really strong Japanese battler. And is going to be using Guzzlord for the first time today. One of the best ways to kind of wall off the Drapion's energy. Of course, your Dragon typing resists the water, and your Dark type obviously resists the Dark type crunch as well. We'll see how he pilots these Pokemon, but with no fighter on either side, it looks like Dunsparce is going to be the star of all these shows.
We're going to see a lot of Dunsparce. Both battlers have locked in Battle Bill PvP versus 6'10" Hero. The leads are set. Superior for Battle Bill into Clodsire for 6'10" Hero.
Here's the thing. This is so alignment dependent because there's a Guzzlord in the back, and there's the Azumarill from Battle Bill. So if you can get the right alignment here, it'll be really useful in winning the back end of this game. Of course, Azumarill's still really strong as soon as this Clodsire is out of the way.
This is a Sludge Bomb Clodsire. If it's Stone Edge, Superior has win cons versus Sludge Bomb. It gets very uncomfortable. We see a switch, a catch, and a sneak. Beautiful gameplay there by Battle Bill, absorbing the Sludge Bomb energy and saving that Superior.
Here's the thing, like, how do you play this? If you swap your Dunsparce, you risk getting that alignment on to the Azumarill. Now you can't even swap Guzzlord, I would argue, because the switch timers are so desync, it'll allow Battle Bill to actually bring the Azumarill back into the Guzzlord later.
In comes Guzzlord. Guzzlord going to be hit with Drill Run after Drill Run, but Guzzlord has a lot of hit points, able to withstand that Drill Run, and when the second one is reached, that will not be a problem either. Was hoping that would KO 6'10" Hero was, but he can still survive this, get a farm down, and with this new Guzzlord moveset, the Azumarill actually gets threatened here because Guzzlord now runs Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb.
The thing is, like, you can't even bubble down, really. You have to expend energy before 6'10" Hero gets to another Sludge Bomb. So I don't even mind taking all those drill runs because one charge check is more than enough to take out this Guzzlord no matter what.
That is perfect counting by Battle Bill. Understanding the Sludge Bomb, the energy was almost there, but not quite. 6'10" Hero shielding. 6'10" Hero wants shields down.
I like this, but is he staying in for a little bit longer than he should? Now Battle Bill has gotten a lot of extra energy. I would have liked to see immediate throw of the Sludge Bomb and a swap into the Dunsparce. Huge damage, honestly.
Guzzlord gets the brutal swing. And Battle Bill, this will test the counts. Is this the Sludge Bomb? Is it the brutal swing? Oh no, it's just the brutal swing. And now down a shield, this will be difficult.
He's in the driver's seat, I feel like. He just, and I think the Clodsire can get a Sludge Bomb on the Superior at some point, and as long as this Dunsparce does one charge attack against the Superior, this should be smooth sailing for 610 Hero. Does he have to throw on charge attack priority? He throws just one before, waits the turn expertly, making sure it is not caught in the Superior.
Very nicely done by 610 Hero. Drill Run will connect. When do we see the switch into the Superior? Thinking about it, going for it. Superior now going to be answered with the Clodsire. Do we see a bait? We do.
Oh my
this
goodness.
will be the Aerial Ace bait. This is a massive call. 610 Hero commits the shield. He wants to guaranteed land this Sludge Bomb.
It's an interesting bait, I think, because he's already thrown one Frenzy Plant, meaning that he can just safely do 2 Frenzy Plants at the same pacing.
It's tough here, it's tough. You want to try and save all energy and maybe outpace, but the pacing just is not there. And the fist pump from 610 Hero as Battle Bill has to try and get as much energy as he possibly can. Can he survive the rollouts to get to a move? This is going to be close. It'll come down to how much health is available on that Dunsparce. In comes the Dunsparce, and it's too healthy.
Is he, okay, I'm just making sure he's not trying to roll out down there. But even though, it would have probably hung on to a play rough.
It would have.
Very, very, very clinical gameplay here from 610 Hero. Threw the Sludge Bomb and shielded. I honestly like the shield after seeing, well, of course, you got the shield with the brutal swing. But at the end of the day, if Battle Bill didn't shield that brutal swing, he might have had a chance in that back end there.
Superior up energy and with the shield was looking strong into the Clodsire, but unfortunately unable to potentially pick up a knockout with a Frenzy Plant because there wasn't the Protect Shield for Superior to hide behind. So an unfortunate turn of events for Battle Bill, but that's why we play best of 3. Because if Battle Bill wants to get day 2 on the winner side of the bracket, this next game becomes must win.
He must bring the Gastrodon, honestly, because this Clodsire from 610 Hero looks so strong, and it seems like he's not respecting as much as he should. He brought the Superior, he brought, I believe, the Dunsparce, and those just don't do that good into the Clodsire, I feel like. They're just not enough damage.
Yeah, the Dunsparce is quite strong for 610 Hero as long as it's able to avoid the Superior and the Gastrodon. So if you're able to avoid the Gastrodon, you're in a pretty decent spot. But 610 Hero, as we take a look across the team, does have 2 Mud Slap resistances, which is going to be the Talonflame and the Superior. Either one landing on the Gastrodon would be catastrophic. But if the Gastrodon can avoid those 2, the remaining matchups are either very favorable or at the very least neutral to slightly positive.
It's really hard for Battle Bill to play, I believe, play Talonflame into that team. So, yeah, I think it's super difficult to play Talonflame. So maybe the Superior is safer than 610 Hero thinks, just based on these teams. Could use it to align with the Gastrodon, but he may also just opt to play more neutrally, use the Guzzler as he did before, which honestly is so good into this team. The Sludge Bomb did way more onto the Azumarill than I was bargaining for, and I'm guessing it even allows it to win shield up against Azumarill, which is just crazy to think about.
Yeah, Guzzlord previously Dragon Claw and Crunch. Any fairy type, it was game over. But now with Brutal Swing being that 35 energy charge attack, that frees it up to run Sludge Bomb, and the Sludge Bomb coverage clutch for 610 Hero. The leads are set for game number 2. It's Azumarill for Battle Bill, and it is Clodsire once again making an appearance for 610 Hero.
Oh my, he's actually ABA weak to this Clodsire, allowing him to just throw the Sludge Bomb here, and you know exactly what's coming up after this. An immediate swap into the Dunsparce, because of course, this Sludge Bomb, which is the same type of attack goes for Clodsire, does more than any of Dunsparce's moves. Now,
there it is.
Up the energy. This is going to be a great situation for 610 Hero. And if he just continues to match shields, play this matchup out, he'll eventually be able to gain alignment for that Clodsire against the against the Gastrodon. Same time, you need the Guzzler against the Dunsparce. No, against the Gastrodon, because you have no other answers on this team.
I wonder if, because the switch timers are misaligned, if Battle Bill might decide to switch out of here. Azumarill can get energy that it can use to potentially threaten that Clodsire. So Battle Bill now has to make the choice. Do I decide to stay in and play out this matchup, or do I switch out because my switch clock is available? He can switch into the Azumarill at any moment, decides not to, and Droron will now threaten a knockout of his Dunsparce.
Here comes a drill run. And honestly, could have gone for a rock slide there just for the catch opportunity. But of course, not needed. No talent playing in the back, of course. There we go. Azumarill is going to try to bubble this all the way down, I feel like, which is an interesting play.
Dunsparce is getting 2 moves.
Yeah, I think this is inevitable. The Dunsparce gets to another move. But if you exit with 100 energy, it might allow you to be really good into the Cloudsire and the Guzzlord. I love this play from Battlefield.
True. This energy will be valuable. The remaining 2 Pokemon are both weak to Ice. Ice Beam can add up. We're probably going to see the Cloudsire absorb this energy. Cloudsire going to take these moves a lot better than the Guzzlord would. Azumarill gets the full farm down, and now this Cloudsire is going to get hit with Ice Beam after Ice Beam.
Yeah, and it actually goes no shield from 6'10" Hero, just knowing that even though it's just a super effective Ice Beam, it's not the same type of attack bone. It's from an Azumarill. You can safely no shield that. And another Ice Beam is coming down. I think this one's going to start to need to be shielded, because otherwise your Cloudsire could get
Shields.
down. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This might give Gastrodon the edge it needs. Gastrodon enters the field of play, answered with the Guzzlord. Down on energy. Things could look a bit difficult for 6'10" Hero.
Oh my goodness. Battlefield baits. If he no shields this bait, he might be back in the game.
This could be a pivotal moment in the match. The Brutal Swing is shielded. Gastrodon looks like had clicked on a body slam. 6'10" Hero's thinking about it. Will he use the Protect Shield here? Guzzlord commits the shield, and now this sets up that Gastrodon so well to try and sweep.
Here we go. Brutal Swing and Earth Power, charge attack priority, and the Guzzlord is able to get this move off. Will this allow the Cloudsire to do something against the Gastrodon?
The Brutal Swing being shielded, I think, opens the door back for 6'10" Hero, because can potentially knock out with an Earthquake, whereas a Brutal Swing would not put it into farm down range. The Earth Power, Guzzlord barely hangs on. We will see the switch into the Cloudsire. Cloudsire going for the Earthquake, and now 6'10" Hero might be back in this game.
He can definitely knock out here with the Earthquake. Gastrodon.
The Azumarill is completely dry. It has no energy. Sludge Bomb will outpace here. It will. He's done it.
Yes.
The alignment looked so dire.
Oh my goodness.
6'10" Hero prevails, knocking out the Azumarill with a Sludge Bomb there. Alignment not in his favor, but energy management so crucial on the Cloudsire. The fist pump from 6'10" Hero. He's going to day number 2 here in Baltimore.
Clinical gameplay of this trainer who comes from Toronto all the way to Baltimore to compete and make another top 8. I believe he made a top 8 last season and is looking to run that back. He's gonna only need to win 1 match tomorrow, I believe, to make it in.
Unbelievable plays there. Just absolutely from start to finish. Great stuff. Even when alignment was not looking good. Mudslap is strong to the point where a lot of people were intentionally trying to run at least 2 Mudslap resistances. That was a team of 3 that had 0 Mudslap resistances, and the Gastrodon was still defeated by a Pokemon that it's supposed to destroy, Cloudsire. I think that's the 2nd time we've seen a Cloudsire defeat a Gastrodon today on stream.
Cloudsire, honestly, with 1 shield advantage, it can beat a Gastrodon. Because they don't make it to 2 Earth Powers, basically, before you make it to 2 Earthquakes. And so they need to bait once and then land an Earth Power, or land an Earth Power and then get the shield with the Body Slam, of course. But it's such a difficult matchup when you're down shield. Here we see no shields are available for play, and Cloudsire does what Cloudsire loves to do. Earthquake things from half health, take him out. It doesn't do much damage, but he can throw a lot of them.
And Sludge Bomb, again, proving to be, honestly, the more successful moveset option on Cloudsire so far. That slightly better pacing, putting in work here, as if this was Stone Edge. Maybe this is a closer game, but Sludge Bomb outpacing quite comfortably there. And with Sludge Bomb, you are never more than 12 turns away from a move, and that is going to propel 6'10" Hero to victory in this series.
I think this is one of the battles I'm most excited to watch tomorrow. I had a lot of scrims with him last year, and just a super nice guy. So hope he gets pretty far into this tournament and is able to show more of Guzzlord. I'm a little biased because I love Guzzlord. It's just one of my favorite Pokemon. I think it's one of the best things into the meta this weekend, just simply because no fighters, even fighters like Machamp, like I think they always have to give you a shield because you're. Oh no, actually, if you don't run Dragon Claw, yeah, it's a little bit weird because before, Guzzlord is one of those things that you lure out the fighter and you always get a shield from them. Like Annihilate, you resist all the charge attacks and you just throw a Dragon Claw or a Crunch and you always get an advantage.
But even though Dragon Claw may not be the preferred move to use anymore, we saw the utility of Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb putting in a tremendous amount of work against Azumarill, a matchup where previously you had to pivot out as the Guzzlord because you couldn't surrender that farm down. Guzzlord would be tanking crunch after crunch after crunch. Well, the Azumarill's taking crunch after crunch from the Guzzlord, and that energy advantage would just be too much. But Guzzlord, with this new updated moveset, proves to be a lot more flexible in this new meta.
Sludge Bomb, honestly, such a good coverage move for Pokemon that is so bad against fairy types. And it does a competitive amount of damage, I will say. It is a heavy hitting move, I think 50 energy, so definitely something that we should expect from Guzzlord is more flexible gameplay, playing for shield advantage, and then just trying to get it into a situation where even you can play 2 shields versus 1 against Azumarill, and you actually win that. Not only do you win that, but you don't take any damage. You are completely untouched by the end of that matchup.
Agreed. And let's talk to the trainer who piloted that Guzzlord so expertly. Standing by, we have Will with 610 Hero to discuss that victory and moving on in Baltimore.
I'm here with one of my favorite trainers to watch. This is 610 Hero, and I'm so happy to be talking with you because, like you pointed out, last season we tried to do a little interview. It didn't quite work out. How are you feeling about this new season and this new meta?
Yeah, it's an interesting meta. I'm still learning, and then yeah, I thought Guzzlord can put a work, and then it's been doing a wonder for me.
Talk about the moveset. Are you running Sludge Bomb Guzzlord? Did I see that correctly?
Yes, that's right. So because of the latest update with Brutal Swing, it's basically a Dragon Claw, but does more damage, does more neutral damage. So I said, okay, there's no much reason for me to run Dragon Claw because it's already Dragon Tail's already doing enough damage with a Dragon type move. So I said, Sludge it is.
That's awesome. I saw that tech and I was like, wait, he actually has a chance in the Azumarill matchup, which is really, really wild. I wanted to ask you, Battle Bill is really talented. I think you caught him one time on the Brutal Swing bait. Was he your toughest opponent so far this tournament?
He, don't get me wrong, like he was really, really difficult opponent. That was the first time I faced against Gastrodon. Other than Superior, I had a pretty negative matchup, so he was really difficult for me. But I also went through Cindy and then the CTU and then Blind Craziness, and they were really, really difficult opponent as well.
Awesome. That's a really tough slate to go through as you're trying to make your way through the bracket. You've already had some success. I haven't heard the other interviewers ask this question before, but you're from Eastern Canada. What other regional championships are on your radar? Are you going to attend any more? Do you have any plans?
Nothing really. I'm still debating whether I go for qualifying world or not yet. I haven't had a success for last 3 years, so this might be one. This might be one, the 2025.
Awesome. I need everybody in chat to spam some Guzzlord Sludge Bombs for 610 Hero. Casters, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Will. We are back, and that was honestly a great matchup. I'm really enjoying seeing the diversity of Pokemon in these finals because with the new meta, there's a lot to try out, and a lot of the times some Pokemon will rise to the top. Guzzlord with its like massive day one usage, but I feel like we're seeing among the teams that are succeeding a lot of unique Pokemon, which is very exciting.
This is probably the time where we're going to get to see the most amount of unique Pokemon. I'm sure as this season continues, it'll slightly taper off as people realize like, okay, we should not do this anymore. And then there's things like, oh, wow, this was kind of good, actually, and we should keep using it. I think that thing that people should keep using is probably Guzzlord. Maybe people slightly start to taper off the Superior because as people are running Sludge Bomb on the Clodsire, it kind of loses one of its key pieces of utility.
One thing that I did want to note about Guzzlord as well is we've seen so much success with the Shadow Drapion, and that with the moveset that is currently running, Aqua Tail Crunch is completely walled off by the Guzzlord. Battle Bill had that Pokemon, and he didn't feel comfortable bringing it because if it's been such a good save switch for so many opponents, but if they have a Guzzlord and you just get walled, it really removes the effectiveness of that Pokemon.
Yeah, and speaking of a really, really interesting Pokemon, we have Galarian Moltres from Elam here. And
oh my goodness.
Galarian Moltres, it is played by Arrow so far, and I also believe Out of Pocket. They're all running the exact same 6, and we're going to see how this goes for them, because so far Arrow had a lot of success. Oh, no, I think it was slightly different. Out of Pocket and Arrow had the same team. I think Elam like changed like a couple things, had a different Mud Boy, and doesn't have the Typhlosion, but you know what? Same idea. Galarian Moltres, they really like it, and we'll see how it does here. It should be really good into the Marowak, I think. I think that's like a complete counter if you get onto the Marowak.
And Galarian Moltres, a Pokemon that this is the first tournament that you would, if I'm not mistaken, be eligible to use it in. Galarian Moltres previously was not allowed, but with the 2025 competitive season, it's allowed, and we're seeing people try it out, and we've seen it in a lot of winners finals. So people are getting pretty far through day one with the Galarian Moltres. It is a Pokemon that, Nighttime, have you managed to catch one of these Galarian Moltres yet?
I actually wasn't able to catch one, but my friend traded me one, and I'm not a big believer in how good it is in Great Leagues. I've already powered up for the Ultra League.
Okay, well, Elam has a good chance to prove you wrong, because I just got a sneak peek as we got lock-ins here. And Nighttime, you are in for a treat, as in game number 1, it's the Galarian Moltres for Elam. Oh no, disaster into the Azumarill for Murphy.
Oh my goodness, this is probably as bad as it gets. Like Murphy, I think only has to go for Ice Beam. I'm not sure how bulky this Galarian Moltres is. It has a 1460 CP, so it can't be that good. And as we see here, tries to catch on the Cresselia, opts to just tank this play rough, and oh wow, still staying in. This is very interesting.
Running a line so weak to Cresselia here.
This is so tough. Where do you go against this Cresselia? You can't come in with Arctibax because the Moonblasts are gonna just tear you apart, but at the same time, Diggersby doesn't want to see this Grass Knot.
In comes Diggersby. A lot of trainers today opting for Fire Punch and the increased pacing over the same type attack bonus Hyper Beam. Grass Knot will connect onto the Diggersby, but we have seen Diggersby played in the Championship Series quite a bit, and Diggersby is built to survive, tanking the Grass Knot very comfortably, and even a second Grass Knot would not even threaten a knockout.
I don't think he needs to shield this here, just lets it go, and I think this Fire Punch will not be enough to take it out. Wow, hard swap into Feraligatr. Elam's going to have to expend his shield here because I think a Fire Punch bait would be a little bit crazy. Does shield the Scorching Sands correctly and will probably throw Hydro Cannon on the charge attack priority. No, he might be able to switch, so trying to switch is Murphy, but at the last second,
just not up. Unfortunate. Unfortunate for Murphy there. Can Hydro pick up a knockout here? Murphy thinks it might, will commit the Protect Shield, going for the Scorching Sands. Murphy's clock will be up, but Elam has successfully deset the timer significantly. Scorching Sands will land. That does big damage, gets the attack drop as well, and now does a Hydro Cannon even knock out?
Ooh, I think it does, but I would have liked to see Murphy snipe with Arctibax there. Just the Dragon Breath will do damage so quickly to this Feraligatr. Where do you go now if you're Elam? I don't know, this is really weird because, oh, you get this Hydro Cannon off. Can you one-shield Sucker Punch down? That's the question.
Oh, goodness. We know Galarian Moltres takes a while to get to these charge attacks, but these charge attacks can be so threatening. In comes Cresselia. We might see a no shield and a farm down with Arctibax. It's definitely possible.
Oh, I really like that.
It's definitely possible. Can Arctibax get the farm down before the Moonblast is reached? That's what this is going to come down to here. Is the Moonblast reached? It is not! The Grass Knot can't even be reached either. And now this Arctibax up energy. This is going to be a really interesting endgame. Moltres banked a lot of energy as well. So this could come down to a game of baits.
All right. He's just going to need to land an Avalanche, but does he go for it immediately? Elam thinks about it. He needs to get the shield call correct. He shields the Avalanche. Oh, our Icy Wind, silly me. But now Ancient Power is going to need to come through very quickly now. Oh, wait. Brave
Bird.
He's cooking.
Brave Bird. Oh my goodness. He's full sending the Brave Bird. Murphy thinking about it here.
Whoa!
Calls the bait. It's the Brave Bird. Down goes Arctibax. And that's a game 1 win for Elam. Galarian Moltres flying high here in Baltimore.
That was just a genuinely incredible recognition to throw the Brave Bird. A lot of trainers may have gone for the Ancient Power. They were like, hey, it is super effective. But debuff, not a very strong move. I don't think he's got a shot.
Brave Bird just deals unimaginable damage, and it gets same type attack bonus. Even though Ancient Power is super effective, Brave Bird does more. Elam with the perfect prediction, and that gives him an early advantage. The Icy Wind shielded, and this Galarian Moltres farming up just shy of 100 energy, launching the Brave Bird. Murphy thought about it, tried to call the Ancient Power, but Elam picking up the knockout with the Brave Bird and the fist pump as he takes a 1-0 advantage in this series.
I like the no shield at the same time though, because the first Ancient Power is not going to be enough to knock out. But if you shield the first one and then he boosts, then he wins because he lands the second one.
Yeah, it's a very tough decision to make. Do you try and call the bait? Do you end up shielding? And in that instance, Murphy said, I would rather get KO'd by an opponent full sending a Brave Bird than shield an Ancient Power, which is honestly a decision that I respect quite a bit. Make your opponent make the winning play, and Elam did just that.
Really nice Brave Bird recognition, but in the next game, I wonder if we're still going to see that Moltres. It seemed to do its job there, I'm going to be completely honest, but we'll see if it can continue to pull its way through the rest of the set. Match point for Elam as the trainers are about to lock in.
And we do have lock-ins on both sides. Game number 2, Cresselia for Elam, and it's the Malamar for Murphy. This matchup is a bit of an interesting one. Neither fast move is going to be doing hardly any damage. We see a switch out into Shadow for Alligator.
He can do this. He can superpower and then leave this matchup, guaranteeing himself a shield. I think you go into the Artibax here, and then you maybe even try to call a bait from the Feraligatr. Of course, it'll be a pretty difficult bait to call, but as the Ice Beam is launched, does Murphy respect it?
Calls it, and this will be some hard-hitting damage.
But it's not enough.
Artibax can hold on here, but the Ice Beam makes its presence felt, dealing big damage to that Artibax. Artibax gonna make it to the Dragon Claw. And does Elam want to double shield? Yes, he does. He is double shielding. He is committing to this Feraligatr.
Here's the difficult thing as well, because Galarian Moltres really loves its shields, and now it's not going to have much to protect it. Oh, and really nice farm down. I think this will only get to throw one charge attack, though.
Can you KO with a Psywave? Psywave does a lot of damage.
You need two.
It is going to be close here. Does he risk it? Brings in the Diggersby. Quick attack goes through. Oh, this is going to be very close. It could come down to a single health point, whether this survives or not. Hydro Cannon connects. He does survive. He does survive, but he doesn't get there.
Ooh, okay. Now I think the Malamar is going to be really good here. There's, I think this is fine because you could go for a superpower.
Look at the sucker punches, though.
Yeah.
These sucker punches are tearing through the Malamar at record pace, going for the Ancient Power, fishing for a boost. A boost could be game over here, as it would be able to take more superpowers.
Oh.
Murphy calls the bait. The Ancient Power does not KO.
Oh, I like this. I like this. You go for the superpower here. Maybe I would have liked, yeah, superpower here, superpower again, and maybe you just hold on to a Cycle Cuts and make a foul play. Oh my goodness, that is really bulky for Moltres. And it seems like this Malamar is going to be out of commission against the Cresselia in a second here, and it's going to be up to Diggersby to try to close out this game for Murphy.
Can Diggersby get this farm down? This farm down would be massive. Going to make it to a move. It's only an Ancient Power. It's only an Ancient Power. Do you no-shield this?
Have to.
This is a test of counts right here. He's thinking about it. Oh, he shields! It's the Ancient Power! And now this can set up Cresselia to try and win the game with a double Grass Knot.
Oh, I think if he maybe no-shield that he has a shot.
It's definitely possible, but in the heat of battle, it is difficult to remember exactly where energy is at, because Scorching Sands just not going to do enough, and this is going to be Elam taking this series as he does get the double up on the Grass Knots. Murphy shielding, but unfortunately, there's just not enough damage output from this Diggersby to change the outcome of this battle.
Another Grass Knot comes through, and the Diggersby way too low to hang on. Elam with a very convincing win here with the Galarian Moltres. Both games. Maybe I'm starting to become a believer because this Pokemon looks good.
I definitely know what I'm going to be doing after we're done here for the day-night time. I'm going to be going on my daily incense walk, and if I find one, I'm using a Master Ball because this thing looks fun. That Sucker Punch damage on a Malamar. We were not necessarily thinking that that was an amazing spot to be in, but it survived 2 superpowers. Those Sucker Punches shredded through that Malamar, and now it's becoming more and more evident why some of these top battlers are running this Pokemon.
It's really a situation of, do they know? And here, they know. Malamar is going to get completely countered by the Galarian Moltres. And also, I saw earlier Arrow was playing against, I believe, Habibi off stream and was able to get a Galarian Moltres onto a Future Sight Grass Knot Cresselia.
Oh my goodness, that
crazy work.
That is to use a word that you love to use quite a bit, diabolical.
That is diabolical.
Diabolical work for sure.
That is like a matchup where you cannot do anything, no matter how hard you try. I think you probably just Ancient Power once and Sucker Punch all the way down. That's absolutely absurd to think about, though.
And that's where the game 2 unfortunately changed. As Ancient Power, non-same type attack bonus, and resisted, I don't think it would have been enough there, even after the Psycho Cuts. At At the very least, that would have been a significantly closer end game.
Yeah.
It may have come down to Cresselia just committing to Psycho Cuts at that point, but man, that is unfortunate. And Galarian Moltres is a Pokemon that I don't think was on a lot of people's radar coming into this event, because you can get it from getting the daily incense, but it's a Pokemon that hasn't been allowed for quite some time. So it's finally allowed. Sucker Punch is an incredible move. It has the same stats as what Counter had in the previous meta. And we know there was, a counter user or two that were used from time to time. So Sucker Punch making a name for itself here in the first tournament of the Max Out meta.
It's like the only Pokemon that even uses Sucker Punch. To name another, I guess, like Low Kicks. We saw Evan using that earlier.
We did.
What else has it? Gengar has it, I believe.
Cacturne has it.
Cacturne has it. What else? Kecleon.
Kecleon has it? Oh my goodness. I know Furret has it too, but
okay.
I think the meta might have a sufficient number of normal types already. So I think we can keep Furret on the bench for the time being.
Yeah, Sucker Punch, Brick Break, probably not going to make too many waves in the meta right now, but our players today have been making waves.
That they have. Again, a very nice diversity of strategy here. A lot of players being able to make it to day number 2. And even though Clodsire has that dominant usage, Clodsire not necessarily feeling like the MVP in a lot of these matchups. It honestly feels like a lot of the more unusual picks, like we have now seen a Shadow Typhlosion, we've seen some Galarian Moltres, we've seen people thinking outside of the box, and of course, the Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion is probably one of the stars of the show this tournament. Aqua Tail is such good coverage along with the Crunch, and a lot of the things that resist both of his moves, Poison Stings really add up, and it's quite funny to watch.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see what we have in store next. We have a brief break coming up here shortly, but we'll be back in a moment with more terrific battles from the Baltimore Regional Championships.
Good luck, have fun.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abunoff at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, and then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, Wanted to do it for India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abanov will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer. And I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years. And one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
All right, Baltimore, we are here for the ultimate Pokemon Go inspired burger cooking challenge. This is Speed Burger skit number 1. Our contestant here is going to have to answer some questions really quickly in order to secure the key ingredients for a delicious, tasty burger that we will enjoy. And we are blessed to be joined by Crimson K19. Crimson K, are you ready to play?
Yeah, I'm ready to cook, man. Let's go.
All right, question number 1 is for the bread. Name 4 of the new Dynamax Pokemon that just arrived in Pokemon Go.
Oh, that one's too easy. That's Wooloo, Charmander, Squirtle, and Squovet.
All right, that was pretty good. But how about for the cheese here? This steel and fighting type Pokemon has access to the charge attack Blaze Kick.
Too easy. That's Lucario. I know my Pokemon. I know their moves.
Crimson K on a roll. Let's get a patty. Let's get some meat on this hamburger. This Pokemon can learn Rollout as well as Ice Beam and Thunderbolt.
Dude, that's Miltank. That's literally my first round opponent's signature Pokemon. He brought it every round. He went 0-2. It wasn't really good. Let's get that Miltank meat on that burger right now.
All right, but we're also going to want a little bit of lettuce, I think, on this. This grass and fairy type Pokemon finished 3rd at the 2024 World Championships in Honolulu. A little hint, Marto Galde played it.
That's Whimsicott. That's one of my signature Pokemon, one of my favorites. I don't want lettuce on my burger, though.
Okay. All right, Crimson, we're going to add some condiments, right? Let's add some mustard. Here's your question. This lure can only be acquired after sending postcards from Pokemon Go to Pokemon Scarlet or Violet. Which lure is that?
Oh, that's the mystery chest? This is the coin bag. The coin bag. No, I want my mustard.
All right, you got one more chance, right? So that was actually the golden lure. Right?
The lure. I'm thinking of the incense.
All right, so this Pokemon, when Mega Evolved, changes from a dark purple color into white.
I'm sorry, repeat the question one more time.
Yeah, this Pokemon, once it is Mega Evolved, changes from a dark purple color into a white color in its Mega Evolved form.
Oh, dude, these are hard now. What the? Oh, man. Mega Evolution.
Pretty spooky.
And when it Mega Evolves, it turns white. Oh, Gengar. Gengar. Yeah, let's go.
All right, he's got the mustard. Then now for the absolutely finishing touches. Hopefully an easy one to go out for you. Name all the evolutions inside Pokemon Go.
In Pokemon Go, oh, they're all there. We got the original 3, Jolteon, Flareon, Vaporeon. You've got Umbreon, Espeon from Gen 2. Gen 4, you got the Iceon. No, what was it?
Like a glacier.
Glaceon, I'm sorry. Leafeon, and then Sylveon was the last one in Gen 6.
All right, Crimson, you did really, really well on this test. Let's see what kind of burgers we cooked up.
All right, since Crimson ended up getting all of his questions correctly, we have a fully constructed burger for the first ever Speed Burger Challenge. Crimson, congratulations.
Thank you so much. This looks so good. Hey, I thought I said no lettuce. Hey, this burger's actually kind of cold. I think it's been sitting out for at least 12 hours.
All right, Crimson, but you have to take a bite. It's our new tradition, right? Yeah. So that's the conclusion of the first Speed Burger contest. Back over to you. What a time to be alive here in Baltimore, eating burgers with Crimson K19. It doesn't get better than that. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 with Amanda Lundberg. What a fun skit, Amanda.
Yeah, it's Speed Burger. I think our duo here is really fun in Baltimore. Crimson K, of course, one of the best people I think we could have for this debut little thing going on.
Well, Speed Burger is taking the country by storm, just like Tyranitar, right? It's all over the place, right? I think it is going to pick up some steam as we move through the season. But I will say the battles that we just watched were absolutely epic. Elam, smooth as butter with his Galarian Moltres, Brave Birding through that shield to KO the Arctibax, and just so many stellar plays in between.
Yeah, this was actually the first tournament that the Galarian birds, the legendary ones, are actually allowed. So we've seen quite a few Galarian Moltres that have been even able to make it onto day number 2. We had Arrow earlier on. We now have Elam. And Out of Pocket was in the winners finals. He's still in the losers part of the bracket, so there's potential to still see him as well.
Yeah, make sure to always stay up to date with the banned Pokemon, the Pokemon that are allowed in the championship series. Like you pointed out, Amanda, the Galarian birds, the Galarian flying Pokemon were not allowed last season, but they are absolutely legitimate this season. We're seeing Galarian Moltres take an early lead as the top of the trio. But that being said, we have brand new teams, brand new players getting set up. And this one is like interesting because it's like a battle between friends. I was talking with one of our VG casters, Gabby. She said, is it possible for them both to win? Can we do that, please? Because they're really nice people.
I think there's 2 crowd favorites that are going to be up next. We have Cindy versus Bopper coming up. 2 trainers very well known in the circuit. Very, very good trainers that we saw even in Worlds play. We're going to see what teams they have cooked up here for Baltimore, the first regional competition for Pokemon Go in this 2025 season. We're going to go ahead and take a look at Superior on Cindy's team here. She said, I don't know what's going on with all these leaf tornadoes. Aerial Ace is clearly the way to go here with that on her team. Also, one of the fewer Mandabuzzes that we've seen. I thought it would be a very popular pick, but at least the ones that we have casted, I haven't seen too many of them.
I mean, we kind of dubbed them the big 3, right? For Alligator, Clodsire, and Mandabuzz. You can even record a whole podcast episode about that if you want to. There's so much to talk about, but I feel like you're right. We've only seen maybe 2 or 3. This might even be the 3rd total Mandabuzz we've seen on stream, but it's definitely a force to be reckoned with. It's Snarl, Dark Pulse, and Aerial Ace. Meanwhile, Bopper was so impressive at Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. He's back here on stage in Baltimore. One of several trainers that actually made that trip from here to Baltimore and is still competing.
That's absolutely true. And look at him. I think he's joining Cindy on the Superior. Which Superior is actually superior? We'll have to find out as we continue on through this run in Baltimore. Aerial Ace on this one as well. And Arctipax, something that we haven't seen so often in the previous meta. Seen quite a few times here in Baltimore already.
Well, I'll tell you about the merits of Arctibax. You are a Dragon and Ice-type Pokemon. You have access to Icy Wind as well as Dragon Claw and Avalanche. So what takes Super Effective from Avalanche and Icy Wind? That's got to be Clodsire Mandibuzz. What loses in a neutral matchup to Dragon types? That's for Alligator.
It looks like Bopper has maybe found a really niche Pokemon that is serving him well so far. As you can see, these two are still in the tournament here. I believe we are in the loser's side of the bracket, so that does mean that in a double elimination tournament, whoever loses this will be knocked out of the tournament in Baltimore.
Exactly right. So a lot on the line here. These matches are always really exciting as viewers, but really, really nerve-wracking for competitors. So we'll see if these trainers can keep their cool. One more shout out to Cindy. She was our first ever Vancouver Regional Champion, and she's got her signature Kanto Ninetales plushie on the stage with her today.
A little bit of extra support on the stage, though there is not one on the team. There are a lot of Fire-type Pokemon that have been seen here in Baltimore. We see one on Bopper's side with that Shadow-type Lotion. We've just seen it really go to town in this tournament. Incinerate being an attack that just generates energy so rapidly.
Absolutely, and does so much damage. In the meantime, let's jump into our game number one, though. This is Cindy on the left versus Bopper on the right for Alligator Typhlosion.
Though this doesn't look like it's a great matchup for the Typhlosion, when there's two shields intact, it does become a little bit closer because that Thunder Punch will be able to outpace, and it is super effective against this Water-type Pokemon. Cindy using that first shield up here and just gaining a little bit of energy, not throwing right away when she has the Hydro Cannon.
I like Bopper's kind of finger swipe motion on the electric-type attacks, almost like a question mark. Will this knock out? We don't find out just yet because we see the safe swap. Dewgong to meet the Azumarill. Bopper got his protection advantage he wanted, and then he pivots to Azumarill.
Azumarill with the play rough that will connect onto the Dewgong. We've seen this quite a few times here in Baltimore so far. The advantage is slightly in the Azumarill's favor there, especially going for the kill run without debuffing. However, Dewgong does have that ability, if it is able to hang on, to be able to debuff whatever will come in the back. We'll have to see how these two trainers want to play it out. Cindy is down one shield already. I don't think she wants to use the other one in this mid-game.
Yeah, I think Typhlosion is just such a threat. If a Pokemon is going to draw shields for you on an opponent's team, it's likely going to be that. So it's definitely a shield well spent, but now, like you said, operating at a deficit, she's got to be a lot more careful about how she deploys that Final Protect Shield down the stretch. Another play rough coming through.
Play rough, looking to connect. It does connect there. The Dewgong does take it like a champion, still in the red, and now coming back in to try to get a little more energy. And Incinerate going through, another one going through here now, but Cindy has so much energy on the Alligator, getting that first shield off of Bopper's side, but I think we got a Thunder Punch almost stored.
Yeah, that's a big Incinerate to sneak through there, and that gives Bopper the second Thunder Punch, which will command the second Protect Shield from Cindy. Now Bopper has the 1-0 Protect Shield advantage. Gonna look to fire that charge attack off, and now for Alligator's gonna return fire with the Hydro Cannon.
Going ahead, throwing right away, but another Incinerate goes through now, which means only one more Incinerate for the next Thunder Punch. It generates energy so quickly. Bopper says, that's okay. Gonna go ahead, let that go down. In comes a Alligator of his own, brother on brother here. The Hydro Cannon's already loaded, gonna be deployed onto Bopper's.
I was gonna say, if you're Bopper, what's stopping you from just shielding once and then just Shadow Clawing all the way down against the opposing Alligator? I mean, the only Pokemon you really fear on Cindy's team is Superior, and it's not in the back, which means Alligator can just unleash a torrent of Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, Bopper's Alligator. See you later, Alligator. Meanwhile, his has a ton of energy loaded up, almost 2 Hydro Cannons for whatever comes in. It's going to be that Dewgong trying to just make Bopper use a little bit of energy here. First Hydro Cannon going through. So even though it's not going to be that effective, it should be enough to take out this Dewgong.
Yeah, I think Cindy's recognizing that the Alligator has so much water, she needs to levy some of that out. She spins that Dewgong in order to do so, but now the Dunsparce is queued up against the Shadow Alligator with a huge energy lead. We've seen Dunsparce take down Alligator earlier on in the tournament, but don't forget, there's still an Azumarill in the back for Bopper as well.
An Azumarill in the back, and the Hydro Cannon is already loaded. Though those Shadow Claws are not going to be doing that much to this normal type Pokemon, these Hydro Cannons are hurting, especially because it's the Shadow Alligator almost knocking it out there, and a catch for the wear for Bopper. They're catching this drill run onto the Azumarill.
Drill Run will connect into Azumarill, some neutral damage, but it's not enough to KO, and the bubble comes through. Bopper takes game number 1 versus Cindy. Let's talk about the evolution of a series, though, Amanda, because I really sincerely feel that Bopper is enticing Cindy to bring Superior. She's saying, look, if you don't bring the grass type, my Alligator is just going to store energy and just Hydro Cannon until you can't take anymore.
Not only that, Azumarill on the team as well, with only one big counter to the Superior on the team, which is that Typhlosion. I mean, Typhlosion is a great counter to it, but you did see him. He pivoted out because he recognized, okay, I can't have two water types in the back in case there is a superior. He went to the Azumarill hoping to potentially draw it out, and then when it didn't get drawn out, I think he recognized at that point, I don't think there's a superior in this game.
Exactly, running the double water strategy there. Typhlosion in the front. Speaking of Typhlosion, I think Bopper will continue to bring that Pokemon. If you look at the team here for Cindy, she does have her Clodsire. I mean, she does have, I guess, a neutral matchup with her Mandibuzz and another one with her Dunsparce, but at the same time, Typhlosion has just shown its utility in the face of so many neutral matchups.
Yeah, coming in, you can see at the end, this is not enough to take it out. Bopper steals away game number 1, but there's very low health Pokemon on his side. These are two very, very well-established trainers. I'm very interested to see how they will continue to play out these matches, especially because they have a lot of similarities within their teams, but the Pokemon that are different might truly be the difference makers of who will go on to day number 2.
I think you nailed it. I would love to see some Arctivax gameplay from Bopper here going into game number 2, but in the meanwhile, Cindy's got to adjust, right? She's got to find a way again to rein in that Feraligatr, and like you said, the Azumarill could also be a problem on the safe switch, so I think there's a lot of pressure on Cindy to guess the team composition and guess the order correctly. She needs a good lead, a good swap, and then try to go from there.
Yeah, I think if you are Cindy, you're obviously looking at the team saying, okay, my Mandibuzz does really well against specific Pokemon like the Superior, like the Feraligatr as well for the most part, but it doesn't want anything to do with a lot of the other Pokemon. We're jumping right into game number 2. We saw a Feraligatr mirror in game 1 meet the Superiors here, both running the same attack of Aerial Ace, which will be the more effective to throw against this grass-type Pokemon. Both of them going a little bit over here, and it looks like we're not even going to see who wins Charge Attack priority. Cindy is going to be able to throw that first.
Yeah, that usually is a sign of confidence, right? Maybe Cindy is confident she will win the Charge Attack priority ties. Meanwhile, Bopper willing to go ahead and switch into the Typhlosion, met by Feraligatr, and he says, you know what? I actually got the Incinerate through, so I'm a little bit ahead. I don't mind this matchup.
We have forcing Cindy to shield this up. We did see it before. Thunder Punch is super effective, and since it's in the Shadow, it will do so much damage to the Shadow Feraligatr. I like this timing, going for 2 Shadow Claws before throwing. Doesn't want to let another Incinerate sneak through. We've seen this Typhlosion just be able to generate energy so quickly. Thunder Punch is seeming to come out of nowhere, already at another one before the Hydro Cannon is even loaded.
And that's going to force away the second Protect Shield from Cindy. I think she's willing to go ahead and give up both of her Protect Shields, but she wants to get the second Protect Shield away from Bopper as well. So like you pointed out, great timing, a veteran trainer here. Cindy with a double Shadow Claw into Hydro Cannon combo.
Yeah, one thing that I like to do, if you're not as familiar with the accounts like sometimes I get to be, I know that Shadow Claw is 2, so it only takes 2 when you're going to an Incinerate user. So
that's
put that in your pocket, guys.
That's tricky. It might work for some people, but here comes Superior from Bopper, gonna Aerial Ace the opposing Superior, starting to dump all this stored energy into Cindy's, and without any Protect Shields, she's vulnerable. These super effective Aerial Aces are adding up.
She might be vulnerable, but she has a lot of energy herself, and now she knows that all of that energy has been deployed on Bopper's side. Going ahead and letting her own go at this point, I still think it's going to be a race to be able to see who's going to get that charge attack first. They're not going to be able to Vine Whip down. It will be Bopper, but at this point, is this just farm for the Clodsire in the back?
That could be a good skid as well. Is it farm or is it not? Superior does get KO'd. We see Bopper reaching for the Azumarill, sends in the Fairy and Water-type Pokemon. This was such a key for his game number 1 effort. In comes Clodsire. This is not a Hydro Pump Azumarill. It's got a lot of work to do against Clodsire here.
Those Ice Beams are going to be doing a nice chunk of damage to Clodsire, but as we've seen time and time through here in Baltimore, Clodsire is just one of the bulkiest Pokemon, still barely in the yellow after that super effective. Meanwhile, all it can throw here is a Stone Edge or an Earthquake. Getting the last shield of Bopper, however, on this bait, this is a very nice call by Cindy.
Yeah, I really like that play a lot. I mean, Cindy needs to do some really bold things to get back into this game, and that was a great first step. Meanwhile, Ice Beam gets queued up here. This is super effective. We see a knowing smile from Cindy. She knows this is going to sting. Azumarill fires the Ice Beam. Clodsire can't take it. It gets KO'd.
Clodsire gets KO'd, going straight now for this Hydro Cannon here, but Bopper is smiling. He seems to think he's in a pretty good position. Even though Azumarill paces so slowly, there is just not a lot left on the Feraligatr. It needs a Hydro Cannon for the Azumarill. It needs one for the Superior as well. Going for yet another Hydro Cannon before the Ice Beam is loaded.
Yeah, I think that the key here is maybe trying to get a Shadow Claw down, but Azumarill is just so bulky. It absorbs the Hydro Cannon. Bopper hangs in there, and Azumarill strikes back with an Ice Beam.
Bopper taking game 1, taking game 2 now with an Ice Beam on the Feraligatr, staying in the tournament, and this was losers round 5.
I just feel like if I had to describe the playstyles here, I feel like Bopper is just very, very warm, right? He's warmed up. I think he had a great showing at Worlds in Honolulu just, was it last month, right? And I think that he's coming in here in Baltimore in September, and he's just feeling good. And you can see that in his plays. He's confident with his choices, making good reads, and great execution mechanically speaking.
It's all about playstyles as well, right? So we see Cindy play. She's very technically good player. She also plays a little bit defensively, I would say sometimes. Like, she recognizes when an opponent is going to do something, but she's not making those super aggressive calls herself. If you've noticed, most of the time when the swaps were happening, Bopper was always the first one to swap out, forcing Cindy to make a decision on what she wanted to do to react to whatever Bopper did. Like you said, he's really feeling the moment. He's a bit on fire with that Shadow Typhlosion. Yeah, take notes.
Hold on, can you repeat that?
Actually, probably can't.
No, that was a fantastic analysis, Amanda. Seriously, I really, really appreciate the points you made there. As we take a look back at the series, this was our game number 1, the Feraligatr mirror match, the double Hydro Cannons here. I really want to juxtapose the playstyle here from Bopper and Cindy versus what we saw earlier from Firestar and Arrow, because Firestar was so just proactive on the swaps, so quick to get into the next position to try to capitalize. Excuse me. And I feel like this is just such a stark difference. And you're right. Maybe Cindy could benefit from making more gambles down the stretch.
Yeah, at this point, too, you kind of see the writing on the wall. The Clodsire can tank 2 of them, or can tank 1, but it just can't take 2. This Ice Beam is already loaded. Azumarill was just too bulky for Bopper's side there, and I think that his team is super interesting, though we saw some of the Pokemon that were a little bit more staples in this tournament. No artifacts. No artifacts to be found.
That's true. No artifacts needed, as Bopper was able to get the 2-0 even without it. But I do think it is a powerful Pokemon. If I'm not mistaken, that is the end of Cindy's run in Baltimore. Definitely has a lot to be proud of. She's going to make sure to check the standings, make sure she got some championship points as well. Absolutely. But Bopper will continue on.
And speaking of Bopper continuing on, we're going to continue on the run with Bopper because we have an interview with him and Home Slice Henry.
Thank you so much. My name is Homesize Henry. I'm joined here by the one and only Bopper, fresh off a victory on stage with a Pokemon that feels like it's really introducing itself this weekend. We've seen it before, but it honestly feels like the Shadow Typhlosion show today. So talk me through the thought process behind ending up with Typhlosion on your team of 6.
Yeah, so going into this metagame, some of the top Pokemon that were popping up were Pokemon like Dunsparce, Clodsire, Feraligatr. So you might be a little surprised to see that I'm bringing a fire type on my team and using it successfully. However, most of the Pokemon that are used to counter those top 3 Pokemon usually end up being weak to fire. Superior, Alolan Sandslash, just to name a couple. However, Typhlosion, unlike Talonflame, which has been seen a lot this weekend as well, Typhlosion is actually able to take down Feraligatr in the one shield. Actually, in all shields. Sorry, let me correct myself. Because it does get Thunder Punch, and it's on the same pacing as Hydro Cannon, and it does win CMP against Feraligatr. So that sort of gives it a little bit of an edge over Talonflame, in my opinion. Not to disrespect Talonflame, I think it's a very phenomenal Pokemon, but I just like Typhlosion for that reason specifically.
That pacing, it seemed like it paid off in quite a nice way, and watching these games almost reminded me a little bit back to the Charizard NAIC meta some years back, where it had this insane flexibility where the moment a shield advantage was gained, in came the fire type and it was off to the races. And it really seems like that more flexible play style has really been working for you so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I love using Pokemon that can not only grab advantage relatively quickly, but can also take advantage of some sort of advantage as well. And actually, it's funny that you mentioned Charizard because actually, I believe, don't quote me on it, everybody, but I believe that Typhlosion actually has the exact same stats as Charizard. So it really is just Charizard 2.0 in my opinion.
That's very cool. Charizard 2.0, rising a little bit from the ashes here. Wing Attack nerf, but Shadow Typhlosion with the same stats and somehow slightly, very similar pacing as well, putting in a tremendous amount of work. So big congratulations, Bopper.
Thank you so much.
You're someone who, the viewers at home may not know, you've participated in 4 Pokemon World Championships, and you've made top 16 in all 4. So if you have a moment to tell the viewers who may be thinking about competing, what do you attribute to helping to stay that consistent? Because that consistency is unbelievable.
Yeah, really it's just practice. I know that anytime somebody gets up here and is asked that question, they just say, just practice, but it really is just practice. I think finding a group of people that you trust and can bounce ideas off of very consistently and help you become better, I think is also very important, and making sure to keep those people close.
That is terrific. Big congratulations again. Big win on stage, and hopefully we'll be seeing you here in day number 2 tomorrow. Sounds like you got a match or 2 left, so we look forward to seeing you then, and I will send it back to the casters.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, Typhlosion maybe is going to be Charizard 2.0. I'm here with Speediest Chief 2.0, right? I mean, are you the new and improved best version of Speediest Chief?
Hey, we're always striving to be the best versions of ourselves, right? And I think what I took away from that interview was Bopper says, keep your friends close, your enemies closer, and your scrim partners even closer than that, like really close.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Like you said, you know, sometimes everyone says you have to practice, but it is truly the thing that makes or breaks a different, you know, people can say, oh, you know what, no, they just had a lead advantage, or they had this sort of thing that made them win. Bopper's recognizing, hey, you got to work yourself out of those bad matchups as well.
I have a caveat to add to that. I think a lot of trainers will do practice games, but they don't actually put as much thought into it as they should. So I think the nuance there is that you need to do reps, but you need to actually be constructive and critical of the plays and of your decisions that you make, and then try to reflect on them. So I think a lot of players have, you know, 10,000, 20,000 Great League victories, but they don't perform that well in tournament play. I think that's because they're not as introspective. And it's really challenging to be introspective without beating yourself up. It's like, oh, I'm so dumb, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have done this. You have to avoid that route, but you have to be able to look inside at the same time. It's a really like nuanced balance, but the trainers that learn the fastest are the ones that succeed the most often.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Some of these players as well, we're going to see, as you see most often, we have Rise to Occasion on the right-hand side versus Little Winery on the left. We are in losers round 6. So as a reminder, again, double elimination tournament. They need to win this to be able to stay in, to be able to fight for their time to be in day number 2. We've seen this team basically almost so many times. A lot of these Pokemon. Another Superior that is on Aerial Ace, and another Shadow Typhlosion to add to Henry's list.
No Hyper Beam Diggersby to be seen here. We've got Scorching Sands and Fire Punch, which has been pretty common so far this weekend. We also have Moonblast, Grassnot, Cresselia. I think it's very, very, I guess, prescient to think that a lot of Cresselia you're going to see are running Moonblast because Future Sight did receive that nerf. But I mean, how many times is he going to be on stage? We have to start charging Rise to Occasion some rent for being up here in the chair, but he's got a pretty interesting team as well.
Yeah, and if we see the Talonflame, just like every other Talonflame that we've seen so far today, running that Brave Bird and Fly, no fire-type charge attacks to be seen, but the Diggersby is running that Fire Punch. So there is some fire coverage overall. Also, an interesting pick is Rise to Occasion is choosing to go with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash over the regular one. A lot of times the players have been saying, I like to use the regular at this point because it can tank an Earthquake from the Clodsire, while the Shadow Alolan Sandslash cannot. Rise to Occasion obviously does know this, so he must be going for something different with this playstyle. Perhaps he's noticing all the Talonflames are, you know, have no fire type attack and saying, okay, I want to be able to hit them a little bit harder.
No, I think you nailed it, right? You want to kind of hone in on those nuances and build your team around the playstyle that best suits you. I'm also really excited to see Rise to Occasion playing Venusaur. I don't believe it's a Shadow, but it is going to be really fun to see that Pokemon take the field if it does. We're going to lock in and jump right into game number 1. This is Little Winery on the left versus Rise to Occasion on the right, and we've got leads on the field.
Yeah, Diggersby into the Cresselia here. A bulky Pokemon on both sides. Quick Attack's not going to be doing that much, but I'm very interested because this is not a matchup you see all that often. Am I right? So we'll see how these two want to play it out. Catching the Grassnot onto one of the harder counters here of that Talonflame. This energy is going nowhere but to the skies.
I just can't help but wonder, is this not the correct move from Rise to Occasion? Because now he's got his Talonflame lined up against Dunsparce, but having given up switch advantage, it also gives Little Winery a unique opportunity. If she controls this middle matchup, she might even line up her Typhlosion against that Sandslash later in the game.
Yeah, we saw a very last-second Protect Shield there. It was absolutely necessary by Rise to be able to do that. One Incinerate going through, and now it's going to be releasing here. But Little Winery not even bothering to shield. If this was a Brave Bird, forward. It could have knocked out, but recognizing that it's probably just a fly, I'm going to be able to get to another attack here. She has now been able to keep this switch advantage, and it looks like Rise to Occasion is not really happy with how this turns out, but we'll have to see how much energy that this Diggersby can now begin to go out.
So Rise knows that there's a Cresselia in the lead. He knows Shadow Load and Sandslash has a great matchup there, so he's only working with the knowledge that he has. Going to fire the Fire Punch against the Dunsparce here. This is going to be enough damage to likely knock out, and I do appreciate that he conserved the energy and saved the Scorching Sands, but in comes Cresselia. What a great call by Lyall Winery.
Yeah, coming back into the matchup, there is a Scorching Sands loaded. There's a potential to lower the attack of the Cresselia. We'll have to see if this will be able to do so. Looks like it does lower the attack here, and I think that if you're Rise to Occasion, you're thinking that this is a good position, but neither one has seen the Pokemon in the back. Another Scorching Sands coming through.
I think in hindsight, Rise is really hopeful that Lyall Winery is going to switch into the Sandslash, and meanwhile, Lyall Winery wants to stay exactly where she is. She's going to fire up the Grass Knot here against Diggersby. Such an impressive, bulky Pokemon. I think Diggersby is a total game changer in this meta, and Rise to Occasion is proving that point.
Yeah, super effective. The attack was debuff on that, so it's not going to be doing as much damage. Going for another one here. The Diggersby is not even bothering to shield, but this could prove costly later when you don't know what is in the back of a Show 6 Pick 3. We're about to see it now, and I think if you're Rise to Occasion, your stomach might have just dropped as the entrance of the Shadow Typhlosion.
Rise to Occasion's trying to stay focused. He says, just give me one more charge attack. Give me one more, but he's not going to have time to get it. He sends in the Sandslash. Look at how much damage. Shadow versus the Shadow, and the Incinerates are cooking this Sandslash.
Yeah, going ahead, protecting up for good measure here. This would be enough to knock out the Typhlosion, but Typhlosion's Incinerate damage by 3 Incinerates alone have knocked out that Shadow Sandslash, and you know, throwing a Thunder Punch for good measure.
Yeah, I mean, the Thunder Punch would be enough to knock out at this range, but still, Lyall Winery is being very judicious with her energy to the very final moments. Rise to Occasion doesn't have time. The clock has run out. Here comes the double Thunder Punches and then knockout from Lyall Winery.
2 shields for that. Down goes the bunny. In comes the Cresselia. No, not even needed. Lyall Winery taking game number 1 in the losers semifinals.
Wow, what a fascinating play there by Lyall Winery. I mean, seriously, when you have a trainer as storied, as talented, as consistent, as impressive as Rise to Occasion, to take that game 1, that's got to be a huge confidence booster. But meanwhile, Amanda, how is Rise going to bounce back? I mean, you know he's very adaptable. Can he adapt to Lyall Winery's strats?
I mean, I think at this point, you called it from the beginning. Though Talonflame did catch that charge attack, though that energy really didn't go anywhere, it put him in a bad position overall because not only was Lyall Winery able to line up the Dunsparce on the Talonflame, also was able to line up that Typhlosion onto the Sandslash. And as a Shadow Alolan Sandslash as well, we saw how quickly that just went down.
Yeah, I mean, last season you might see Annihilate line up against the Alolan Sandslash, or even further back than that, you might see Medicham line up against it and think, oh, this game is pretty much done. But now that the fire types are in the meta, the Incinerates absolutely turn those Pokemon into ash. It's just so incredible.
We make a joke with a mind joke, because the Alolan Sandslash is his favorite Pokemon, and he always has a thing of saying, oh, you know, that Alolan Sandslash actually isn't too bad against Medicham in the whatever shielding scenario, or oh, if you have like a Bulldoze already stored. It was back in Bulldoze days. Wow. So now I'm waiting for him to say, oh, you know, Shadow Alolan Sandslash isn't too bad into Shadow Typhlosion if fill in the blank.
You have to have 100 energy. You have to switch and catch an Incinerate on a different Pokemon in the back, send the Sandslash back out, get to double Ice Punches.
They have to have no shields.
Yeah, there's a recipe here. There's a recipe.
And only 20 energy, and then it can cook.
But I think a mind joke might agree with me. I feel like when you play a Pokemon like Shadow Alolan Sandslash, you need to control switch advantage. So I definitely am looking for Rise to do that in game number 2 if he brings that Pokemon back into the field. We're jumping right in.
Well, I tell you what, he's got a great lead here at the beginning, although we have seen this play out where the Typhlosion, because it does pace quicker, it doesn't have that charge attack priority, will be able to throw first. Lyall Winery choosing not to go for it, perhaps doesn't want to get that attack caught on anything else, but now is forced to shield up because the Hydro Cannon would definitely be enough to knock it out. One more Incinerate, I think we're going to see the attack going through now. Does Rise to Occasion want to shield it up?
Oh, absolutely right. If you're playing the Feraligatr here, you want to at least strip the shields away from the Typhlosion. A shield first shield, right? And I can just feel Homesize Henry cheering in the background as we see more Shadow Typhlosion action. We see another Incinerate come through and another Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, there's so much energy on this Typhlosion here, but not a lot of health left. At this point, there's so much going on that it's looking for one more, waiting turn, now going for that Thunder Punch. Will Rise to Occasion choose to shield this up or let the Feraligatr go down? He's gonna let it go.
Yeah.
At least Lil Winery will be able to dictate kind of what will come in, but not able to even get off the Thunder Punch against the Azumarill.
Yeah, really tough there to not get the Thunder Punch, but good news for Rise to Occasion. Lil Winery going to send in her Cresselia into the Azumarill matchup, but in the midst of all these charge attacks, we now have a Protect Shield advantage for Rise. He is 1-0 in the Protect Shield scenario.
But I think that this is still looking pretty good for Lil Winery. If you look at this, we're going to see a swap now into the Shadow Loam Sandslash, but here is a pretty good counter for it. Dunsparce with the Drill Run is going to be doing nice damage to the Loam Sandslash, and even though there is a shield advantage, I don't think the Drill Run is going to be enough. No Protect Shields remaining, one off from the second.
Yeah, I think Rise needs 2 charge attacks here to KO the Dunsparce. Drill Run connects. It's not going to do that much damage, and meanwhile, Lil Winery and Dunsparce are closing in on the back-to-back Drill Runs. This is not same type of attack bonus. Dunsparce does not have the highest attack stat, but it's super effective, and that makes a huge impact.
Going through for yet another. A rollout does go through. Ice Punch, I don't think is going to be enough to knock out at this stage. And I think another rollout just might do it. I think Rise is just trying to go for some energy advantage here. But the rollouts roll on down right through, going for a Drill Run onto the Azumarill. Azumarill against the world here. No shield left. He's saving it for those Grass Knots from the Cresselia.
Yeah, you absolutely nailed it, right? You got to think in terms of relative damage. Drill Run hurts, but you have to prioritize here as Rise, and we get down into the final moments of the matchup. Fires off the play rough. This is going to deal a moderate amount of damage. Cresselia will hang on, kind of shrug it off. Rise has so much work to do. I don't know if he has the time to do it.
He's got to be able to shield up this first Grass Knot, but will he be able to get to 2 attacks in time to take out this Cresselia before another one is loaded? I think that Lil Winery is only like 3 away, maybe 1. No, definitely more, but I don't know if she's going to make it.
Yeah, well, the question is, do you need 2 Ice Beams to KO the Cresselia, or do you need a Play Rough plus an Ice Beam? And trainers like Rise have done these calculations.
Ooh,
Ice Beam might be enough.
It might be enough, but it's not going to get there in time.
Wow, Cresselia closing in on the Grass Knot, getting the KO into Azumarill, and Rise to Occasion, one of the only trainers in the world to win a regional championship every single season, is toppled by Lil Winery here in the loser semis.
If he's looking to do it again, unfortunately for Rise, it's not going to be in Baltimore. A new trainer has risen to the occasion here. Lil Winery taking losers semifinals, going on to the losers finals. Still in this potential for day 2 for her. Congratulations.
I can't, like, I think it matters so much, right? I can't express what that probably means to Lil Winery to take down Rise to Occasion. I mean, again, when these trainers have such a long history of prolific tournament performances, of championship victories, of just being one of the best in the world, when you're able to take down a trainer like that, it's got to be a massive confidence booster going into the next round.
I think that is something that's super encouraging for people who are watching at home as well, right? I think a lot of trainers are like, oh, I'd like to play in a tournament, but I can't play against giants like these people. Lil Winery is someone who's not been around since the absolute beginning, but has been competing more and more. And look at this, into the losers finals of the first tournament in this 2025 season.
I know Lil Winery is also a very active community member for Crimson K19 and Wholesome Underscore, so awesome, so awesome to see her succeeding here in Baltimore against one of the titans of North America PvP in Rise to Occasion. The Dunsparce pick was just immaculate.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Rise to Occasion was breathing a sigh of relief seeing the Typhlosion in the lead, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so, oh, this Pokemon's out of the way. There's a lot of play left for the Lowland Sandslash, but like you said, that Dunsparce was such a good choice. Being able to just win the lead there would help Lil Winery set up that backline to put the Cresselia up against the Azumarill and then to be able to put that Dunsparce up against the Lowland Sandslash.
I wasn't kidding earlier when I felt like I could hear Henry cheering for the Shadow Typhlosion. Amanda, we got dinner last night, and Henry's telling us, he's like, with even energy situation, Typhlosion versus Feraligatr, it wins that matchup. It wins that matchup, like, no problem, because the Thunder Punches. So, yes, it's a small sigh of relief to see the Typhlosion in the lead, but it's also a question of commitment. If Lil Winery commits to the 2-shield there, Lil Winery can still win that matchup. So I think the perfect situation for Rise would have been to see that Pokemon when he's up energy, when he's at a shield advantage, and then he can deal with Typhlosion. But I mean, it was kind of good. It was playable.
It was definitely playable.
But still, like, not comfortable,
Sure.
I would say.
I think, and again, all these trainers, none of them are comfortable in this meta yet. Perhaps maybe Arrow. Arrow was the only trainer we've talked to that said, I feel confident coming into this. This is my season. This is my meta. And he's already made it onto day 2, so it looks like it's working out for him. Everyone else is still playing the field a little bit here, testing different Pokemon, seeing which works best for them and their playstyle. And I think in this realm as well, that means if you have a favorite Pokemon that maybe you have like not really used because you didn't think it was PvP viable, maybe bring it. I mean, now is the time to try.
Give it a try, right? I mean, Evan was able to win with low kicks earlier on in the stream, so I don't know. There could be potential there.
I know your favorite is the Fortress. Perhaps we'll see a Shadow Fortress or a regular Fortress in an upcoming play Pokemon.
Quick subject change. So a lot of trainers succeeded in Honolulu, Hawaii, placing within that top 32, and multiple trainers have actually made the trip here to Baltimore. So we've got Out of Pocket, Bopper, the CTU, as well as Tomahawk UK, Valorous Ash, and Rise to Occasion. These are all top bracket finishers at Worlds, and they're all here in the same place.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, and a lot of them have been having amazing runs here. We just saw Bopper play, and then we saw Out of Pocket, who is in the losers finals as well for his bracket. Tomahawk UK already in day number 2. Valorous Ash and Rise to Occasion we've just seen as well. Unfortunately for Rise, like we said, a little bit ending his run here in Baltimore, but still incredible run overall. Losers semifinals, gonna go home with a couple of championship points.
It's good.
And since this season is a little bit different, as a reminder, 75 trainers from North America will be able to qualify for Worlds through the championship point system. So any points that you can get is gonna help you leaderboard climb.
Yeah, you gotta click next page, next page, next page, and keep going until you hit the 75 mark because the rules are different this season. I just want to reiterate to everyone who is probably more familiar with last season where you just needed to aim for that 500-point threshold. That's the time of the past, right? The present, the future is that there is a capped limit per region. So make sure to check those leaderboards and keep on climbing. You can't afford to take the middle of the season off or the end of the season and just kind of coast because you need to continue to battle your way up those leaderboards. So max out those local cups and challenges, engage with your community, and try to get some practice in. Come to some regional championships, ICs. Maybe we'll see you at Worlds.
Yeah, and another point on the championship points. Last season it was 200 points for the winners of the regionals and special events. This is already boosted up to 350. So I think that the championship leaderboard is going to look really, really diverse and incredible because there's just so many more points to gain while you're attending these regionals, these international championships. And though locals will grant you some as well, you're probably going to need to compete on the big stage to be able to make it into that top cut.
That sounds like a good deal, Amanda. Just go win a regional and you get 350 points. It's easy, right?
Easy, yeah. Well, these two, one of them might be on their way here. We have the Taran on the left-hand side versus House Stark 93, our only Baltimore regional champion so far. We are in the losers side of the bracket here. This is losers round 6, the losers semifinals. And let's go ahead and take a look at these teams.
Absolutely. A lot of trainers probably aren't familiar with this, but the Taran was actually the Puerto Rico special event champion last season, and he's brought his talents here to Baltimore. Shadow Machamp with Stone Edge and Cross Chop, as well as a Fast Attack Karate Chop. He also has the Earthquake Stone Edge, Clodsire, another Aerial Ace Superior. I don't know, Amanda, as we move through the tournament, I'm beginning to think that the earlier Leaf Tornadoes were kind of a fluke.
Yeah, perhaps so. Again, I made a superior joke. You rolled your eyes at me, so we'll just immediately move on to House Stark's team with that Shadow Jump Bluff and a Guzzlord. We saw Guzzlord on the field a little bit earlier. Alpha Phoebe brought it, but this one is running Brutal Swing and Sludge Bomb. I think to hit back at the Azumarill that are in the meta.
That's exactly what we saw from 610 Hero, right? He also has the Sludge Bomb tech on the Guzzlord. Going to be very exciting to see what House Stark has in store because I feel like he really thrives in new metas. Baltimore was also the first tournament of the season in 2023 where he found success, and then later on in the year at NAIC he was also top 3. So I think this is a trainer that is at the front end or the back end of metas. He knows exactly how to operate when the seas seem to be uncertain.
Yeah, and going back to what we talked about a little bit earlier, we were wondering where fighting was in the meta. Shadow Machamp has made it a little bit into this. I've also noticed some Pangoros. Those are running Karate Chop as a fast attack. As a reminder, Counter got a nerf in this season update, so that's why we're not seeing so many Annihilates, Vigoroths, Metachamps. Most of these have fallen out of the meta, and Karate Chop is chopping its way in.
Karate Chop, definitely an energy generation fast attack. Typically with counter, we saw a very balanced approach. You had probably an even amount of energy gained versus damage dealt, but now we're kind of pivoting more to what Poison Sting used to be, what Fairy Wind used to be, where you maximize your energy gain over time, which means Machamp gets to the cross chop in just 4 karate chops, right? It's super fast.
Super quick.
But you're not dealing as much damage in the meantime, which means it's a lot harder to close out matchups, especially when shields are still in play.
Yeah, going ahead and looking at this team composition overall, I'm really liking this Clodsire pick on both of the teams. Obviously, it's pretty safe in general, but House Stark having a Guzzlord on his team just I think that this is kind of going to be a game changer for him. I would be really interested to see, besides that Shadow Machamp, which is so dangerous against it, it has play into almost everything.
Yeah, give me Guzzlord. I think Guzzlord for House Stark will show up in all 3 games of this series. Meanwhile, it's going to be up to the Tarian to adjust, and he might actually lean into the Machamp, but I think House Stark is also anticipating that. If he knows Machamp is on the horizon, he might find a hard counter situation like the jump love for the Clodsire.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these 2 trainers want to play it out. As a reminder, we're in the losers semifinals. Whoever wins this will go on to the losers finals for Group D. Since this is a double elimination tournament, the loser of this will be knocked out of the Baltimore Regional.
Jumping right into game number 1, we've got the Tarian 22 on the left and House Stark 93 on the right, and leads are on the field.
Also, something fun to point out, if you're looking at the teams, both of them are wearing their regional champion t-shirts that are in-game rewards given to people who have won regionals in the past. We have that Clodsire versus the Mandibuzz in the lead here, going for the Sludge Bomb, and it looks like no shield from this bulky bird.
I mean, all these trainers are so impressive, especially 2 event champions are probably looking at this matchup and they're saying, yeah, you know, Clodsire with Sludge Bomb wins the 1 shield scenario or loses the 0 to 2 shield scenario, whatever it might be. They already know this in their mind, so it's always fascinating to see them play it out. It's just masterful work.
Yeah, and I think that the Sludge Bomb is very interesting for House Stark to have on the Clodsire. I would think maybe he would be running Stone Edge since he has on his Guzzlord also some sort of like, you know,
Sludge Bomb coverage.
Yeah, exactly. But at this point, it looks like it's definitely working for him. Dunsparce coming into the fray here, getting a ton of energy, but is going to have to tank an Earthquake here. Still no shield by the Tarian side, but now we'll have to see what he wants to do. Looks like he has a couple of drill runs almost loaded here. 1 rollout coming now through.
Yeah, wonderful timing there by House Stark as well. With the switch in, the Dunsparce was 1 turn displaced from its usual pacing, so throwing the charge attacks at the right time is so critical, especially when rollout is gaining so much energy so fast. Gonna see another drill run get fired off here. House Stark choosing to let it go, but my question, Amanda, is how can he farm this down? He doesn't have any fast stack pressure.
I was thinking the exact same thing. These Shadow Claws are not going to be doing anything to this normal type Pokemon, relying solely on the charge attacks of Feraligatr, but House Stark does know that he wins that charge attack priority. Throw in here now, and the Tarian will lose that Dunsparce if he chooses not to shield. Last second shield because it looked like this was charge attack priority.
So a couple things. First, how in the world did House Stark know that that was when Tarian was going to throw? And secondly, the Tarian shielding the Dunsparce is a definite sign. He does not want to see Feraligatr in the back. And look at House Stark. He knows it too. He takes the cue. He pivots into Jump Love. This is masterful execution.
Wow, he said, you switch, I switch immediately here. This Dark Pulse connects with the flying type Pokemon here. But it's not doing that much damage. It would have been much better to be able to throw this Aerial Ace right away. This will be doing a little bit more, as you can see, super effective. Meanwhile, Jump Love just continuing to charge up energy here, going for the Aerial Ace because the Mandibuzz is quite low and no shield from the Tarian at this point.
I'm telling you, switching out like that might have saved House Stark in this game number 1. That might have been the one decision that he will look back on and be very happy about, because now he sees the Clodsire. The Poison Stings are adding up. Jump Love is taking so much damage, goes for an Aerial Ace bait. But do you shield if you're Tarian when you know there's a Feraligatr back there?
Exactly. I think that at that point you're just saying, okay, I have to save the shields for these Hydro Cannons because I know that they're coming in, but there's so much energy now on the Tarian side. Getting that last shield from House Stark, how much energy is left on the Dunsparce? We have to see for sure because the Feraligatr is still just charging away. He doesn't want this to get caught on anything else. Throwing the first Hydro Cannon here, it's going to do so much damage and no shield from the Tarian.
The Tarian actually allowing this through, a little bit of surprise, but it shows that he's choosing his route. Oh my gosh, Clodsire gets to the Earthquake here at the very last second, and that might be the game-winning move.
You can see House Stark was very surprised there was no shield there. This Earthquake will connect. Down goes the Feraligatr. Jump Love coming back in, but Dunsparce is still here as well with one Protect Shield remaining. It's Jumpluff against the world. How much energy is on this little fluff ball?
Jumpluff is tough, but it's taking a lot of damage from the rollouts. Meanwhile, Dunsparce closes in on the rock slide, and this is going to be more than enough. Jumpluff didn't have enough in the tank to get this match.
This rock slide will connect with the Jumpluff. It will go down, and the Taran will take game number 1 away in the loser semifinals.
Wow, that was actually a very, very close matchup. I sincerely feel like if House Star did not pivot to his Jumpluff against the Dunsparce, it would have been a blowout victory there for the Tarian, but he was able to actually bring that pretty close despite the team composition. So I don't know, what do you want to see in game number 2 here from House Star? Because he's going to look to bounce back.
I think he's definitely going to look to bounce back. I'm just going over the play in my head a little bit here. Let me know, William, if you agree or disagree. If House Stark would have gone for the energy ball instead of the aerial ace bait on the Clodsire, he may have been able to knock out the Feraligatr, or the Clodsire with the Feraligatr. This Hydro Cannon would have been able to knock out, because as you can see, just hanging on by an absolute thread here, letting him be able to get to the Earthquake.
Honestly, man, I think you nailed it, right? Because we saw Jumpluff had some energy, and if you throw the energy ball and you're able to KO the Clodsire without absorbing the Earthquake damage, you can probably hang in there for a drill run too, as the Feraligatr get to the Hydro Cannon, pressure the shield, and give your Jumpluff in the back a chance. So maybe there was a win condition there, and House Stark maybe overthought it a bit and was maybe a little bit too technically proficient when he should have just gone for the victory.
I think now that the switch timer is 50 seconds, it's screwing with a lot of people's playstyles, right? So he saw that his switch timer was up and saying, okay, maybe it's better to have the energy on Jumpluff later, and so I'll just throw this now because I know I have all this energy on the Feraligatr. I think that he was also expecting the Tarian to shield the Clodsire, and him not doing it, the wherewithal to know I survived this, was huge and secured him that game number 1 victory.
Yeah, I think that the Tarian recognized that his Dunsparce was going to double resist the Shadow Claw damage from Feraligatr, so even if it hung on through the Earthquake, he was still going to be able to farm it down with the rollouts. But that was game number 1. That's in the past. Let's take a look here at the present. This is game number 2. We've got Dunsparce in the lead versus Guzzlord.
Guzzlord in the lead, no Machamp to be found. I think Guzzlord is going to feast in this, and House Stark is continuing to just farm up a lot of energy. As a reminder, Sludge Bomb on this one, which is different than what we've seen in previous seasons. It's gonna go ahead and have to take a drill run here, but Guzzlord will just eat it up.
Guzzlord's got a massive HP stat, just incredible bulk in this Pokemon's build. Oh my goodness, actually switches into the Mandibuzz to catch a brutal swing. Amanda, I saw you recoil.
Yeah, that was brutal. no other words for it. This brutal swing will connect, but it is not very effective. And I think that, yeah, House Stark, it looks like he's just going to charge up a little bit more energy here. It knows it can tank whatever the Mandibuzz is throwing too, but Mandibuzz patient as ever, just getting up a ton of energy before throwing anything at all.
I think House Stark has designated some targets for Guzzlord. He says Guzzlord's got a good Mandibuzz matchup. It's got a good neutral matchup to a lot of picks. I just want to apply some more damage to the Mandibuzz because it's so hard to beat one-on-one. You have to take it down by committee. He does exactly that. But I feel like in this juncture right here, he's probably wishing he had Stone Edge.
Yeah, at Stone Edge is one of those attacks that is great for the flying type Pokemon. It would do more damage to the Mandibuzz overall. Sludge Bomb is going to do a nice chunk, but unfortunately, he will probably need another one because he's not going to be able to Poison Sting down.
Exactly. Sludge Bomb does connect. Mandibuzz has a lot of energy. The switch is available for the Tarian, but he doesn't take it. He wants to try to chip away the Clodsire as well, as these two trainers just kind of trade punches back and forth.
You know, I did say that that he wouldn't be able to Poison Sting down. Looks like not even going to get the opportunity here. Like you said, switch timer is up. Dunsparce is coming back in. Gonna go ahead and take this Sludge Bomb and just continue to farm away. Rolling out, but in comes the Guzzlord with another brutal swing saying, okay, my first one missed, this one's gonna connect.
Second time is the charm. Brutal swing connects. Dunsparce does manage to hang on and get to the drill run, but Guzzlord takes a charge attack priority tie, and this is gonna be a knockout for sure.
Knocking out the Pokemon, but there's just a very little amount of health left on that Guzzlord. Coming in with the Clodsire, and we talked about farm. Well, he's going to be able to farm this down, come out with a ton of energy on the other side. This brutal swing will do just, you know, teensy bits of tickling damage to that Clodsire in the back. Still very healthy in the green, and already a Stone Edge load.
But notably, probably puts the Clodsire within Hydro Cannon range. It's going to be close because last game wasn't quite enough. But in all this battle, in all these charge attacks Amanda, we have not used a single Protect Shield in this game yet.
2 Protect Shields for the Clodsire here, going for that charge attack now. And we'll have to see if House Stark wants to use his shield up. And it looks like no shield! A no shield call by House Stark here, bringing it down to the yellow, but it's still so healthy. The Feraligatr just wants to charge up a ton of energy here. I think we're going to see a shield from the Tarian, right? We have to shield at some point.
Yeah, that is nasty work from House Stark. The Tarian even waited a turn to try and prevent the Stone Edge catch, and House Stark says, yeah, I'm going to call that. That's a Stone Edge. I can survive that, no problem. Lets it through, and it puts him in a great position here to start stripping away these shields.
Yeah, there's so much simultaneous swap. These two are reading each other's minds. The Mandibuzz does have a little bit of an energy advantage here. This Dark Pulse isn't going to be enough to knock out. We said maybe it's not going to Poison Sting down. Are we going to see a very aggressive farm down here on House Stark's side?
No way.
If he's counting, he knows that the Aerial Ace is loaded, the Dark Pulse is loaded, the Mandibuzz goes down. There is so much energy on this Clodsire. Earthquake already soared.
That is vicious. That is really, really destructive. I mean, House Stark is just a force to be reckoned with. Earthquake takes down the Clodsire, and House Stark ties up the series. He is not playing around, Amanda.
If that brutal swing was brutal, yeah, like you said, that Earthquake was vicious. Being able to have an attack, a Hydro Cannon stored, and an Earthquake stored, House Stark was comfortably in the driver's seat by the end of that. Being able to call that Stone Edge bait put him just miles and miles ahead.
House Stark just said, don't give me a second chance, because if you do, I'm going to show to you, I'm going to prove to you why I'm one of the best in North America. A very impressive Game 1 win from the Tarian, but House Stark strikes back here, leading the Guzzlord with a Clodsire and Feraligatr in the back, and I love the point you made earlier, Amanda. No Shadow Machamp. Where is Machamp? We need to put him on milk cartons or something.
Yeah, he's what we call good bench pressure overall. Maybe the Tarian was thinking, okay, because I have this Pokemon on my team, because it just is so good against the Guzzlord, there's no way House Stark would even attempt bringing it into this meta. However, House Stark says, I see you sitting on the bench. Bring in the Guzzy.
I want to talk about the team composition here from the Tarian and why he's been able to kind of rein in the Shadow Feraligatr. He wasn't as successful in game number 2, but game number 1, the secret was really the duo of Mandibuzz and the Dunsparce. Mandibuzz single resist the Shadow Claws, whereas Dunsparce double resist the Shadow Claws. You know you're going to take Hydro Cannons, you know you're going to take charge attack pressure, but if you can eliminate the fast attack pressure, or at least reduce it, it actually keeps you in those matches a lot longer. So there's no Lantern, there's no Charge Bug, there's no hard answer to Feraligatr, but defensively, the Tarian is built to outlast it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nighttime Clash here had a huge call with the Dunsparce. We are seeing it on a lot of teams, piloted by very, very talented trainers here. Dunsparce has been putting in so much work against the Clodsires, against the Feraligatrs, and I think that we're going to see a big showing of it in day number 2 as well.
Exactly right. We're going to go here into game number 3 in just a moment as we wait for our trainers to lock in and get ready. This is a very important matchup. Again, this is the losers semis. We've got 2 former champions here in Baltimore, but only one will advance to the next level.
We have that Dunsparce gets the Mandibuzz. House Stark, a small, tiny sliver of a smile and a nod, recognizing that this is in his favor, and we'll have to see how the Tarian wants to respond. Looks like he is staying in, going ahead and taking a little bit of energy here, maybe hoping for a catch, but since they are both on the same fast attacks, being 3 turn, it's a little bit more difficult to do so. Throwing a Dark Pulse just for some chip damage.
What you see House Stark do as well is he's going to overcharge quite a bit, right? He's going to store so much energy. He actually waits an entire Snarl to get that Rock Slide through. Like you said, Amanda, you can't afford to kind of, you have to wait. You can't afford to try to throw because the catch is just too easy to telegraph. Switching in the Dunsparce now, and House Stark returns fire with the Drill Run.
Drill Run will be able to connect. It's not going to do so much damage to the Dunsparce at this point, but it does dictate for House Stark how he wants to play this out, because at this point, are you just comfortable staying in here knowing that you have a little bit of an energy advantage, that you're going to be able to tank whatever? Looks like getting one more rollout through, almost at 100 energy on the House Stark side. He knows he's going to comfortably tank this, but will he be able to do some meaningful damage? No, storing all of that energy and coming in with the Clodsire.
I want everyone to make a special note of the switch timer, though, because House Stark did stay in that matchup quite a long time. And right now, in this season, the max out season, the switch timer is 50 seconds instead of 60, which means that Mandibuzz is almost available. It would be another 10 seconds to be available. But at this point, I think that the Tarian is going to leave in his Dunsparce. Earthquake coming through here from House Stark.
I don't hate this play by the Tarian either, though, because he's got a Feraligatr on his other side. He's got 2 shields. This is one of Clodsire's worst nightmares. We see an immediate pivot as well into it, because those switch timers are so misaligned here. There's somewhat energy, but will he want to shield this up? He has a little bit of a Dunsparce left in the back. We have to remember, he still has 3 Pokemon, doesn't shield the Sludge Bomb, still gaining a ton of it.
And look, he can't switch. He's stuck, right? And meanwhile, the Feraligatr is gathering so much energy. It's almost at the double Hydro Cannons here. Gonna throw the first one into Clodsire, and whereas being able to switch out maybe would have meant he would have sent in the Dunsparce, thrown the Drone energy, but now he's at an energy deficit, and he has to come in with his own Feraligatr.
Feraligatr will come to soak this damage. There's still 2 Protect Shields on House Stark's side, and he's not using it now either, knocking the Feraligatr down to the yellow. In comes the Dunsparce, and I like this play a lot, because if you notice, he threw the Rock Slide in case there was a quick switch to the Mandibuzz. What a wonderful wherewithal. Doesn't even matter, though. Down goes the Feraligatr, and what do you do if you're the Tarian?
I mean, you have to think of something, right? Because the Rock Slides are not going to stop rolling out from this Dunsparce. I think he's going to shield. He's got a shield.
He doesn't shield!
Doesn't shield his Mandibuzz, and at this point, the rollouts are just going to add up.
It still has so much going on here. Going for an aerial ace, but another rollout sneaks through. House Stark just shields this up. This Dunsparce has very, very low health, but a ton of energy left. There's still a Feraligatr. There's another one coming through. Will he use both shields?
That's a really good question. I mean, he's got the Feraligatr in the back. It's got a lot of HP. He's actually going to double shield. He's doubling down on the Dunsparce.
This is so crazy. Going for the rollout here, and now a Rock Slide, and a shield from the Tarian. This is 2 low health Pokemon, 2 shields left in this small matchup. A quick pivot out here, but will it be quick enough? This aerial ace is not connecting.
Able to get the Shadow Claw down into the resistance. Oh my gosh, he still has the Drill Run. Here comes the Tarian.
The Tarian is able to connect. No Protect Shields remaining. Dunsparce, his Drill Run connects, and now we're going to see a potential rollout. No, looks like Tarian taking that matchup with a sliver of health left on that Dunsparce.
Yeah, that was a really, really close game there. I mean, technically speaking, when you do see the Dunsparce come out of the ball, both Pokemon should get their rollout, so we might be looking at that. But for the time being, yes, the Tarian was able to get to that rollout, get the knockout. If the rollouts would have gone at the same time, we would have seen a tie, which would have been absolutely wild.
Yeah, I think the 2 trainers are discussing this right now. I think the Tarian's just wondering if he had a little bit too much HP, if one rollout, but we didn't see the animation go through of House Stark's rollout. Looks like the match is under review for this very reason. And let me tell you, that match was so close that it was like, I mean, I think we were already calling it back here that it was going to be a tie, so I do not blame House Stark at all for at least questioning and seeing, okay, maybe we can see how this will go. We have a nice slowdown. Thank you so much, production. This is the moment.
Look at the HP there. I don't think it survives the rollout there, Amanda. I think both Dunsparces get knocked out at the same time there. I mean, that's just my personal opinion, right? We're going to see what the judges decide, but looking at the HP bars, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, not only that, seeing it in slow motion was absolutely incredible, because you can also notice that the Tarian's rollout went through before House Stark's did as well. So it's not like they went at the exact same time, which would have caused the damage to go through at the same time. Going one behind may have been the decision maker in that round.
I'm telling you, Pokemon Go is just so unique because every half second is a turn. Dunsparce comes out of the Pokeball there for House Stark. Rollout is already on the way, and you see the animation starting up for House Stark, but it's just a hair behind. But that is a difference maker. That is how important these turns are. Every half second is a turn. I mean, if you look at other games, the TCG, the VGC, they do have a turn-based game as well, but it feels like more structured because you have a time, you can think about your decisions, you can build some setups. But in Pokemon Go, believe it or not, it is turn-based. It's just time-based, and that's our measurement.
Yeah, I think Pokemon Go is so dynamic. It is so fast-paced. This 50-second timer has made it even more engaging as well. While this match is under review, I just have to talk about that game, though, because both of these trainers had 2 shields left into almost the very last portion of it. The Mandibuzz against the Dunsparce is going on. They used both of their shields with just slivers of HP remaining on both of the Pokemon, and it was just the wherewithal of both of these trainers to be able to play that out. That was a match that I think I will remember for the rest of this season.
Yeah, that was crazy town, right? We just saw like one fast attack shield, one fast attack shield. And we're like, okay, which trainer is actually going to kind of like bend the knee here and let the Pokemon faint? And it turned out to be both of them, right? Both of them wanted the tie there at the end, but what a wild matchup. I kept on thinking, when are they going to shield? Why isn't Tarian shielding his Mandibuzz? Why is he pushing this matchup so far? And we knew exactly why, because both trainers are so talented. They recognize the win conditions. I have a little pop quiz here for you as well, Amanda. So if a turn in Pokemon Go is a half second, and the total game clock for a Pokemon Go PvP game is 4.5 minutes, how many turns are in every single game of Pokemon Go if it goes to timer?
Oh my goodness. That's way too much math for me right now. Okay, 60 seconds. There's too much. Just tell me.
All right, 270.
270.
270 turns in a Pokemon Go game if it goes to timer.
That is a really fun fact. This is sort of like when we were talking about how many aqua hills it would take to fill the lagoon in Hawaii from the Quagsire. Feel free to give me more little tidbits throughout the stream. I think that is that's obviously if no one is throwing charge attacks as well.
Oh, that's also true. That's also true, right? That's a good point, because you do have a 10-second charge attack mini game every time you use the charge attack, so maybe there aren't that many turns.
Okay, so 270 max.
Maximum.
Let's put it like that.
Yeah, if you just have 2 Shadow Victory Bells with Razor Leaf, and then behind them you have 2 Shadow Grottles with Razor Leaf, you know, you just keep going at it. But yeah. Regardless, the judge is going to take a close look, because this is a very important matchup. I mean, this is the losers semis, and we have 2 former event champions facing off here in Baltimore. Both want to start off their 2025 season on the right foot, so we want to make sure we get all the details correct.
Yeah, and I don't blame trainers at all. And if you are ever in one of these matches as well, wondering, should I have one charge attack priority, or I think that I missed a turn here. This is the appropriate thing to do, is flag a judge, because that is what they're there for, right? We want to make sure that everyone has a fair and equal opportunity here. Once again, showing the thing that is under review. It looked like the Tarian's Dunsparce was able to put the rollout through before House Starks was, which resulted in him winning instead of a tie game.
Yeah, you saw House Stark there. His first reaction was, okay, it's a tie. I'm still in the series. It's going to be okay. And then he saw his Dunsparce faint, and you see him just deadpan into the crowd like, oh man, it's over. And then you see the Tarian with such a sigh of relief, like, okay, I sealed up the win in one of the closest games I've ever seen in the championship series.
Yeah, and if this does end up going to a tie, like I said, this is like a very impactful thing, because this means that we're basically wiping the slate clean of this decisive game number 3. The trainers can choose any of the Pokemon of their 6 for their next game. It's not like they have to like try to play it out the same, or be like, oh, if I would have done this differently. I mean, it's just like this game, poof, didn't exist. this crazy town game didn't even exist.
Right? Well, which is kind of a shame, right? Because it's such an incredible matchup to watch. But both Dunsparce, I mean, they are so weak. They are so deep into the red. I mean, that's such a tough call. But I have 100% faith in our judges' decisions as they take a close look. And the freeze frame on Tarian's face is just so priceless. I want to talk about competitors and regions and how trainers kind of measure themselves or gauge themselves against competition. You can look at House Stark performing really well in Baltimore and then doing really well at NAIC. You know, fighting his best at Worlds, finishing 4-2. It's respectable, but he's a well-known name. The Tarian goes to Puerto Rico. He wins a special event there. And a lot of these trainers are like, okay, well, it wasn't Baltimore. It wasn't Columbus. It wasn't New Orleans. Like, how does that measure up against the victory that I just had? And I think that the Tarian is making a really good point that these victories are relative. I mean, they are almost equal in terms of magnitude, because he's taking House Stark to the absolute wire.
I mean, we saw it, but basically down to one fast attack at the end could be a decisive factor of if he will win this game, or if they have to go to another best of 3, you know, the decisive game number 3. You also made a really good point in that whole statement where we see a lot of trainers coming into the different regions, right? Tomahawk UK making it to day number 2. He's a player from Europe that is here in Baltimore. Andrew Manjares is one of the LATAM trainers who has come up to get some of the championship points here. And this season is actually the first season for Pokemon Go for trainers from the APAC region who have a whole different point system. They don't go on the championship points. If they compete in North America, in Europe, in Oceania, if they compete at one of the international championships and win, then they are qualified through this system rather than their home territory system.
Yeah, which is absolutely stellar, right? I think that encourages a lot of trainers to make the trip, to travel, to try to compete against other trainers from across the world, because you and I saw it firsthand, Amanda. Like, when you get to Worlds and you have the trainers from APAC versus the trainers from LATAM, or you have the EU versus the Aussies, right? It's so much fun to see these trainers clash, because their play styles are so different, their meta reads are so unique. But then, I mean, it all boils down, and like, Either you win it and stay in the tournament, or you don't, and it's just as simple as that.
Yeah, we say it's simple, and I know a lot of people maybe looking at this can't understand why, like, things like this are happening, but I really think it's important to take as much time as possible in these sorts of decisions to make sure that the judges are making the correct calls.
Speaking of calls, we do have the final decision from the judge. That game was ruled a rematch. I think it would have been a simultaneous knockout between the two Dunsparces, which were the last Pokemon for each trainer, which means, like you said, Amanda, we wipe the slate clean for Game 3. We get a redo.
And now we get another Game 3, which is great for me. I know that a lot of times, obviously if you're in the winner side of the bracket, you get a lot of accolades for not losing any matchups, but the loser side of the bracket is where it gets gritty, it's where it gets tough, it's where you see so much emotion and really clutch plays, because these trainers are hanging on. They want to stay in the tournament, and they know they have to be in survival mode at this point.
You're kind of fighting two battles, right? Because you're fighting the trainer across the table from you, but you're also fighting against that inner voice that says, don't make a mistake, don't lose, don't mess up. If you make a mistake right now, we're out of the tournament and that's it. And I think it's really tough to kind of manage that pressure, and especially if you are a event champion like these two trainers, it's really hard to kind of measure the expectations and to kind of, you know, progress through that and not get caught up in the moment.
I like that thought a lot, and if you talk to a lot of really good competitive players, a lot of times they will say, it's not that I don't mess up, you just have to mess up less than your opponent a lot of times too, because chances are in a game that is as fast-paced with 270 max turns in one game, guaranteed you're probably going to make one small mistake.
Oh yeah, oh it happens, right?
And your opponent either can capitalize on that mistake, or they can end up making a mistake, they can fumble it themselves. There's so many opportunities within, even though this game is so fast-paced, to be able to flip the opportunity for one person to be ahead, the pendulum swings in the other direction, and all of a sudden the other opponent is winning the match.
Like I like to call it, the pendulum of momentum. Let's see which one of these trainers is going to have an unforced error in this game number 3, the Tarian versus House Stark, and we have a very commanding lead here for the Tarian.
For Alligator wants to eat him up here with the Clodsire, an immediate swap out into Guzzlord, really banking on the fact that there is no Machamp on the Tarian side here, because that would be very quick. There you see the Guzzlord, there it goes. Now that for Alligator forced to throw an attack here, and House Stark calls the bait, does not shield. It could have been an Ice Beam, but he's just going ahead, still in the green.
Just absolutely mental. I mean, at that stage, when you know taking an Ice Beam here on your safe swap means that the Tarian controls switch advantage and locks down the entire game, the guts to no-shield that is just phenomenal, right? House Stark just making all the reads he needs to make, but he's got to do more of that to win this game. The Tarian needs to adjust. He can't get rattled by that call from House Stark.
No, coming into the Mandibuzz, which is a pretty safe answer, because Mandibuzz is also bulky. Even though the Sludge Bomb will do a decent amount of damage, that Guzzlord is already pretty low. Hydro Cannon, while it was not enough to knock it out, did put it in potential aerial ace range. And it looks like Tarian saying, oh, well, guess what? I've got 2 of them loaded here. The first one going through, no shield from House Stark. Looks like he's still going to lose that mid-game matchup, but he is going to be in an okay position. I'm so curious how the two want to play it out.
I'm so curious as well, because I mean, I felt like House Stark needed to control switch advantage here, but he's unwilling to give up a protect shield, so he'd rather get energy advantage on his Clodsire instead.
And it looks like Tarian swapping out, doesn't want to get caught in the middle here, and House Stark responds with a Dunsparce on the other side. We've talked about it so many times. This Feraligatr Shadow Claws are not doing much at all to this normal type Pokemon. It's relying solely on these charge attacks, and the first one is shielded up. This Dunsparce is so healthy, so much energy, rolling out here, and now drill running.
What's going to stop House Stark from 2-shielding the Dunsparce here? I don't see any reason to not just 2-shield the Dunsparce, work your way through the Feraligatr. You've already weakened the Mandibuzz to a severe point. I mean, at this juncture, I don't understand why you don't just go for that, but we'll see what he decides to do.
I think that he might end up doing that. No, letting that first one go through, but you know what? There's still a shield left on the Tarian side as well. And again, I like this play by House Stark, going for the rock slide, recognizing that the switch timer is up, and if the Feraligatr is this low, either attack would knock it out, and didn't want him to potentially catch on that Mandibuzz there. But now, trying to go for it with the Dunsparce, getting a little bit of energy, No Protect Shields remaining on the Tarian side. Drill Run connecting.
Yeah, the Tarian banks the Hydro Cannon for a rainy day. We're going to see the Drill Run connecting to the Shiny Dunsparce to pivot into the Clodsire now. I think Houseart recognizes that his Dunsparce is going to be very, very useful. Goes for the Sludge Bomb. This has got to be the more efficient attack because we've seen Houseart throw this charge attack time and time again in this matchup.
Yeah, it looks like it will connect. He knows he has to have 2 to knock it out regardless, I guess, at this point, going for this one. And we talk about this all the time. Which charge attack is going to do the most damage? It's not going to be the Drill Run, even though it's super effective. It's going to be the Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr. There's no shield here. Sludge Bomb not even going through in time. Does Houseart want to shield this up? He's shaking his head.
He has to. No, he has to, right? Yeah, he has to because he knows that the Feraligatr has the Hydro Cannon. If he doesn't stay in this matchup and KO the Dunsparce, there's just too much pressure on his Dunsparce. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Mandibuzz also has a bit of stored energy as well.
Yeah, an undercharge here, but not enough of an undercharge. Still going to knock it out. The Hydro Cannon is loaded here. This rollout is not enough to go through here. This Hydro Cannon will connect with the Dunsparce. No Protect Shield remaining on Houseark's side.
The Tarian might be snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, reaching for the Mandibuzz, switches into the Mandibuzz, has got no energy. The Poison Stink's coming through. Houseark might have it.
Houseark just said GG's. I think he's at the Sludge Bomb. There's barely any health up on the Feraligatr. This will connect. Houseark takes game number 3 in the losers semifinals, keeping them alive.
I have not seen a closer series in a long, long time. These two trainers almost evenly matched. Houseark barely able to eke out the edge there in that final game number 3. What a thrilling series. I mean, seriously, these trainers are incredibly gifted.
Yeah, I'm like sweating back here. This game is
saw you.
so sweaty.
Like, oh,
yeah, it's like wiping it off.
Another drill run?
Gross, gross.
But no, that was really awesome. My hands are actually a little bit clammy, right, from watching all that. I can't imagine how the players are feeling on the stage, but what a hard-fought, well-earned victory. I think the test, like, as we move into the later part of the day, if not mistaken, it's about 2 o'clock here, might be even later. I think these trainers are going to have to power through the remaining rounds because they're in the losers bracket.
That's right. But Houseark will be going on to the losers finals of his round. Whoever wins that will be guaranteed to go into day number 2, which is what everyone's hoping for. Once again, Houseark was our last Baltimore Regional Champion. I think he's hoping to keep that dream alive. We'll have to see if he will be able to do so.
We're going to find out. He brought the Shadow Typhlosion that he also brought to Worlds. I think he's got a lot of experience with that Pokemon. We didn't see it in that series because of the team composition from the Tarian, but I do think the tools he showed us, the Feraligatr, the Clodsire, the Dunsparce, they're making, I guess, an early name for themselves as being some of the top Pokemon in this brand new meta.
Yeah, top Pokemon played by top players. Baltimore really is where it's at. Will, I have a question for you.
I got an answer.
Are you hungry?
I'm starving.
All right. We're going to take another break, a speed burger break for the 2 of us. We're going to show you guys some highlights of what has been going on in day 1 of this tournament. Don't go anywhere. There's still plenty more matches to come.
Good luck. Good luck. Thank you. Good game.
This is so tough for me.
Yeah.
Like, as a stager, it's so good.
Yeah, you gotta have to get Dunsparce in on it every game.
On app.
Man, I don't know how it's a...
My move didn't go through. Sorry. It sucks. It really does.
Hey everybody, Home Slice Henry here, live from the floor here at the Baltimore Pokemon Go Regional Championships. And I'm joined by the one and only, the Torian22. Thank you so much for taking time to meet with me here today.
Happy to do that.
And today, we're actually doing a bit of a segment. So we are doing some trivia about the new season with the Max Out update, the biggest move update we have ever had. And that means a lot of fast moves and a lot of charge moves got adjustments. A key thing to success in Pokemon Go is knowing how many fast moves does it take to get to each charge move for each Pokemon. So today, I'm going to be quizzing you here. So the first one we'll be taking a look at is going to be Shadow Machamp. Shadow Machamp, its fast move Karate Chop did get buffed. So the question will be, Mr. Torian, how many Karate Chops is it to the first Stone Edge for Shadow Machamp?
I said 7.
That is correct. Good job. It is 7 to the first, but for future Stone Edges, it actually goes to 6 because of the residual energy. All right. Next up, oh, you know what? I'm actually going to let him decide on this one. Do you have a favorite buffed Pokemon in this meta?
I would say Shadow Drapion.
Shadow Drapion is a pretty good one. I definitely like that Pokemon. So the question will be, Poison Sting got a damage buff, not an energy buff. So how many Poison Stings is it to that first Crunch?
It's 5.
That is correct, and it's actually 5 to the second, third, and fourth as well. So putting in a tremendous amount of work. And now, finally, this will be a fun one. It's a Pokemon we have seen on stage so far. Gastrodon got a big buff. Mud Slap, more damage, more energy. So how many Mud Slaps on Gastrodon is it to the first Earth Power?
Oh, it's 5 every time.
Close. It is 6 to the first and then 5 to the second. Yes, so 6, 5 alternating. Mud Slap, now 10 energy generated per Mud Slap. And with Earth Power being 55, you actually have nice pacing there where it's 6, 5 alternating there. So you know what? 2 out of 3. That's a passing grade in my book. Thank you so much for joining me here. Hey everybody, Home Slice Henry here, live from the floor here at the Baltimore Pokemon Regional Championships, the first one of the season, and I'm joined with Mr. Purple Kyogre PvP. Thank you so much for taking the time here to be with me here today.
My pleasure. How are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. And today we are playing a little game. We are actually doing a bit of a trivia segment here about the new move counts. The Max Out update, the biggest update that Pokemon Go PvP has ever had. So many meta contenders falling due to nerfs and so many new meta contenders rising due to buffs. And the important thing to know when battling is how many fast moves is it actually going to take to get to these charge moves on these Pokemon. So today, we're going to be going through 3 Pokemon, and I'm going to be quizzing him. He is a competitor here today, and we'll see how he can do. These move updates did happen only 11 days ago. So for these competitors, it's definitely a bit of a trial by fire here at Baltimore. So the first buffed Pokemon that we're going to be taking a look at here is going to be Malamar. Malamar gets access to Psywave, and Psywave did get a pretty significant buff. Psywave, a 1-turn fast move, getting to these charge attacks pretty quickly here. So for Malamar, how many Psywaves is it to get to a superpower?
10.
That is correct. Instant answer there, the confidence. Again, these players have not had a lot of time to prepare. This move update happened very recently, but they have been in the lab studying, and the results speak for themselves. All right. I mean, you were so confident there. I might have to up the difficulty on this one a little bit. Okay. All right. Next Pokemon that we will be taking a look at here is going to be Jumpluff. Jumpluff, Fairy Wind did get an increase in damage overall. So for Jumpluff, how many Fairy Winds is it to the first Acrobatics?
I think it's 7.
That is correct again.
I've been using it with Aerial Ace, so I wasn't too sure, but I thought it was 7. Yeah.
And Aerial Ace does have that nice 5-4 alternating pacing, trading a little bit of closing power for an ability to get to more of those moves. So far, you're 2 for 2. That's got to be a pretty good feeling.
It is. What do I win? No.
Oh, I don't know. We'll have to figure that out after the segment's over. All right, final one. Ooh, I got to think about this one for a minute. I got to up the difficulty. He has been too confident so far, getting all these move updates correct. All right, final one. we're going to go with a Mud Slapper, and that is Shadow Kanto Marowak. Shadow Kanto Marowak, 2 updates, Mud Slap doing more damage and generating more energy, and Bone Club getting more damage. So the question will be, how many Mud Slaps is it to the first Bone Club for Shadow Alolan Marowak?
4.
He's too good, ladies and gentlemen. He's too good. I can't stump him. I couldn't stump him if I tried. 3 for 3. Big congratulations, Mr. Purple Kyogre. And thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, Purple Kyogre a little bit too good with those move counts there. But who else is really good? Iomero and Out of Pocket, our next trainers, going up against each other in the losers finals of Group A. Out of Pocket, our #1 seed of the entire tournament.
Wow.
NAIC champion, top 5 at Worlds, is up against Iomero, one of the best players from Mexico, I believe. And he's going to be here all the way in Baltimore to try to compete for the grand title.
And we do have a bit of a sneak peek at the teams. We have seen Pocket play on stream before. He has that Galarian Moltres and the Shadow Typhlosion. We saw Arrow make it to day 2 with that team. And Iomero running a bit of, honestly, I feel like a sleeper pick this weekend, but could potentially be a very interesting core breaker, the Shadow Machamp.
Shadow Machamp has been so good when it's used right. Magic Mason put on a show for us against montage. He swept all 3 Pokemon with Shadow Machamp. You know what was the unbelievable thing? He told me after, oh, I didn't play it all day. That was the first time. I'm like, pause. There's literally no way you just brought it out one time and did that. And he won't play it again the other game. And then I guess he lost because he couldn't get on the A/, but a pretty difficult ask. Overall, Machamp pretty good though.
Sounds like the players are ready. We have the players on the stage. Out of Pocket on the left, Iomero on the right. These are 2 battle-tested competitors. They've competed as metas have risen and as metas have fallen. The team for Pocket, Shadow Quagsire, running Legacy Aquatail and Stone Edge with the rework to Mudshot, more damage, less energy. Superior Leaf Tornado, no Aerial Ace.
It's a pretty interesting moveset because Superior, otherwise, it would be really good against Chestnut with Aerial Ace, but no Chestnut to be seen here, but there's a Machamp that you might want Aerial Ace for. On the other hand, though, Alolan Sandslash, Azumarill, Diggersby, and Toxapex, I feel like these 4 core Pokemon we've seen together so many times today. Cresselia kind of to round out the team, just very, very bulky, has very few really bad matchups. The only Steel type is Alolan Sandslash, and of course, with Powder Snow, it's not as bad as it really should be, considering just Crest can muscle through most of the matchups, throwing straight Moonblast. If you get a debuff, of course, you just win the bad matchup, which is absolutely crazy. It is going to be Out of Pocket and Iomero locking in their teams. We're going to be cutting to a game #1 in just a second here. I think Shadow Machamp's going to have some excellent play into Out of Pocket's team. We're going to have to see how these trainers have drafted their Pokemon.
Game 1, Clodsire for Out of Pocket versus the Toxapex for Iomero. Immediate switch out into the Diggersby. Diggersby answered with the Galarian Moltres.
This is a really great matchup for Galarian Moltres. Most might say, okay, well, it seems neutral. Not really, because Fire Punch is probably one of the worst charge attacks in the entire game, as we see there. If that's not evidence, I don't know how else I can convince you. Brave Bird coming out from Out of Pocket, and here's the thing. Even when this Brave Bird lands, I don't even think the Fire Punch is enough to knock out.
Let's see this Brave Bird damage.
Boom!
Big damage onto that Diggersby. Diggersby now going to fight back with a Fire Punch. Fire Punch is going to be getting this Moltres quite low. That does a lot of damage, but it pays a price with the severe reduction in defense. Can Diggersby farm down here? Yes, it can. Diggersby flipping switch.
This is really, really interesting now as,
the Scorching Sands. Oh, this is gonna hit for super effective damage on the Clodsire there. And you see Pocket looking a little worried now. Switch has been flipped. In comes the Sandslash. And oh my goodness, Typhlosion is gonna have to put in so much work.
Oh,
the no shield! The no shield! Oh no! Disaster strikes! Sludge Bomb! That does nothing! In comes Typhlosion, answered with the Toxapex, and not having that shield advantage is devastating.
And he's just sitting there calm as ever, no emotions on his face after no shielding a Sludge Bomb. And now kind of looking at this line as this matchup plays out, it was really soft to Quagsire. Incredibly soft to Quagsire. I'm just wondering how that might affect the next game. But for now, these Thunder Punches are coming through one by one. Shields go up by Iomero. Does a lot of damage, but I think after you shield once, you're free to let another one.
Going to double up on Thunder Punches. Thunder Punch, super effective damage, but it will not knock out, and Iomero knows this. Going to no shield, letting this through. Thunder Punch connects.
Wow, that does nothing.
Damage, but not enough. Another Thunder Punch loaded and ready to go.
Okay, had to throw it on alignment, so this might help Iomero a lot while it just comes to poison jabbing all the way down. It's going to be a quick swap, but the thing is, I think it hangs on to an Earthquake here. Or it's really close.
It is the non-shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Ooh,
undercharge here.
I like
he wants
that.
the farm.
I like that.
It doesn't KO, and now the Earthquake has reached, but the Earthquake shouldn't KO either because this is not the shadow. This is the regular Alolan Sandslash, and the damage that's been done so far will... Oh!
It does?
It doesn't! It doesn't! It just KOs!
Does he need to farm all the way down? Yes, throwing that brine, and I think that's it. Can out of pocket actually throw a sludge bomb when he doesn't need the Earthquake?
He needs the Quake. I'm
Does
pretty
he
sure
live?
he needs the Quake. He gets it! He gets it! Oh my goodness! I didn't think the Quake would KO, but the sludge bomb from earlier being no shielded puts it into Quake range. There's the pop off from Pocket as he pulls magic out of a hat to win this game #1.
Yeah, straight out of the Galarian Moltres pick. Just absolutely decimated the Diggersby. It's one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire game, and Galarian Moltres Braver took out most of it. I think Iomero has to make an adjustment. His line was way too weak against Quagsire, but now it's weird, right? When you play triple weak to a Pokemon, your opponent's like, okay, well, I want to play that Pokemon now because you were just triple weak to it. But at the same time, what if you realize and you adapt, and then that Pokemon becomes trapped? That might become the situation here. Iomero is thinking about his squad, but I think he just needs a Cresselia to stay safe against the Quagsire.
If the Quagsire is brought, it could be trouble for that line of 3, but Pocket with the confidence there that his Clodsire was not on 1 HP because a shielded charge attack still does 1 HP of damage, but the Clodsire had more than 1 hit point remaining, surviving that 1 hit point of damage through the shield and taking the win when after losing switch advantage in that Moltres and Diggersby matchup, it looked quite dire.
All right, I think he's going to have to make an adjustment. I think Iomero has to bring a Quagsire answer. Whether that's Cresselia, whether that's Azumarill, something has to be done because he cannot bring Diggersby, Toxapex, and Sandslash together. At the same time, I think Machamp still looks so good. Against Galarian Moltres, that is just a completely dominant matchup.
Yes, completely.
Against Typhlosion, it is really good matchup as well. Although I think they can 2-shield Incinerate you down, you are basically always getting 2 shields. And let's take a look. Great adaptation.
It's the Quagsire from out of pocket, but Iomero says, I'm not running triple weak again. He's actually brought 3 different Pokemon, Azumarill, into the Quagsire. Very favorable for that Azumarill.
Yeah, it feels like out of pocket kind of has fallen into his trap here. Brought the Quagsire, but out of these matchups, I think where you really want to see it is honestly on this Azumarill. It's not that bad. 2 Stone Edges used to come not close to knocking out, but with this Mud Shot buff, I think you can.
That's actually a fair point. Stone Edge now goes from 7.6 to 7.7 pacing, so it is slightly slower.
But
you still do outpace, and with the extra Mud Shot damage, is this enough to knock out?
He just threw an alignment. That was very interesting. I think he could have done one more Mud Shot and then thrown the attack, but it looks like he's going to go for the Stone Edge. That alignment may cost him.
Oh, he gets the farm down. He tries to throw in good timing.
You can see the shock in his eyes.
Yes. Pocket shocked that he won that lead matchup, but the Shadow Quagsire puts in a tremendous amount of work. In comes Cresselia. Cresselia gonna look for a farm down, big in the Aqua Tail. In comes Typhlosion. Typhlosion.
Oh my god!
With the Shadow Machamp. Look at those Incinerates. Oh my goodness. Those Incinerates melting through the Machamp. You'd think it was a Sandslash the way it's getting farmed down.
Sandslash probably takes the Incinerates just as well as the champ at this point. But Iomero, oh my goodness!
That just KOs. That just KOs. I'm at a loss. That just KOs. That's unbelievable.
That was weird. That was a charge check priority.
It did look like it was a charge tech priority. We already see the shield on that
Oh,
Thunder Punch.
man.
And the bait.
Oh, it is a
Oh,
charge tech
my
priority.
goodness. And now, I mean, Pocket can get so much value out of this Typhlosion, and there's still an entire Clodsire in the back, and Clodsire is just too bulky. You need Future Sight on the Cresselia, but this Cresselia did not bring Future Sight. Blast Burn fired off by this Typhlosion, the shield from the Cresselia, but Typhlosion is still very close to making another move.
Yeah, Typhlosion's gonna get the Blast Burn here.
Oh my goodness. Typhlosion masterclass by Out of Pocket. Look at this damage from the Typhlosion. Nearly one-hit KO on a Cresselia, and the combo play. Oh my goodness. Pocket absolutely cooking in this losers finals. Down goes Cresselia, and Pocket wins with all 3 Pokemon alive and doesn't even need that Clodsire.
3-ball flex for your bingo cards at home here in Baltimore Regional Championships. That Typhlosion put on a show at the end there. Just looks so strong into that team when there's no Azumarill, no Toxapex in its way. The Machamp matchup versus Typhlosion really scared me. I think that put the fear of Typhlosion in my heart.
Machamp, we've seen it deal damage all day, but Typhlosion flipped the script and says, I will show you damage. And honestly, having seen a Typhlosion farm down in Alolan Sandslash, I think it was a pretty comparable amount of Incinerates, to be honest there.
It really wasn't that far off, which is scary.
Yeah, that damage was absolutely unreal. Machamp, so valuable when it can hide behind shields, but you can't shield Incinerates. It looks like we do have this final match under review, as the judges are going to take a look to make sure that everything happened as it should throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, I think this is going to come down to the charge attack priority between the Cresselia and the Typhlosion. I think to an extent it makes sense, because otherwise he would have been able to force the shield first, and also obviously lost the turn. So I think there's an argument to be made, but at the end of the day, I think the Quagsire having a move, Typhlosion obviously could outpace. It's hard to tell. But obviously, we have our judge, Mr. Fraggin' Wagon, up here on the stage. So we obviously trust our judges here in these regionals to do the right calls. And yeah, just I guess as we wait, this matchup was really, really difficult, I feel like, in some parts, because it felt a little bit alignment dependent. Oh yeah, it looks like Iomero concedes the review, and that's going to be a good game here for Out of Pocket, and he's going to advance to day number 2 here in Baltimore.
Well done by Out of Pocket. Out of Pocket, yet another Shadow Typhlosion. Honestly, I feel like it's kind of been the star of the show here in Baltimore on day 1. We've seen Typhlosion played before. I don't think it had made a top cut. And we are continually seeing battlers again and again and again having great performances in this new meta with that Shadow Typhlosion.
I'm honestly quite convinced, because it seems so good against everything. You can't even swap a Feraligatr into it.
Yeah.
That's criminal. And Clodsire is not as good against it as it should be. You get one Thunder Punch bait, as we saw earlier. Actually, I was Out of Pocket against Purple Kyogre. Once you get that one bait, it's completely over. This Earthquake landing onto the Toxapex, and Out of Pocket is really feeling himself here in day 1 of Baltimore. I can't wait to see more of him tomorrow. This is so exciting.
And that Shadow Blast Burn on that Cresselia, and the combo play saying, I don't even have to show my third. Clodsire, you can take the match off. You've done enough to get me to this point.
He deserves a break.
Yeah, Shadow Quagsire, Shadow Typhlosion, they can take it from here. And a very clean 2 versus 3. And that Shadow Typhlosion, its energy goes everywhere. Lantern being gone means that a Pokemon like Typhlosion really gets its moment to shine.
Yeah, Clodsire didn't need to do anything. Clodsire business, we know he had a hard day at work and can take this one off. But not good news. I think he's got to come back to work because he's on Trogdor's team. We're going to be seeing that up next.
And I mean, it is 74% usage, so that does make quite a bit of sense. One of my favorite parts of the show at the beginning is, okay, all right, sounds good. All right, so let's take a look at these 2 teams. We have Magic Mason versus Trogdor. Trogdor has previously, I believe he got a runner-up in a previous season at a regional, running some pretty unorthodox picks. Yes,
but
he had
back then it wasn't good.
Yes.
Azumarill was not that good back then.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see what unorthodox picks Trogdor is bringing.
Oh my goodness.
And you guys are not going to be disappointed, as there's another Pokemon that we have not seen today. That is not just a Drifblim, that is a Shadow Drifblim making it to Losers Finals. Drifblim has the fast move Astonish, and we've seen how much damage the Mud Slaps have done from Pokemon like Gastrodon. Guess what's a ghost-type clone of Mudslap Nighttime? That would be Astonish. Combining that with the Shadow, Astonish outputs tremendous fast move pressure.
Wow, honestly, I was not aware of that statistic, but Shadow Drifblim is looking to be a pretty good pick, and to Gastrodon mostly, it is probably as good as it gets against Gastrodon. And I think it should do pretty good against Machamp, although I'm not confident you can hang on to a Stone Edge. You probably go down.
I'm pretty confident you would get KO'd, but with Drifblim, there's also the ability to debuff. Most of the time, Drifblims are going to be running Shadow Ball. Let's take a look here. It looks like he is running Icy Wind. Drifblim does have 2 debuffing moves, Icy Wind and Mystical Fire. Mystical Fire could help versus the steals, but Icy Wind, really nice to hit for super effective damage against those grasses. So opting for Icy Wind and the Astonish. Astonish, a bit slower charging of a move, but the fast move pressure is something, if it is brought in this series, you will notice, and notice quite a bit.
Yeah, it's just such a strong way to pressure your opponents. I think the problem is there's so many normals now that even though Astonish, well, yeah, of course it does a lot of damage, but it's resisted by a lot of things. I would say Mudslap is probably resisted by less things in the meta than Astonish would be. Just seeing how many dark types there are on teams, seeing how many normal types there are. Basically on every team, here we see Drapion, we see Guzzlord, we see, oh, actually, surprising, no normal types here. So this might be its time to shine.
I agree.
Wait, it looks really good.
Yeah, I am very excited to see what it can do in this matchup. We've talked quite a bit throughout the day that there's been a lot of interesting picks doing well. I want to revisit these caster predictions, and let's take a look and see what has been doing quite well. So we had Speedy, Shadow Abomasnow, Ariados, Greninja, Walrein, Amanda, regular for Alligator, Dunsparce, the Shadow Typhlosion, and the Poliwrath. And I'll have you take yours.
Yeah, I put Shadow Golurk. I kind of knew in my heart that nobody was going to play that, but I really wanted to put it there to hopefully inspire someone.
Okay.
Maybe if one person's inspired, I've succeeded today. That's how I see it.
I like that.
I like Amanda's very spicy for Alligator pick, but also Cheston and Diggersby going very far. I feel like Diggersby is so common right now, and Cheston, of course, a little bit more niche, but it's so good resisting the rock type, resisting the ground type charge attacks. Not many Pokemon can do that.
And we saw a Chestnut make Day 2, Wadaj winning on the winner's side of the bracket to advance. And we're actually going to see a Chestnut in this matchup as well. Trogdor not just running that Shadow Drifblim, but also running the Chestnut to really try and shut down Dunsparce. But Mason, he has some interesting picks of his own. The Shadow Machamp, Azumarill, Superior running Aerial Ace, No Leaf Tornado, Shadow Drapion, Crunch, and Aquatail for Alligator on the standard moveset, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Shadow Alolan Sandslash has been favored by a lot of trainers, as we see here, but a lot of others have opted for the non-Shadow version, which is honestly the first time I've seen non-Shadow even being used in the play Pokemon. Mason, though, he said he really enjoys playing Alolan Sandslash, and he loves Shadow Pokemon, so probably didn't think too much about if it was better or not. On the other hand, Shadow Drifblim here is such a cool pick. I think Icy Wind is nice for certain coverage against Clodsire, but you might even want Mystical Fire for Alolan Sandslash. I'd say his team is perfectly covering Alolan Sandslash with a Typhlosion, so probably doesn't need to worry too much on that end of his team. He's going to be starting off here, though, by locking in the Chestnut. I think a little bit of a spoiler.
Okay.
Let's see how that does.
All right, both battlers locked in. Chestnut for Trogdor into Azumarill for Mason. A terrific lead for Trogdor.
At the same time, though, Drapion's safe switch here is incredible, but Trogdor can just go for the superpower and then run away. Magic Mason has nothing even to throw against this Chestnut, which is kind of funny because you're completely walled. Oh my goodness, that does a lot of damage.
That damage is unreal. Azumarill, a complete wall to this energy from the Drapion. Drapion can fire off crunch after crunch, but it does not matter. And if you look across Mason's team of 6, realistically, the only good Typhlosion counter is Azumarill. So if Typhlosion avoids the Azumarill, which it looks like it's going to in this game, then Trogdor is positioned well to try and win this
debuff.
game. Debuff, but still the farm down. And now, back in the Azumarill mirror.
This is the you now take it out with one play rough. So that debuff was actually huge. The problem here being, we already saw Shadow Machamp versus Shadow Typhlosion earlier, and I think both of them did too. So if this is any indication of how this is about to go, we're about to see. Ooh, Mason opting to farm up a little more. I really like this play. I recognize that at this point, you go down to one frenzy play. So you're going to want more energy to thread that chestnut when it comes back in.
Honestly, you could
Ice Beam. Oh, I love this.
Yep. Ice Beam, try and exit with energy to pressure a shield from the chestnut because Machamp will want an energy advantage. No undercharge. Ice Beam will connect. Azumarill will get KO'd. And now Trogdor is going to be bringing back in the chestnut. Chestnut to be hit with the Play Rough. Play Rough is going to be shielded, and this could give Mason the opening that he needs. The Shadow Machamp with the shield advantage. In comes the Machamp. He's going to stay in and go for a superpower.
Huge mistake, I think.
But this Machamp now has a cross chop loaded, and I think the Typhlosion is going to get overwhelmed. Not even by a Stone Edge, even just by these cross chops.
I think you go for a Stone Edge, honestly. This, if he no shields this, right, which he will because
he is
short.
short.
To a Stone Edge.
But cross chop does so much damage here. We are going to see the shield.
Okay.
Cross chop just so threatening.
Oh my goodness! He makes another.
He can outpace.
It's not
and
enough.
This is the Shadow Machamp up energy, converting that shield advantage to an energy advantage. This is going to do so much damage. Typhlosion,
wow.
It's getting farmed down. The Incinerate won't register. It won't register. And this Shadow Machamp is completely running away with game at number 1. Magic Mason only brought it once. It 1v3'd. He brings it again, and it's sweeping.
Incredible. Oh, wow. Chestnut actually hangs on there, kind of surprisingly. But Shadow Machamp has been such a monster for Mason. 100% Machamp win rate here on his end. But let's see if he can continue doing that. We saw that when Wadaj kind of lost to Machamp that one game, he overcorrected the next one. Bring Azumarill, bring the Cresselia. Is Trogdor going to do that now? Is he going to bring the Drifblim to counter that Machamp?
And even Drifblim, the fast move pressure is going to be intense, but a Stone Edge landing would be a nightmare for the Drifblim. Let's take a look at some of these highlights and that cross chop. Cross chop is not a very strong move in terms of base damage, but that is the attack stat of Machamp and the lack of bulk on that Typhlosion. And the Machamp, I think that would have been a different game if the Typhlosion switched in instantly, but giving Machamp the energy head start, Machamp is able to punish that and sweep.
I think if you're Mason now, you have to bring the Superior because the Azumarill is a nightmare for your team. Machamp, Azumarill, Drapion, Feraligatr, Alone Sandslash, none of those are Azumarill answers. And even Machamp, it's so hard to bring because it's so weak against Azumarill, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So he needs to bring the Superior. Does that beg Trogdor to bring like the Guzzlord? Superior and leads into Guzzlord, yeah.
Oh, what a read there, partner. Guzzlord into Superior, and with Sludge Bomb, this matchup is so rough. We're going to see a safe switch into the Drapion.
Oh, this is
Drapion
weird.
is completely walled, though.
But so is Guzzlord.
But so is Guzzlord. Yeah, oh my goodness. This is a matchup that plays very differently in this season. The Brutal Swing will connect, and this is going to be firing off crunch after crunch. A debuff could potentially be very game-changing.
But this is so weird, right? Because how do you deal with the Superior? You need a lot of this Guzzlord. Yeah, you need... Oh, I love this.
This Azumarill is getting so much farm. It's going to get a bubble down, preserving energy on the Guzzlord. The switch timers are heavily misaligned, but they're not up yet. Azumarill exits with 3 bubbles. It's going to be able to outpace the Superior, and even though Ice Beam doesn't KO, it is going to do just shy of 50%. So it's still going to be some very valuable damage and putting this into Sludge Bomb range for the Guzzlord.
I really like this play here. Heads up play from Trogdor, Ice Beam onto the Superior, and now Mason kind of is pressured to throw energy. Can't farm too much because you don't want him to get to the other Ice Beam. Oh, the bubble goes through. Can he shield this and just throw an Ice Beam immediately? Okay, opts to not. Gonna try to bring in that Guzzlord and soak up this Frenzy Plant. It's actually more effective to throw Frenzy Plant at Guzzlord instead of the Aerial Ace, because it needs to be 2 stages worth of effectiveness difference for it to be... Oh. I guess Mason trying to throw the Aerial Ace. This might be a little bit
hoping
less
for
effective.
a bait here. Trogdor gonna let it go. Aerial Ace not gonna cut it. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill met with the Chestnut, and in the 2 shield, this is dominating for Chestnut. The switch clocks are misaligned a little bit, but not by much. Mason really has to try and stall out this timer, but Azumarill is playing a losing game in terms of pacing. Chestnut gets to its charge attack so much faster.
The thing is, actually, when less shields are used, interesting charge attack priority, but usually when less shields are used, Azumarill actually hangs onto a Frenzy Plant, but in the 2s, it gets decimated because you only do bubble damage, you never land a charge attack, and then this is more than enough in Frenzy Plant range. Frenzy Plant will threaten to knock out this Azumarill. Does he put up the shield though? Yeah, he does put up the shield, okay. Frenzy Plant comes through. Can he get this Ice Beam off? Yes, he does. And Trogdor can, get off to no shield, honestly, because you hang on pretty comfortably.
Clocks will be up now for both trainers. Do we see a switch out? No, staying in with the Azumarill, tries for the catch, but through the bubble, and that Frenzy is going to inflict massive damage onto Azumarill. Azumarill unable to hang on. It gets KO'd. In comes Superior. Superior has no energy available. Chestnut is going to be able to knock out with a superpower. Trogdor with an adjustment in game 2, picking up a great lead, managing that mid-game despite the desync timers very well, and now we're going to a decisive game 3.
I feel like he really anticipated the Superior here and was able to counter that perfectly. Made it very awkward for Mason because you can't really swap anything into the Guzzlord comfortably at that point. You can swap your Azumarill, but then your backline is going to get destroyed in the late game. Now, how do these players size up for the last game? Does Trogdor bring back Typhlosion, or is he too scared of the potential for Alligator? I think for Alligator hasn't looked too good because he played Guzzlord just now and also has Chestnut, so it could be a valid pick. Of course, everyone just wants to see Typhlosion melt down the Alolan Sandslash. That would be very entertaining to me. Maybe not very entertaining to Mason, but we're going to be locking into Game 3 right now and cutting to the match.
Both battlers have locked in. Win or go home. Shadow Machamp on the lead for Mason, and it finds its target in the Guzzlord. The Dragon Tails will inflict massive, massive damage in this matchup, but Machamp has such a pacing advantage. The switch to the Clodsire. Clodsire answered with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is a lot more in danger of a potential Earthquake.
Trogdor, I think he's absolutely cooked here because, or as he has cooked, because he has Chestnut in the back. The Alolan Sandslash is out of play. And then, what do? There's a Machamp and there's an Azumarill. I'm pretty sure neither of those really do that good in the Chestnut.
If Chestnut is able to potentially be in a sweeper role, this could look good, but this Alolan Sandslash is still so healthy. And what are you going to be absorbing these moves on? Triple weak to ice. This entire team takes so much damage from ice, so you can bring in the Guzzlord.
Oh my!
But Guzzlord is going to get
Mason looks so confused.
Yeah, Mason is like, okay, I will happily inflict tons of damage onto this Guzzlord. Trogdor really has to hope that he can get rid of the Sandslash and try and sweep here. Oh, but the catch!
Disgusting.
The Sandslash is saved, and now Mason looks to be in the driver's seat as Mason took a look at the team sheet and said, nothing walls my energy. In comes the Chestnut. Chestnut is not going to have a fun time trying to Vine Whip down Machamp with the superior pacing, no pun intended, going to apply a ton of pressure to this Chestnut.
Is there a way you can Vine Whip down and win this game? I think you have to try, because then you can't bring in the Alolan Sandslash.
Machamp's pacing is so good, though. Machamp is landing a cross chop. That is a foregone conclusion, but can Chestnut hang on?
2.
Yep, it's getting there.
3.
He's forced to throw. He goes for
Mason
a superpower. Mason could potentially... this will be tough.
Yep.
He decides to let it go. He decides to let it go. Fully sacrificing it. In comes the Alolan Sandslash. Sandslash going to be shielding up. Trogdor now double debuffed on attack and defense. The Guzzlord is still available, but there's just no health on it whatsoever. Tries for the catch. Does not get it. In comes Azumarill. Azumarill gets a bubble down. And Mason has this game secured. He's going to be able to make it to the play rough, outpacing by 1 turn. But even if the Frenzy Plan was reached, that's a survivable move for Azumarill at this health range. And Magic Mason, he's feeling it now. He takes the 2-1 victory, and he's advancing in this tournament.
A little bit of a rough match for Mason earlier against Out of Pocket, but he has redeemed himself and taken himself into day number 2, doing what he does best. Magic Mason, top 8 at NAIC, top 2 in Knoxville, I believe. Definitely had a great 2024 season and is looking to continue that hot streak here in Baltimore. Yeah, it's definitely a player to watch out for tomorrow in the lower bracket.
I agree, and we've seen some pretty incredible lower bracket runs at tournaments even last season. So even if your favorite trainer that you're following along from home is on the lower side of the bracket, that does not mean they are out of it. The one that comes to mind, of course, is Inadequence, aka Martijn. His run at Utrecht was unbelievable in the losers bracket.
Making it all the way to the top, winning like, I think it was like 10 games in a row, something ridiculous.
17.
Like 17, yeah. That doesn't really happen too often inside of this extremely competitive circuit. But of course, I don't think either of these players here today have gone on a 17-game win streak, but they are looking to build one from today until the end of tomorrow. And those two trainers are going to be Murphy, 36, and Evan, 77713.
And in that match, it was just unfortunate for Trogdor. He ran a line triple weak to ice. The sand slash appeared, and it was all lost in an instant. And that catch of the brutal swing onto the Machamp, a beautiful prediction by Mason, understanding if the Guzzlord's brought in here, I know what is in the back, and I save the sand slash and I win the game. He was able to do both, catching onto that Machamp, and from there wasn't really much of anything that Trogdor could do to try and win that game 3.
Very, very difficult position. I mean, it felt like the alignment was way too much and not in his favor. And at the end of the day, it happens, and you just have to pick it up and come back better. Guzzlord, probably not the right call in that last game, especially up into the Machamp, up into the Alolan Sand Slash, and a potential Azumarill. But yeah, very, very strong performances from both players, and congrats to Trogdor for making that far with such a fun Pokemon.
Yeah, a very, very cool run. One of my favorite parts of every broadcast at the beginning, we get to ask people to tune in and as well to make their voices heard on our socials.
Yep.
So we do actually get to take a look over at Twitter, or X, as I believe it's officially called now, to take a look at some tweets. Take it away, Nighttime.
This stew looks really delicious. It looks like we've got some potatoes, some beef, I believe.
From Cole Rosario.
Yeah, Cole Rosario. Looks like you cooked, my friend. In terms of the food meta, this looks very well balanced. It has answers to a lot of the main counters in the food meta, and overall, it looks like a good. It looks like a good show 6, eat 6.
I wish. Honestly, it's approaching dinner time here, so that stew looks terrific. Saying, watching the Pokemon stream, slow cooking stew and ready to relax. #play Pokemon.
Looks like a group of TCG players here. Girl power at the Baltimore Regionals. Yeah, big shout out to all the girls that PvP as well inside of Pokemon Go. This is super cool. A huge group of players. Hope you all did super well in the TCG. Not really sure how that works, but I think they're going to be going till like 10 p.m.
Yeah, they do have quite a few rounds there. And finally, from Melissa, we have Happy Baltimore Regionals Day 2-0 to start the event, having a blast. #play Pokemon. So, honestly, great to see battlers coming from all places, descending on the Baltimore Convention Center and having fun along the way.
Another TCG group here, Area 0 TCG. Oh, I think on the right there, that's like Riley. He's worked backstage with the stream before, so good to see him. Other guys, though, they look like they're having a great time at the Baltimore Regional Championships, up around table 178. I don't know if they're still there, but maybe you can go say hi.
Terrific stuff, and one thing I'm excited for as well, not just the tweets, the next matchup on stage. We have two very interesting teams. Murphy versus Evan, 777713. Gotta make sure I get all the sevens in there. Murphy has the Alolan Marowak Shadow, Malamar, Chestnut, and pairing that up with an Arctibax. And Evan is running a lot of bulk so that he can potentially use low kicks. We saw him earlier on stream, and low kicks was not making an appearance. So do you think we're actually going to be seeing low kicks here?
Low kicks looks pretty interesting to this team. It's not that great into Azumarill. It's not that great into Chestnut. It's not that great into Alolan Marowak, nor Arctibax, nor, I mean, Diggersby is okay, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the best Pokemon, but we'll see if he brings it. Dugong first game up into the Arcpacks. This is where you want to see it as the...
And the low kicks is in the back.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
Oh my.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Switch advantage looks huge in this game. Look at these polarizing backlines. Oh my goodness. Switch advantage could be completely everything in this game.
This is one of the best dragons, honestly, into Dugong because, yeah, you resist ice from the ice subtyping, but you take super effects from dragon, so it's neutral. Icy Window's gonna do quite a large chunk of the artifacts. You do outpace, I believe, so you get to this Dragon Claw, but it's nowhere near threatening. Azuma.
Oh no.
Oh
no. Oh no! Disaster strikes! Evan, head in his hands, and he's the one with the Toxapex. This is the worst meta matchup for Azumarill. Azumarill can't do anything in this matchup. This is absolute worst case scenario.
So how do you play this, honestly? Because I think you throw a grind and then you jab all the way down.
You are definitely throwing at 100. I like the decision to get as much energy as you can. This matchup is so dominating that you want to leave with energy. We're already seeing undercharge, so the Sludge Wave will be undercharged, and he's looking to farm down because the switch clock is still not yet up for Murphy. Murphy throwing at the last possible second, but look how healthy this Toxapex is. It exits with energy. It honestly might still be over 50% HP there. Okay, just below 50% HP. You bring in the Diggersby, you can brine it, and then I think we're about to see a low kicks masterclass here, Mr. Nighttime Clasher.
Low kicks masterclass from Evan starting right now.
Here we go. Oh, the switch out into Arctibax, debuffing with an Icy Wind.
I like that play, but the good thing about the low kicks, it's going to get that right back. Oh, wow.
A no shield, that does so much damage.
That is disgusting.
Low kicks is very, very frail. Low kicks can reset its attack back to normal with a Trailblaze,
charge attack
winning
priority.
charge attack priority over that Diggersby.
You feel like you can't even shield this here because the Dugong still has so much energy, but at the same time, you're gonna have to shield something. Diggersby against the world here, and don't forget, 2 shields as well. I think Evan's more than content to let this low kicks go down. Gonna bring in the Dugong, apply some permanent debuffs here, and Murphy, I think he sees the writing on the wall, kind of just has to laugh at the situation. But now, you gotta think about how are these trainers going to adapt for the next game.
Safe switch Azumarill, if the Toxapex is not on the line of 3, looks to be a Pokemon that can put in a tremendous amount of work. However, if that Toxapex is brought, it's just instantly game ending. You know, me personally, I enjoy people running, you know, spicier options. So I would have loved to see a double shield on that low kicks. However, Evan's just going to take the safe route. And
he still doesn't want to use shields. He's
still not using shields?
He's
oh
genuinely so committed to this bit. It's impressive.
Goodness. Oh, is he sludge waving? He's going for it. Oh, no.
Crazy activity.
Oh, he was going to go for the sludge wave.
Shield here. I think you have to commit the shield so you can get this sludge wave off. This is a crucial play here from Evan. Really good recognition that this sludge wave is the only way to take out this Diggersby. It looks like, I think.
And they're having fun with it, yeah. Evan, it looked like Evan told him what was about to happen.
Oh, it's enough.
Yeah, they are having fun with it there. They are having fun with it. Murphy shaking his head. And yeah, unfortunately, the moment that Azumarill was switched in, that game was basically over. But the competitors still having fun with it there. A calculated gamble by Murphy, but it backfires as Toxapex shuts down that Azumarill.
Yeah, just so unrelated, but we see all the competitors' phone screens, and it's funny to see how few shiny Ponyta that all of them have got kind of busy here at the regional championships. I think Evan's got 1 to his name over the last 3 hours. But anyway, we're going to be going back into the match here. Does low kicks make a reappearance?
I would love if it did. Honestly, I think low kicks is a little better into this matchup than it's given credit for. Let's take a look at the replay, an attempt at an Icy Wind catch. And I loved this moment. Evan just forehead to the table. He feels the pain, and he's the one causing it. And then right at the end, he had to do it to him. He had to go for the sludge wave. And that was honestly the most emotion we saw from Evan all game was, I have to use a shield. Very unfortunate, but he gets to throw his debuffed sludge wave to knock out that Diggersby and secure the game 1 win.
Really, really nice plays from Evan there. Just understanding the alignment so well and knowing what the task at hand was. Diggersby had a tall task ahead of him and unfortunately was not able to pull through. We are just going to be going back into the game in a second here. I'm currently watching Evan try to catch some more of those ponytas to maybe get a shiny. But yeah, if any of you all...
Yeah, Evan, for those at home, we can currently see their phone screens. You guys at home can't. The challenge ended, and Evan was out here trying to get a second shiny Ponyta for a moment.
While in the middle of a set, he's like, let's check this Galarian Ponyta. Yeah, if you guys got tons of Galarian Ponyta shinies, let us know. Hashtag #PlayPokemon on Twitter. We might feature it today or tomorrow.
Very true. Very true.
I want to see how many y'all got because I did not get a single one.
I managed to get one of each backstage. I was pretty happy about that. We do have lock-ins, and it's going to be the Shadow Alolan Marowak making its first appearance on stream into Toxapex. And this is a matchup where the charge moves are going to dictate this game. Fire Spin, resisted, and due to the ghost typing, these poison dabs are not going to do a lot either.
I love this recognition. Shadow Bone being the more efficient charge attack. Even though Bone Club is super effective, it is still just not very. It is just not very good. Oh! The second one's gonna knock out. The second one's gonna knock out.
Yes, Alolan Marowak looks like it can now win the zeros. The decision to go for the Shadow Bone pays off massively. The Brine is going to connect, and now Alolan Marowak will be able to outpace, get the Shadow Bone, and I think this is knocking out. Toxapex is very bulky, but its defense has been debuffed. Can it hang on here? Shadow Bone KOs, and in comes Loki.
I think I saw this coming from a mile away, I'm not gonna lie. Low Kicks comes in with the farm down, but it's gonna be faced with an Arctibax. Oh no. This Arctibax is absolutely tearing through Low Kicks. How is Murphy going to address this Dugong though? He has Arctibax, but he also has, this is best case scenario, right?
This Dugong is going to be difficult. Murphy needs to get damage on it and needs to get damage as soon as possible. Not at the back-to-back Dragon Claws. Evan has to decide where to shield. Dragon Claw does not hit very hard, but he gets the Icy Wind and make future Dragon Claws do less. So he will be going for the Icy Wind here. Icy Wind going to threaten this Arctibax, but not KO it. Arctibax can survive here. This is only neutral damage. This is a Dragon Ice type. Icy Wind not going to KO the Arctibax. Oh my goodness.
That's the right call.
He is looking to debuff this energy. Does Evan shield this? He does not. So he takes almost no damage. However, this Dugong is now not going to be doing a lot of damage to this Diggersby.
Oh, and throws on alignment there actually. I don't think he needed to throw an alignment because I don't think Murphy was going to reach another charge attack before this Icy Wind. But regardless, goes for it. Goes into the low kicks. I think, interesting to throw right away, right? Because he could have farmed a little bit more.
Let's go low kicks. We're going to see the Fire Punch. It's debuffed. It does not KO. Can low kicks hang on here and make a move? Low kicks does not. Oh no. Low kicks just not strong enough to hang on. And now this Scorching Sands will threaten significant damage onto the Dugong. Evan's going to let it go. This Scorching Sands I don't think will knock out, but this Dugong is rapidly running out of hit points.
At this point, I think you just quick attack as much as you can. You put on the Arctibax, right? Yeah.
And an attack drop too. Oh my goodness. Switch into the Arctibax, snipe with the Dragon Breath, and we're going to a game number 3. The Icy Wind into a Water Ice type pays off for Murphy as Diggersby is too much for Evan to handle.
Diggersby is one of those things that can just overcome many bad matchups and type disadvantages simply by being bulky. And that's exactly what we saw here. Alolan Marowak, though, was kind of a key player here, needing to get that debuff at the start. Otherwise, I don't think this game would have gone in his favor necessarily.
Yeah, that debuff and Toxapex not surviving definitely had a massive impact on the outcome of this game. And what adjustments do you make if you're Evan? Do you keep running that low kicks, or do you go back to a strategy we've seen in a previous round, which was leave the low kicks as bench pressure and then just try and run the bulkiest possible team?
To some extent, the low kicks you may have to recognize when it's just not working anymore. And there it felt honestly very, very rough to use. However, how is he going to address that Diggersby? Oh, here we go. Shadow Bone comes down onto the screen, and this is only enough because of that debuff. And when this low kicks comes in, it really takes way too much damage from those fire spins than is comfortable. Scorching Sands comes down, attack debuff, but at this point, the game has already been wrapped up. Arctibax comes in to finish off this Dugong, and Evan recognizes there's no getting to 2 Icy Winds.
And the battlers, it looks like we do have a double lock-in. This is win or go home. Decisive game 3. Dugong for Evan, Chestnut for Murphy. Chestnut with the pacing advantage, but over time, as more Protect Shields are used, the debuffs from the Dugong can actually cause this matchup to flip into Dugong's favor.
I like this play here. Going straight for the superpower. This obviously has to go shielded. And does he just go into the Arctibax? Yes! Arctibax comes in. Icy Wind from the Dugong. And now, you just need to, with this shield advantage, I think Arctibax can honestly do a lot of work to Diggersby or this Toxapex. Let's take a look. Dugong stays in, actually. Is he going to try to get him to throw energy?
I don't mind staying in here, because ideally you would love, as Evan, to win switch and put Toxapex on that Chestnut. So I understand wanting to stay in this matchup. Dragonclaw not going to do a lot. Evan farming him quite a bit, going for the Icy Wind. Icy Wind, oh, this will be very close. I think that this is survivable, but Murphy's not going to risk it. He will commit the shield. He wants alignment in this matchup. Now we are going to see the switch out, going into the Toxapex, and Toxapex is getting debuffed.
Oh. It already doesn't do any more do much damage. Murphy, why? It's going from little to 0 now. Diggersby comes in, and the switch is being misaligned here might be key for Evan. That might be the key here.
Evan in a difficult spot. Brian already a low damage move. Toxapex has a low attack stat.
Man.
Oh, that does nothing. Oh no, that does nothing. That is so unfortunate. Scorching Sands is survivable though. This is why you run a Toxapex. It can survive hit after hit after hit. And Evan would love to be able to switch out of this matchup and get an energy lead on his Diggersby if at all possible. Going to make the Brian. After this, Evan's switch clock will be up. So if Evan wants to switch out, he will have the ability to do so.
He can keep the Toxapex, of course, but how do you come in here? You come with the Diggersby because you're just going to get Scorching Sands, and then that Chestnut is going to come in, right? So Scorching Sands #1 for Murphy. I think you can even go for, no, I think you just go to Chestnut, right?
Yeah, this energy lead is really good for Evan, though. This is what he needs. We see a debuff.
The Fire Punch is survivable now.
Oh, we see the debuff come through. He's had back-to-back Fire Punches. Evan really trying to dance around these debuffs, but this Diggersby will not stop debuffing.
Oh my goodness, that Fire Punch did not do a whole lot of damage, but Murphy here is just going to shield up and continue pushing on. Needs to get to the back-to-back superpower to get rid of this. I think you can, right? Yeah, you outpace by quite a comfortable margin here.
Evan can switch. Evan can switch here.
He can shield and switch.
Evan can shield and switch. He chooses not to. He lets it go.
What do you come in with? Toxapex?
Oh, Toxapex does have health, but a Frenzy Plant would knock out. Gonna bring in the Toxapex. Is he just gonna try and sweep with the Dugong? I think the answer is yes. Going to try and farm down with the Dugong and sweep everything. Clock's up for Murphy, which means he can switch out. Does he switch out here? No, he stays in. He switches out into the Arctibax. Arctibax, does it survive? It does! It farms down, and Murphy takes it. Oh my goodness. Evan disappears from view, and Murphy is advancing in this tournament.
Absolutely clinical Arctibax plays throughout that entire game, understanding exactly when he needed to continue to swap debuff when even the Dragonclaw was neutral, knowing when the Icy Wind. These are very high-level recognitions that Murphy made here against Evan. And understanding these bulky Pokemon, once they're debuffed, doesn't even matter if they're in a good matchup. They just don't do anything.
I agree. And the Arctibax play was, honestly, in a word, surgical. He did such a great job, even against the 3 bulky Pokemon that Evan actually brought, debuffing them, even against Dugong, proving why Arctibax has a really nice place in this meta. Ice damage at a premium right now. Dugong into that Arctibax. Arctibax so convincing, and that Icy Wind debuff just devastating onto that Toxapex, as Toxapex then really could not damage that Diggersby in any meaningful way.
If you were to ask me, I would not play Arctibax into this team. Dugong, Toxapex, Clodsire, it just seems like you're outbulked. Honestly, it seemed like very difficult to manage, but Murphy seemed to know how to play that Arctibax a lot better than I would have. And at the end of the day, it's going to allow him to finish up that Dugong twice and give him 2 wins to 1 against Evan here in the losers final of Group H.
Very well played by Murphy. One play I want to highlight is he threw 2 and switched. So he actually deferred the deferred the Ice Shard. I don't know why I said Volt Switch there. It's been a long day. Deferred the Ice Shard on onto that Arctibax. And in doing so, even if he didn't get that farm down,
Vine Whip.
He preserves the ability to Vine Whip later. So that was a surgical display of just absolute technical mastery there. That was awesome to watch.
So many levels of understanding in this game, honestly, and it really showed through all those games. Even though the matchups between Arctibax and Dugong, I honestly would never want to be the Arctibax. I don't know if you agree on that. I would never want to be the Arctibax in that matchup. He made it seem like it was quite playable, honestly. And maybe I'm reconsidering what I know about Dugong and Arctibax now.
That honestly makes quite a bit of sense. And we've seen, honestly, Murphy making day 2, honestly, kind of reinforces this narrative that we've had, which is, in this meta, it's wide open. You can run a lot of different Pokemon and different strategies. Like, that's an Alolan Marowak making day 2. That's the only one we've seen on stream all day. So you can run a wide variety of options. There are some strong mons at the top, but you can run anti-meta and have success, and we're seeing that again and again and again.
This might be the East Coast, but it feels like we're in the Wild Wild West. Nothing is regulated here. Anything flies. And Alolan Marowak, as you were saying, it made day 2 for the first time in this season, obviously. But actually, last year, a little bit of trivia, Magic Mason made day 2 in Pittsburgh with Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Really?
So, and that was the only time, I think, for the rest of the season, because that thing we realized it was not very good in that meta.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So, Alolan Marowak, honestly, on the surface, I mean, for Alligator, terrible time. Clodsire, terrible time. Mandibuzz, terrible time.
Clodsire's okay if they have Sludge Bomb.
Oh, you know what?
It's pretty playable.
That's a fair point, and most have been running Sludge Bomb today, so slightly more playable. But against like the top meta threats, and Dunsparce would not be a fun time either. But he's still able to make it work against all of those meta threats that in theory should give it basically no play. So very well played there by Murphy, because on paper, Shadow Alolan Marowak would be very far down the list of mons I would expect to have success today.
I think there's 3 levels to this. There's meta, then there's anti-meta, and Alolan Marowak is anti-meta because it kind of takes out the things like Alolan Sandslash, I say Dugong as well. I think it's pretty okay into like talk specs. I honestly liked it in that matchup. It seemed pretty dominant. Even if you land 2 Shadow Bones and they win zeros because you didn't get a debuff, you can fire spin down, and it feels pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, the energy goes a lot of places into a team that doesn't have a Mandibuzz. So if you have been watching along, seeing a wide variety of picks get played, and you're interested in trying it out for yourself, we actually have a segment coming up here about some tips for trainers, I believe, from Baltimore itself.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
What a day it's been in Baltimore. We're kicking off the 2025 season here in the Charm City with a brand new meta, a brand new look, and I think we have a lot of thoughts because we saw so many battles, so many hype matchups. I'm going to go down the line here. Henry, talk about one of your favorite moments of the day.
Honestly, anytime a Shadow Typhlosion was on stream, I was thriving. It was in my caster picks. I think it's one of the most fun Pokemon that you can run in this meta, and seeing it have success that I felt like it's deserved for a while, but the meta game is finally favorable for it, was unbelievable to watch.
Classer, you said we are at unprecedented levels of being back. How back are we in terms of excitement for PvP?
We are so back. All sorts of fun Pokemon. We just saw Shadow Alolan Marowak make day 2. We're seeing Guzzlord with Sludge Bomb making day 2. We're seeing Chestnut being a viable meta pick This is crazy, and I'm here for it.
Amanda?
Yeah, I just want to echo those thoughts. Not only are we seeing new Pokemon be viable, we're seeing new players as well. People that are maybe newer to the circuit or maybe not as well known. They're still making day 2. We're going to see so many new players advancing in this meta 50-second timer. I am all about it here in Baltimore.
I'm so appreciative that you brought up day 2 because I know everyone's waiting to see who made top cut. Let us know which one of these trainers you are cheering for. As we look down at these pairs, these are some incredible names. Henry, I'm going to come back to you here. If you could only watch one of these 4 pairs tomorrow, which one would it be?
Oh, don't do this to me, Speedy. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is tough. All these trainers were so good today. I think maybe, oh my goodness. If I had to pick one, I'm thinking Tomahawk and Kelsey. Tomahawk, I really enjoyed getting to watch him play with more of an anti-meta Pokemon. And Kelsey, despite some very tough leads, was able to play with really great precision and able to demonstrate that even if you lose lead, doesn't mean it's a lost game.
Henry, I'm sorry, but you were actually the only person that's going to get to answer that question because we don't
have
the loser side bracket just yet. The dust is still settling as the trainers battle it out. But I'll tell you what, the stream is ending for today, but tomorrow you need to be here. This is our start time, 6:45 a.m. Pacific time. Set some alarms, maybe multiple alarms like I do. 9:45 a.m. Eastern time to kick off day number 2. Championship Sunday is so special, Eric. I can't wait to see what these trainers do, and I expect lots of Shadow Typhlosion, maybe some spicy picks as well. What do you think?
We saw Shadow Typhlosion basically go through everything. Clodsire, Feraligatr, it kind of felt like it didn't matter what it was up against. It could always bait a Thunder Punch, always land a Blast Burn, always get itself out of these really strange matchups. But at the end of the day, I think what I'm most excited for is Chestnut, honestly. Chestnut is like the only grass-type coverage Pokemon that can beat Alolan Sandslash. And everything else, Cresselia, Superior, they basically get destroyed by Alolan Sandslash. So Chestnut just makes your team that much more flexible.
Baltimore is the first regional championship of the season, but all roads lead to Worlds. Amanda, take us through this calendar of these upcoming regional championship events because we're kicking things off in Baltimore.
We're kicking it off here. But that exactly right, Will. We got a Louisville coming up, Sao Paulo after that, Sacramento, Toronto, and as you can see, there's some places that aren't quite announced yet, so you're gonna want to make sure that you're following along on the channel. You're gonna make sure you're following all this so you're not missing any of the action either on Twitch or YouTube or live at the venues.
Absolutely. Stay tuned in and plugged in and circle some of those dates in case you want to compete at a regional or international championship in the future. But I'm going to share this with all of you. I'm honestly a little bit disappointed. I'm going to tell you why. Because we have not seen enough social posts. We need some more hashtag play Pokemon. We need some more engagement. Get involved. Get active on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I would love to share your posts on the stream, and we definitely scroll through social looking for those posts. But that being said, what do trainers need to do, Henry, to stay absolutely plugged in with those channels? Follow them?
They need to follow them.
Notifications too, right?
Yep, notifications on. They're right here. You can't miss them. The text is bigger than our table. Follow them right now. Do it.
We're going to wrap up here with our final thoughts of the day and then say goodbye here in Baltimore. Amanda, I want to start over with you. Any final thoughts, insights? What are you looking forward to?
I think we saw it earlier on. The winner side of the bracket is very interesting because you get to see a lot of players playing at top caliber, but we're still also showing the loser side of the bracket in this double elimination tournament, and that's really where you see some grit, where you see a lot of the, the little intricate plays. People are playing to stay in the bracket. Tomorrow is going to be some fire battles, just like this Fuecoco. You're not going to want to miss it.
Eric, how fire will the battles be?
They're going to be incredible. As we already said, Shallow and Marowak is going to be there tomorrow. And also, players from all different kinds of countries. We're finally seeing these regionals become more of international events. Just in our top side of the bracket, we have someone from Canada, 610 Hero. We have Tomahawk UK from, well, you already know. A lot of Americans, of course, all playing here in Baltimore. And it just feels like we're running back internationals and worlds. It's so exciting to see.
Henry, final thoughts?
Honestly, seeing the growth in terms of, I would say, player excitement and in terms of the player count at these regionals from year to year has been unbelievable to watch. So if watching these regionals lit a fire in you, you're like, man, this looks fun. We showed it earlier on the broadcast. There are so many regionals coming up. find one near you, check it out. We have great in-game spawns of meta-relevant Pokemon at the event, double dust, extra special trades. It is well worth the trip.
You sold me. You sold me, Henry. I'm coming to every regional, right? I'm really excited for it and for the future, but I'll tell you what's in the near future is Championship Sunday. We will be there tomorrow morning, and we would love to see you there as well. Catch you in the morning.
He puts it on Dunsparce. He still gets to him.
It KOs! It KOs!
No way.
Shadow Typhlosion going off in Baltimore. One-hit KO. There's still that Dunsparce in the back, but
GG's, man.
You're fine. You're fine. Yes! Yes! Well played, well played, well played. Dude, I had the move.
Did?
Yes.
Sorry. It sucks. It really does. The Scorching Sands debuff saved me there. Holy. What a game, dude.